From South Park episodes Sad Enough to Make You Cry,
Your friend is terminally ill, and that means he's going to be going to heaven soon.
Kenny's going to die? He's our friend.
to episodes so horrible they got outright banned. If you're like me, you probably watched too much South Park as a kid. Well, get ready to watch some more, because we're going through every one of my South Park videos and giving you the ultimate South Park experience I dare you to stay awake through, starting with the most loved and most hated characters on the show. South Park has got a whole lot of characters, and for every beloved resident, there's gotta be an outright evil or otherwise insufferable character that fans just can't help but hate. Take, for example, Butters' parents, who are just the absolute worst to him and in general. They regularly outright ignore or abuse Butters, and there's no better example than his dad cheating at a gay bathhouse and his mom trying to kill him, as seen in Season 5's Butters' very own episode.
Everyone knows it's Butters.
Well, that's me.
Sweet jingle for a dark episode. You'll see what I mean. Love and family values are in the sweet Colorado air as the Stotch family makes plans to celebrate their wedding anniversary. Butters, being the textbook son he is, gets his parents a gift.
All right, Mom. I'm all done wrapping Dad's anniversary present for you.
And in return, his parents promise to take him to Bennigan's, which must be like Chili's for weird sterile families like the Stotches.
Bennigan's? Oh, boy, you mean it? Whoopee! At Bennigan's, I'm gonna get the ranch hand baby back ribs.
Butters, don't let anyone tell you the things that make you happy aren't beautiful. Those ribs! Unable to satiate his curiosity about what his dad is getting his mom, Butters decides to play Sherlock Holmes and spy on his dad, who wants to make sure her anniversary gift is better than her husband's.
Why, I think Inspector Butters could find out what Daddy's getting Mommy without him ever knowing.
Inspector Butters is on the case, ma'am.
Having your child do martial sleuthing? Whatever happened to having TV people do it for you? And what Butters finds is a little worse than getting your wife some Target flowers and gift cards for your anniversary. It's also where the episode goes off the rails.
White Swallow Bathhouse.
Oh, Butters, if there were ever a sweet summer child, it is you.
Butters enthusiastically reports all the details of his dad's alternative lifestyle endeavors to Linda.
The White Swallow Spa. He went there and he wrestled with all kinds of guys. This one black guy had him pinned down for 15 minutes straight.
Who was absolutely stunned. She doesn't believe him at first, but luckily,
Inspector Butters gets all the facts. I even got some neato pictures.
Linda, as upsetting as this is, you couldn't say that you didn't ask for it. It's Inspector Butters. He finds out everything.
Everyone knows it's Butters.
Well, that's me.
Obviously, having a manic breakdown from finding out her husband is a philanderer, Linda completely loses it.
Paint. Must paint. Paint.
Wow, honey, you've painted the entire house 3 times.
Must paint.
Fixating on paint as a cleanser of sins while her son is roaming around a gay bathhouse trying to find his dad. And sadly, he does.
Ah, Butters!
Hi, Dad.
Oh,
I'm glad I found you. I think I know the perfect anniversary present for Mom. Doing with your wiener out there, Dad?
Butters, you need to leave here right now. You need to get out of here.
I believe they call catching your dad gooning at a gay bathhouse a San Diego surprise. In Butters' case, though, it's just called permanent mental scarring.
See, sometimes telling a little white lie is okay. For instance, when you catch your father in a gay men's bathhouse.
Who's Jack?
Butters, of course, being a child, has zero idea of what actually is going on, and is just happy to organize the best anniversary for his parents ever. Sadly, however, Butters' mom has different plans. Plans that involve, well,
If a mommy has to end her life, she can't let her baby alone in the world to be raised by a sick pervert.
That makes sense, I suppose, yeah.
Butters has the survival instincts of a possum playing dead on the highway. Get out of the car!
I think that, yep, it looks like the car's filling up with water. Think maybe now might be a good time to come back inside the car and drive, Mom.
But sadly, he keeps his seatbelt on and takes off down the river with the car. Linda prepares to meet the little Butters in heaven when her husband Chris comes in, blaming his actions on the internet and comforting the obviously distraught murderer. Like any good husband would.
Butters is gone. There's nothing we can do about that. But I won't let you go to jail, I promise. Linda, please.
I need me a ride or die like that. It's rare for this generation. In reality, though, they've got nothing to worry about, except for maybe child endangerment charges, as Butters miraculously survives being left to die and immediately begins to head back home.
Oh, boy, this thing ain't never gonna stop. I must be all the way down to Denver by now. Oh, whoopee! Well, now that the car has come to a stop, it's safe for me to unfasten my seatbelt.
And at home, his parents are blaming Butters' disappearance on some Puerto Rican guy.
Is this the Stotch residence?
Yes, are you calling about the abduction?
No.
Oh, are you Puerto Rican?
No.
It's antics like this is why Barbrady got replaced by the Ginger Cops in later seasons. Instead of looking for Butters, who's wandering Colorado back to South Park, Chris and Linda meet with victims of some Puerto Rican guy.
Oh, here's another member of our support group, OJ.
Hey guys.
OJ's wife was killed by some Puerto Rican guy, too.
Like O.J. Simpson. Luckily, they don't have to hang around the juice for too long, as Butters, with the will of Bennigan's dinner guiding him, returns home.
Darling, you're going to have to say you don't know how you got home.
You have to say that a Puerto Rican man dropped you off.
Who's going to believe he would just drop him off?
The same people who believed he existed at all. Silly. Fed up with his parents lying, Butters gives them a little speech about the dangers of little white lies, and it actually resonates with Chris and Linda. Admitting their lies to the media, Chris confesses about his gay, extramarital affairs and his mom's homicidal tendencies. That's quite the combo.
I was going to gay movie and bathhouses and having with random men who were complete strangers.
Wait, what?
I went crazy and I drove my son into the lake to kill him.
Wow, dude, your dad's a perv and your mom tried to kill you. You fellas sure are gonna rip on me in school now. We sure are.
And we wouldn't want it any other way. Because if there's one character fans just can't get enough of, it's Butters. His optimism and outlook on life shines as bright as the sun on his little yellow head. And Season 7, Episode 14's Raisins has Butters at his absolute best.
I'm so glad you guys came in. Everyone in here is such a loser, but you guys seem really cool.
Ooh, we are.
The episode kicks off with a big schoolyard development, Wendy breaking up with her long-term boyfriend Stan Marsh. I mean, what, does 7 seasons mean nothing anymore?
Wendy breaks up.
What?
Wendy breaks up with you.
Whoa, wait a minute. What did I do wrong? I haven't even talked to Wendy for weeks.
She just doesn't want to be with you anymore.
Get out of our football game, you stupid skank.
Fat ass, you guys are assholes.
At least we have assholes, you dumb girl.
God, you're so stupid.
What a... Yeah.
The soundtrack of Sad Guy Walking Time, which Stan has plenty of time to do. He's got all the heartbreak symptoms, sadness, desperation, and trying to figure out why Wendy broke up with him.
Stan says you're a
Well, tell Stan!
continuing source of inspiration to him.
Even sending Kyle and Jimmy after Wendy gives no answers, completely bedridden. The guys attempt to cheer him up.
Stan? Jesus. We came over to cheer you up, Stan. Go away.
You know someone's heart is broken when even Butters can't lift their spirits. Stan laments the loss of the only girl he's ever loved, and desperate to get him over Wendy, the guys decide to get him to see other girls. At Raisins, which is essentially Hooters for middle schoolers. Don't ask questions.
What do you think, Stan? These girls are pretty cute, huh? This place is awesome!
Jesus Christ, I think I've died and gone to heaven.
Typical post-breakup guy stuff. Any excuse to be around women who will give you approval. And that's exactly what happens as Butters fixates on their Raisin server. Cartman fixates on these zingy, tingy wings. And Stan, sadly, fixates on Wendy.
Oh my god, you guys, this is the greatest place in the world.
Have you ever noticed how much sand there's at the beach? Ever wondered where all this sand came from? Oh my god.
A Raisins bartender. A far cry from the class president caliber of woman Stan is used to. Determined to win Wendy back, Stan decides to stick up for himself, own the moment, go to Bebe for advice, and then does the most romantic thing he can think of. See, before you could Instagram reel her how you feel, you had to resort to unintentional racism, apparently. Or if you're Butters, you resort to unintentional stalking as he pulls up to Raisins after hours to give his darling Lexus a gift.
Jeez, I almost forgot. I got you this present.
Oh wow, thanks, cutie.
And dealing with Butters the way she'd deal with any other weird guy at work, she tells him to visit her on the clock, and Butters happily complies.
Bye, cutie.
Bye, darling. Wow, a real-life relationship.
The 2025 equivalent of this is falling in love with an AI chatbot. I don't make the rules. I only complain about them and do nothing to change them. Reeling from Wendy leaving him for tokens, Stan decides to join the goth kids.
All right, so how do I join you?
If you want to be one of the nonconformists, all you have to do is just like us and listen to the same music we do.
Okay.
And although his black hair helps him look the part, his words and thoughts kind of show otherwise.
There's darkness all around me. Piercing black, I cannot breathe. My heart has been...
Whoa.
I miss you so much, babe. Want to hold you in my arms again. Want to...
Whoa, dude. Those last two lines aren't goth.
Someone's clearly never listened to Fall Out Boy's classic From Under the Cork Tree. Back with Butters, we see the little Stitch being the biggest simp of all time for his girlfriend, Alexis. Talking on the phone about his day and his life while Alexis, does her job. Butters finally makes a big step in their relationship.
There's something I've been meaning to say. Here it goes. Oh, geez, maybe I shouldn't. No, wait, I want to say it. I love you.
Yep, Butters drops the L-bomb. And I'm not talking about Lulu's apples. And after making such a big jump in the relationship, little Butters takes the next logical step, having her meet his parents.
Here we are, Mom and Dad.
And for all Chris and Linda have done, they're right on the money here.
Hey, cutie, you having a good time?
Oh boy, I think I know what's happened. The girls will pretend to like him for money.
Explaining the situation to Butters, Chris and Linda expose well.
Butters, these girls pretend to be interested in you because they know you'll give them tips.
Women know that they can make men do anything by flirting, and some girls turn that into a profession.
Alexis tells Butters they aren't dating, which just breaks little Butters' heart.
What are you talking about, kid? We are not boyfriend and girlfriend.
Reeling from the heartbreak in a scene-appropriate rainy back alley, Butters runs into Stan, and we get one of the sweetest lessons South Park has ever given us.
I love life. Huh? But you just got dumped. But at the same time, I'm really happy that something can make me feel that sad. It's like, it makes me feel alive, you know? It makes me feel human.
This monologue is like a holy commandment on Tumblr. But in all seriousness, it's also really touching.
But to be honest, I'd rather be a crying little pussy than a goth kid. We'll see you, Stan.
And it really helps to get to emo Stan, who decides to shed the eyeliner and pierce the veil CDs from standing up for himself and loving life again.
Hey, Wendy, you're a token? Right here, buddy.
Lesson learned. Sometimes you gotta move on. But sometimes South Park episodes come and go without any real lessons apparent. Some of the time it's just toilet humor, and no duo represents that better than Terrence and Phillip. And Season 5's Terrence and Phillip Behind the Blow gives us an intimate look at one of South Park's most love 'em or hate 'em bits.
How we all feeling tonight? Pretty good? Uh-oh.
The episode starts out with the guys doing what they do best, watching Terrence and Phillip when they get a word of a live show happening in Denver. The boys secure their tickets and are ready to go, and they get some bad news. They have to do Earth Day stuff instead.
Ooh, we got tickets to see Terrence and Phillip live in Denver tomorrow night.
And Terrence and Phillip are more important than Mother Earth?
Well, yeah, dude.
To be fair, Terrence and Phillip must add a dangerous amount of gas to the atmosphere. Eventually, the kids and the environmentalists come to an agreement. Get Terrence and Phillip to perform at the Earth Day Festival. A win-win for everyone. But later at the T&P show, the boys are shocked to discover something's up.
And now, for some classic Terrence and Phillip comedy.
Hello, Terrence.
Hello, Phillip. Phillip, that's not Phillip.
No 90-degree jaw, no wacky accent. This guy's a rank fraud. None of the guys are Joan with wannabe Phillip or out-of-shape Terrence and are determined to get to the bottom of the situation, sneaking in with different kinds of Terrence and Phillip fans.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good, baby.
I love you,
Good.
I love you.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that was fast. Well, what should we name it? How about Jerry? Oh, wow, we had quadruplets.
The guys explain they need Terrence and Phillip to perform for their Earth Day Fest, but seeing as Phillip is long gone, that is easier said than done.
Good luck getting Phillip. He left because he wanted to do more serious stuff. Last I heard, he was doing Canadian Shakespeare in Toronto.
Canadian Shakespeare, like regular Shakespeare, but a little more passive and cold. Given a vague and threatening ultimatum by the Earth Day people, the guys are forced to track down Phillip, which takes him to the land of Drake himself, Toronto, where they have to sit through this.
Oh, I could tell you, buddy, but let it be. Report me and my cause ride to the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I'm more an antique Roman than a Dane.
Jesus, tap dancing Christ, is this thing ever gonna end?
Stan, just wait until you get to high school English class, buddy. The bard never ends. Tracking down Phillip in the parking lot, the guys manage to lure the Canadian actor to South Park with the promise of, money. With one caveat, he doesn't know Terrence is going to be present as well. And when the Earth Day comes, it goes about as well as you'd expect.
So, this is your doing, huh, Terrence?
These kids called me and said it was your idea and that you wanted to apologize.
The old separated parents trick. It almost never works. And surprise, surprise, the two do nothing but bicker and bicker on stage.
Do the bet right.
Why don't you go eat some more pudding, you fat-ass drug addict?
At least I didn't get hair plugs.
I ain't doing nothing with Kuko the whale.
I never needed you in the first place, you hack.
Unable to get them to perform, the guys resort to their backup plan, airing the documentary Terrence and Phillip Behind the Blow.
Please put your hands together for the music of young Terrence and Phillip.
And they say the rap music is gibberish. The documentary helps both Terrence and Phillip recognize their friendship has transcended ages, fads, and yes, even their own personal demons.
Terrence fell into a deep depression, abusing wood polish. Phillip beat up an angry 6-year-old fan and was sued for $6 million.
Two kinds of men. They really are made for each other, aren't they?
You know, Phillip and I have learned an important lesson that when you go through a lot with somebody, you can't let trite things come between you.
You should only let trite things come between your ass cheeks.
Oh, no!
Hey, no one ever said Canadian peace would smell good. But really, while the two learn a valuable lesson here, it was all just for the setup of a fart joke, which kind of sums up why people are iffy towards TNP. At the end of the day, it's all just hot gas. But while TNP never really have a lot to say, neither does Kenny. So whenever Kenny gets an episode for himself, it feels a lot like an event. The most mysterious member of the core group, Kenny is a soft spot for a lot of fans, and Season 12, Episode 3's major boobage feels like a special occasion for Kenny. The The episode kicks off with what else? Mr. Mackey discussing ways to get high. He informs the guys that you can get high off cat urine.
But male cats, when they're marking their territory, spray a concentrated urine to fend off other male cats, and that can get you really high. Okay, really high.
And like any responsible fourth graders, they rush to defy their educator.
Whoa! Do you feel anything? Well, Kenny, are you buzzed?
Poor Kenny. He dies and he gets peed on. And what does he have to show for it? Well, as you'll see, he actually gets one of the coolest episodes with one of the coolest animation styles South Park has ever done. And he gets to hang around a cartoon girl with giant boobs. Maybe I do need to do some cat piss. Before Kenny can really live out his dream of existing in Boob World, he wakes up on the street to Cartman yelling at him. Quite a change of fortune.
Wake up, Kenny! You alright? Dude, that cat urine really up. Ah, Kenny, knock it off! What's wrong with you? Ah, Kenny!
Hey, abusing cat pee is not a victimless crime. Cartman may be one, for Pete's sake. Unable to cope in a world that is not made of boobs, Kenny unfortunately becomes a kitty pee addict. And apparently he isn't alone, as cat pee is sweeping the nation.
All over America, kids are getting high. Huffing cat urine apparently causes a euphoric state and is also referred to as cheesing. Why cheesing? Because it's fun to do.
I see no holes in that logic. Get it? Holes like Swiss cheese. I don't get paid enough to do this. The whole cheesing thing is causing a giant moral panic in South Park, with all the parents gathering together to try and put an end to the madness once and for all by making it illegal to own a cat. Yeah, like that works with prohibition.
We all have to face it. Cats are deadly animals. If you stick your nose up their crotch and snort their piss, they can kill you.
This is some stuff 3 dogs in a trench coat pretending to be Butter's dad would say. However, that logic wins over the always wise United States Drug Enforcement Agency, who moves to make owning cats illegal.
Oh, where? Get over it, druggie. Gee.
But that doesn't stop he who loves cat pee the most, our little Kenny.
Kenny? Kenny, you home?
The guys don't see Boobland, they just see Kenny cheese out of his mind, which can't smell good either, rehabbing him back to life.
Look at yourself. You've got to lay off the cheese. Yeah, that's it, little buddy. Just let it out.
Kenny McCormick, faces of cheesing. The guys make an ultimatum. We ever catch you again, and we are telling. And while Kenny agreed to stay away from the cats, none of the other guys did, with Cartman's attic becoming a refugee for wanting cats and Kyle's dad nearly relapsing and blaming it all on his kids.
Just do it one more time. One last time. And then I'll never do it again. Last time.
That's what they always say. Then next thing you know, you're selling your kids college fund for a litter of Siamese cats. And much like Gerald, Kenny is just a cheesing addict. And an attic full of cats must look like heaven for a cheesehead. So you can imagine what the scene is when Kenny gets to Cartman's cat stash.
What the hell?
I just know it smells like a crazy cat lady in there. With those cat hormones working their magic on Kenny and Kyle's dad, the two meet in Boob World and fight for all of its citizens and for the rights to King Boobs' daughter, or whatever his frackin' name is. With Gerald and Kenny's demons in the painful open, Gerald is forced to come clean to his wife and his community, giving a little spiel about the dangers of drugs and calls it a day. And Kenny? Oh, Kenny's doing great. He don't need substances to enjoy himself. He just needs...
He's just getting high on life. Yeah. He's getting really high on life.
Ah, well. That's why we love him. He gives into his impulses, and his impulses are good and pure. But while Kenny can pretty much say and do whatever he wants and still get love for it, there's one character who chooses his words and actions very carefully and still can't seem to win over the fans. I'm talking about PC Principal. And right from his debut in Season 19, Episode 1's Stunning and Brave, opinions of PC Principal have divided fans, to say the least.
Please welcome PC Principal.
Things kick off with the news of Principal Victoria's firing from South Park Elementary, with the new, modern, built-for-today's progressive time enforcer making his entrance. I'm talking, of course, about PC Principal.
All right, listen up. My name is PC Principal. I don't know about you, but frankly, I'm sick and tired of how minority groups are marginalized in today's society.
I don't think 90% of the students would even know what marginalized means. PC Principal then goes on an absolute tear of every insensitive and poorly aged thing South Park has ever done, invoking everyone from Token to Chef in an effort to highlight how behind the times South Park is.
A white man who thinks he's Chinese and built a wall to keep out Mongolians.
Hey, the Mongolians.
What the is this? Are you kidding me?
That's City Walk guy. Duh. What, you didn't know what his name was? Okay, I don't know his real name either, but tell me, do you know his name? I rest my case. PC Principal isn't all talk as he suspends Kyle for saying Caitlyn Jenner isn't a hero.
Your son said some things to a 4th grade girl that frankly make me want to puke. Well, I'm not going to allow anyone at the school to be made feel unsafe and harassed.
What did he say?
You'll have to excuse my language. I don't think Caitlyn Jenner is a hero.
PC Principal curses out the Broflovskis in defense of Caitlyn Jenner, which leads to the rest of South Park's dads taking note. But it's of little use. Suddenly, the PC bros converge.
Bro, I had no idea there were like-minded individuals in this town who defended social minorities. We should totally hang out. We should all get a house together and unite our tolerant views.
And thus, the most ingenuine place on earth was born. And it smells like Pabst Blue Ribbon. At school, the kids are more discouraged than ever, but invoking the spirit of his hero, Tom Brady, rallies Carbon to take a stand against the new PC power structure.
I'm gonna Tom Brady this thing. I'm gonna say, you're not giving me 4 days of detention. You're only giving me 1. No, to hell with that. You're giving me no days detention.
Resisting his assigned 4 days detention, Carbon attempts to frame PC Principal, which doesn't end well.
Capiche? You're associating Italian Americans to intimidation tactic? You better watch your microaggressions, bro.
You don't want to end up like the spokesman for Subway, do you?
You just use a term that excludes women from an occupation? Did you just say spokesman instead of spokesperson? Women are just as capable of selling sandwiches as anyone! Purposefully trying to use words that assert your male privilege!
No, I'm sorry, I was just trying to frame you butters.
Do you think Italian Americans and women are less important?
Who knew Cartman's kryptonite was identity politics and brute violence? Attempting to go undercover to stop the PC onslaught on South Park, Randy goes to the PC house and quickly gets acquainted and accepted into their wild yet respectful understanding of marginalized groups and identities.
What does being PC really mean? Well, I'll tell you what it means. It means you love nothing more than beer, working out, and that feeling you get when you rhetorically defend a marginalized community from systems of oppression.
If you attended an American university from 2012 to 25, you may be entitled to financial compensation for this. After seeing Sharon grill Randy for being hungover and gross, we get to see Cartman in an unusual state, admitting he's wrong and giving into authority and political correctness.
If I can face my prejudice, why can't you? We're two privileged straight white boys have their laughs about things we never had to deal with.
Hearing Cartman say this is like hearing Colonel Sanders say he hates eating chicken. Back at the PC house, the guys force their ire towards someone who really deserves it for not appreciating Caitlyn Jenner's braveness. Who, you may ask? That insensitive punk, Kyle Broflovski.
Dad, did you draw on my friend's face?
Did I check his privilege? Yes.
Checking privilege, hazing, assault. Words can sometimes mean the same thing. Back at the hospital, Eric gets the news from Butters that the PC Brigade have set their sights on Kyle, and vowing to defend his friend no matter how hateful his views, Kyle hires 200 Mexican women to raid the PC house. Because why not?
All right, good. Pregnant Mexican women are falling asleep on the tacos.
Kyle, fed up with the bloodshed at the PC house, caves into the mob and proclaims Caitlyn Jenner a hero.
So I guess PC Principal is here to stay, huh? But at least we showed him that sometimes joking about un-PC things can actually be important because it starts a dialogue.
Woke Cartman, just as fun as it sounds. And while PC Principal wears on the fans and aggravates the kids, the adults, and just about everyone he comes into contact with, there was once an actual voice of reason at South Park Elementary who stayed true to himself. And oh, how the fans and kids loved him for it. I could only be talking about Chef. Oh, Chef. There are 4 boys, all with living parents, but Chef was always the guardian of the group, the voice of reason, and just so happened to be genuinely hilarious as well. Season 8, Episode 4's You Got F'd in the A is a great example of that.
Okay, relax, children. It's all over now. Just try to calm down and sit tight.
The episode starts with the gang testing out their new remote cars or tiddlywinks or whatever when they get ambushed by a group of breakdancing delinquents, determined to serve the boys good. What does that entail? Well, I'll just let them break it down for you, but fair warning, the ways of the OC crew are far from subtle.
All right, yeah! Oh, he got you too!
Now that kid is getting served.
How the times have changed. In 2004, serving was bad and breakdancing was cool. Actually, no, it wasn't. But that doesn't change the fact that in 2004, getting served was as bad as having someone interrupt your dial-up internet connection. Getting served is something these purebred Colorado boys aren't at all used to. So, seeking advice, they go to the only source of any worthwhile information in South Park, Chef.
Chef, we just got served.
Oh boy. Well, come on inside, children. I'll make you some cocoa.
Who immediately comforts the boys who don't seem to understand the severity of getting served.
Listen, Stan and his friends just got served. Yeah, with the true value.
You gotta go to the Circle K's if you want to avoid being served. That's gas station rule 101. While Chef is considerate of the boys' dilemma, Randy is not, and he's determined to figure out why his son didn't serve back, and teaches Stan a serving method of his own.
So what'd you do? Did you dance back?
No.
What, you got served and just stood there and took it?
That was the right thing to do.
No, that's crap, Sharon.
But unlike Chef, Randy's methods, they don't really serve anything but country fried sadness. Unable to avoid the group of breakdancers from the OC, the next day in town, Stan deploys his dad's message, and
Yeah! Go Stan!
No, stop, Stan. You don't know what you're doing.
What's he doing? Embarrassing himself? His friends? White people as a whole? All of the above is the answer to that. As it turns out, what Kyle did, turned it on, and when it's on, it's on! The dancers challenge the boys to a dance competition. Naturally, Sharon Marsh is furious at this entire concept. Trying to remedy the situation he caused, Randy attempts to talk to the rival dance crew leader and...
Check this out!
Yeah, you like that? Ooh, man! Oh, Lord!
He got served harder than a group of four during Applebee's Margarita and Wings night. The serving is so severe it sends Randy into the intensive care unit.
Randy? Randy, oh my God!
He got served.
Where everyone in town rallies around the Marsh family, throwing all their support behind Stan to avenge his dad, despite Stan's disinterest. Stan then goes on a mission to find the 5 best dancers in town, and after assembling a goth, a dance addict, and a raisins girl, their road leads to Butters.
Well, I'd love to. What kind of competition is it?
It's a dance-off. We heard you were tap dancing state champion 2 years ago. No.
Trigger warning, tap dancing. And yeah, Butters being triggered is actually justified, as we find out Butters was responsible for the death of 8 people after a tap dancing routine at the state championships. Huh? Yeah, it was pretty gruesome, man. With Butters out of the picture, the gang enlists the help of a dancing duck, which Chef is less than thrilled with, but tries to work with it anyway.
You can't step to my group, so don't try it. I'm on the east and you like to suck my balls. Can't pop it like me, so don't go there. You never find a bigger player, know me in a hole, but also not.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Children, don't you see, children? You have the heart, but you don't have the soul.
Good luck giving the duck soul, Chef. Usually that happens in the kitchen. Unable to remedy the group's dancing, Chef simply prays for the best, but Stan wants to win and tries to convince Butters the 8 people that died wasn't his fault in a desperate plea.
8 people died!
Well, it was 9 actually. One of the women was pregnant. And 11 if you count the 2 family members that killed themselves afterwards.
Butters putting up Dr. Chaos numbers without even trying. Everything is set for the South Park Diggities to take on the OC crew, and they suffer a catastrophic setback. Jeffrey the duck quacks his ankle.
What happened?
He was practicing the 6-8 count and slipped on the floor.
But just when all hope seems lost for Chef and his dance crew,
we have no choice, children. We have to forfeit.
They're too scared. Looks like they already got served.
Butters walks in like when Gandalf returned as Gandalf the White. And what does Butters, Colorado's finest youth tap dancer, do in his first competition back since his life-altering incident?
Sucker, you got nothing on this.
No! Jesus, not again! Get out of here!
It looks like the OC crew is dead. That means the winner is the South Park Diggities!
Right, we did it!
All right, Butters! All right, Butters, you did it.
You did it. You did it, son.
When will America learn tap dancing is just not a safe sport for our youth? But with no one to dance against them, the South Park Diggities are declared the winner by forfeit. So way to go, Coach Chef, helping the boys make sense of a world that their parents simply can't understand, doing it so respectfully, and all while keeping kids off the street and away from drugs, which our next character seems to have a problem with. I can only be talking about Towley here, a character who some fans like, but over the years appears to have grown a bit crusty. In Season 10, Episode 3's A Million Little Fibers stands as one of South Park's least liked episodes to date.
I'll just use my special getting high powers one more time.
Things kick off with Tali doing the unthinkable, abusing drugs on the clock in a chain restaurant.
The new waiter is useless, and I think he's high.
How spicy would you like your Chang sauce?
I expect this kind of shoddy service at Applebee's, but not at the P.F. Chang gang. Fired from his job and out on the street, Tali calls an old Mary Jane for good ideas to help him figure out how to pay that dang rent. And oh, does Mary Jane deliver with a surefire income method for little Tali.
I should become a writer. If I just write a book about my life, I can get it published and then make plenty of money to pay rent.
Oh, Tali. You haven't checked South Park rent prices lately, have you? Tali puts every single one of his fibers into writing his book.
A million little fibers. Towel. This is a really good idea.
But no publisher will touch it on the account of him being, a towel and high all the time. Also, discouraged and needing to pay rent, Tali comes up with an idea with a proven track record: lying.
All my life, I've been a pretty irresponsible person.
What happens when a towel gaslights you? Do you still see the light? Working under the pseudonym Stephen McTowley.
I just have one small question. You're not a towel, are you?
No.
Tali's memoirs becomes a smash hit in the world of literature, even appearing on Oprah Winfrey's show, which I assume was a show that had to do with books 20 years ago.
I'm making your book my official Book of the Month selection!
Wow, I'm gonna get super rich now.
This towel is wearing your mortgage on his cotton hands. Tali's book is a hit, which of course enables him to live his lifestyle of always getting high, but we don't see much of it because that screen time is reserved for Oprah's Minge and Butthole, who talk and eat up a lot of space in this episode.
What do you care? You're just an asshole. I'm a minge. Minges need stimulation.
Ass needs stimulation too, you bastard!
You can see why this episode is never called a classic.
This is Geraldo. Hello, Geraldo. I've got some information for you might find interesting. It could make Oprah Winfrey look quite foolish.
Bad bit. Let's move on. Appearing on Larry King Live, Stephen McTowley is doing what he does, advocating for a healthy human lifestyle free of drugs and want. When Geraldo drops a bombshell, Stephen McTowley is a towel.
Stephen McTowley, author of A Million Little Fibers, is a towel.
You're a towel.
No, you're a towel.
You're a beaner towel.
What did you say?
I'm sorry. I'm high.
This whole angle is also apparently a parody on some book controversy where a guy was lying about his life and Oprah promoted his book or something. I don't know. It's not a pop culture moment that many people remember, and a good example of South Park's Right of the Week method coming back to bite them. Trying to remedy the situation, Oprah invited Tali on her show to explain that the little lies don't matter in the big picture, as long as the book helps people.
Was it that you thought embellishing the story was okay if it helped people?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, you know what I think, Towley? I think you're a lying sack of...
As Josh from Drake and Josh knows, you do not mess with Oprah. And our favorite stone towel certainly feels her wrath as she does what she does best, conjure a crowd in a bit to rid the world of the towel. But Oprah's, holes have other ideas.
What?
Everyone back! Get back, I said!
Minji ends up killing a police officer holding a ton of people hostage.
All right, the gig is up. Put down the gun. Stay back, mate! Drop the gun and step away. I'm warning you! Down, I said!
Through all this, Tali loses his desire to get high, realizing his stoner ideas only end up hurting him. Thinking on his sober head, Tali brings the hostages to safety right under Oprah's Snatch's nose. That might be one of the worst sentences I've ever said in my entire life.
That's a great idea you had to sneak the hostages inside the bank. We're sorry we tried to burn you and murder you before.
The episode ends with the towel learning a valuable lesson. You shouldn't get high to get ideas. You should celebrate your ideas with getting high. Yeah, you can't accuse Tali of not knowing when to be himself. But you can accuse Mr. Garrison, who never seems to know if he's a he or a she or a straight or a gay or a president or not. Fans online love Mr. Garrison. His blunt Valley Girl meanness and sadistic perversions make for some of TV's best moments. In Season 6, Episode 10's Death Camp of Tolerance is all about how far he's willing to take people before they stop tolerating him, to put it lightly.
It's time for punishment. Take it, Mr. Slave.
The episode starts with Mr. Garrison being offered the new position of 4th grade teacher, with Principal Victoria admitting she was wrong for judging Mr. Garrison based on his sexual preferences. Garrison is thrilled to get back to teaching until he realizes,
with all the new laws, we could never fire you for being gay. Now you'd be able to sue us for millions of dollars.
Garrison, though, he would never do that. He would never abuse the goodwill of others to get what he wants. Oh, and that's exactly what he does this entire episode, actually. And it's hilarious.
Say hello to Mr. Slave.
Hi, kids.
This is not at all what they meant when they said South Park needed teaching assistants. Not at all. Continuing to make every gay innuendo in the book. Going as far as to punish Mr. Slave in front of the kids. This, of course, makes the students uneasy, and they go to their parents who don't seem to get what's going on.
These guys are really super gay.
Yeah, I really thought you knew how to accept people for who they were. No but, Stanley, we're not raising our kids to be discriminators.
Randy, you barely raise him at all. Taking your trip to the Museum of Intolerance, the guys are exposed to every single harmful stereotype and perception of others.
Look, a covetous Jew!
Very good, young man. The idea that Jews are only interested in money is very old indeed.
Ah, here's a good one. It's the stereotypical sleepy Mexican.
What? Oh, man, what time is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were a wax sculpture.
And yeah, they even managed to get Cartman on the political correctness wagon.
I'm not fat. I have a different life choice. Dude, tolerance kicks ass.
That's our Cartman.
With that logic, you really think Cartman would have latched on to tolerance years ago. It's his only shield. Back at school, Garrison is stunned to still be employed and decides he needs to up the ante, alongside upping other things.
Now, what do you think is going to happen when I introduce the herbal to the endothermic heat of Mr. Slave's ass?
A really upset and smelly gerbil. Poor Lemma Winks. All of Mr. Slave's stuff confuses the boys in a lot more ways than one.
A lot of times, the reason people get uncomfortable around gay people is that they have some issues themselves. You have to ask yourself, what is it about their behavior that for some reason makes me uncomfortable?
I guess it's mostly the way Mr. Garrison stuck a gerbil at Mr. Slave's ass.
And you see, children, that's why you need to... Whoa! What?
Are we homophobes now? We don't want to be gay bashers, Chef.
There's a big difference between gay people and Mr. Garrison.
They don't want to be intolerant, but they're obviously uncomfortable with what Garrison's doing. Chef catches wind of Garrison's actions and gets sent to the principal's office.
You've demonstrated a lack of tolerance for Mr. Garrison's behavior. In fact, you used the words sick queer to describe his conduct in class.
He is a sick queer.
Yeah.
I love it when marginalized groups come together to devise the powers that be. And if Chef can be forced to find tolerance, so can the kids as they get sent to the titular death camp of tolerance. All the while, Garrison gets praised for his defiance of intolerance.
Today, we will be using the finger paint. You will make a painting that shows people of different races and sexual orientations getting along.
No exaggeration. This is exactly what Tumblr is like. Still trying to get fired and still chasing that big fat payday, Mr. Garrison shows up at the Museum of Tolerance for his award ceremony in a very perverse way, and suddenly things begin to make a lot of sense for the parents.
I'm very happy to get this award, but you know what makes me even happier? Sucking balls.
I mean, come on, is that really that shocking? Garrison goes on a spiel and says outright that he's trying to get fired. He gives a speech about the limits of tolerance.
This kind of behavior should not be acceptable from a teacher.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
And in a cruel twist of fate, gets sent to the death camp of tolerance so he can learn to tolerate his own behavior. But based on, well, everything he's done since then, I don't think any lessons really stuck with him. But if there's one lesson that stuck with fans of South Park over the years, it's that Kyle's mom's a... In Season 14, Episode 9 is a Sheila-centric episode that highlights all the things fans really just hate about her.
I'm just really hoping that people here don't judge me for it, or somehow, hold it against me.
Sheila, who are you talking to?
You wouldn't understand. It's a Jersey thing.
The episode starts off with the Marshes having their New Jersey neighbors over for dinner, which for some reason greatly concerns Sheila Broflovsky, and as we immediately see, that is for good reason.
I went into the mall here and I just about dropped dead. The only panties you can buy makes you look like you got a grandma muff.
So, Randy, what gyms are good around here? Where do you work out?
Most accurate representation of a Jersey couple. Things immediately go the way they do whenever you interact with people from New Jersey, which is poorly, as the woman immediately begins berating Sharon Marsh for does it even matter what she was upset about? She's from Jersey, would have found something to whine about. And the new neighbors are starting to get to Stan.
They talk way too loud, they flip out for no reason, and every time they act like selfish assholes. Oh, it's a Jersey thing, it's a Jersey thing.
Hey, you talking about Jersey?
You can genuinely just replace the term from Jersey with Italian here. It's the same. Anywho, South Park quickly becomes overrun with people from Jersey, all of whom are violent, aggressive, and from New Jersey.
Yeah, let's get this party started.
Sensing the danger, Randy calls the town to action, where it's revealed Kyle's mom is in fact also from New Jersey.
In Jersey, I was known as S-Wow Tittybag, drank heavily and punched a lot of in the face.
Wow, even when Sheila was cool, she wasn't. A sad existence, really. And as if anyone needed another thing to be made fun of for, it's Kyle, and that's exactly what happens as Cartman begins ripping Kyle even more than he could in his wildest dreams.
Did you know your mom was from Jersey? Why does it matter?
No, it just explains a lot.
Given Sheila's reputation on air and off, it really does, doesn't it, Stan? And as much as poor Kyle would love to disassociate from that side of him, you simply can't hide the Jersey within, and Kyle transforms.
I'm saying that for the first 2 months I carried you in my stomach, I lived in Newark. Technically, you are from Jersey. You can take the fetus out of Jersey, but you can't take Jersey out of the fetus.
And if you know anything about the way Kyle's snarky self has behaved over the course of South Park history, this shouldn't surprise you either. And Kyle's Jersey just gets worse and worse, even going as far as attacking Cartman.
Your blood is tainted with the 3 J's. Jewish, Jersey, and Ginger. Admit it! I'm not one of them! Do you understand me? You better get that through your fat head! I will never be one of them, and if you say it again, I swear to God, I'll smash your teeth in!
Investigating a disturbance at Skeeter's bar, we get to one of the wildest South Park celeb parodies ever.
What is it? Called a Snooki. It's very famous.
Well, that much is true. She was very famous. Trying to figure out what to do with the full moon, wear Jersey wolf.
Oh, God! Get out of here! No!
The guys all agree to trap Kyle in the meat locker, which feels like 3 different kinds of hate crimes. Then, out of nowhere, Snooki ambushes Cartman.
Dude, Cartman, what is that behind you?
Kyle, do we really have to resort to that?
No, I'm serious. What is that behind you?
You Ginger Jersey Jew. Your tactics don't work on me.
Snooki wants smush smush.
Dude, what the f is that thing behind me?
And as if things couldn't get any worse, the Jersey invasion has reached South Park at last.
Let's go! Yeah. Let's go creeping in this town!
Don't you talk about my family!
This is where we make our stand. South Park will never be West Jersey. Yeah! New Jersey!
This is one of those moments where Randy truly represented every American, even most people from New Jersey. Luckily, back with the boys, Kyle's Jersey comes out at the best time as Kylie B is unleashed to, funnily enough, repeal Snooki from violating Cartman.
Get out of here, you piece of garbage! You want to smush? Go creep in somewhere else! Smush in You're garbage! You know that? You're cabbage!
Sticky
You got cabbage in your muff! Cabbage in your muff!
Accurate representation of what America did to Snooki after 2012. The Jersey invasion is fended off by Al-Qaeda, of course.
It's Al-Qaeda! Give them hell, Al-Qaeda!
Even with Cartman forgiving Kyle for the sin of being from New Jersey. It's one of the few times we've seen Eric Cartman show love, which is ironic because no character gets more love than that Satan spawn himself. Despite being the most hated character in the universe, there is no doubt Cartman is the most beloved of all the South Park characters. Season 10, Episode 5 plays on his reputation and still produces what most consider an all-time Cartman episode.
We won't reward him until he's in a calm, submissive behavior.
God damn it, I am not a dog! Give me a chicken. I want the chicken. Chicken. Give me a chicken.
I don't think anyone would expect anything else from Cartman, and that's why we love him. Things kick off with Eric Cartman doing Eric Cartman things.
Okay, I'm sorry I handcuffed Billy Turner's ankle to a flagpole and then gave him a hacksaw. Told him I had poisoned his lunch milk and that the only way he could get to the antidote in time would be to saw through his leg.
Oh, dude, why couldn't marbles have been enough for you? Billy Turner never deserved this. Actually, as far as I know, maybe he did. Break it down in Mackey's office, Eric's mom explains that Cartman just gets worse and worse, that nothing she does stops him, and while it seems apparent what the real issue is,
we believe his behavioral problems start at home.
Mackey suggests calling up a more modern approach, reality TV.
I hate you!
Kids completely out of control.
I'm skating!
It's time to call Nanny 911.
See, kids, millennials didn't actually parent their kids, they just put them on TV. And while Nana Stella puts up an admirable attempt, she should know that one does not simply oppose Eric Cartman and walk away unscarred.
I'm just gonna get down as soon as you move.
Well then, I'll just have to stand right here. Oh!
Eric Cartman making the loogie feel fresh and sadistic again. Eric does a lot more than just spit in Nanny Stella's face as Cartman breaks down her entire life.
You're sterile, is that it? Oh, that's too convenient of an excuse. The truth is, nobody ever wanted to have babies with you. Isn't that it? Must be hard on you. Knowing that the years are ticking away, friends all getting married, and all the while you're slowly shriveling away, drying up.
Correctly assuming she was only a nanny because she couldn't have kids herself. So naturally, Cartman cycles through all the TV nannies, leaving them in a worse and worse state.
I'm afraid Super Nanny is in a deep state of mental psychosis.
I mean, she spends most of her time sobbing and eating her own excrement.
Man, Cartman's mom is lucky he loves her. He could break her like a twig if he wanted. With no more nannies to pick from, Cartman's mom resorts to TVS's last option, Caesar the Dog Whisperer, who, while effective as a dog trainer, trains dogs, not people. But it's very apparent very quickly that Caesar's methods are amazingly successful with Eric.
Hey, you think this is funny, you son of a...
See, once again, I am the one going for a walk. The child is lucky enough to come in.
Mom, this is degrading! Ah, God damn it!
Who knew that the thing that brought Cartman down in the end would be being treated like what he is, a dog. Cartman attempts to resist Caesar's methods for as long as he can, including threatening to run away.
That's how you want it? Fine! I hate you! I'm running away!
Oh, dear.
It's okay. This is all part of the dominant struggle. Let him go. He'll be back. This is a good opportunity for you to relax and enjoy your favorite hobby.
Hey guys, I've got some pretty big news. It's gonna be tough living on my own, but I'll get by somehow. Can't stay here. I don't have anywhere to sleep. I'm out on the streets.
You're not staying at my house either. My parents won't let me bring homeless people home anymore.
All right, I'll stay with Kenny. Let's go, man. I guess now we see just how supportive friends can be. Hey, Jimmy, you're not gonna believe this, but I ran away from home. I really need the support of my best friend right now. What's my last name? God damn it. Craig, dude, I ran away from home. You're the first person I came to. I knew you'd take me in off the streets.
But I hate you.
Should that really matter at a time like this?
Which lasts about 5 seconds because nobody wants anything to do with Eric Cartman.
I've been out living on the streets for almost 4 hours. Make me something to eat.
How's the painting going?
Oh, God damn it!
Oh, look, it came back.
And all that not being able to walk over his mom gets to Eric, who finally starts to behave the way Caesar's always wanted him to, in a relaxed, submissive, puppy dog state, and it's pretty surreal seeing Cartman actually neutered like this.
Your mommy's sunshine.
Now you can give him a snack. Good, this is really good. Now try a command.
There was a time when the only man who could calm Cartman was... Like, this is quite the change. But while Eric is going through the motions of being well-behaved, it isn't sticking, and Eric deep down inside is still the same old Eric Cartman he's always been. So naturally, Eric's solution is to kill his mom.
My mom must die, so I can have a place to live, but without her trying to run my life. She's like with all the demands she makes.
Cartman insulting. Wow, he has completely changed. But Cartman, as evil as he is no Stewie Griffin, and suddenly realizes he doesn't have the right to kill his mom. Good lesson learned, and in that moment, Eric Cartman truly changes.
Maybe the world doesn't revolve around me.
Cartman, whose exorcism involves discovering basic empathy. And believe it or not, it's no gag, as the next day, Cartman is behaving like an actual model citizen, reading books, and even eating lean ham. And believe it or not, a new Eric Cartman is born, one that's studious, considerate. Until Caesar turns down Cartman's mom's friendship advances, and she begins spoiling him again.
Could I perhaps have 2 Mega Rangers?
You can have whatever you want.
This is how monsters are made, people. Lovable monsters, I guess. Speaking of hated characters, a bunch of people hate this show, and that might have a thing or two to do with the many, many times they've made fun of religion. As a matter of fact, here's a bunch of times they did just that.
South Park mocks everything, and you better believe that religion is a part of that everything. So just about every belief you could have has been the butt of the joke. So why not start things off with the Mormons? And although they may not have been the biggest or most vocal religious group, they are, without a doubt, the writer's favorite group to rib on.
All right, kids. Now how about we do some scripture readings from the Book of Mormon? All right!
I mean, Matt and Trey wrote a whole musical about the religion. That's a whole nother level of mocking, albeit with some love. The episode starts with the new student joining the gang at South Park Elementary, and the boys act like elementary age boys do by beating up the new kid to let him know he's new and weird.
Kick his ass, Dan. Yeah, go kick his ass. Well, maybe he won't fight. Will he bleed? That's all we care about.
Oh, I miss the innocence of playground politics. So clear cut. Stan is ready to rumble, but is surprised to find the new kid is kind and understanding. One thing leads to another, and Stan gets invited to his house for dinner. After an incredible night filled with fun and wholesome activities, the family breaks down their faith to Stan. And while subtle hasn't always been Matt and Trey's strong suit, the little recap of Mormonism tells us loudly what the writers think of it.
Called a prophet, dum 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 dum. He started the Mormon religion, dum 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 dum.
Like many Gen Zers, this was my introduction to Mormonism, and a good one at that. maybe? And the gentle knocking aside, the South Park guys kind of do a good job as they summarize the very thick and dense Mormon origin story. Basically, Mormons believe Jesus came to America, this guy Joseph Smith met God in the woods, and God dropped a ton of new lore on him.
Jesus lived here in America?
Duh. How else do you explain the miracle of Diet Mountain Dew? With the knowledge of the lost tribe stewing in his brain, Stan asks his parents why he was never told about Joseph Smith, or why his family never have fun, wholesome family times together.
I mean, how come we never have a night where we don't watch any TV and we just do stuff together and eat and drink?
We have that, Stan. It's called Friday Night Keg.
Randy is determined to teach the people poisoning his little boy's mind a lesson, but that goes about as well as his son's attempt, as Randy quickly finds himself wooed by the Mormon family and their wise Utahian morals and quality of life.
To each his own, right?
Yeah. You know, to be honest, I've never known any Mormons. I don't even know what you people believe.
Randy is as interested in Mormonism as, well, almost as much as Matt and Trey. The rest of the Mormon story is told, Joseph Smith finding the supposed last testament of Jesus, or the Book of Mormon, with one caveat: no one else can see it.
He found the stones and golden plates, dum 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 dum. Even though nobody else ever saw them, dum 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 dum.
Leave it to Matt and Trey to make a beat desecrating a whole religion in such an aesthetic. This logic is enough to woo Randy and apparently everyone else in the state of Utah, with Randy proudly converting his entire family to Mormonism. And if you're Sharon, you gotta be wondering when the sister wife offer is coming in. Meanwhile, at the school, Gary and Stan are closer than ever.
Oh, look at them. Aren't they so cute together?
Hey, my family's on their way over to the fire station to donate blood. You want to come along?
The power of kindness does the opposite of compel to Eric Cartman. But genuine kindness is something that Stan simply cannot adjust to, which is unfortunate because his family seems to love the lifestyle, with the Marches inviting the Mormons over for dinner.
Hey, Stan, don't denounce our religion.
I don't want to be Mormon, Dad.
Randy falling for anything? No, say it ain't so. The episode ends with Stan blowing up at how nice the Mormons are, terminating the family's friendship, and ultimately leading to Gary confronting Stan with a heartfelt message that really feels like a message from all Mormons to the rest of the world.
All I ever did was try to be your friend, Stan. But you're so high and mighty you couldn't look past my religion and just be my friend back. You got a lot of growing up to do, buddy. Suck my balls.
And that's for everyone who's been offended by South Park. Thank those Mormons for being brave enough to say it. But the wholly and unfairly targeted don't always get the final say in how South Park jokes on them. And sometimes, not even the literal Judeo-Christian God himself is saved from a South Park spotlight, as Season 3 Episode 16's Are You There, God? It's Me, Jesus shows.
Whoa, what is that?
It's Dad.
The episode starts out with the gang getting ready for a New Year's adventure with Cartman, kicking off with his monthly visit from Mrs. Flo.
Today, I got my period. You got your what? My period, you get?
So that explains the cheesy doodle cravings, right? And believe it or not, Cartman isn't lying or just reporting the details of a bad Chipotle visit. Rather, this time he's just misinformed. It's not his period, rather just a harmless bacteria going around that makes you bleed out your butt. Normal health stuff. But with the new year around the corner, the media attention goes somewhere holier.
Because as we all know, if Jesus comes out of his house and is not scared by his shadow, it means the next 1,000 years will be full of peace and love.
Violently angry and at their wits' end with the concept of peace and love, the mob demands Jesus gives them something for the new millennium. That thing being an appearance from God himself. As for the boys, however, they're all still determined to be like Cartman, with Kenny succeeding in, getting more in touch with their blossoming femininity.
Maximum stoppage of vaginal chunks. Ooh, this one's got wings, you guys. You did it.
You know, if guys could get periods, this is exactly how they would handle it. By using it for bragging rights and trying to one-up each other somehow. Naturally, with how manly and cool Cartman and Kenny are with their periods, Stan and Kyle feel insecure that they haven't gotten their first bleed yet.
All the guys are getting their periods, and I don't think I am. I can't be the last one to get it. I just can't.
I hope for Ike's sake he doesn't understand the words Kyle is saying. Listening to those wise words, Kyle realizes he can just lie about getting his period to fit in, which makes Stan feel left out, forming cliques so fast. Maybe the boys really have been female all along. Meanwhile, Christ is desperate to live up to the hype the new millennium is putting on him, and after God refuses to come down and visit like the crowd wanted, Jesus gets the next best guy.
Rod Stewart to agree to play a comeback concert at the Rio Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, and you're all going!
Went people in the year 1999. Very easy to please, apparently. Stan, insecure and left out of Cartman's Goddess Club, goes to Chef to figure out his complicated feelings on his lack of period. Chef, knowing women as well as he does, sets things straight for him.
Look, Stan, do you really know what a period is?
Yeah, Cartman told us.
Stan, let me sing you a little song about the menstrual cycle. I think it might clear things up for you.
Of course Chef can make a song about period blood so dang smooth. And it connects with Stan, who chooses to live life to the fullest and assert himself by going to Dr. Mephisto's and giving himself a few doses of hormones. Oh boy, Stan is on that hymn subscription, isn't he? And it shows right away. His voice drops, his beard grows, rages out at all the guys for still not accepting him into their club, which may be a blessing, as Kenny's period, kills him.
Well, we found a tampon stuck up your child's ass. Apparently, he'd had it up there for several days. It plugged him up until he finally burst from the inside out like a ruptured septic tank.
Ah, the old Toledo corkscrew. Devastating maneuver indeed. Back with Jesus, Rod Stewart is in less than ideal shape, but the Vegas show is a giant hit with everyone, even the guys showing up to celebrate the return of the king of pop, Rod Stewart. Still more stage presence and aura than modern-day Travis Scott. But yeah, Rod isn't enough to live up to the hype Jesus brought on himself, and the crowd begins demanding an appearance from God, which they do not get, as Christ explains.
God can't just answer every prayer and suddenly give you everything you want. That takes all the living out of life.
And that's really the lesson of the episode. Sometimes the joy of life is the struggle and all that comes with it, and sometimes you don't get what you want. Not in this case, though, because God does come through, but he doesn't look as expected.
Be ye not afraid. Blessed art thou, my children.
That's God?
Yep, there's your Omega and your Alpha, your lessons learned in classic South Park fashion, with God fixing the boys' period understanding and kicking off the millennium right. No matter what religion you believe in, that being the depiction of God has got to be offensive on all circles. But if you think South Park was going to rib on Christianity just once, somebody don't know about South Park, because Season 4, Episodes 9's Do the Handicapped Go to Hell poses some interesting questions to every churchgoer watching.
Oh man, we can't let Timmy go to hell. We have to do something.
Jimmy can rot, though, apparently. The episode begins with the boys in church, distracted and bored, like, well, boys in church. That is until Father Maxie grabs their attention with some existential threats. Father Maxie introduces the concept of hell to the children, a terrible place where only bad things happen, and suffering, and mayhem, and no God. In the South Park world, however, the reality is a bit different.
We go away to the hooky lop, the hooky lop. Everybody.
Yeah, the vibes of hell are less eternal damnation and more Kai Cenat stream.
Are we friends though?
With every celeb that died before 1998 chilling in hell with Satan himself, who, yes, is big and red and evil, but also very sensitive and gay, and in a love triangle with Saddam Hussein.
Dad, I killed you.
Yeah, you killed me. So, where was I gonna go? Detroit?
It's good enough for Eminem, and, moving on. Saddam, the fighter he is, does not take no for an answer and begs the Prince of Darkness for another chance at love. He's Satan, not the U.S. government. Saddam, you gotta try harder than that. Back in the real world, the boys are horrified over the concept of hell and a little confused over the concept of First Communion.
The priest will give you this round cracker, and he will say, the body of Christ.
Jesus was made of crackers?
Actually, scientists nowadays think Jesus was Middle Eastern, Cartman. Scared of damnation, the boys agree to go through all the rites, including that Catholic guilt, creating first confession. And if anyone's got sins, it's these four altar boys.
And then there was the time we held that little first grader down and farted on him for 28 minutes. Right, I already got that one.
Yeah, whatever father's got to listen to this stuff is in for a doozy. However, not all the boys in South Park are afforded the gift of guilt, as the gang is quick to realize not everyone can confess, with the biggest offender being Timmy, who, unless his name is a sin, cannot confess.
Well, what about the handicapped kid, Timmy?
Timmy! What we do to Timmy?
No, I mean poor Timmy's gonna go to hell. He can't confess his sins because all he can say is his name.
South Park out here asking the tough questions. Is hell handicap accessible? And is Eric Cartman capable of being forgiven in the eyes of the Holy Spirit?
I took a sandwich that the priest was eating, took the piece of ham out of it, put it between my butt cheeks, and then put the sandwich back and watched him eat it.
I see.
Cartman really does respect nothing, and he pays for it as Father Maxie violently beats Cartman, who is scared, into sacred submission. And that fear spreads to Kyle, who informs his family he's afraid of them going to hell.
Alex, us Jews don't believe in hell.
We don't?
But what if we're wrong?
Kyle Broflovsky, the person who asks what we're all thinking. Horrified at the concept of hell, Kyle kidnaps his sinful little brother to ensure he can at least be saved. Back in hell, Satan is torn between his bad boy ex Adam and his kind, caring boyfriend Chris, who's determined to cool the devious love triangle between him, Satan, and Saddam.
I know that you and Satan had a relationship, and I just want you to know that I'm totally okay with you guys staying friends.
I know the gag is that hell isn't as bad as you'd think, but being reduced to expressing those words would be hell for most men I know. Gay and involving the devil or not, that's a nightmare zone. And the nightmare does not end on Earth, as Father Maxie informs Kyle that, yes, your Jewish self is going to hell. So in a manic rage, the gang quickly moves to baptize Kyle and Ike, confess all their sins again, and do whatever they can to not die unclean.
Oh my God! They killed Kenny!
He had sins that he didn't confess.
And he never took communion.
Like Kenny, who has died so many times he could probably just ask God himself if handicapped and Jewish people go to heaven. And, well, after finding Father Maxine an unholy, actually a very holy position, Cartman takes the duty of faith upon himself.
It will be a long road, but at the end of that road is salvation. And I am going to lead you there.
With the blessing of God and the fury of all his little followers, Season 4, Episode 10's Probably starts off right where the last one left off, with Eric playing pastor and causing quite a revival doing so.
Whoopie kids, it's time to stop preaching damnation to everyone, sweetie.
Don't you guys, persecute our religious beliefs.
Dang, where were the level-headed women like Miss Cartman when I was getting berated in Sunday school for playing on my Game Boy? Of course, Cartman finds a way to overcome most level-headed people, and this time it's no different as Cartman moves fast to start his own church, which is funny, because the hell is Cartman so afraid of? Well, I wouldn't say it's fun, but for a certain kind of person, it's not all bad.
Chris is a great person. He's the one I want to be with now.
Really? So then, what are you doing here?
It's nice knowing in the end there's a place for side chicks and sneaky links, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Back on Earth, it's revealed that Kenny for once didn't die and was simply stuck to the bottom of the bus for a few thousand miles, while Cartman and the rest of the gang moved to create their own church.
Hey, ask him what hell is like. Kenny, you have to tell us about hell. Give us every last horrible detail.
And the worst part, not a Buffalo Wild Wings in sight. Cartman, of course, hearing what he wants to hear, gleefully shares Kenny's report of hell with his congregation.
He said there is water in hell, but if you drink it, you pee blood out your ass for 7 hours.
No! Oh, sick. They have Applebee's endless margaritas in hell? I don't drink. But in all seriousness here, Cartman isn't really even being racist. He genuinely thinks he spoke to Kenny in hell, and his sermons really connects with the youth.
We've got Jews and perverts and bullies and all kinds of sinners in this town, Sister Ann. And without the priest, we've decided to save ourselves. The only ones that kids can trust now are me and Jesus.
Reap what you sow. Practice what you preach, Sister Ann. You created a holy monster. Back in hell, Saddam and Chris get some one-on-one time to express their differences.
You know why I don't like you, Chris? Because you're the kind of guy who, if someone didn't like him, he'd take him for a walk in the park and ask him why. You're a pussy.
Gotta give it to Saddam. He always told it like it was, as much as it hurt to hear. If you're Chris or Kuwait, on Earth, things are slightly more peaceful, as Pastor Eric performs miracles on sinners, holy rollers, and everyone in between.
Walk, Timmy! He walks! Whoa!
If Eric can do that for Timmy, we gotta get Dave Blunt on a plane to Colorado ASAP. Anywho, Cartman's really taken to the whole crazy dancing pastor guy, shucking and jiving and slapping anyone who will come up and let him. But it's Satan, not Cartman, who genuinely needs God's help. For what? Boy drama.
Hi, God. Hello, Satan.
God solves the devil's problems, telling him he's grown too accustomed to long-term dating and he needs some time to figure himself out.
I forgot how clear you make things sometimes.
It was nice to see you again, Satan.
You too.
Goodbye.
If only God could figure out a way to offer his advice and preaches to all of mankind. He should write a book or something, man. While Satan had a genuine problem he was genuinely worried about, we can't say that Eric's reasons for finding God were quite as pure, as his church quickly becomes for his profit.
What? You're keeping that money yourself?
Of course, you guys. And then we can make $10 million.
Money, the root of all revivals, and love. Meanwhile, Chris and Saddam fight in hell over Satan, who wants nothing to do with either of them. But good on the devil for advocating for himself, and I never thought I'd say that.
You're gonna send me to hell?
No, worse.
Oh! Ah! Crap!
Good luck making your offshoot of Christianity profitable in Mexico, Cartman. Spoiler alert, over there, if it ain't Catholic, it ain't selling. Good luck also trying to find this episode on streaming. Season 3, Episode 5, Super Best Friends. Go ahead, look it up on Hulu or Max or whatever you're using. Yeah, you're not seeing it, huh? Well, you'll learn that's for a very good reason.
Doesn't matter, man. Blaintology is for everyone. There are Blaintologists who are Catholics, Buddhists, why even Kyle here is a goddamn Jew.
That's right.
Yeah, so this episode kicks off with the boys getting wooed by the divine magic of David Blaine, and apparently they aren't alone, as an entire sect of Blaine worshippers have hit South Park, sharing the ways of street magic and gentle masculine wonder.
David Blaine is much more than a magician. He's a scholar, a visionary, a leader.
David Blaine stands. The 90s were a weird time, and the David Blaine cult is even weirder as they promise to reveal the boys' true selves, whatever that could mean.
Prepare to be cleansed and release the magic inside you.
I am prepared.
Butters is already pretty magical. I'm not sure how much more he needs before it gets scary. Cropping Butters' top and, well, the rest of the boys too quickly raises alarms. The guys decide to try and leave the Blaineologist's headquarters, but like their leader, they make getting out small areas quite a feat.
Come on, Kyle, this is stupid. It's not stupid, Stan. For once in my life, I feel like I'm part of something.
A part of what? Some gay-wad magician's crazy life plan?
Stan, be careful, Stan. It could be worse. All right, this could be a Chris Angel cult. With Stan out of the picture, the rest of the gang quickly begins recruiting new members to their cult, spreading the wonders of Blaine and the miraculous nature of his existence to anyone who will listen.
And if you look here, you can see how David Blaine performed the miracle of being frozen in ice at Times Square.
Ma'am, have you ever wondered what David Blaine's plan is for you?
No, not really.
I feel like they could have had me sold with the frozen in ice line. Stan, determined to snap his friends out of David Blaine's spell, turns to the only person more respected for his miracles than Blaine. One issue, this guy's a little rusty.
That trick sucks, Jesus.
Oh, I guess it worked a little better on people 2,000 years ago.
Hey, you'd be surprised, Jesus. You kind of never went out of style. But when the two go spell for spell and illusion for illusion, it's pretty clear who the new top dog is. The David Blaine eviscerating the good Lord and using the chance to prop up himself as any good self-promoter should.
The old religions have failed you. What have they offered except for war, poverty, and sadness?
Well, for one, they gave South Park plenty of good stuff to rib on, but really, if that didn't tip you off to Blaine being after more than just eyes on his product, his actions after being denied tax-exempt status will.
Mr. Blaine has said that by killing ourselves in Washington, we are guaranteed everlasting happiness in the afterlife.
Yeah, they're always saying that about places, aren't they? With the stakes now heightened, Stan enlists the help of Jesus and of the super best friends, which is like if the Avengers were made up of religious prophets.
So you mean to tell me that even though people fight and argue over different religions, you guys are all actually friends?
More than friends, young boy. We are super best friends.
And yeah, if you've never seen this episode, there's why. Comedy Central doesn't want to depict Muhammad, even though this episode was not controversial after the time and was only pulled after threats were made about a different episode years later. Yeah, they pulled it anyway. I mean, you're watching it now, so it's a moot point, huh?
If the government will not give us tax-exempt status, then we must prove that we are willing to die for our beliefs, Twat.
With Washington, D.C. starting to look like Jonestown thanks to the world's greatest street magician, it's time for these super best friends to step in and save the day, as they have so many countless times before.
Yes, but this time, I've brought some help. Super best friends, Paul, Buddha, Joseph Smith, Krishna, that's it, see, man.
A showdown commences with David Blaine possessing a giant Abe Lincoln, which the super best friends accordingly counter with a giant John Wilkes Booth. David Blaine is banished away, and a lesson is learned.
You see, all religions have something valuable to teach, but just like the super best friends learned, it requires a little bit of them all.
Yeah, war and suffering requires all the religious fighting. Good point. But as one would expect, those lessons are hardly retained. And that's thanks to the actions of that little devil named Cartman.
Mr. Cartman, congratulations. The theme park is yours.
Gentlemen, I thank you.
The episode starts off with the Cartman family funeral as Cartman's grandma has gone up to the pearly Mormon gates of South Park heaven, but not before leaving her favorite little chunker Eric a little something.
$1 million?
Eric is the primary benefactor of my estate, since it is likely the rest of you would spend the money on crack.
Most normal American family. Grandma, the deadest, is the wisest among them. And giving Eric Cartman $1 million. That's like giving King Kong a 34-foot banana, and as you can imagine, the power skyrockets to Cartman's head, as he's already got plans for the money. And just knowing Cartman has that money breaks Kyle.
No, this isn't possible.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
No, I mean, this isn't possible, Stan. Cartman is the biggest asshole in the world. How is it that God gives him $1 million?
Okay, Kyle, you have so much to learn about the type of people who run the world. They're greedy, self-centered, selfish, so naturally Cartman decides to spend his money by benefiting himself. How? By purchasing an amusement park to keep people out.
So you see, this park is for me. Nobody else will be allowed in.
Oh,
Well, then I guess I don't feel bad.
And while depriving the community of roller coasters and water slides doesn't really bother Cartman, it really bothers Kyle, who's having an existential crisis over Cartman's stroke of luck and his own, bumpy road.
I have a hemorrhoid, and Cartman has his own theme park.
And while that is a most grim reality, Stan reassures Kyle that one day Eric will get his comeuppance. But that day is not today, as Cartman has so much fun as you'd expect a 10-year-old to have at an amusement park by himself.
It's the greatest amusement park in the Colorado area, and nobody can go, especially Stan and Kyle.
But if anyone should know being told not to do something just makes you want to do it, it's Cartman. So it comes as no surprise when Kyle and Stan attempt to break in, forcing Cartman to hire a security guard to keep people out. Except for the two people needed to pay the new security salaries.
All right, goddammit. I'll open the park to 2 people each day. But remember, anybody else you see trespassing in the park,
I will shoot on sight.
Sweet.
Cartman, always an industry innovator. And of course, as things get better for Cartman, it only gets worse for Kyle, whose hemorrhoid is now infected, leaving him bedridden, giving him a lot of time to rethink his moral compass and faith.
You see, if someone like Cartman can get $1 million in his own theme park, then there is no God. There's no God, dude.
Attempting to restore Kyle's faith, his parents read him a Bible story, the story of Job, a man who puts all of his faith proudly in God and had a big family and lots of riches to show for it, until God and basically Satan make a little bet.
I'll show you, Satan. I'll take those things away from Job, and he will still praise my name.
And so, God had a bunch of barbarians come in and slaughter Job's ox and donkeys and murder all his workers.
And sure enough, despite all this, things get worse for Job, but he still keeps the faith. We're not going to get into the whole point of the story here because Kyle takes something away from it, and I doubt it's what was meant to be taken from it.
Job has all his children killed, and Michael Bay gets to keep making movies. There isn't a God.
Hey, Michael Bay stopped making movies. See, you just gotta keep the faith. Back at the park, Cartman is forced to hire a maintenance guy and some concession people to boot, meaning he's gotta open up his park to a whopping 8 people a day to afford their paychecks. But if you know, how the world works, the more people, the more expenses, and suddenly, things get out of hand for Cartman.
816 people can come into the park today.
Only Cartman could organically stumble upon the concept of venture capitalism, with Cartman Land becoming a sensation for both the park and the allure of visiting a place you aren't allowed at. As it turns out, it's too much for Eric, who sells the park back and then gets all his money taken away by the IRS. Classic. Getting the news that Cartman is suffering seemingly brings Kyle back to life after a long month of suffering at the expense of Eric's joy.
God damn it, this sucks!
Wait a minute. Yes, the hemorrhoid is going into remission.
So yeah, the episode actually ends in a way that's kind to religion. Don't lose faith. Eventually, people will get what they deserve. In Season 7, Episode 9's Christian Rock Hard teaches us that very same lesson, with a little bit of rock and roll crossover.
Need you in my life, Jesus. I can't live without you.
Things kick off with the guys rocking out as Moop, but without a good sound, things look grim. That is until a Halo-esque light bulb pops off in Cartman's head. What better way to inspire than Christ?
Inspiration, you guys. Don't you see? See what? Our band should play Christian rock.
And thus, the greatest band of all time, Evanescence, was born. But seriously, Cartman isn't doing this out of a love for Christ or anything, or spreading the gospel. He's doing it because he sees Christians as dupes who he can make money off of. Cartman and Kyle disagree, with Cartman betting he can get a platinum album before Kyle does.
Boy, you sure seem driven, Eric. You must really have some inspiration.
Yes, the tears of Kyle Braslavsky when he loses his $10 to me.
People say money runs the world, but really, pettiness does. And that pettiness drives Cartman to instant success, while Kyle, Stan, and Kenny are busy downloading music and alerting the feds to it.
Wow! Downloading music for free is awesome! What the hell is that? I don't know. Let me check.
See, kids, back in the day, what you did on the internet mattered. Remixing a track would end with you in jail. Meanwhile, Cartman, Token, and Butters are hard at work finding inspiration and honing in on their sound, if you could even call it that.
I can't live without you, Jesus. And I just want to feel you deep inside me, Jesus.
Alright, just went from VeggieTales to Lady Gaga real fast. And that's pretty much Cartman's bread and butter, as he quickly puts an album full of Cartman Christian classics together, shoots an album cover, and makes his rock band. Faith plus one, a reality.
This Christian album better make as much money as you said it would, Tubby.
I'm going to kill you one day, Token.
With Kyle's band Moop striking in support of musicians affected by the free downloading of music off the internet, Cartman is more than enthralled to tell them that his band will be performing at Christ Fest, sort of a Coachella for Baptist dads.
Yeah, you don't even know anything about Christianity. I know enough to exploit it. Just get that $10 ready, Cal. Ta-ta.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how most people are about things. They just don't say it out loud. But luckily, Cartman at least has some talent to offer as Christ Plus One takes the stage at Christ Fest to a holy ruckus after established group Santa Feist gets stuck in the pews of faith. And boy, does Cartman kill it.
Oh, I wanna believe it's alright, but I get lonely in the night, and it's up to you to save me, Jesus, baby.
Who would have thought the most manipulative boy of all time would be right at home as a Christian rock artist? Cartman absolutely gets what he was after, as the record execs buy his bullcrap hook, line, and sinker, singing Cartman to a record deal and releasing his debut album, which stylistic certainly has its own flair.
Whenever I see Jesus up on that cross, I can't help but think that he looks kinda hot.
This album is not available in stores and limited quantities are available, so order now.
I remember trying to order this back in the day. Still kind of upset we never got a vinyl release, but it is what it is. While Faith Plus One is busy revolutionizing the world of Christian entertainment, Kyle and Moop are busy fighting the good fight, with celebs like Metallica and Britney Spears joining in their fight, but all that celebrity swag is nothing as Cartman sells 1 million copies of his record.
He beat us. Because all this time we've been so caught up with how to protect our music that we forgot to just play.
A lesson that was very valuable during a time when musicians made money and not just made streaming services money. But the music and fame comes second, as Cartman really just wants to beat Kyle. Bringing out all the bells and whistles for the Platinum Album ceremony, Cartman comes crashing down like Icarus when he finds out that Christian albums don't go platinum, they go myrrh.
I can never win my bet because you stupid assholes don't give out platinum albums!
But you spread the word of the Lord. You brought faith in Jesus.
Oh, fuck Jesus!
As you can imagine, saying that about Christ at a Christian festival does not play well at all. Everyone gangs up on Cartman, who for once actually seems to suffer the consequences for taking advantage of religious people, as he ends the episode on his hands and knees, unable to even pray to his one-time lover, Jesus.
Fuck you, Eric.
But things don't always come full circle, and sometimes the lessons Cartman learns, well, they empower him in all the wrong ways. And perhaps no group of people have incurred the wrath of Eric Cartman more than Jewish people. And Season 8, Episode 3's The Passion of the Jew brings his hatred to new levels.
You were right. You were right all along. I thought you were just an asshole when you ripped on Jews, but I didn't know. I didn't know.
Self-hating Jew, achievement unlocked. You're playing right into Cartman's stereotypes, Kyle. Come on. The episode starts with the boys playing Star Wars or Roblox or whatever when Cartman begins his typical Jew bashing of Kyle. But this time, Kyle is not putting up with it for even a second.
Shut up about Jews, fat ass. You don't know anything.
Oh, God, here we go again. Oh, yeah? I saw Mel Gibson's movie The Passion, and Mel Gibson says in the movie, Jews are the devil.
As time would tell, Mel Gibson says a lot about Jews. He says a lot about all kinds of people. Cartman manages to convince Kyle to go see The Passion, where he's introduced to the world of Mel Gibson. A world that doesn't really paint Jewish people in the best or most accurate light, and Kyle, naturally believing Jews to be decent people, has his worldview shaken up by it.
How could the Jews do that to Jesus?
Pretty brutal, isn't it? Kind of makes you want to change your life, huh?
If only he had went and seen Jesus Christ Superstar instead. They make the whole thing out to be quite festive, but that's not the case. And in this reality, Cartman reveals in Kyle admitting Eric was right about the Jews the whole time. And in a state of gratitude, Cartman dedicates his life to promoting The Passion, a movie most normal people would recognize for what it is.
Dude, that movie sucked. How do they even call that a movie?
Well, according to these guys anyway. Leave it to the 11-year-olds to be the only people in South Park who can see through Melly Mel's shining lights and dangling crosses. Later that night, Kyle has a terrible nightmare where he's all stereotypically Jewish looking and stabbing Jesus. He can really tell The Passion made him guilty to be Jewish, which, who knows, maybe is what Mel Gibson was after. I don't...
Kill Jesus!
Great, Kyle is dreaming in Cartman vision. And speaking of Cartman vision, you gotta admit the boy has the vision, and organizing a Mel Gibson fan club is certainly in line with that vision, as is the rest of his outfit and aesthetic.
Now, we all know why we're here, and I believe we all know what needs to be done.
This is what it's like to be on the internet in modern day, you know? But really, Cartman is all but saying outright he wants to exterminate Jewish people, and all the Mel Gibson fans fall in line, assuming he's talking exclusively about the movie. Trying to track down Mel Gibson to get their money back, Kenny and Stan fly all the way out to Hollywood, where they're greeted by probably the most accurate depiction of a real person South Park has ever had.
And now I'm gonna start my own church. And do you know why? So I can play banjo. Jesus, oh how I love you, Jesus.
Dude, this guy is freaking daft.
Mel refuses to give Stan and Kenny their money back and bounces away, while Kyle, burdened with guilt, visits Father Maxie, who tells him to let go of his Jews killed Jesus guilt and that Christ is all about forgiving. Meanwhile, Cartman is doing this.
Sadly, much like in reality, it's Cartman's world, and we're living in it. And as Cartman's mind games made Kyle so guilt-ridden, he apologizes to his synagogue on behalf of the Jewish people for killing Jesus.
Kyle, what on earth has gotten into you?
I saw The Passion.
That movie again.
Of course, as you can imagine, any reassurance the rabbi is able to give about how it's just a movie is quickly erased by Cartman's footsteps, in the same way Stan and Kenny can't seem to shake Mel Gibson, much like society at large. Finally, everything culminates with this lovely moment.
Oh, my nipples are so tender, don't squeeze them anymore!
That's Mel Gibson?
He's not quite as eloquent as I had pictured.
Yeah, because South Park does a great job depicting him in a good light. And that's how everything ties together. Cartman's movement is undermined by its leader being a weird loser. Kyle doesn't feel guilty because he realizes the passion was made by a weird loser. And South Park proves that crazy people have crazy bad ideas, and sometimes you just gotta take that at face value. But sometimes, those bad ideas come in a more presentable package. And Season 9, Episode 12's Trapped in the Closet showcases a different religion with some, different celebrity choices.
Nobody has no answers. And so I pull out my gun.
Yeah, they weren't scared of R. Kelly until the gun came out. Simpler times they were. The episode starts off with the boys having a fun day doing the best thing ever, consuming. But Stan, not wanting to spend his hard-earned cash, decides to check out some people giving out free personality tests.
Hello, would you like to take a personality test? It's fun and it's free.
But this is no what ice cream flavor or what Breaking Bad character are you quiz. No, see, Stan has taken a Scientology test, and they aren't exactly concerned with judging his character or being accurate.
I'm afraid that you are completely miserable and totally depressed.
I am? I didn't know that.
Religion. Solving problems you didn't even know you had. Now worried about his own health and well-being, Stan pays the $240 required to make him happy, and in a more real sense, initiates him into Scientology. And if you didn't know what Scientology is, you're in luck, because Matt and Trey break it down in the only way they know how.
Mr. Hubbard discovered that negative emotions are actually caused by things called body thetans.
Really?
Conveniently, the only way to access your thetans is after you've paid. But as it turns out, Stan's thetans are exceptionally high, so high that the Church of Scientology believes he is the reincarnation of its founder, L. Ron Hubbard. And in very South Park fashion, a mob forms welcoming him back.
Thank you for returning. He's wonderful.
It's the poofball hat eliciting these motions, it's gotta be. However, nameless Scientologists aren't the only people eager to meet the reincarnation of their leader, as countless celebs pull up to Marsh's house, the least of which includes...
Don't you understand, Elron? It's me, Tom Cruise.
Sadly, Stan doesn't admire Tom Cruise the way Tom has worked so hard for and locks himself in the closet. Literally this time, not metaphorically. And he's refusing to come out despite everyone's best efforts.
I'm being joined now by famous singer-songwriter R. Kelly. Well, I was just standing here, and Tom Cruise locked himself in the closet.
Yeah, so history lesson. Before he was a demon criminal, he used to do music and hang out in South Park, apparently. But what exactly is Scientology? Why are all these folks going crazy over Stan? Well, thankfully, the South Park writing team have an explanation.
All began 75 million years ago. Back then, there was a galactic federation of planets, which was ruled over by the evil Lord Xenu.
By merely recounting the story of Scientology, much like they did with Mormonism, the guys let the stories and fables' ridiculousness speak for itself. But this time around, it's maybe even more far out there, because, you know, aliens. Why wouldn't it be? They live in outer space.
Frozen alien bodies were loaded onto Xenu's galactic cruisers, which look like DC-8s, except with rocket engines.
Well, at least they aren't flying Spirit. And while the detail's confusing, all you need to know is that we are all alien souls, and the coolest one lives in Stan. And Tom Cruise just can't live down the fact that his icon doesn't admire him. Man, such power for one Stan, who takes the responsibility somewhat seriously.
Scientology isn't a cult, Kyle. I've read all this stuff and it's based on fact. Dude, L. Ron Hubbard was a science fiction writer.
But something about the science fiction religion brings out the celebs as John Travolta pops into the metaphorical closet with Tom Cruise, and the episode ends with Stan denouncing the religion as a money-centered scam.
I'm not the reincarnation of L. Ron Hubbard. And Scientology is just a big fat global scam.
Alright, tell us how you really feel, Matt and Trey. This obviously did not go over well with the Scientologists, who threatened to sue Stan, which brings the celebs out of the closet, ready for a big ol' legal battle. Also, yeah, real-life Scientologists were trying to sue South Park after this one, so mark that down as another called it for South Park. And of course, that wasn't the last time a world religion had their eyes on those 4 boys from Colorado, as Season 17, Episode 6's Ginger Cow has all the world religions glancing at South Park, all because of a little Colorado
miracle.
Step away. You all know what this means.
Yes, and you know you're about to die.
Before you ask, yes, the cow does have a soul. The episode starts off with Cartman doing typical Cartman things, ribbing on gingers. But this time around, his ribbon is based on some reality. Cartman has uncovered a ginger cow. Well, uncovered with some red paint and an afro wig, but
Even the dumbest lie can have big consequences. Yes, you're right, Cal. I'm sure that is going to have earth-shattering consequences.
And while it may be hard to believe a simple, potentially soulless cow could have any impact on anything, Kyle is right. And you may be surprised to find out that in real life, the red heifer has been prophesized as a sign of the coming of the end times.
発射された電波は月の表面で反射し、日本にこだまれよ戻ってくるのが受信されたほか、世界各地にも飛ばします。
Back in South Park, some Israeli rabbis break down exactly why the red cow is so sacred to their people.
It is not just our religion, but Islam and Christianity as well. They all agree on one thing. That the red heifer means the end of times.
Oh, so that's where strawberry milk comes from. Eager to ensure the destiny plays out, the Muslims, Jews, and Christians quickly meet at South Park's nicest convention center to discuss the rules of Armageddon before they realize, hey, they're all peacefully discussing and living together, or coexisting, if you will.
The prophecy says the red heifer signals the end. Could it mean the end of war?
So after thousands of years of cultural and literal bloodshed, the Middle East finds peace in a literal lolcow. But if you know Eric, you know peace is far from the top of his wish list.
Isn't real. Made him up. No shit. I totally lied, Kyle.
Threatening to tell everyone, leveraging peace in the Middle East, Cartman quickly makes Kyle his slave, lackey, I don't know, whatever it is. Cartman's got Kyle in the palm of his chubby cheese doodle dusted hands, forcing Kyle to insult his mom, carry his books, and
Yummy, yummy, yummy. Can I please have Cartman's farts in my tummy? Okay, Jesus. Lay down on your back, Cam. Yummy, 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 yummy,
See
yummy,
what I can
yummy,
muster up
yummy,
here.
yummy, yummy,
Let's
yummy.
see. Oh.
Yeah, and Kyle is just happy to take his farts as Cartman is creating them, all because Kyle views himself as some kind of savior of humanity. It's just that he's forced to show it in a really smelly, sulfury way. But it's gotta be worth it, right? And based on what's going on in Israel, it may be even more than worth it. Was it the red cow or Eddie Van Halen's riffs that brought world peace? I know what I'm telling my kids. While Israel is running with the devil, Kyle's depressed as one would be after a week of sucking Cartman's squeakers.
Dude, we've been friends a long time. Can you just tell me why you like Cartman's fart so much?
Stan, of course, is struggling to find out exactly what Kyle enjoys about sucking literal ass, but through it all, Kyle just sees himself as more and more of a savior for his cause, shaving his head and going all Buddhist monk in the name of Cartman's farts. Cart farts.
You gonna come with me to Israel, Cam?
Yes, I will.
You coming?
Yes, whatever you want.
Man, the tree of enlightenment sure has gotten ugly, huh? But Kyle is determined to keep world peace, and back in Israel, with all the holy world watching, Stan reveals the truth about the cow's origins, much to smug Kyle's dismay.
I'm not a dick. I'm like Gandhi.
You know, I don't think when Gandhi starved himself, he was all, dude, look how awesome I am for starving. Check me out.
I mean, in the age of social media, I feel like a modern prophet would be kind of braggadocious, but I digress. Stan blows any chance of world peace as he tells the crowd he saw the cow miraculously appear from the sky, which is not what the prophecy foretold.
Prophecy was that a fat boy with a small would one day decorate a cow to look ginger. We should have known a prophecy like this was too impossible to ever come to be.
So in a sense, Cartman is the reason for all the violence and hardship in the Middle East, because of course he is.
Well, since we're talking about the people South Park has offended, here's a bunch of people who got their egos hurt by the show. This is Paris Hilton. Beautiful, right? Well, this is how the guys over at South Park saw her.
Hey everyone! I did a whole lot of partying last night with a lot of different guys.
Quite a difference. Obviously, Paris wasn't happy, but she wasn't the only one who got mad. Right, today we're gonna go over 12 celebrities whose egos were completely destroyed by their appearance on South Park and how they reacted.
And the previews like it'd be okay. The way they portrayed the show, it was kind of trashy.
Yeah, more on that to come. Let's start with the episode Go God Go, where Mrs. Garrison refuses to teach evolution to the kids, so Richard Dawkins has to step in. Upset that she's been replaced, Garrison tries to sabotage Dawkins' class. Things only get worse when Dawkins reveals he doesn't believe in hell, being an atheist and all. Mrs. G tells Dawkins that she's not a monkey, and things escalate fast.
I'm a monkey! Ah! Principal Victoria, I was simply trying to make a point to Mr. Dawkins.
Garrison is so close to being fired, but Dawkins steps in and says she's just passionate about her beliefs. Things get even crazier when Dawkins invites Garrison on a date after finding her attractive. Famous atheist reacted when he saw himself on South Park. Well, in a Reddit thread, he said that he's constantly asked about his South Park appearance, going on to say, and I quote, "I'm buggered if I like being portrayed as a cartoon character buggering a bald transvestite." Mrs. Garrison is trans, but we can see the point he's making. He didn't like his fictional girlfriend. He went on to say that he wouldn't have minded if it had been done to make a serious point. I don't think he watches much of South Park. The episode Fish Sticks has gone down in South Park history as it poked fun at Kanye West at a time when the whole world was watching him go off the deep end. The episode starts with Jimmy writing jokes for comedy routine, but he accidentally stumbles into the best gag ever when Cartman asks if he has any snacks.
You like putting fish sticks in your mouth? Yeah? Well, what are you, Eric? A gay fish? Fish? Oh, dude, that's funny as
The joke becomes a hit, so much so the comedian Carlos Mencia, who's been criticized for stealing jokes throughout his whole career, starts using the fish sticks gag. Unfortunately for him, people start using the joke on Kanye West, who doesn't get it.
There are a lot of people out there making up rumors about me that are malicious and untrue. I'm going to prove I am not a fish. Because I am a genius, I have ascertained that fish have gills.
This leads Kanye to kidnap Mencia. As his henchmen believe, he started the rumor.
Not funny, I steal jokes. My don't work. I got to piss in a plastic bag. I got no.
I ain't gonna hurt you. I pay people to do that for me.
Ouch, now that's harsh. But what comes next is even more brutal.
I love fish sticks. I love putting fish sticks in my mouth. You're a gay fish, man.
Who would have thought an innocent joke about battered fish pieces could go so far? Mencia was later asked on Vlad TV how he felt about being accused of stealing jokes and, you know, the whole Kanye beating him to death thing. At first he found it funny and was even annoyed that they didn't ask him to voice the character, but then he said this.
What I didn't realize was the emotional, visceral reaction to all this from people. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, others felt more strongly about the parody than he did, but it still had a negative effect, since the narrative that he stole jokes got fueled even more by the episode. Unsurprisingly, Kanye didn't have the best reaction either.
Everywhere I go, people pants smaller than mine. And I'm the one who, you eat fish because I have skinny jeans on.
And the ironic thing is, I really don't think he understands the joke in real life either. Kanye decided to use his music to bite back at the South Park team.
Make him say because the game's so pimpish. A South Park writer with a fish stick.
Interesting choice of weapon there, Yee. You think he would have let the whole saga end there, but nope, he continued to mention it in later tracks, including a leaked version of Life of the Party.
South Park had jokes about fish sticks. They the whole team could kiss this.
So I think it's fair to say South Park is living rent-free in Kanye's head, unlike the punchline of the joke, which he still don't get. While Kanye might not have gotten the gag about him, Paris Hilton certainly did about her, but she really didn't find it all that funny either. In the episode Stupid Spoiled Video Playset, the South Park team took shots at celebrity culture, and they definitely didn't go easy on Hilton.
Hey everyone! I did a whole lot of partying last night with a lot of different guys.
Ugh, something tells me that isn't her breakfast yogurt coming up. Oh man. All the girls in South Park except for Wendy idolize Paris and are quickly to buy her products like skank perfume and a playset that recreates her infamous home video. Yeah, they didn't really hold back. And in fact, they really tried to hit her where it hurts when this happens.
I need to get wasted. I haven't had a drink in like 14 minutes. Why is everybody so stupid anyway? Stupid redneck.
She later takes Butters as her new pet, even putting him in a bear costume and renaming him to Mr. Biggles. Paris even offers his parents $250 million to buy him, and they agree. Poor kid never gets a break. Luckily, Mr. Slave comes to the rescue and tries to persuade the girls not to idolize Paris Hilton, which leads to what we'll call the s'more-off, just so we don't upset YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh!
Ta-da!
Oh no, she didn't.
Well, that's me off fruit salads for a while. Thankfully, Mr. Slave can't be beaten and convinces the parents to take more responsibility when it comes to the celebs their kids look up to. But what really got to her was seeing her dog Tinkerbell get shot. She says that part made her feel sick. To make matters worse, Matt Stone tried to twist the knife by saying that Paris' calm response just proved how messed up she is. In her memoir, however, Paris responds by saying, "My not wanting to watch this cartoon about my dog being shot and me coughing up ejaculate, that's evidence of how effed up I am?" Yeah, she's got a point. With South Park harshly parodying celebrity culture, it didn't come as a surprise when Honey Boo Boo and her mother Mama June Shannon were caught in the crosshairs. In the episode Raising the Bar, Cartman finally admits that he's fat and he's going to do something about it.
Sweet! Oh no!
No!
Yep, his answer to being overweight is a mobility scooter. Cartman takes his new mode of transport one step further by becoming an advocate for mobility scooter discrimination after telling the court that a Best Buy employee wouldn't let him take a dump because the scooter was too big for the stall. When Kyle calls him out, Cartman says the scooter doesn't make him ignorant white trash like Honey Boo Boo. This is where the show really goes in on the reality TV show thing.
Her favorite foods are sketty and butter. She likes drinking Red Bull and Mountain Dew.
I'm only 6 and I've already had 3 heart attacks, girlfriend.
I don't think they could have designed them any more unflattering. But that's not the only time the pair shows up in the episode. At one point, June and Boo Boo go to a farm to choose a pig. It's not to eat though, but so Boo Boo's feeling heart can be replaced by a pig one.
This is not here. You want this one?
I want that one's heart. It looked at me funny.
If that was me, I wouldn't be able to look at bacon the same way ever again. So after seeing herself and her daughter portrayed as food-obsessed redneck slobs, Mama June's reaction when TMZ asked her about it is pretty much what you'd expect.
I mean, some of them are kind of funny. South Park, me being a big person, I didn't take offense. It just didn't portray that show as a show that I would want to be on to begin with.
Yeah, she hated it, and even threw shade by saying it's a show she wouldn't want to be on. When a reality TV personality doesn't want attention, you know it's hit a nerve. She later goes on to say this.
And the previews like it'd be okay, but just the way they portrayed the show, it was kind of trashy.
Yeah. We're just gonna leave it at that. Ironic? Not for me to say. Next up is Rob Schneider, who's appeared in several South Park episodes, even becoming Kenny at one point after he eats the pot roast that contains his soul. But before he was possessed by Kenny, he was poked fun at in the episode The Biggest in the Universe. During a flight, Cartman, his mom, and Chef watch a movie commercial making fun of all the insane roles the actor has done.
Rob Schneider is a stapler, and he's about to find out that being a stapler is harder than it looks.
Turn that into a horror movie and they got a hit in their hands. But that wasn't the only time Schneider showed up in this episode.
He's about to become a carrot.
I'm a carrot.
It's 24 karat comedy. Schneider is a carrot. Rated PG-13.
He looks more like an Oompa Loompa having a really bad day, if you ask me. No, I think we can all agree that he got off pretty lightly. In fact, Rob himself agrees.
And my friend, like Matt Selman from The Simpsons, a genius writer, said they could have been meaner,
Yeah, after checking out some of the other entries in this video, that's definitely true. But what did upset Schneider wasn't the portrayal, it was how people wanted him to feel about it.
But I just remember, how people wanted that to hurt you.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? They wanted to.
Absolutely.
Did it make it? Did it bleed?
Yeah, that says a lot more about how toxic people can be rather than the gag itself. But Schneider isn't the only comedian who became the joke. In the episode, Cartman's mom is a dirty Kyle, Stan, and Kenny decide to skip school to check on Cartman, who didn't show up at the bus stop. But what they find is more disturbing than anything they could have imagined.
I think we better get help. Really? Oh, wow, Eric, you are the coolest guy in the world. This is tremendous, too.
Well, at least Cartman's found people who like him now. It turns out Cartman is acting up because he wants to know who his father is, but unfortunately, Cartman's mom can't quite answer the question. Turns out, she's had quite a few friends back in the day.
Your mother is what we Native Americans refer to as bear with wide canyon.
What do you mean?
Doe who cannot keep legs together.
Huh?
Your mom's a...
First, he thinks his dad is Chief Running Water, but it turns out Cartman's mom had slept with pretty much every single person in South Park, including Mr. Garrison. While this is all going on, the kids watch their favorite show, America's Stupidest Home Videos, hosted by Bob Saget.
Hey, I just flew into the studio. Boy, are my arms tired. Bob Saget.
This guy sucks.
And to get that material from Christmas crackers? Saget's roasting doesn't end there, as the gang later watches the next episode.
Oh, I'm a little dog. Oh, but I've got to put a hat on my master's head.
After this episode aired, Saget was asked what he thought of his cameo, to which he said this.
I come out and I look like, Beavis and Butthead meet Frankenstein.
We hated that show, America's Funniest Home Videos. It was pandering, dumbing down America.
And then my daughter's like, they're not wrong.
First roasted by South Park, then his own daughter. While he seemed to take the jabs about being an awful comedian in his stride, he later went on Reddit and said he liked that Stan's grandpa found him funny. He also said the portrayal hurt him, but felt good at the same time, like most of his relationships. Whatever that means. Cartman's Jennifer Lopez hand puppet has become infamous over the years, who was introduced in the episode Fat Button Pancake Head. The episode starts with South Park Elementary having a cultural diversity day, and let's just say Cartman really doesn't get the point.
Would you like to talk about Latinos in the arts?
Okay, I see why that's super offensive, but we gotta give Cartman props for not moving his lips. This version of Jennifer Lopez hangs around for the rest of the episode, with Cartman outdoing himself and releasing a song puppet by J-Lo.
Don't think just because I got a lot of money, I'll give you taco flavored kisses, honey. Your wishes with my taco flavored kisses.
This This leads to the real Jennifer Lopez getting dropped from the record label, which causes an equally offensive depiction of her going after the imposter. Well, Cartman's hand.
You better remember that I'll come and take you down if you ever say anything.
You can suck my culo, chica!
Who was that?
To make matters worse, the imposter steals her then-husband Ben Affleck away from her. This leads to Lopez trying to kill the hand puppet with a chainsaw. Luckily for Cartman, she's stopped in the nick of time.
Oh, I thought I was going to lose you. Let's run away and get married tonight. She can't get married tonight. She has a recording session.
To say they did her dirty is an understatement. So how did Jennifer Lopez react when she heard about the episode? Well, while Lopez herself never said anything publicly, it was rumored that when employees started referencing her parody, she got so upset she fired them. But Trey Parker did have a run-in with her.
We saw Jennifer Lopez at a party, and all Jennifer Lopez did was walk past me and push me.
I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, J-Lo gave him a push, but let's face it, if it wasn't a party full of people, she may not have been so calm. In the episode Ginger Kids, Cartman mocks ginger kids.
Oh, sick. Gross! Ginger kids are born with a disease, causes very light skin, red hair, and freckles. Ah, nasty! Yuck! This disease is called gingivitis.
If that wasn't harsh enough, he also claims that they have no souls. So to change his horrible take, the gang decides to sneak into Cartman's room and turn him into a redhead.
Ah! I'm Ginger!
Oh my god, Eric!
Help me! Help me!
Well, that's kind of an overreaction. Looks more like strawberry blonde to me. The rest of the episode follows Cartman trying to live as a ginger. It's like some kind of curse or something, with him being treated just as meanly as he's been to others. This leads to Cartman starting the Red Power Group to stand up against ginger discrimination.
We true gingers are furious that the role of Annie is being minimalized.
What harm do you believe this actress is doing to the true red-haired community?
Isn't ginger!
In classic Cartman fashion, he takes things way too far and sets his new group on the non-ginger kids, causing chaos. Okay, hair color aside, that would be terrifying. Later, Kyle tells Cartman what they did, forcing the leader to call off the mob, only to save his own bacon, of course. So understandably, redheaded people were offended by the episode.
It really irritates me that South Park would say that red-haired people don't have souls, okay? Because we do have souls, all right?
And he wasn't the only one.
But it was never something in America. People never knew what a ginger was. Episode of South Park ruined my life. Really? Yeah, man.
Oh. Yep, Ed Sheeran said it ruined his life after being constantly mocked for his hair once the episode aired. But saying it ruined his life might have been a bit of an overreaction, since later he went on to say this.
I love South Park, and I hope if I'm ever on South Park, them taking the piss, I hope I'm allowed to voice my character. It's very offensive. I would love to voice my character.
Or is he just trying to get face to face with the South Park guys to get his revenge? I guess we'll never know. Next up, we have Tom Cruise, a guy known for his eccentric outbursts, and when he appeared in the episode Trapped in the Closet, he really didn't hold back. The episode starts with Stan running into some Scientologists, and when they offer him a free test, he takes them up on the offer.
You are one messed up kid.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm afraid that you are completely miserable and totally depressed.
I am? I didn't know that.
Well, if some random guy you met on the street tells you that, it's gotta be true. Luckily for Stan, all he has to do is pay the $240 to join the church. Bargain! Turns out that Stan's thetan levels are the highest they've ever seen. They believe the founder of the group has returned.
There he is! Thank you for returning. He's wonderful. He's wonderful.
Does this mean he can get a refund on that joining fee? Eventually, Tom Cruise, an outspoken follower of Scientology, turns up to meet the great founder, but it does not go well.
Haven't you enjoyed my acting? Which film did you like best?
I mean, you're not like as good as Leonardo DiCaprio, but you're okay, I guess.
What? I'm a failure in the eyes of the prophet. Ah!
Hey!
Yeah, Tom Cruise ends up in the closet and refuses to come out. Ah, I see what they did there. Other celebrities like Nicole Kidman and John Travolta try to get Tom out, but he still refuses. That is until Stan calls Scientology a scam, ending his reign as the prophet. But hey, on the bright side, Tom Cruise is finally out of the closet.
You made me look stupid. I'm gonna sue you too.
Well, fine. Go ahead and sue me.
Yeah, sure. Stan made you look stupid. As you can probably expect, Cruise didn't like his beliefs being mocked. In fact, he allegedly threatened a lawsuit and tried to get the episode pulled, but because Matt and Trey were careful with how they made the joke, there was nothing he could do.
Actually, the joke was just, okay, we're going to have Tom Cruise show up flamboyantly gay and whatever. Like, yeah, but you can't say he's gay. Okay, but we can say he's like closeted gay. And like, no, you really can't say that either. And like, just became this thing of like, what if he's literally in a closet? And they're like, yeah, you can do that.
So that's how they get away with so much. Good lawyers. In fact, they're so good they even let the show keep mocking Cruise in later seasons.
Hey guys, check it out. Tom Cruise is a fudge packer.
What did you call me?
Well, yeah, he is packing fudge. I mean, another Hollywood A-lister who took offense to their portrayal in South Park is Barbra Streisand, who made her debut way back in the first season with the episode Mecha Streisand. In the episode, the kids are digging for arrowheads when Kyle discovers something interesting.
The little 8-year-old was very shocked indeed when he came across a very ancient triangular object.
I was just digging around, and I was all like, dude, I found this triangle.
But this isn't just any ordinary artifact, and Barbra Streisand shows up asking for the Triangle of Zinthar. But Kyle's not giving it up, especially since he has no idea who she even is. Turns out Streisand wanted to match the one she's already got, which will turn her into a giant mechanical version of herself.
When she was 5, she knew that she wanted to be a famous singer. By the time she was 6, became to rule the universe. She learned of an ancient diamond, the Diamond of Pentheus.
Wait. Does that mean if Kyle got both triangles, he'd become a giant killer robot? Admit it, that'd be a really cool way to kill Kenny. Streisand shows up in disguise and overhears the boys absolutely roasting her, saying they could land a jumbo jet on her nose, that she wishes she was 40, and that her singing is awful. Man, they're definitely gonna regret that one.
This is plain Now, do you remember?
Damn your black heart, Barbra Streisand!
I don't know what's worse, the stretching rack or the singing. Streisand gets both pieces and turns into a killer robot, but she's taken down by Robert Smith from The Cure, who turns into a giant Mothman and punches her weak spot, her nose. Streisand later commented over her South Park character in Mirabella magazine, saying she didn't appreciate being portrayed in such a negative way. She also said she wondered if shows like South Park and Beavis and Butthead added to the cynicism and negativity of society. Safe to say she didn't like it. So why did Barbra Streisand become a parody punching bag for Matt and Trey? Well, during an appearance on the Conan show, they explained why.
It's not, we're not mocking Barbra Streisand, we hate her.
Well, at least they're honest. In fact, the guys have gone on record saying she's one of the only celebrities they've mocked that they truly don't like. And it's not just musicians and actors who get the brunt of the South Park treatment, even royalty. Well, ex-royalty. The episode starts with a parody of Queen Elizabeth's funeral, but for obvious legal reasons, it's actually the Queen of Canada.
Yes, Smelly John sitting down at the piano with a tribute for the Queen, I believe. Goodbye, Queen, Queen. Same says lawyer, Queen, your last Queen.
Such a touching send-off. Eventually, the prince and his wife, who look suspiciously like Harry and Meghan, turn up in South Park to live a private life. This was a jab at the real-life couple's pleas for privacy, while going on tours, doing an Oprah interview, and releasing a Netflix documentary.
Down with the motorhead. We deserve our privacy.
The couple continues to be a nuisance to the neighborhood while constantly telling people to mind their own business, but when Kyle actually tries to ignore them, the prince, goes out of his way to get some privacy. I guess it's not just the royal reputation he's left a smudge on. The episode hits headlines soon after it aired, with Meghan reportedly releasing a statement.
According to reports, Meghan Markle was, quote, upset and overwhelmed by her portrayal in a cartoon.
They went on to say that their popularity in the U.S. has dropped. In fact, they became more disliked than Prince Andrew. Ouch! It was also reported that Meghan was planning on suing the South Park creators. Get in line.
Would we go down a legal route? Should we go down that? But given that Harry and Meghan seemingly love any interaction regarding a legality, this wouldn't be out of character. My advice to you, Meghan and Harry, kind of just enjoy the moment. It will pass, as they say.
Enjoy your privacy.
When the news reporters are trolling you too, you know you've already lost the battle. But it's not always the actual person who gets upset about their depiction on South Park. In the episode Hell on Earth, Satan is preparing a huge Halloween party on Earth where everyone in hell is invited, along with some living celebrities.
This is my night! And at midnight for dessert, I'm thinking over here, we bring out a huge chocolate fondue fountain.
They've got day release in hell, who would have known? When it's time for the big shindig, everybody who's anybody in hell is invited to the party.
Can you hear me now?
Everyone quiet! The man of the night, Satan!
Oh boy, Princess Diana and Hitler partying together? That sounds like the start of a very bad joke. While a ton of deceased famous people appear in the episode, including Ted Bundy, Gandhi, and Biggie Smalls. What a trifecta, by the way. One of the guests was especially shocking, considering he had only died a few weeks earlier.
Hi, listen, dude, the whole crocodile hunter thing, it's just a little soon. I mean, he just died a few weeks ago, and it's just not super cool. You gotta leave.
But it's me, Satan. I am the crocodile hunter.
Oh. Oh, but then, dude, no costume. Sorry, you gotta go.
I thought we were friends!
I'd say they're going to hell for that one, but with the parties they must throw down here, it doesn't seem too bad. When Steve Irwin's wife, Terry, heard about the cameo, she was far from impressed. In fact, she said it devastated her and that she was scared her 2 young children at the time would see it. She also said the gag had no clever elements to it and was purely for shock value. Well, they did have the world's most infamous serial killers ordering a giant Ferrari cake for the party, so she's not wrong. Surprised that wasn't enough to get the show sued to oblivion. Now let's take a peek at Cartman's most evil schemes. For over 2 decades, South Park has served us a front row seat to the twisted, hilarious, and slightly terrifying mind of Eric Theodore Cartman.
Piss out your ass right onto Kyle's mom's fat Jew face!
Well, here come the YouTube censors speeding down the highway.
Ooh, yeah, I can see them. Ah, no! Get away from me! We're talking about a kid who has pretty much gotten away with murder, literally, if you count that one time when he and Scott Tenorman... You know what, never mind, let's skip that part. There are moments when Cartman takes his schemes to a whole new level of evil, leaving us questioning what's really going on underneath that beanie of his. Like in Up the Down Steroid, where he reminds us once again that his moral compass isn't just broken, it's been thrown into a blender, pureed, and served as a side dish in hell.
You're an asshole, Cartman. What'd I do?
Like we haven't all heard that one before. So it all starts when Jimmy and Timmy prep for the Special Olympics. They're pretty excited about the event, so naturally they share the details with the boys.
Timmy and I were wondering if maybe you would come and cheer for us. We're both competing in the Special Olympics down in Denver.
Sadly, Jimmy commits the blunder of handing the event brochure to Cartman, and I think we can already tell how that's going to play out.
Timmy and I are competing in a variety of events.
After that, they head to the gym to continue preparations, at which point we're treated to some good old-fashioned blood, sweat, and tears that end with, you guessed it, steroids.
7. Inject this directly into your bloodstream.
So Jimmy's about to go from being unable to bench 7 reps to being built like a frackin' truck. But before we dive into that, we have to pivot back to Cartman. After being handed the brochure, Cartman gives it a good look and sees the $1,000 cash prize for the winner of the event.
At the end, a grand champion special athlete is crowned and given a cash prize of $1,000.
Which of course lights up a very evil bulb over his head.
If somebody just pretended, they could easily win the competition and get the $1,000.
Brilliant, in the same way a dumpster fire is illuminating. Stan and Kyle, broken records of morality that they are, tell him that this is a terrible idea.
Cartman, no. I'll act like I have a disability, and when the time comes to compete, I'll kick ass against all the handicapped.
But as we know, Cartman isn't one to bail on his ideas, especially the bad ones.
That's really terrible, dude. Terrible? Whatever, you guys' brains just can't compute complex plans like mine can.
So he ignores their advice and commits to his preparations, if you can call them that. Yeah, that is indeed a handicap walk analysis. Basically what you'd expect from someone prepping for an Oscar in the worst human ever category. He reads books on how to act special, sits on the short bus taking notes, and even gives himself a janky haircut to squeeze into his deformed bike helmet. By the time Cartman is done with his little transformation, the only thing missing is a poorly crafted note from Arkham Asylum.
Hey guys, what's going on? God damn you.
While Cartman is busy relishing in his sadly passable gimmick, Kyle points out to him that he needs a legal guardian to sign him up.
You have to have a parent with you to sign up for the Special Olympics.
What?
Which pretty much points to Cartman's mom, who Kyle is convinced wouldn't play ball. But here's the thing, there's playing ball, and then there's being manipulated by Cartman, who puts on his best gaslighting mask and serenades her home.
If I could just spend one day in their shoes, if I could just see the challenges they face every day, maybe I wouldn't be so cold.
Yeah, let's just cut this short. We'll just skip to the part where she falls for it, because we all know that she's going to.
All right, sweetie, I'll take you tomorrow.
And so it falls to Kyle once again to try and speak some sense in Cartman, only his attempt was the equivalent of a drunk with a loaded shotgun. It's just a sad sight to watch.
This time, I think you really need to reconsider. I believe you will go to hell.
Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. Of course, we get to Cartman bringing up the Passion of Christ and all the Jews going to, you know where.
Hell is reserved for the Jews, and all those who don't accept Christ. That being the case, it is actually me who is worried about your soul.
Came here to talk about you.
Yes, and instead you had a breakthrough yourself. This is really the beginning of a whole new chapter of your life, Kyle.
While the two of them are busy debating the fine details of Satan's abode, there's a storm brewing elsewhere.
You seem different. You're not the boy I fell in love with last week during free period. I'm leaving you.
You see, back in Steroidville, population 1, Jimmy's transformation has gone from normal gym rat to full-on Hulk Hogan, which of course comes with a bit of roid rage now and then.
Stay away from me, you stupid...
I mean, is it even an authentic roid rage if Samuel Barber's Adagio for strings isn't playing in the background? So back to Cartman, because of course it always comes back to Cartman.
Yeah! Yeah!
Hello there. I would like to sign my son up, please.
Yeah!
Fast forward to the event, and he struts in like he's about to dominate.
Take your mark. Yeah! Yeah!
Only surprise, surprise, there's a huge difference between being handicapped and being a walking jello tank. And so, once the gunshot sounds, it's pretty obvious where Cartman's going to end up.
What the hell?
Watching him come in dead last in every event, pure catharsis. The Olympics end with Jimmy coming in first and winning the $1,000 prize.
The 2004 special athlete is Jimmy Vollmer.
Yeah!
Cartman, on the other hand, gets a $50 gift card to Shakey's Pizza because the universe somehow always has a soft spot for chunky little sociopaths.
But we all know that the Special Olympics isn't just about winning. We will now give out the Spirit Award to the handicapped person who came in very last, Eric Cartman.
But just as he's accepting his consolation prize, Jimmy, who's basically roided to the gills, recognizes Cartman and is about to take him to Suplex City.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Eric? Faked being handicapped to win? I should kick your ass right here, you lousy no-good cheater.
At which point, Timmy pulls up to point out Jimmy's obvious hypocrisy because, again, the universe really has a soft spot for our plus-sized miscreant.
Timmy! What? Timmy. Oh my god, you're right, Timmy.
The episode ends with Jimmy giving a heartfelt speech about how cheating is very wrong. The crowd eats it up, Jimmy's redeemed, and Cartman, well, he shamelessly spins the entire fiasco as a master plan to teach Jimmy about the dangers of steroids, because no matter how low you think Cartman has sunk, he's always got a shovel.
I guess now you see what I was up to all along. I dressed up like a handicapped person and lost the Special Olympics on purpose so that Jimmy could learn his lesson about steroids.
A shovel he used to dig himself into quite the hole in Season 7, Episode 11, Casa Bonita.
You're not going to find it. Not until after Saturday when I finally go to Casa Bonita.
So Kyle arrives at Stan's house to announce that for his birthday, his mom is taking him and 3 friends to Casa Bonita. It's pretty much the Disneyland of Mexican restaurants, so naturally Kyle's birthday is now Cartman's.
Wow, Casa Bonita! Woo-hoo!
However, just as Cartman's doing the salsa, Kyle pretty much stops him dead in his tracks.
Who said I'm inviting you?
Your mom said you could take 3 friends.
3 friends. You're not my friend.
To be fair, Kyle, Cartman is a unique kind of friend. The kind whose love language is casual anti-Semitism and ruining lives. Hard to put that on the Hallmark card.
Yeah, well, you're a stupid Jew. Good job, Jew. Shut your goddamn Jew mouth. Jew. Jew. Dude is Jewish. Jew. Jew. Shut up, Jew. You're Jewish. Jew. 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 I told you Jewish people don't have rhythm.
Anyway, Kyle decides to invite Butters instead because Butters invited Kyle over for his own birthday.
I'm gonna take Butters. He invited me to his birthday party last month, so I owe him one.
Naturally, Cartman doesn't take the rejection well, and by doesn't take it well, I mean he spirals into a full-blown psychotic episode in his bedroom.
You, Kyle! I hope you die!
I'm not inviting you, Cartman.
After one too many hallucinations about Casa Bonita, Cartman decides to go and try to be nice to Kyle to change his mind. Emphasis on try, because, I mean, just look.
Take that, Timmy! Don't you ever talk bad about Kyle again! And if you say you had with his mom one more time, I'm gonna really let you have it!
You really think that beating up a handicapped kid is being nice?
I mean, it's Cartman, so it kinda checks out. Undeterred, he pivots to plan B, reverse psychology.
How are you going to try to get invited to Casa Bonita?
I'm not, Kyle. I know you already told Butters he could go.
He tells Kyle that he totally doesn't care about Casa Bonita and apologizes, sort of.
I'm still not inviting you to Casa Bonita.
I know, Kyle. I see you later.
Kyle, feeling generous, offers him a deal. If Butters can't make it, Cartman can go. And if there's one thing Cartman excels at, it's turning if into when, and also making Butters' life a living hell.
For the past 5 days, I've been looking out into space for a school project. This morning, I caught first sight of something terrible.
Cartman quickly goes to work tricking Butters, who, bless his heart, is as naive as a roe deer, into thinking that a meteorite the size of Wyoming is heading towards South Park.
No, but I don't see it. Oh my god! I see it! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
On second thought, maybe he's just dumber than a bag of hammers. With Butters already reeled in, Cartman rolls pulls out the old doomsday narrative and shoves Butters into a bomb shelter to ride out the apocalypse.
Here we go. Bomb shelter's down here.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus.
We should be safe in here. Dried food and water to last us for weeks.
Butters is safely out of the picture, and Cartman is next in line for Casa Bonita. The only problem is there's only so long a child can go missing before, the whole town becomes one big search party.
All right, folks, this is the little boy we're looking for.
Which so happens to be the very next evening, just as Cartman thinks he's hit the home run.
Dude, we should check over at Stark's Pond. Butters always hangs out over there.
I'll drive you boys.
Oh, God damn it!
With his plans crumbling all around him, Cartman dashes to where he stashed Butters for some more doomsday world building, complete with a societal collapse, radioactive cannibals, and a mission to quote-unquote rebuild society.
There was mass confusion. People were crawling all over each other in the streets. It was awful. Millions were evaporated instantly. The rest of us walking around in a cloud of toxic radiation.
By the time the search effort extends to bomb shelters, because apparently no one bothered to look down all those large metal hatches where a kid could, fall in, Cartman is forced to lead Butters out of the shelter and into a garage where he chucks him into, and I kid you not, a broken fridge.
Don't open this door for anybody, Butters. Stay inside for 4 days.
Eric, you're the best friend in the whole world.
Honestly, you gotta admire the dedication. From this point on, it looks as if Cartman is finally home and dry. He's on his way to Casa Bonita, and Butters is tucked away safely, but the universe loves a good plot twist, so the fridge ends up being hauled off to a dump. Butters pops out and begins rebuilding the Earth, at which point he runs into another survivor.
You're at the garbage dump. Town is right over there. Everybody is fine. They've been looking for you for over a week.
Back in the real world, Kyle starts to suspect Cartman's sudden nice guy act is about as real as Man Bear Pig.
I should have known better. You never cared about my birthday at all.
The jig is officially up when Butters returns home and spills the beans about Cartman's scheme. But instead of accepting defeat, Cartman goes on a rampage throughout Casa Bonita like a crackhead at Costco.
It's too late, fat ass. They'll be here in less than a minute.
Yeah! Less than a minute! Less than a minute!
Cramming every last attraction into a minute-long sprint before the police end up catching him.
You made an entire town panic. Now you're going to juvenile hall for a week. Was it worth it?
Totally.
And you know what else is totally not worth it? That time Cartman dragged the boys to Somalia for some high-seas adventure.
This is your pirate boat? Dude, what kind of pirates are you? Dude,
Can already tell this is going to be a very long episode. This one kicks off the way most South Park disasters do, with Cartman barging in uninvited, big ideas spilling from his even bigger mouth. He crashes lunch with the boys, pitching his latest fever dream about them all running away to Somalia and becoming pirates.
We can finally leave this crappy town and live the life we've all dreamed of! What are you talking about, dude? Haven't you assholes been watching the news? Pirating is back, my friends. Swashbuckling adventure on the high seas. The stuff we've all dreamed about, and it's all happening right here. Somalia.
As expected, Butters and a few others are drawn to the idea, and surprisingly also Kyle, who, let's just say, is a bit too supportive of Cartman's new escapade.
That is an awesome idea. You should totally go to Somalia.
Right, and wait a minute.
A shot at getting rid of Cartman? Alrighty! That's not gonna work. Cartman almost starts to piece the obvious danger puzzle together, at which point Kyle pulls one from Cartman's own playbook.
And why don't you want to go?
'Cause, dude, I'm Jewish, and Jews can't be pirates.
So Cartman takes the bait and begins setting up a pirate recruitment drive.
And now for a special announcement.
Hello there, mateys! Do you have a thirst for adventure on the high seas of life? Then join Captain Cartman's perfect pirate club. Arg!
By the time he's done making his rounds, his motley crew consists of Butters, no surprise there,
Congratulations on leaving your meaningless lives to become pirates.
Kevin, Clyde, and Gordon, though Gordon gets yeeted almost instantly because, well, Cartman hates gingers. And to round out the crew, because Kyle just had to tempt fate, his junior brother Ike comes aboard the adventure. The five of them make it to the airport, and like clockwork, they start sweating bullets, at which point Cartman rallies the troops with some grade A manipulation.
Do you really want to just go back to school, where people just make fun of you?
You mean you?
Yes! Do you really want to go back to that?
No, I'm sick of it.
The boys jet off to Somalia, no thanks to the brainless airport officials who somehow cleared 5 frackin' children to travel alone.
We be heading to Somalia, by way of Miami to Cairo. And take care you put us in an exit row, you landlubber.
I see.
So off to Somalia they go, only to step off the plane and find, well, not the tropical paradise Cartman promised.
This is Somalia?
Where's all the waterfalls and shipwreck lagoons?
You might want to consult a geography textbook next time, but then again, Americans. Dab me up! We got Google for that. Anyway, despite the setback, and I may be understating that, Cartman stays delusional and leads the crew to the local pirate bar, ignoring warnings because when has he ever listened to anything? Ever?
Thank you.
They barge into the pirate den and one language barriered conversation later are taken as hostages by the pirates. Shocker. But as they say, one man's kidnapping is another kid's recruitment.
Yes, very nice.
I don't know, it's Cartman. To him, the pirates are now his new crew members.
All right, me hearties, keep your eyes open for boats to plunder.
The first ship on the horizon turns out to be a French vessel. The pirates approach it to ransom the kids, and a few minutes later, they're 5,000 euros richer. Cartman and the crew, on the other hand, are now safe on the French ship, and if you're quite familiar with Cartman's delusions, you know the story is far from over.
Quiet, you sons of biscuit eaters! Boat is now pirate property! That's it, get in there, you swarmy dogs!
Scoundrel, vous le paierez cher!
That's good, now bring her around topside! Now that's a pirate ship.
Meanwhile, back in South Park, Kyle's having a blissful Cartman-free week until his parents discover Ike's disappearance. One read of Ike's goodbye note and Kyle's problem-solved moment quickly turns into a what have I done?
I'm going to Somalia to be a pirate. Oh,
So he laces up his boots and heads to Mogadishu to save his brother, where Captain Cartman, thanks to his recent antics and some fairly convenient translation issues, is now the Pirate King of Somalia.
Somalian pirates be
Tricky laddie-doo, we'll shoot you in the face with glee.
Luffy should have hit him up. Apparently, it's not so hard. So, of course, we get a sea shanty, because why not?
We left our homes and we left our mothers. We'll cut off your ears and make you drink our pee.
Catchy, horrifying, and 100% on brand. Kyle arrives moments later. And if you guess that Cartman makes him walk the plank, then you might be pirate material after all. Or you just know this character.
Walk the plank, you scurvy dog!
Cartman, knock it off!
Captain Cartman, you Jew swaggo!
Luckily for Kyle, Ike and Butters were having some sense talked into them by one of the pirates who made them see just how blessed their lives in America were.
My father was killed trying to find food for us. I don't want to be a pirate. I don't see how anybody would.
And so they come rushing down to put a stop to Cartman's madness, only he's not exactly keen on giving up power.
Is there any question who's in charge?
Before any of them can even breathe, all the pirates drop to the floor thanks to good old Uncle Sam. Can't say we didn't see that one coming. But what I definitely didn't see coming was the entirety of Crack Baby Athletic Association. To call this episode unhinged would be putting it mildly. I mean, just look at this.
Donald's French fries and KFC gravy. The French call this poutine.
Yep, just him and Kyle chilling in a gravy hot tub. But you're wondering how it came to this, and where you can get your hands on one of them. Well, luckily, today's video is sponsored by Gravy Hot Tub. So Stan and Kyle are enjoying a Cartman-free day in front of the TV, watching their favorite show, Terrence and Phillip. A few fart-heavy scenes later, and the episode pauses for the mid-show commercials. Only it's not some sleazy salesman trying to sell them stuff, but a Sarah McLachlan speech about crack babies.
it's that super sad Sarah McLachlan commercial. Dude, this is the saddest commercial ever. Don't watch.
And yet, Kyle watches, because we all do. And like clockwork, he's guilt-tripped into volunteering at the local hospital, and it is there he meets the star of today's video, Eric Theodore Cartman.
What are you doing here?
I'm volunteering my time, Cal.
Has been here every day for the past 2 weeks, bless his heart.
We all know the only things Cartman has ever blessed are his wallet and stomach. Kyle decides to investigate further, and after following Cartman out of the hospital and into a shady building, stumbles upon his little operation consisting of him, Butters, Clyde, and Craig, with the biggest shock of all being the nature of the operation itself.
All right, what is it?
Crack baby basketball.
Dude, and it gets even worse when you hear the details, because it involves taking crack-addicted babies, giving them a ball stuffed with crack, and live streaming their games for profit. If there was ever a time for Kyle to be singing like a canary, this was definitely it. However, he begins to have different ideas when he hears the numbers involved.
We made $1,000 in 11 days.
You what?
After all the depraved, insane ideas this fricker has had, this is the one you choose to co-sign, Kyle? But hey, who can say no to some sweet, sweet pocket money? Certainly not them. We get a Wall Street-esque montage with the loud music, endless bacon, and Cartman trying to sell Kyle the idea.
Started with 2 crack babies and a camera. We've built up to 1,000 hits a day.
His pitch works. Kyle becomes the company's accountant because we all have to live one stereotype, right?
Somebody's got to eat all that bacon, Cal. Might as well be us. Welcome to the firm.
And so, for the first time in well, forever, all the pieces of Cartman's scheme has fallen into place, along with all the people around him. Except for Stan, of course, who pretty much just leaves them all to whatever madness they're up to. And normally, that's well and fine for Cartman. But not for Kyle, who, let's just say, cares very much for what Stan thinks.
We're not the ones that made them crack babies. That's their mom's goddamn fault.
I'm sure that's what Cartman would say, too.
I do not sound like Cartman, goddammit!
And that, my friends, is why you do not stare into the abyss for too long. After several failed attempts at reconciling the obvious moral vacuum in their operation, Kyle begins to pitch several ideas on how to fix that, including using some of the profits to build an orphanage for the crack babies. How considerate.
I've designed it to be the best place for them to live. A place where they can have care and happiness. And if you think it's a bad idea, I really don't care.
And to his own surprise, Cartman agrees, because where Kyle sees goodwill, Cartman sees PR and a whole factory for crack babies. But their entire plan, including the orphanage, still rests on them bagging the EA deal. The deal with EA Sports goes through, but in true corporate fashion, they completely screw over the kids.
We were gonna build an orphanage so the crack babies have somewhere to go.
Well, welcome, and you too. I'm pissing your faces.
And just like that, the Crack Baby Association is dead in the water. But then, in a bizarre twist, the orphanage actually gets built thanks to Slash of Guns N' Roses.
No way.
Very long story, so let's just leave it at that, but at least we learned one thing here. Cartman's schemes may be evil, but at least they're never dull. Still riding the wave of child exploitation, we gear up for what might actually be Cartman's most depraved venture to date.
You're gonna love these fetuses, Larry. They're top notch.
Believe me, that's even worse with the context. In Kenny Dies, Cartman's twisted climb to financial freedom starts with an overturned truck carrying stem cells harvested from unwanted fetuses.
This is to go to Alder's labs for stem cell research?
Not exactly what you hear every day, I know. So he stumbles upon this biological gold mine, and his first thought, of course, is to stash it away in his backyard. Naturally, he invites the boys over, hyping it up like he's about to announce the next tech startup.
Guess what I have sitting in my backyard? Better.
A boat?
Better.
A trampoline?
Better.
Well, what, Cartman?
33 aborted fetuses.
But when he unveils his stash of fetuses and pitches his plan to flip them for profit, you can literally hear the tumbleweeds rolling around. Oh look, I think there's one now. Now, keep in mind that at this point, they've pretty much seen it all with Cartman, but with the bar now seemingly finding new circles of hell, the boys as expected pretty much bail.
I don't need you assholes. I can sell these fetuses all on my own.
With the potential cure for cancer in his grubby little hands, Cartman goes to work cold calling research centers like he's pitching used cars.
I'm currently in possession of some aborted fetuses I'm looking to unload. How much do you pay? Come on, I got a guy in Cleveland who's gonna give me $80 a pound right now.
He actually lands a buyer because of course he does.
All right, we got a deal. Damn, I'm good.
But just as he's about to cash in, he's blindsided by a new law banning stem cell research.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but we can't buy those from you now.
What? We made a deal, Gary. I brought them all the way down here, I-80.
Congress 1, Cartman 0. Meanwhile, Stan and Kenny are at school like, regular kids, at which point they're pulled into the principal's office, like regular kids.
Stan and Kyle, principal needs to see you in her office.
Principal, oh, come on.
And naturally, they imagine it has to do with Cartman's latest escapade, but instead, they're just hit with devastating news.
Your little friend Kenny went to the hospital last night. He's pretty sick.
Yeah, this bombshell kicks off a roller coaster of grief for Stan and Kyle as they head over to Cartman's house to fill him in. Cartman, meanwhile, now has a whole bunch of unsold merchandise, shall we call them that.
God damn it!
In between trying to hold a flash sale for them and Kenny's news, you can tell which one hit him harder.
They told us he has a muscular disease. He might die. Die? Don't you say that. Kenny's not gonna die.
Okay, so we got Cartman's fetus business, Kenny's terminal disease, and Stan's denial. Yeah, there's a lot going on in this episode. So the three boys visit Kenny in the hospital where they finally confirm for themselves the bitter truth.
Hey, look who has some visitors. Ooh, what a lucky little man.
At this point, Stan runs out of the room, causing Kyle to chase after him, leaving Cartman alone with Kenny. And in a rare moment of vulnerability, he tells Kenny that he's always considered him his best friend.
I don't know if I ever told you this, Kenny, but I kind of always thought you were my best friend.
Probably because Stan and Kyle are a package deal, and promises to find a cure. They then bolt out of the room to cry, at which point a returning Kyle spots him.
Cartman? Oh, Kyle. Hey, what's going down, Jew boy?
Cartman's still Cartman, alright. Inspired to save Kenny, Cartman dives into stem science. Turns out those magic cells can replicate and repair damaged tissue. Exactly what Kenny needs.
If a little boy was dying from a muscular disease, stem cells could become new muscle tissue.
That's the theory.
Fueled by what might be his first ever noble intention, Cartman spearheads a campaign to lift the stem cell ban. But Congress? Yeah, no, they're not exactly known for being moved by heartfelt pleas, so Cartman ups the ante.
Do you remember when we used to dance, and incidents arose from circumstance. It was the heat of the moment, what your heart meant.
And you come all this way, and you really just start to think to yourself, man, it's really admirable how far that he goes for Kenny here. When the ban is finally lifted, Cartman wastes no time getting back to work, which in his world includes harassing pregnant women into donating. Old habits die hard.
Now that the ban on stem cell research has been lifted, we can sell your fetus to companies like Alder Lab.
Unfortunately, it's too little too late. Kenny actually passes away, leaving the town to mourn at his funeral.
Oh no.
And as the service is going on, Cartman bursts in with news of a miracle. The boys rush outside thinking it has to do with Kenny, only to find...
What, Cartman? What's happened? I put the stem cells from all the fetuses I had next to Shaggy's, replicating a new Shaggy's.
So all that running around and rallying for Kenny was all for his very own pizza place. Evil? Certainly. Cartman? Definitely. And if you thought his profiting off of Kenny's death was a one-time thing, then I raise you none other than best friends forever.
We'll see about this, you freaking Jew. I'm gonna get that feeding tube removed if I have to go all the way to the Supreme Court.
Translation, it's time for Kenny to go. So the saga begins with Cartman kicking down his mom's door at the crack of dawn. Why? The PSP is dropping and Cartman needs to get it first for bragging rights.
Sony PSP game machine goes on sale at 7 a.m. today. I have to be the first to get one.
After dragging his half-conscious mom to Luav's toys, he's greeted by the worst-case scenario.
What the hell?
See, that's why I switched to PC. So Cartman spots Kenny in front, and like a good friend or a leech, he wiggles his way to Kenny's side, hoping to cut in line.
I just sort of game.
And if you have any experience lining up like that, you know it lasted about 2 seconds before he was booted to the back of the line.
Hey, Paul, what do you think you're doing?
There's no saving places. Get to the back or we'll beat your face in.
And as if Cartman's day couldn't get any worse, the PSPs sell out before his turn. Kenny, on the other hand, has one, along with a game called Heaven vs. Hell, which is somehow addictive enough to make Kenny ignore 2 very large distractions walking by. Let's go! Gamers! But of course, there's only so long you can go without paying attention to your surroundings, and just as Kenny is mid-emote celebrating reaching level 60, the Ice Cream Man comes out to play.
Woohoo! I did it!
Level 4, sweet!
So Kenny dies again, and he's whisked off to heaven, where, check this out, God is a gamer himself and was behind the whole PSP thing.
To determine who on Earth had the best skills to defeat the armies of Satan. The Sony PSP was built by God.
And as it turns out, heaven needed a new head gamer to lead their army against hell, and Kenny's been handpicked for the job. So of course he had to be run over by a truck, because how else is a boy supposed to die painlessly? Sarcasm, by the way. Back in the land of the living, Stan, Kyle, and a green with Envy Cartman are summoned to Kenny's attorney's office, where Kenny's death is announced. Cue the collective indifference, because again, this isn't Kenny's first rodeo with death. Only this time he's left them with a little something.
In the highly likely event of my death, I wish to leave all my belongings to my good friends Stan and Kyle.
As for Cartman, well, he finally gets what he's been envious about throughout the whole episode, that being Kenny's new PSP.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah, baby!
Out of pity, I might add. Of course, he becomes the most animated person in the room, but just before his devious sausage fingers can get a hold of the PSP, someone comes in with a special announcement.
He's alive! Kenny McCormick! He's alive at the hospital!
Oh my god!
Yeah. Cartman joins Stan and Kyle at the hospital where they discover that Kenny is in a vegetative state. Kenny's father is conflicted over whether Kenny would prefer to remain hooked to the machine or not, and since the will from earlier is missing the last page that outlines all that,
I don't know if it's right to keep Kenny alive on that machine.
No one can say for sure what Kenny would want, except for Cartman, of course.
Oh, I just remembered. Kenny told me this one time that he wouldn't want to be kept alive by a feeding tube.
Yet no one's buying that. Least of all Stan and Kyle, who push back against Cartman's lies. And so he decides to move on to phase 2 of his plan. He digs up a totally legitimate BFF medallion, claiming it makes him Kenny's ultimate decision maker.
Kenny and I have been BFF since first grade. Here, look. Kenny has the other half of this BFF necklace. I believe you all know what that means.
And since this is the same Supreme Court that gave the green light to nuke Imagination Land, Cartman got his victory. Feeding tube out. PSP back in his grubby little hands, all in a day's work.
Afraid I've been given a court order to remove Kenny's feeding tube.
Meanwhile, the rest of the town, Stan, Kyle, Kenny's parents, and a hodgepodge of protesters are busy waging a full-on media war to save Kenny, and at the same time,
don't kill Kenny!
You bastards!
Don't kill Kenny!
You bastards!
Cartman's rallying his own army. Not of angels, but of best friends forever truthers.
We all have BFFs. BFF is the highest legal authority.
That's right. Respect our authority.
The chaos climaxes the live TV showdown at Kenny's bedside, but just as the crowd's about to riot, Kenny's lawyer shows up with the missing page of his will.
If I should ever be in a vegetative state, please don't ever show me in that condition on national television.
Yep. Alrighty. Awkward silence ensues, and for the first time in the episode, everyone, even Cartman, just freaking backs off. Kenny finally dies again, heads back to heaven, and saves the day. Cartman gets his PSP, Stan and Kyle are scarred for life, and the world just keeps on spinning. Now, not all of Kyle's evil schemes revolve around material possessions, as we see in Season 8, Episode 3, The Passion of the Jew. I think it's better we don't translate that one, but let's just say it doesn't bode too well for Kyle here. So it's another day in South Park, and the boys are doing what boys do, role-playing in Cartman's mom's shiny new minivan. Naturally, Cartman self-appoints himself captain of chaos and immediately sets his sights on Kyle, labeling him a Vulcan Jew.
Shut up about Jews, fat ass. You don't know anything.
Kyle and Cartman, as you'd expect, quickly get into a war of words, at which point Cartman references his latest obsession, The Passion of the Christ, a movie which he's apparently seen 34 times. Yes, 34.
I saw Mel Gibson's movie The Passion. Says in the movie, Jews are the devil. I've seen The Passion 34 times now, Kyle.
And has convinced them once and for all that Jews are the root of all evil. So they continue to argue, at which point Stan and Kenny decide that they've had enough and bail. But before Kyle can join them, Cartman drops a challenge.
If you're not scared of The Passion, then go see it. Go see it and tell me I'm wrong.
And because Kyle's not one to back down, he does. He goes to see the movie, hoping to shut Cartman up. But instead of finding enlightenment, Kyle's hit with, well, 2 hours of blood, screams, and more blood. Kyle leaves the theater a broken shell of himself, questioning his entire existence.
How? How could the Jews do that to Jesus?
And the most un-Kyle-like thing imaginable, he shows up at Cartman's house and utters the 3 words no one should ever say to Eric Cartman.
You were right.
Cartman, now drunk off of validation, cranks his God complex up to 11. He prays to a photo of Mel Gibson, dons a Nazi uniform, and rallies a group of equally clueless Passion fans in his backyard. And by clueless, I mean these people think Cartman's broken German is Aramaic from the movie.
Wir müssen die Juden ausrotten!
What does that mean, dear?
Oh, I think it's Aramaic. You know, like in the movie.
Meanwhile, Kyle's guilt spirals out of control. He's haunted by nightmares of crucifying Jesus. So he seeks advice from Father Maxie, who suggests atonement. And what does Kyle do with this advice? Well, he proposes the Jewish community apologize for killing Jesus.
The Jewish community needs to apologize for the death of Jesus.
What?
Back in Cartman's corner with his little army, they march down to the local synagogue right as the Jewish community is in mid-meltdown, essentially. A few PTSDs later, and the entire synagogue is marching straight down to the local theater. In the meantime, Stan and Kenny, who decided to watch the movie and hated it, decide to travel all the way to Malibu to get a refund from Mel Gibson himself. And since we're in the realm of cartoon-level lunacy, our favorite director is missing a few screws.
This means war!
I don't have a comment for this one. Back in South Park, Cartman's parade of delusion collides headfirst with the Jewish community's counter-march. It's a mess of bad translations, misplaced morality, and awkward showdowns.
That's right! How dare you!
Just when things are about to boil over, Stan and Kenny burst onto the scene with Mel Gibson literally chasing them all the way back to town. And since Gibson clearly belongs in a straitjacket here, he ends up driving like he's already in one, crashing his gas truck into the theater. Honestly, at this point, just throw in Optimus Prime and call it a day. He is Jewish, after all.
Optimus Prime? He's Jewish?
In the end, Stan delivers a mic drop moment, reminding everyone that Christianity is about following Jesus' teachings, understanding the impact of why he died.
You should follow what Jesus taught instead of how he got killed.
This truth bomb pops Cartman's fascist fantasy bubble and snaps Kyle out of his guilt trip. Cartman, defeated but still as delusional as ever, tries to salvage his plan, only to be humiliated one last time by Mel Gibson. Don't you just love a happy ending? So move on from one hate-filled crusade to another hate-filled crusade, brought to you once again by Eric Theodore Cartman. And now he's a ginger. So Cartman's transformation in Ginger Kids kicks off with him standing in front of the class, giving what he thinks is a groundbreaking TED Talk.
My speech is entitled Ginger Kids, children with red hair, light skin, and freckles.
Only instead of inspiring innovation, he's busy spewing some of the most unhinged nonsense South Park Elementary has ever heard.
This disease is called gingivitis, and it occurs because ginger kids have no souls.
So Ginger Kids, according to Cartman, are creepy, soulless creatures cursed with a disease, and just to really sell it, he throws in comparisons to vampires complete with visuals that make a flat earther blush. And surprise, surprise, the whole classroom buys it, except for Kyle, of course.
That's not true, fat ass. I have red hair, and I don't have to avoid the sun.
I was getting to that if you'll let me.
And by that he means making Kyle the face of daywalkers. So it's left to Kyle to once again wrestle the school from Cartman's maniacal grip, and so he promises to come to school the next day with a complete counter presentation, and it turns out to be a solid effort.
A child's red hair is not determined by the lack of a soul, but by the melanins which control the pigment in all of our skin.
But let's just say that Cartman at this point had the whole class in a chokehold.
Ginger kids are evil. Do you know who was Ginger? Judas. And what did Judas do? Oh, he just got Jesus killed, that's all.
I mean, with a delivery like that, you might as well just start sharpening the pitchforks. And so it doesn't take long for the school to go all apartheid as Token, Craig, and the gang start shoving a ginger kid into the hallway to eat his lunch alone.
Can't eat in the cafeteria.
How come? Ginger kids eat in the hallway.
Seeing how Cartman's speech has now become the gospel truth, Kyle decides to go on an obscure route to teach him a lesson. That night, the boys break into Cartman's house, knock him out cold.
Dude, okay, he's out. Kyle, that's good.
And yeah, maybe a bit too overzealous there, but once he's out, they give him the makeover of his nightmares. When he wakes up the next morning, it's Ginger Cartman staring back at him in the mirror. Red hair, pale skin, freckles, the whole cursed package.
So I'm gonna stay like this forever?
I'm sorry, son.
For a moment, you think, maybe this'll humble him, as the kids at school all begin to shun him.
You're not supposed to be in the cafeteria. You know the rule. No ginger kids in the cafeteria.
At which point, Cartman's brain does what it does best, pivots from victim to villain. He decides that if society hates gingers, the problem isn't him, it's society. And what do you do in the face of such oppression? Well, you start a ginger separatist movement.
A rapidly growing organization called the Ginger Separatist Movement is furious that the lead role of Annie is being played by a girl who isn't actually red-haired and freckled.
And they make the local news. By the way, their concern is pretty valid. Only they decide to go about making their voices heard the Cartman way by jumping the girl in question. It doesn't take long for Cartman to roll out his usual Nazi rhetoric and begin preaching the gingers are the chosen race.
Gingers are the chosen people, and we must view the rest of the world dark-skinned rats that they are.
Thank goodness he wasn't born in 1933. After that, Cartman orders his ginger army to kidnap South Park's non-ginger kids and plans a mass sacrifice in a Hilton banquet hall with a lava pit centerpiece. Sounds like a mouthful. It is a mouthful, and honestly, the plan is very much Eric Cartman. Kyle, Stan, and Kenny, meanwhile, are planning to flip the script on Cartman one more time, just for laughs, by removing all the dye and makeup while he's asleep. But just as they step out into the streets that night, they're abducted and tied up alongside the other kids who now await Cartman's fiery judgment.
My fellow gingers, the day of reckoning is finally upon us!
Cartman? Oh, Jesus, I should have known.
With the preparations all set, Cartman decides that the first person to be thrown into the pit is none other than the Daywalker, because the only thing worse than a non-ginger is a half-ginger. But we all know he means something else. Just as Kyle is about to be tossed into the lava, he asks for one last audience with Cartman in private, at which point he drops the ultimate truth bomb. Cartman is not actually ginger. Which of course causes him to do a sleek 180 with a new epiphany about peace and unity.
Oh my god, you guys, I just realized something. If we go and exterminate everyone who isn't ginger, we're no better than they were for thinking less of us.
He convinces the gingers to let everyone go, breaking into a Kumbaya-style song just to seal the deal. And while everyone's singing hands in hand, Kyle whispers what we're all thinking.
You are such a manipulative asshole, Cartman.
Yes, but I'm not going to die.
And that's all that matters. Now, of course, most of Cartman's schemes hover around the citywide threat level, but there are times when our boy decided to take it global.
And if you team up with the most evil thing in the universe, then clearly you are the bad guy.
No, because it's for the greater good, like when Superman teamed up with Lex Luthor.
In Coon vs. Coon and Friends, Cartman takes his brand of chaotic evil to the next level by teaming up with the literal cosmic horror Cthulhu to reshape the world in his own twisted image. It all kicks off with Coon and Friends hanging out in their super secret base, also known as Cartman's Garage.
Dude, I'm sorry, but we still aren't getting it. Half man and half berry?
Right!
This superhero squad includes almost every kid from South Park Elementary, minus Cartman, who got kicked out for being too much of a dictator.
So, what's going on? Go away, Cartman. We kicked you out of Coon and Friends, remember?
I mean, from the name of the group, you could have already guessed that. So naturally, the Coon decides to exact revenge, and what's a petty, power-hungry, raccoon-suited maniac to do? Join forces with the group's ultimate nemesis, Cthulhu.
The Coon teamed up with Cthulhu. Even Cthulhu knows what evil assholes Kyle and Stan and those guys are. Uncaring, phasing.
So he pulls up on the group during their meeting and convinces them to step outside so they can see a double rainbow. Basically, nature's equivalent of a clickbait thumbnail. But when the gang steps out, they're faced with Cthulhu itself.
What are you doing? He's going to help me get rid of you guys. Together we can make the world a better place.
Cartman, never the egomaniac in a raccoon suit, has Cthulhu banish his former allies into another dimension. Leaving the ancient god to do what ancient gods do best, unleash chaos. South Park has become ground zero for Cthulhu's rampage, but Cartman has a very specific hit list. Hippie festivals, Whole Foods markets, and his arch nemesis Justin Bieber.
Hippies, call you. So long, Justin Bieber, you little...
Meanwhile, in the dark dimension, Kenny, aka Mysterion, does what he does best, dies.
Ow! That hurts! Ugh.
And he respawns at his home and hits up Henrietta, the female goth's house, to find out more about Cthulhu.
The only thing that can destroy an immortal is another immortal.
There he learns from them, via their copy of a book called the Necronomicon, that Cthulhu is an old god from outer space and an immortal who can only be killed by another immortal. And so normally that means that only Mysterion can defeat Cthulhu. He challenges Cthulhu and the Coon alongside Mintberry Crunch, who by the way is a part of the Coon and Friends but bailed when Cthulhu first appeared. But hey, better late than never.
You are the bad guy, fat boy.
I'm going around making the world a better place.
You're making it a better place for you.
Right? That's what superheroes do.
I mean, he does have a point.
After that, Mysterion and Cthulhu clash, only it's not your typical Superman versus Doomsday, as this Superman actually has a death wish. Mysterion, ever the emo superhero, tries to convince Cthulhu to kill him and end his immortality curse, but not before getting the rest of the gang released. And just when you think things couldn't get any weirder, Lamal from Kaja Gugu pops up out of nowhere, claiming Mintberry Crunch is the chosen one.
Use your power, son. Save Earth. Dabla-goo.
Look guys, this is superhero stuff. You have no right to be confused about it. Mintberry Crunch flies in to save the day with the power of minty berries. Apparently cosmic horrors are no match for low-calorie superhero snacks. The episode wraps up with Cartman locked up with Butters, aka Professor Chaos, Mintberry Crunch soaring off into the sunset, and Mysterion responding yet again, because what's life if not one big cosmic joke when Cartman's involved? So remember earlier when I mentioned Scott Tenorman and said I didn't want to touch that mess? Well, I have no choice now, because our next episode, Scott Tenorman Must Die, is the episode that pretty much inspired this whole list.
That does it. I'm going to get Scott Tenorman once and for all.
Captain to viewers, this is your last chance to get off of Flight 112, because from here we're heading to the abyss. We're going straight in! It begins with Cartman in all of his delusional glory, strutting around bragging about hitting puberty because he's got pubes, which he purchased from a ninth grader called Scott Tenorman for $10.
What the hell are you so happy about, fat ass?
Oh, nothing. No big deal, really. It seems that I am the first one of us to reach manhood.
When Stan and Kyle drop the truth bomb that growing your own is kind of the point, Cartman's brain starts to piece together the scam.
You're telling me these pubes are worth nothing?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get that son of a...
So off he goes to Scott's house, demanding a refund, where he finds Scott and his friends laughing about the whole matter.
I've come to return these pubes that I purchased.
I don't take returns.
I didn't realize when I bought these pubes from you that you were full of I can go tell my mom on you.
After being clowned on and physically outmatched, Cartman slinks away, stewing in humiliation. The next day he tries again. This time Cartman channels his inner IRS agent to intimidate Scott.
My name is Chris Christopherson. I'm with the IRS.
You're not from the IRS. You glued my pubes onto your face.
Tax evasion is a very serious offense, sir.
But Scott, being a ninth grade Machiavelli, turns the tables with an impromptu math lesson.
Give me the $6, and then I'll give you the 20.
Okay.
Now, give me the pubes.
Good.
And then give me the 20, and I'll give you the pubes.
Sweet. Ah, God damn it!
And that, kids, is why you pay attention in math class. Or at least don't skip basic grifting 101. With his money lost now up to $16.12, Cartman is out for blood. From there, it's just a masterclass in failure. First, Cartman's sent on a wild goose chase to Fort Collins for a fake pube fair. Again, dumb as bricks.
Give me back my pubes.
Why do you want them back so much?
The pube fair in Fort Collins. They're paying $5 a hair for pubes.
$5 a hair? That's like $1 million.
Here, take your money.
I'm going to Fort Collins myself.
No!
Haha, sure you are, Scott. Haha, what a stupid asshole. $1 million. Can you tell me where the pube fair is?
There's no such thing, you little smartass.
No such thing.
Oh, I think this is for you.
Then he humiliates himself further by begging Scott for his money in the rain.
I'm a little piggy, here's my snack. Oink, oink, oink.
Did Cartman really think this was going to get him anywhere? Scott responds by burning the money right in front of him.
No. Why?
If Cartman had an ounce of humanity left, it was vaporized in that fire. What follows is a spiral into vengeance so twisted, even soap opera villains are taking notes. Cartman's revenge starts small by his standards, with a plan to train a pony to bite off Scott's manhood.
If we find a pony, we can train it to bite off Scott Tenorman's wiener.
But it fails miserably as the horse prefers to lick the carrots.
Now bite it off! Bite off the wiener! Get pony! Oh no, pony, he'll like that.
Undeterred, Cartman switches to plan B, exploiting Scott's love for Radiohead.
Scott Tenorman is totally not cool.
Wow, that really sucks for you, Scott.
And if you guess that Scott is on stage playing his own tape, then it's safe to say you know what tape he's about to play. Turns out, Oink Oink Cartman is such a hit the whole town begins dying of laughter.
Oh my god, he killed Kenny!
This, of course, pretty much sends Cartman into malfunction mode, and if you thought regular Cartman was a menace, ho ho ho, wait until you see this new version.
Yes, it is the most genius plan ever. Scott Tenorman is going to wish he never met me!
And now we dance with the devil. With Radiohead supposedly coming to town because Scott has cancer in his ass.
Scott is 15, and I'm afraid he has cancer in his ass.
The stage is set for the ultimate showdown. Cartman pulls together a chili cook-off, naming Scott as the guest of honor.
Hey.
Hello, Scott. I was just stopping by to invite you to my ChiliCon carnival.
Naturally, Scott's not showing up empty-handed. He's cooking up his own masterstroke, literally. His plan? Lace Cartman's chili with the pubic hair from every kid in town. Because clearly, Scott has a unique fixation on pubes.
You bring the goods? There's pubes from just about every kid in town in here.
But before the big day, Stan and Kyle, staunch members of the Anti-Cartman League, drop a dime to Scott. They warn him of Cartman's latest harebrained scheme to train a pony to chow down on his tender bits.
Eric Cartman, the fourth grader, into getting your wiener bitten off by a pony that lives at Denkin's Ranch.
So Scott, taking this as a cue, convinces his parents to whisk the poor pony off to an animal shelter, effectively neutering Cartman's plan. Pun intended.
Your mom and I can go get the pony and have it taken to an animal shelter.
Fast forward to the cook-off, Scott arrives ready to serve up humiliation, but Cart ambushes him, insisting that he be a tasting judge, and the two kids go to the judging table.
All right, I guess we should taste each other's chili, huh?
Yeah, this chili looks pretty good. Here's mine.
And so it looks like once again, Cartman has played himself into a corner, only this time around, he's one step ahead of Scott.
Ah, this is really good, Scott.
Now that you're almost finished, I have something to tell you.
You mean about how you put pubes in your chili?
What?
At which point, Cartman reveals these planned things all along, right from knowing that Kyle and Stan would snitch on him. And so he'd switch Scott's chili for a regular chili from Chef.
Yes, I'm afraid this isn't your chili, Scott. I switched it with Chef.
Which just begs the question at this point, what has Scott been wolfing down?
I assumed that they would tell you that I had trained Denkin's pony to bite off your wiener. Denkins is a crazy redneck who shoots trespassers on sight.
So the rest of the plan is too intricate to explain in one go, so let's just cut to the big reveal.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I made you eat your parents. Nya, 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 nya.
Cartman had Scott Tenorman's family killed, made into chili, only for him to eat it over $16. And just to sprinkle some extra salt in this already gaping, unrecoverable wound, Radiohead finally shows up, only to call Scott a loser and send him into a fresh wave of tears.
Come on, guys, let's go. This kid is totally not cool.
Little crybaby.
He cries even further, and Cartman drinks it all up, leaving us with one final lesson at the end of the episode.
I think it might be best for us to never piss Cartman off again. Good call.
So it's safe to say that no matter where you stand with Cartman, there's a chance that his evil schemes are more than any of us could ever handle. Cartman doing bad isn't out of the ordinary, so let's talk about something truly rare. The one time South Park had to kill a character. So South Park is no stranger to killing Kenny. I mean, the poor kid dies more often than I skip a leg day.
Look out!
Whoops. See? But there's always a reset button, right? Kenny bites it, the credits roll, and he's back the very next episode like nothing even happened. But then, in Season 5, Episode 13, simply titled Kenny Dies, the writers decided to take things a bit differently, and let's just say they delivered a gut punch that viewers, and really all of South Park, definitely did not see coming.
You're gonna love these fetuses, Larry. They're top notch.
And then there's Cartman being, well, Cartman. Ah, boy.
So the episode kicks off on a very bizarre note, with Cartman stumbling upon a literal truckload of aborted fetuses intended for stem cell research. Cartman, convinced he's sitting on biological Bitcoin, tries to rope in Stan, Kyle, and Kenny into his latest get-rich-quick scheme. But even by Cartman standards, flipping fetal stem cells feels like a bridge very too far, so the boys promptly dip out, leaving Cartman alone with his ethically sketchy startup dreams.
Fine! I don't need you. I can sell these fetuses all on my own.
Yeah, context doesn't even really save this one. Meanwhile, in what feels like a completely separate universe, Stan and Kyle get called to Principal Victoria's office. Expecting more trouble from Cartman's morally bankrupt side hustle, they're instead blindsided by some genuinely heartbreaking news.
Boys, your little friend Kenny went to the hospital last night, okay? He's pretty sick.
Stan immediately sinks into denial, insisting Kenny will pull through. Kyle's already bracing himself for the worst, but perhaps most surprising is Cartman's reaction. When Stan and Kyle tell him the news, he looks genuinely shaken.
They told us he has a muscular disease, and that he might die. Die? Kenny? Don't you say that! Kenny's not gonna die!
Abandoned fetuses are being sold in this episode, and somehow Cartman showing genuine care is the weirdest thing that I've seen here. So the three boys visit Kenny in the hospital, where they finally confirm for themselves the bitter truth. At the hospital, reality hits hard. Stan bolts out, overwhelmed, leaving Kyle to follow. Cartman stays behind, and in a rare, strangely touching moment, opens up to Kenny. He tells him that he's always considered him his best friend, considering Stan and Kyle are like Siamese twins, while promising to find a cure for Kenny's illness. He then bolts out of the room to cry, at which point a returning Kyle spots him.
Cartman? Oh, Kyle. Hey, what's going down, Jew boy?
Inspired, or at least pretending to be inspired to save Kenny, Cartman dives headfirst into stem cell research. Turns out those cells can repair damaged tissues, meaning they could potentially save Kenny's life. Cartman even goes as far as passionately lobbying Congress to lift the stem cell ban, complete with a tear-jerking song.
Do you remember when we used to dance, and incidents arose from circumstance?
And that, folks, is the power of music. Miraculously, Congress actually caves and lifts the ban, but this is South Park, and happy endings don't come cheap. Despite Cartman's strangely noble hustle, Kenny's time actually runs out. He passes away, leaving Stan and Kyle to mourn their friend until Cartman arrives at Kenny's funeral with big news. The boys rush outside thinking it has something to do with Kenny.
What, Cartman? What's happened? I put the stem cells from all the fetuses I had next to Shakey's, and they are replicating a new Shakey's.
Guess it's still a South Park plotline after all. So yeah, Kenny's death was about to get very real, and by the time we enter Season 6 with Jared has AIDS, it becomes pretty clear just how permanent Kenny's demise is.
Oh, AIDS, AIDS.
Yep, hooray for AIDS!
So there's a whole lot of misconceptions in this episode, and let's just say that Jared over here is long overdue a communications class. Anyway, the episode opens up with the boys prank calling City Walk because, of course, nothing heals grief like harassing an overworked restaurant owner, but their lowbrow fun gets interrupted by a commercial starring Jared Fogle. You know, the dude who lost hundreds of pounds eating sandwiches. Welcome to America, I guess. Butter strolls in, and it's immediately clear that no one's ready to move on from Kenny just yet.
Hey, fellas. Hey, Kenny. No, gosh darn it, my name's not Kenny. Okay, not Kenny.
The boys head downtown to meet Jared, who's making a speech about how easy it is to lose weight eating nothing but sandwiches, but already sounds fishy. When the boys get to hang backstage, Jared drops the world's least subtle bombshell.
Eating sub sandwiches was a big part of it, but the way that I lost so much weight was that I got AIDS.
And just like that, the entire episode takes a sharp left turn into misunderstandingville. Someone get this man a PR team stat. Poor wording aside, turns out Jared isn't just a bad speaker, he's also a scammer. But instead of taking down Subway's golden boy, Cartman sees dollar signs. He immediately cooks up his own sketchy scheme, fattening up Butters to make him South Park's own Jared. And since this is Cartman we're dealing with here, you best believe things are about to go south. They managed to fatten up Butters, but as we know, gaining weight is a lot easier than losing it. So the boys resort to doing a homemade liposuction, and by that, I mean what you'd normally expect from a roadside mechanic.
There it goes.
All right, it's working.
And if you guessed that Butters' parents storm in with perfect timing, then you're very much correct. Back in town, Jared is busy spreading the gospel of AIDS, and boy, does he dig himself into quite the hole. First, he tries to come clean about his AIDS to his fiancée. That actually backfires thanks to some misinterpretation, and when you think the man's about to finally clock what's wrong with his wording, he goes ahead and pretty much signs his death warrant.
I am going to personally see to it that every one of you gets AIDS.
While that's going on, the boys pull out to Butters' house to take him to the city walk, to cash in on their advert deal. Only problem is, Butters is now grounded following his surgery escapades. With millions of dollars now at stake, the boys then quickly move on to plan B, which in this case involves a little bit of arm twisting.
Kenny would have done it.
Yep.
You guys remember what a cool friend Kenny was? God, man, he was the best friend ever.
I mean, technically they aren't wrong. When the gaslighting fails, Cartman offers to cover for Butters at home, which, considering it's him, is bound to involve something that buries the poor kid.
What? Are you trying to get yourself in more trouble with that kind of language?
Loosen up, you bloody belch.
Hey, say what you will about Cartman, but his commitment to chaos is Olympic level. Anywho, the boys arrive at City Walk to collect their big payday, but plot twist, Jared's ruined his own reputation so badly, City Walk wants absolutely nothing to do with a Jared-type campaign. It is at that point that Stan and Kyle are filled in on what old Jared has been up to. Luckily for the man, just before South Park goes full Salem witch trials on him, Stan and Kyle arrive in time to clear things up. They explain the whole assistant AIDS confusion, Jared's off the hook, and just like that, AIDS, yes, actual AIDS, is officially declared funny. Thank frick.
Tom, I'm standing in the town square where it was declared that AIDS can finally be joked about. What a great day for humanity.
Leave it to South Park to squeeze in something absurd each episode. With that mess cleared up, the boys resume their plans to cash in on Butters. They approach Tu Wong for the money, and he hands them a whopping $15. Who knew a local business couldn't pay like a nationwide franchise? Good planning there, boys. The boys realize that maybe exploiting someone for weight loss fame isn't that great, but hey, at least AIDS is finally funny, and somehow that feels perfectly on brand. So Butters is pretty much Kenny's replacement at this point, poor guy, but it doesn't last for long, as we see in Season 6, Episode 6, Professor Chaos.
Prepare for the greatest supervillain you've ever seen, Professor Chaos!
And now we have Butters' villain arc. Long overdue, if you ask me. It all kicks off with Butters getting fired as Kenny's replacement. Yeah, it turns out friendship with Stan, Kyle, and Cartman is basically a corporate gig with zero benefits. The boys will literally sit him down and give him the good old, it's not you, it's us speech.
I'm afraid we're gonna have to let you go, as our friend. You're just too...
lame.
Lame, yes.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Devastated by getting friend-zoned by his actual friends, Butters spirals into full-on supervillain territory. He becomes Professor Chaos, a foil-wrapped nightmare set on causing very mild inconveniences to South Park. Oh, good heavens! And his reign of terror begins at the most diabolical place imaginable. Bennigan's. Soap mix-ups. Truly, we're witnessing villainy on par with Thanos here. Meanwhile, Stan, Kyle, and Cartman are busy running their own twisted version of The Bachelor, searching for a new friend. They narrow down the options through friend tests, starting with a cringe-fest group outing at the amusement park. Jimmy initially impresses them, solely because being disabled gets them to the front of the line quicker, but he quickly blows his lead by needing extra assistance to get on said ride.
Hey, I'm gonna need some help.
Oh, shut her down. Someone needs assistance.
Oh, really? That's gonna cost some points.
I mean, it's Cartman, you just learn to take him as he comes. Back to Butters, though. Annoyed that his soup-swapping exploits don't make headlines, he escalates his evil plots to stealing chalkboard erasers at school. Absolute chaos, clearly. Until Miss Chalksendix just casually pulls out a backup eraser, completely foiling his master plan. With his confidence thoroughly shaken, Butters recruits Dougie as his villainous sidekick, General Disarray, proving there's someone out there for everyone, even if your idea of evil is wearing aluminum foil and mildly inconveniencing people. Their first big evil deed as a duo? Well, flooding the entire planet with a garden hose.
Watch as your precious planet drowns!
A brain as smooth as butter, folks. Anyway, back to Kenny's replacement saga. The friend selection nonsense continues as Stan, Kyle, and Cartman narrow it down to 6 candidates, complete with a swimsuit and talent competition. And yes, Tokus Hula Dance wins major points. After that round of auditions, the boys narrow their choices down. The finalists are the usual suspects, Token, Timmy, Jimmy, and for reasons no one understands, Towley. Because nothing screams reliable friend like a sentient towel with a weed problem.
Towley's cool, but he gets stoned all the time. You can't really rely on him for anything.
Yeah, a stoned out towel, peak cartoon writing. Anyway, the boys finally make their pick. Tweek becomes Kenny's official replacement, solidifying his position as the most caffeinated kid on television. As for Professor Chaos, well, he tries one last scheme, destroying the ozone layer using hairspray cans. Brilliant! The world's as doomed as my chances with my high school crush.
Say goodbye to your precious ozone and hello to chaos.
Spoiler alert, the planet survives, but the episode isn't done yet, as it's revealed that someone in this episode has bitten the dust. It ends up being Miss Choxendick, because I guess there's just so long you can keep a name like that on public TV. With Tweek stepping up as Kenny's replacement, we head on over to the very next episode, Simpsons Already Did It, to see how well he fares in his new role.
They did that on The Simpsons. I think it was the Mr. Burns character. He tried to block Springfield from the sun.
Oh, heck, I thought I was being original.
And that's how the episode got its name. The episode begins with Stan, Kyle, and Tweek playing in the snow and trying to build a snowman with a little bit of trouble on Tweek's part, at which Butters pops up, clearly still hurt from being kicked out of the group, and things get awkward real fast.
How are things going with your new best friend? Well, Tweek's no Kenny.
Yeah, but he's still better than you, Butters.
Yeah.
Talk about kicking a guy while he's down. At this point, just twist the knife, why don't you? Anyway, so Butters scampers off as Carpenter arrives just in time to babble about his next disaster of a plan. Turns out he found some magical creatures called sea people, who he believes will whisk him away from this terrible planet. He manages to convince the boys to crowdfund his latest plot and rushes to buy what he now sees as his golden Willy Wonka ticket.
Only 3 more hours, sea people. Only 3 more hours and you can take me away from this crappy goddamn planet full of hippies.
Basically how crypto bros talk about NFTs. But instead of magical underwater elves, he ends up with shrimp. Yeah, he literally bought fish food and thought he found Atlantis. Luckily, there's still use for the shrimp, as Cartman and the boys decide to prank their teacher by pouring the shrimp into her coffee. Seems harmless enough, right? Well, until she turns up dead the very next day, sending them spiraling into paranoia faster than your grandma discovering.
All right, listen to me. We must take a strict vow of silence.
Jesus Christ, we killed her! Shh, Tweek, shut the hell up!
Dude really doesn't know what he signed up for as Kenny's replacement. Back in villain territory, Butters aka Professor Chaos desperately tries to come up with original evil plots, but since the Simpsons are pretty much ahead of everyone else, each plan he makes, from blocking at the sun to cutting the head off a town statue, ends up being dry ink from Matt Groening's pen. As for Cartman and the boys, well, let's just say they aren't having a great day either. News of their teacher's death becomes front page news, with reports showing that was found in her stomach. They mistake this for their sea people, leading to the single greatest confession in South Park history.
We need you to promise not to tell anybody.
Now, children, every problem can be worked out.
We killed our teacher and they found our in her stomach.
The kind of confession that lands you in Arkham Asylum. After scarring Chef for life, the boys break into the hospital morgue to retrieve their from the teacher's stomach. Cartman, unfazed by basic human decency, dives right into the corpse because, as we know, there's absolutely no line he won't cross to save his own skin. After stealing back their shrimp, they pour it back into Cartman's aquarium, and in peak South Park fashion, the shrimp mix with actual humans from the autopsy lab, creating an advanced underwater civilization. Yeah, evolution through Darwin would be proud.
Sea people plus equals society.
Honestly, the math checks out. In typical Cartman fashion, he quickly crowns himself god of this new sea society because, let's be honest, if anyone's gonna start a fueled cult, it's Cartman. But it doesn't take long for the civilization to split into rival factions, with one side worshipping Tweek instead. Predictably, it all ends in a tiny shrimp apocalypse, proving once and for all that with great knowledge comes the unavoidable reality of blowing yourselves up.
But I guess this proves that war is the natural order of life.
Why can't societies just live in peace?
In the midst of all the madness, Butters finally learns the valuable lesson. Originality is dead, and no idea will ever top The Simpsons. But hey, who needs originality anyway?
I think I can go back to trying to destroy the world again.
Emphasis on trying. Anyway, Tweek's run as Kenny's replacement didn't pan out well either, and so in Season 6, Episode 12, A Ladder to Heaven, the boys decide to ditch the replacements and go visit their missing buddy. When the military is involved and the whole town celebrating, you know it isn't anything good. The episode begins with Stan, Kyle, and Cartman heading over to the candy store to cash in on their free shopping spree, except there's one small problem. The ticket stub they need is with Kenny. Yeah, the same Kenny who's been dead since December.
You hold on to this, Cartman. I might lose it. No, I'll lose it for sure. You keep track of it, Kyle.
No, I don't want that much responsibility. Here, you hold on to it, Kenny.
And that, folks, is why you never pass on a responsibility. Desperate to get their hands on candy, the boys head over to Kenny's house, where they learn that his remains is now in an urn. And since this is the boys we're talking about, they have no idea what an urn is. So they break into Kenny's house and steal his urn, expecting to find the ticket stub inside. Instead, what they find is a whole bunch of nothing.
What the hell is this? Chocolate milk mix? I knew Kenny couldn't fit in that teapot. God damn it, this isn't even good chocolate milk mix.
Let's be real, this doesn't even scratch the surface when it comes to Cartman. And since we're already in Crazy Land, population Cartman, he mixes the ashes into milk and drinks them. Don't gotta tell you, that ends pretty badly, but we'll get to that one later. The next day, Kyle has the genius idea of building a ladder to heaven. That way the boys can retrieve their ticket from Kenny. Except this isn't a town where you do anything unnoticed, so it takes about 2 minutes for their operation to blow up. Soon the entire town and then the entire country is crying over a ladder to heaven. They even get a song out of it because exploiting tragedy is basically the country music playbook.
Where were you when they built the ladder to heaven?
And that's kind of catchy, I must admit. As the whole thing becomes an international sensation, Japan decides to build its own ladder, and just like that, heaven is the next space race, which of course means that the US military gets involved, and you best believe they're not joking around.
Alpha Team, get that support structure up! Yes, sir!
Where were you when they saved that ladder to heaven?
Dude's absolutely milking it. Can't hate the hustle. The race to heaven continues to heat up with Japan even faking a heaven landing, and let's just say they were cash strapped, okay? And just when you thought things couldn't get any crazier, the US gets word that Saddam Hussein is building weapons of mass destruction in heaven. And yes, everyone just casually goes along with this idea.
51% of Americans think Saddam has to be dealt with. 49% are wimpy, tree-hugging pussies.
We're on heaven, only in America, folks. Well, all that's going on, Cartman starts having weird flashbacks of Kenny's memories. You know, just the usual side effects from drinking cremated remains. But hey, silver lining is Kenny's memories reveal the location of their winning ticket. Turns out the ticket stub wasn't in Kenny. It was locked away safely all along. A few planks to the head later, and Cartman manages to retrieve the ticket. The boys end their ladder building venture, leaving them to deal with a very confused group of adults.
Are you saying that you boys only wanted to build a ladder to heaven so you could get some candy?
I've never heard the words only and candy in the same sentence before.
Honestly, Cartman has a point. Candy is serious business. The saga rounds up by saying heaven isn't a real place. It is simply an idea. Still, this wouldn't be a South Park storyline without a final reveal, and as it turns out, Saddam Hussein was actually building weapons of mass destruction in heaven all along, disguised as chocolate chip factories. Huh.
No! Weapons of mass destruction? This is a chocolate chip factory. See?
We have Saddam's heavenly chocolate chips before GTA 6. Let that sink in, folks. And there we have it. Kenny's still technically dead. Cartman's possessed by Kenny, I guess, kind of. And the boys nearly caused World War III in heaven. Oh, and did I mention Kenny's still dead? Just thought you'd like the reminder. So Kenny's now in Cartman, and we're pretty much in Game 6 of this whole saga, which leads us to Season 6, Episode 15, the biggest in the universe.
The victim child?
The child that we sacrificed so we can put Kenny's soul into its body.
If you haven't already strapped in, you might want to do that right now. So we kick off with Cartman rushed to the hospital. Turns out Kenny's ghost isn't exactly a compatible organ donor, and so Cartman is now running out of time, literally.
What can we do?
Well, I suppose we could try a time transplant.
South Park's healthcare, still better than whatever the hell my insurance covers. Chef finds out and decides Cartman's only hope is John Edward. You know, the guy from TV who pretends to talk to dead people for cash? So they go off to New York, and surprise, surprise, the trip ends up being a complete waste of time, as all they meet is a man who's as psychic as a magic 8-ball in a garbage disposal.
I'm getting Mike. Definitely an M, maybe Matt. Mike, Mary.
Mary was my mother!
New Yorkers in a nutshell, folks. With the psychic solution ending as a bust, Chef decides to get serious and take Cartman all the way to Scotland. There, Chef's parents, who apparently specialize in voodoo, offer to perform an exorcism. Everything is going smoothly, but there's a little issue of a victim child to transfer Kenny's soul into.
Oh, Lord, they didn't bring a victim child.
Why were we going to find a child?
We weren't going to ask you where you got it from.
Yeah, because that's clearly the issue here. Meanwhile, back in America, Kyle gets sucked in by John Edward's fake psychic reading. Edward claims Kyle's grandma wants him to enroll in Juilliard, which is basically Juilliard, but for Jews. Stan tries to convince Kyle that Edward is a scam artist, but Kyle ain't having it, so Stan decides to confront Edward himself, only to discover that the psychic is even more of a fragile crybaby than he thought.
Then you're a stupid.
I think I've had enough of your bullying me. I'll run upstairs, lock myself in my panic room, and call the police.
Frustrated, Stan decides to expose Edward for being a fraud, which in his case involves demonstrating how easy psychic scams are, but unfortunately for him, he ends up accidentally convincing an entire crowd that he's actually a psychic himself. One thing leads to another, he gets his own psychic show, reluctantly, and just when you think things couldn't possibly get any weirder, it leads to a psychic showdown.
And I challenge you to a psychic showdown. I'll prove to the world.
Two fake psychics arguing over who's more psychic. Welcome to television, kids. And let's just say the showdown was not what you'd expect. Long story short, Stan manages to convince the crowd not to fall for psychic tricks. John ends up throwing a fit on stage, and aliens drop out of nowhere to make a big announcement.
Mr. Edward, you have been nominated for biggest in the universe.
If aliens travel billions of miles just to call you a Buddy, you earned it. Back in Scotland, things have gotten from insane to completely absurd. Chef's parents successfully exorcised Kenny's soul from Cartman, but with no spare kid around to sacrifice, Kenny's ghost settles into the next best thing, a delicious home-cooked pot roast. Yeah, Kenny went from a child to a dead child to chocolate milk mix to a roast dinner. Truly a glowing resume of reincarnation. But because nothing ever goes smoothly in South Park, Chef and Cartman forgot Kenny the pot roast a baggage claim on their return flight. Unfortunately, this pot roast catches the attention of Rob Schneider, who's about to star in his newest film.
Rob Schneider is Kenny, rated PG-13.
Between starring in a Rob Schneider movie and Eternal Darkness, the latter sounds very much nicer, thank you. And finally, we get to the moment we've all been waiting for, because in the finale of Season 6, Red Sleigh Down, we finally get full closure on the fate of Kenny McCormick.
Lock and load. We're going in.
Oh boy. The episode kicks off with a heavy dose of Cartman shenanigans again. This time he's trying to calculate his place on Santa's nice list, and shocker, it's not going too hot. After enlisting Kyle's cousin as his tiny neurotic accountant, Cartman finds out he's racked up over 4,000 counts of being a little gremlin, which by the way means he now owes Santa 306 presents.
If you cured cancer and AIDS next week, you would still owe 2 presents.
Jesus Christ!
I mean, is anyone really surprised? Now, the problem for Cartman is that Christmas is tomorrow morning and he's dying to get his hands on the brand new toy. Kyle's cousin crunches the numbers, and according to his estimates, the only way Cartman gets off the naughty list by Christmas morning is to do the greatest nice thing anyone's ever done ever. Which of course leads to the brilliant plan of trying to fix Christmas in the Middle East.
Guys, get those lights down from the door. We'll give them to the needy Iraqis too. They don't have Christmas there, guys. We have to give it to them.
I mean, it's a noble cause, but considering it's Cartman we're dealing with here, you can already see the screw-up from a mile away. Now, get to the presents to Iraq. A certain Mr. Hanky, the Christmas Pooh, don't laugh, shows up and tells them to hop aboard the Pooh-Choo train, don't laugh. He tells them to visit Santa in the North Pole. They arrive at Santa's fortress because apparently he's Superman now, and convince him to do a Christmas goodwill mission over Baghdad. Santa's down for it. The gnomes get the sleigh ready. He jets off to Iraq, and I'll leave it at this. Unidentified flying objects only have one certain fate in Baghdadi skies.
Merry Christmas. I'm hit! I'm hit!
Red Sleigh Down! Christmas is officially canceled and Santa is now a POW. So Santa's getting tortured. Cartman cries because his robot toy dreams are up in smoke, at which point the boys realize that there was a catch to his behavior after all. I mean, go figure, really. But just when all hope looks lost, the boys remember that there's one man you can always rely on to save the day, and let's just say he's sporting a halo and packing a lot of heat.
Lock and load. We're going in.
And now we enter Die Hard territory. So Jesus leads the crew into Baghdad. They get the drop on a couple of Iraqis, and for the most part, the mission's going pretty well. They track down Santa and rescue him, but since every story needs a twist, we end up with one that might just get you thrown in a jail cell in the Vatican City.
Get up the stairs. The sleigh is on the roof.
Jesus, behind you!
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that. Enraged, Santa pretty much turns into Rambo. He mows down a small militia with dual-wielded guns, escapes with the kids, and then instead of just flying home, starts bombing the entire city with Christmas. Which, no matter how hard I think about it, makes absolutely no sense that he just didn't do that in the first place. I mean, look at this.
RPG, 4 o'clock!
Duke could have literally just taken out the terrorists in the first place and, I don't know, avoided Jesus' death. Anyway, Santa saves the day, brings joy to the Middle East, and comes home just in time to light South Park's Christmas tree right after Jimmy finishes singing the world's slowest, most coma-inducing version of the 12 Days of Christmas. And finally, the boys open their presents, only to find they all got Haibo dolls.
Oh, God damn it! Cartman, I thought all you wanted was a Haibo doll.
Yeah, but not if you guys have one too. God damn it, I'll never try to be nice again.
Welcome back, Cartman. Welcome back. And speaking of welcomes, guess who decided to walk into frame like nothing happened?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh, hey, Kenny.
And that, folks, is how you wrap up a season-long saga.
We've seen some pretty wild stuff so far, so it probably wouldn't shock you to hear that some South Park episodes got banned. In fact, here's a bunch of them. I've collected every single banned episode of South Park, and now have my dirty mitts on some of the most reviled yet hilarious animation in cartoon history. What could go wrong? Well, this could.
I learned something today.
Kicking things off, we're looking at the Cartoon Wars 2-parter. Yep, we're starting things off with a bang! Told you, things start off calm enough.
Son! What? Get up!
Get your shoes on, gotta get out of here, move!
The entire town of South Park is going into crisis mode and flooding into the community center, where it's revealed that the panic is all over a cartoon that's going to show an image of Muhammad on TV.
Cartoon that's always pushing buttons with their careless toilet humor. Family Guy!
We should have known it'd be Family Guy. While you may think it's silly for people to get so upset over a cartoon, apparently American flags are being burnt en masse in the Middle East in response to the cartoon. And even crazier than that, the Family Guy Nation? Is that the USA, or is there an actual separate place? Anyway, thankfully, it seems as if it's all blown over, as the next morning, the town finds out Fox censored the image before the nation came under attack. So how rough was this anti-Islamic joke? Well...
Come on, Muhammad, let's get some tea.
Try my Mr. T.
Oh boy, was that ever weird. Anyway, I can't believe I invited my old sweetheart to dinner, huh?
Blasphemous! Okay, well, not actually, though Cartman thinks so, saying that the joke is mocking an entire religion.
Seriously? That is not cool. You guys, they just made fun of the religion of an entire group of people.
That's real rich, coming from the soiled mouth of Cartman. Kyle's parents also have issues with the show, though, as when they find out he's been watching it, they take action, quickly.
Ah! It's Family Guy! Quick, Gerald, do something!
If even Gerald is going mental over this, we've got a problem. For their crimes against decency, the kids are taught Muslim sensitivity training by Miss Garrison, which goes as smoothly as anything that's taught at South Park Elementary.
Now put yourself in the shoes of a Muslim. It's Friday night, but you can't have and you can't. There's sand in your eyes and probably in the crack. And then some cartoon comes along from a country where people are getting laid and mocks your prophet.
Yeah, as smooth as the sand in their cracks. An emergency assembly is called where the news says that
We have just learned that the Family Guy episode featuring Muhammad was only part 1.
And if you think that's bad,
Retaliation? Oh my god.
how can anyone take Mr. Mackey seriously, I swear? Cartman decides to head off to LA to protect the Muslim people from the joke, but when Kyle questions him, Cartman does the unthinkable.
10 people because Family Guy just had to have their little joke. Will you still think it's funny? What if 100 people? Will it be funny then, Kyle?
I mean, he makes a good point. After a horrifying dream, Kyle officially sides with Cartman on the matter and decides to head with him to LA to get the Family Guy episode pulled. A literal 1,000-mile trip on tricycles? Dude, count me out. The townsfolk of South Park have another meeting where an expert comes up and tells the town that to avoid blame for what Family Guy does, they'll have to literally bury their heads in sand. Butter's dad objects, though, with a fantastic point.
If we aren't willing to risk what we have, then we just believe in free speech, but we don't defend it.
Yeah, actually, let's just go with the sand. It's much simpler and easier. Cartman and Kyle are on their way to LA, but it seems Cartman's motives are a bit murkier than Kyle first thought, as Cartman says that he can't wait to take Family Guy off the air forever. Kyle's confused, even saying that he thought Cartman might like Family Guy, which goes over well, I'd say.
Don't you ever compare me to Family Guy. Compare me to Family Guy again, and so help me, I will where you stand.
Wasn't Eric just preaching how not even one person should be over a joke, and now he's threatening to Kyle himself? Yeah, turns out Cartman's just tired of people recommending the show to him. Get over it, dude. It's gonna happen the rest of your life. And so, with Cartman's real motives revealed, it's a race between him and Kyle to LA. Alright, that cop kinda deserved to crash if that's all it takes for them. Cartman plays dirty, though, and leaves Kyle stranded in the desert.
You son of a...
Leaving the episode off on the biggest cliffhanger of them all.
Tune in to see part 2 of Family Guy next week on South Park.
But for us, we're actually gonna get our answer right now. Cartman finally makes it to the Fox network station, but it looks like someone else got there first.
Dude, can I go before you?
Eat my shorts.
Kyle, on the other hand, is still lost in the desert, but comes to find a gas station that's buried its head in the sand, as the panic over the Family Guy episode has only escalated. Cartman tells Bart of his plan and says that if even one episode of a show gets pulled, eventually, the onslaught of more cancellation cries will eventually cause the series to be shut down.
So my plan is to use this whole Muhammad thing as a way to scare the network into pulling tonight's show. I'm going to use fear to get them to do what I want.
Isn't that like...
No, it isn't like... It is.
So Cartman's just straight up admitting to being a... Yeah, that sounds in character. This probably isn't even in the top 10 worst things he said. Anyway, Bart tries to convince Cartman to let him do the thing until Cartman reads off his own qualifications.
That's like this one time when I didn't like a kid, so I ground his parents up into chili and fed it to him.
I wouldn't skate. I'd run! Meanwhile, it looks like even the president can't stop the show from being broadcast, as something called the First Amendment is protecting them. What is this First Amendment exactly, though?
You know, right to free speech.
Dang that pesky Constitution! Cartman's here to save the day, though, as he's finally allowed to talk to the Fox execs. And of course will only rely on a sound argument and nothing else to convey his point.
Hello, gentlemen, ladies. My name is Little Danny Pocket. Please excuse my tiny crutch. It's the only way I can get around these days.
Cartman manages to get a meeting with the Family Guy writing staff, while Kyle makes his way over to Fox Studios thanks to a fellow Family Guy viewer.
I know it's just joke after joke, but I like that. At least it doesn't get all preachy and up its own with messages, you know?
Overly preachy and too filled with messages? Whoever could they be talking about? Yeah, so Kyle meets Bart and tells him that he needs to stop his fat friend from taking Family Guy off the air. Bart helpfully leads Kyle to the executive's office that just so happens to look awfully shady, and...
This can't be right. Cowabunga.
Why doesn't the real Bart say that in The Simpsons? That totally makes his catchphrase cooler. Meanwhile, Cartman finally meets...
the Family Guy writing staff.
Ah, the wonders of marine biology. Oh, what, you're confused how the manatees write the show? Well, they take the idea balls, bring them to the other side of the tank, and then boom! You've got Family Guy material.
Remember the time I won a date to Mexico with Gary Coleman?
¿Qué pasa, señores? What you talking about, Willis?
That joke really did feel like it was written by a sea cow. Apparently, if even one idea ball is taken from the manatee's tank, they won't work. And so when the Muhammad ball was taken out of the tank, they went on strike. Oh, and also...
they're the only mammals that are completely unmoved by threats.
Cartman meets up with Bart and finds Kyle trapped, where he reveals his plan to sneak back into the studio while the writers are on break.
If you'll excuse me, Kyle, I've got some idea balls to remove from a manatee tank.
What?
Why is Kyle so confused? It made complete sense to me. When the studio executives find the manatees motionless, Cartman convinces him they're just trying to take over the network. And so to reassert his authority, the executive decides to pull the Family Guy episode. Naturally, Cartman remains humble.
I am God! Family Guy is going off the air. No more Family Guy for me, mon frere. Cartman!
Kyle managed to convince Bart to free him and knows that there's still time for him to convince the network to air the episode. But with Cartman there to stop him, there's only one way for this to end.
Let this be our final battle. Ow! Stop it! Kyle, that's too hard!
Kyle wins the epic battle and dashes over to the executive's office right before they make the nuclear option to pull the episode, and is finally able to give his side of the argument.
Pulling an episode because somebody is offended starts a chain reaction. You'll have to pull more and more episodes until the show goes off the air completely.
Cartman butts in and tries to convince the executive, but he's still conflicted.
Okay, I'll make it easy for you. Pull the Muhammad episode, now!
Okay, I'll listen to you.
He's right. That did make it easy. Kyle tells the man that if he gives in to Cartman's demands, he's allowing to work, and says even if he decides to simply censor the episode, he's giving in. It's either all okay or none of it is. And so the decision is made.
Family Guy goes on air as planned.
Yes! No! No, I hate Family Guy!
Wait a minute, would Cartman have just the guy if that thing had ammo? Wow, that's cold. The Muhammad scene finally arrives, and as promised, Fox allowed it to air uncensored.
Coming, Muhammad.
Unfortunately, South Park airs on Comedy Central, so they couldn't show the uncensored broadcast, negating the point of the episode. Lame. What's even lamer is the response to the episode.
Hello, I am American.
I am American too. We like to crap on each other.
Hello, I'm the President Bush. I will crap on both of you.
Oh, we love to crap.
Look at me, I'm Jesus. Who would you like me to crap on you, Mr. Bush?
Yummy, yummy crap.
Man, such crude potty humor and awful animation. Who could have made this crap? The lamest thing of all, though, is the fact that these episodes were banned for simply mentioning Muhammad. You can't even find these on streaming anymore. Like the irony! Though, if you think manatees are the only ones that cause chaos, you'd be sorely mistaken. Closets can, too.
I'm starting to get angry.
So I pull out my gun.
In Trapped in the Closet, all the boys want to go have fun, but...
No, I don't want to spend any money, you guys. Let's just do something fun that's free. Stan, don't you know the first law of physics? Anything that's fun costs at least $8.
Poor Stan. I relate to the guy. After his friends ditch him, Stan starts to walk home, but is asked if he'd like to take a free personality test run by the Church of Scientology. But when he starts to ask questions on if the whole thing is a religion, the vibe gets weird.
Scientology is more of an alternative to psychology than a religion.
Then how come that sign says Church of Scientology?
Oh, that's just his thing. What's the Denver Broncos record now? 6-2?
That guy is dodging these questions like Neo in the Matrix, dude. He gets to the end of the test and reveals to Stan that he's totally messed up in his head, but knows that Scientology can help him.
Well, there's certainly no question that you are a perfect candidate for Scientology.
What do I do?
We just need $240.
Well, I mean, I've never heard of a personality test that lies. So I guess he's gotta pay up. Stan's family is shocked to hear of his depression.
But I'm completely miserable and these people can help.
Stanley, I didn't know you were miserable.
Neither did I!
Even Stan is shocked. That should be a red flag about that test, kid. Stan wants his dad to help pay for the church, but he refuses, saying Stan will need to pay out of the pockets of his own savings, leaving him an ultimatum.
You want a bike, or do you want to not be depressed?
Michelle, our friend Stan wants to have auditing.
Honestly, when he puts it like that, it's kind of hard to refuse. Stan pays up and gets a tour of the church, where he learns about its founder, L. Ron Hubbard, and the power of the E-meter. Stan gets his hands on the E-meter and has his threaten levels tested, which he reads abnormally high, as high as only one had reached before.
L. Ron Hubbard said he had lived past lives, that when he aestheton would show itself again, our prophet has returned.
Well, now we know where George Lucas got his idea for midi-chlorians. Stan's the Anakin Skywalker of Scientology, make of that what you will. A massive crowd then arrives at the Marsh residence, where the church asks for Stan to lead their religion, and even has a few celebrity guests to sweeten that deal.
Oh my god, it's John Travolta!
Is this where he lives? Is this where L. Ron Hubbard is? Oh my god!
I mean, how could you deny a man with a voice as soothing as that? Though things don't end with John Travolta, as Tom Cruise snuck his way into Stan's room to speak with the prophet of his religion. Guess all that Mission Impossible stuff paid off, huh?
You're not like as good as Leonardo DiCaprio, but you're okay, I guess.
What? Now that's cold. I mean, maybe not wrong, but definitely cold. So cold that Tom's got to get out of there.
I'm a failure in the eyes of the prophet! Ah!
Hey!
But unfortunately for Mr. Cruise, the insults are only getting started.
Dad! Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet!
Yep, take that exactly as you heard it. Nobody has the answers on why Tom Cruise just won't come out of the closet, but luckily, R. Kelly might be able to shine some light on this situation.
But nobody has no answers, and so I pull out my gun!
Nope, definitely didn't shine any light at all. Why did we think that would get us anywhere? Meanwhile, Stan's explained that the church needs to take care of him and is offered the lowdown on the church's secret message.
Stan, do you want to hear the great secret doctrine of life behind Scientology?
Sure.
All right, go ahead and tell him.
And so Stan explained the history of life according to Scientology. Long ago, there was an alien leader named Xenu who gathered aliens from all of his overpopulated planets, froze them, and threw them into the volcanoes of Hawaii. Their souls were freed, but Xenu caught them before they could return home and brainwashed them into believing a false history.
They attach themselves to all mankind, which still to this day causes all our fears, our confusions, and our problems.
And yeah, that is just legitimately what's revealed once you stay in the church long enough. It's a heavily guarded secret for a reason, folks. Stan starts writing more of the Scientology lore when his friends show up and express their concern over Stan's cultish behavior. However, Stan believes that if they can't accept his new beliefs, then they are no longer friends, and shoos them away.
Stan, I just want you to know that I still hate Kyle more than you.
At least Cartman's there to brighten Stan's day. Stan's writing eventually leads to some butting heads, though, after a controversial new decree.
I realize that to really be a church, we can't charge people for help.
What are you, stupid? Then how do we make money from those people?
Oh boy, the writers just came out and said that, huh?
What's better than telling people a stupid story and having them believe you? Having them pay you for it, stupid!
You know, I get it. Scientology is fishy and all, but wow, they're just bludgeoning it here. Though with $3 million on the line, Stan decides to finish his writings and present them to his followers. But when he sees the reality of what he's doing, Stan takes his stand.
I'm not the reincarnation of L. Ron Hubbard. Scientology is just a big fat global scam.
Oh, we are gonna sue you!
This one was taken off the air because of, big shocker, lawsuit threats from the Church of Scientology. Though years later, it's been taken out of the closet and put back on the TV. Unlike Tom Cruise. But okay, if that isn't controversial enough for you, I get it. You want something dirty. The episode Bloody Mary has got you covered. Hope that's raunchy enough for you. Randy takes the boys home from karate practice, though we quickly realize that wasn't the smartest idea in the world while he's in this state.
Oh, yeah? Get off my...
No, dude, it's the police.
Oh, crap.
Always look at who you're flipping off before you do it, kids. Randy does anything but pass the officer's sobriety test and ends up in police custody for the night. The next day at school, Randy shows up to tell the kids the dangers of drinking as part of his punishment, and Miss Garrison interjects with some helpful insight as well.
Well, I think we've all learned an important lesson, haven't we, class? If you don't make the right choices in life, you could end up being a big loser like Stan's dad.
I think I'd jump out the window if I was Stan. Another part of Randy's punishment involves him heading to AA meetings, where he quickly understands that there are some odd rules to the 12-step program.
I never knew that Alcoholics Anonymous was a religious thing.
You just have to admit that there is some kind of God which has power over you and turn your life over to that God and ask him for forgiveness.
It's not religion at all. I don't see any holy symbols, do you? The program tells Randy that alcoholism is a disease and that he is very sick, which ends up only further enabling him.
I thought I could just quit drinking on my own, but it's an illness, son. I have to admit that I'm powerless to this terrible disease.
Absolutely powerless. It's not like Randy could have just removed all the alcohol from his house or something. No. It's an illness, and Randy's going all in on that idea. I mean it.
Stan, I need your help.
Dad, what are you doing in Grandpa's extra wheelchair?
I've got to try to take it easy from now on, son.
All in. Randy knows he'll need a miracle to cure his disease, and luckily, he's got one.
The statue of the Virgin Mary has started to bleed out its...
Nobody ever said miracles had to be pretty. Stan heads over to the Alcoholics Anonymous meeting to give them a piece of his mind.
Young man, do you know anything about the 12-step program?
Yeah, and I also know a thing or two about cults. I was the leader of one for a while.
And I'm gonna be real, I did not expect them to reference his Scientology background ever again. But hey, band episodes gotta stick together, I guess. Oh, and by the way, in case you had any doubt that the whole blood thing was a miracle.
It's a miracle!
Because how couldn't that be a miracle, dude? Only an act of God would make blood spray with that velocity. Randy gets Stan to drive him over to the statue, where, expectedly, there's a massive line of other people wanting their diseases to be cured.
Is this whole line people waiting to be cured?
Yeah, I was diagnosed with brain cancer 2 months ago.
I know exactly how you feel. I've got alcoholism.
Oh, come on. Brain cancer's nothing. Randy's got alcoholism. That's the real deal. Randy cuts in line until a cop stops him. But when the cop hears about Randy's alcoholism, he pushes him to the front of the line. Randy finally stares old Bloody Mary in the face. And...
I'm not going to drink this. I'm not going to drink this!
What a touching moment. He truly is blessed. Randy makes it a full 5 days without a drink, but then gets some shocking news. The Pope has visited the statue and has declared it to be not a miracle. Apparently, the Pope realized the blood wasn't coming from Mary's, but where you'd normally expect it to come from, and said,
A chick bleeding out her is no miracle. Chicks bleed out their all the time.
Of course, putting things in words that only those in touch with God could. Beautiful. Anywho, Randy goes off the wagon and buys himself tons of drinks after realizing there was no miracle. Stan rushes to tell Randy that he never needed a miracle, and him making it so long without a drink proves that. Going alcohol-free is too far for Randy, though, as he likes to drink a lot. But constantly drinking is just as rough.
All or nothing is easy, but learning to drink a little bit, responsibly, that's a discipline. Discipline come from within.
You know what? Couldn't have said it better myself. We all just need a little discipline. Just like the Catholic Church disciplined the networks after this episode came out, as it's been pulled from many reruns of the series since it aired. Though the boys go from saving Randy from religion to having to save themselves from a cult in Super Best Friends. Yep, that was Cartman trying to himself. Hope you're excited. David Blaine's come to South Park and is putting on a show that's more than wowing its spectators.
Go on, reach up
I don't feel nothing.
deeper.
I don't feel... Wait.
Was that the card you picked?
Sleight of hand is dangerous, man. How did Blaine even manage to get that in there without Jimbo knowing? The boys are convinced to head to David Blaine's school to learn some magic, but get a dose of Blaintology instead.
Let me ask you all something.
Do you consider yourselves to be happy?
I don't think I'm very happy. I always fall asleep to the sound of my own screams.
Oh boy, here we go again. I thought we were done with cult stuff. Come on, man! The boys all have their heads shaved as a part of the initiation process, but obviously that leads to some confusion.
Kyle, I'm starting to think that this is a really bad idea.
I'm not Kyle. I'm Butters. I thought you were Kyle.
No, I'm Stan.
You're Stan? Where's Kenny?
Who are you?
I'm Kyle.
Guess who I am, you guys?
Alright, at least I'm sure who one of them is. Stan tries to leave the plane camp, but is basically forced into staying until he decides to drag Kyle to the exit with him while the guards are sleeping.
Call Mr. Blaine at K-Wad. He's a brilliant man.
God damn it, I'm not going with you. I want to stay here.
Huh? I thought you wanted to leave.
Oh, wait, who am I again?
You're Stan.
Oh, yeah. God damn it, hold on a second.
See, yeah, even as a massive fan of the show, I was getting lost. Thank you, Stan. Stan manages to leave, but Kyle is still brainwashed by Blaine's teachings to the point that he even heads to the streets to convince people to go to his next magic show.
Oh, come on. It'll make you a happy person.
Hey, I'm happy.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
All right, 2 tickets.
I mean, how can you beat tactics like that? Stan heads to the one person he knows who can also perform miracles, Jesus himself.
Behold, here you can see ordinary water. Okay, now turn around. Turn around. Okay, now turn back. It is now wine.
Hey, I mean, with the town of South Park, I feel like 70% of folks would buy it. And sure enough, after David Blaine eats his own head and brings it back, Jesus arrives to perform a miracle of his own.
Behold, I have here 5 loaves of bread and 3 fish. Certainly not enough to feed this entire crowd. But now, turn around. Okay, turn around. Okay, now turn back.
Now, how the hell did he do that?
See, someone bought it, I told you! Even still, David Blaine outperforms the Son of God, and so he calls up Buddha to alert the super best friends. I'll explain that soon. Meanwhile, David Blaine's application for tax-exempt status on Blaintology was denied, so to protest, all of his followers... I actually can't say that on YouTube, actually. The followers all plan to
march into Washington and demand our right for tax-exempt status by committing a...
Did you hear that, guys? We're finally gonna...
Yeah, lovely. Finally, Stan and Jesus reach the Hall of the Super Best Friends, where we get a rundown of all the members.
Buddha, with the powers of invisibility. Muhammad, the Muslim prophet with the powers of flame. Krishna, the Hindu deity. Joseph Smith, the Mormon prophet. Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism. And Seaman.
Seaman, huh? What a peculiar name. Hey, wait a minute! Muhammad? Weren't they not able to broadcast him earlier? Why is he perfectly visible here? I guess nobody cared then. Okay, yeah, sure enough, though, you can't find this episode anymore now just because of his appearance here. Anywho, Kyle and Cartman finally have some sense snapped into them.
I think it's going too far. I mean, it's gonna make my family really sad.
I don't want it. I haven't even gotten my pubes yet.
Or at least it seems that way, as after Cartman tells Kyle they should at least sleep on the idea, Kyle wakes up in a snow globe jail-looking thing. Cartman snitched. Shocker. The super best friends find out about Blaine's plan to commit mass, not happiness, and arrive just as the protest begins.
Face down until you as such.
Next!
Unfortunately, Stan arrives a little too late to save Kenny.
Kenny! You! Kyle? Oh my god, Kenny! You...
Though, yeah, thanks to the power of catchphrases, there's still time for Kyle. David Blaine takes control of the Lincoln Memorial and starts rampaging, forcing the best friends to take action.
We've got to stop that oversized Abraham Lincoln. Muhammad.
Well, there's more reason to be mad about Muhammad's depiction. The guy gets slapped right out of the sky! To stop Giant Stone Lincoln, the best friends create a giant stone John Wilkes Booth, and surprise, surprise... it works. Though David Blaine manages to sneak away.
Then I guess you win this time, super best fools. But I'll be back. Whoa. God damn it!
It's all right. Everything is as it should be. Oh, shut up, Buddha.
Stan tells the cult members that they've been mistreated, and that the best thing to do is to take a little something from all religions to better yourself, just like the super best friends.
You're my super best friend.
You're my super best friend too, Kyle.
Oh, that's so sweet, you guys. You want to go get a room so you can make out for a while? Ow! Oh, Jesus, what was that? Ow!
Cartman had it coming for snitching, man. We're going from Washington to China in the episode fittingly named Band in China. That's spelled B-A-N-D, by the way. Why would you think it was spelled any other way?
Us Chinese people have always liked things the old-fashioned way.
We like things a little simpler, a little quieter. And now, there's a new...
Fair enough. Randy, who at this point is in his Tegrity Farms phase, has a brilliant idea to expand his business.
We could grow the family business by selling Tegrity to the Chinese. Turns out there's a lot of people in China.
That's some good research. Though maybe Randy should have looked up if is even legal in China.
It isn't.
Stan's a bit too preoccupied with his band antics, though, to care, as he's just finished writing a song about his experience living out on a farm. I kind of feel like Stan would like the Beatles or some alt band, so we'll probably get something nice and smooth. Okay, jeez, never mind. How do elementary schoolers even get their voices that low? My voice isn't that low. Randy's already got himself a plane ticket to head to China, but he's a little pissed that he's not the only one who wants to expand his business into the country.
Who else wants to go to China and get some of their money? Oh, for crying out loud. I'm sure there's plenty of Chinese people for all of us.
That phrasing is just, man, forget it, it's Randy. When he gets to customs, things take a turn for the predictable.
Oh, hey, everything all right? What's going on?
Again, he really should have just done more research than Googling, do a lot of people live in China? Back in South Park, the boys are getting a biopic made about their band, but the producer needs to make sure that they don't bring up anything that could get the film banned in China.
You gotta lower your ideals of freedom if you want to suck on the warm teat of China.
Yes, that iconic phrase I hear every day. Randy is sent to prison, where he sees the gruesome reality of convicted life in China. Forced labor, low bathroom standards, but worst of all...
Hello there.
Who's that?
Nobody. Just a bear.
They got Pooh Bear, no! Also, yeah, Winnie the Pooh was banned in China because people kept comparing the president to him. I'll let you decide if there's a visual similarity or not. Randy finally gets to plea his case in Chinese court and is truly representing America in a good light.
You got Winnie the Pooh and Piglet in jail? Now come on, China! A country ain't nothing unless it's got decency and integrity.
And of course, being an American, Randy's got to sprinkle his business on top of everything, offering his farm's assistance and bringing a little integrity to China. After Randy's outburst, Mickey Mouse gets pissed that anyone would criticize China and starts chewing out his entire lineup of IPs.
You are a fat diabetic bear, and if the Chinese don't want you, then I don't either.
Poor Pooh Bear, really getting shafted this episode, man. Randy decides to stand up to Disney as well and tells them that while they've got all the connections, money, and characters in the world...
But there's one thing you don't have, and that's integrity.
Always got to bring it back to the business. Meanwhile, Stan's band's biopic is having trouble with Chinese censors, and so the producer eventually sends him home to try and rewrite the movie. Thankfully, saying it has come from his heart. Maybe that means they've given up on keeping the thing China-friendly? Oh, for goodness sake, how long has that guy been in there? Despite both Mickey and Randy's pleas, China refuses to do business with either until the bear is taken out of the picture, and so they get to work. After sticking his hand in a literal honeypot, Pooh... well... Yeah, I don't think he's making it. Stan finally comes up with the latest draft for his movie, incorporating a fan favorite song. I mean, who can resist a bit of finger banging? Though halfway through his performance, Stan quickly realizes he's selling out while on set and decides to put an end to the production definitively.
Yeah, but I can't sell my soul like this. I want to get away from that farm. More than anything, but it's not worth living in a world where China controls my country's art. And anybody who would betray their ideals just to make money in China isn't worth a lick of spit.
Pretty scathing stuff, but also pretty fair. Randy, on the other hand.
Day of forced labor, we're getting beat for criticizing the government. We all could use a little time with some good old Rocky Mountain. All hail the Communist Party, and all hail Digger.
So, yeah, while you can still find this episode in the US pretty easily, you know where you won't find it? China. You know where you won't find any South Park content whatsoever anymore? China. You know who's still mad about Winnie the Pooh being compared to their country's leader? China. You know what episode we're talking about next? The China problem. Yeah, South Park's China problems didn't start with that episode. It actually started with the China problem. That's the name of the episode, by the way. Case in point.
So nice to see other Chinese people. We are Chinese people ourselves.
Ping pong, ping pong. Ting tong, ting tong.
After having nightmares about China's Olympics opening ceremony, Cartman comes to the very reasonable conclusion that
There's 2 billion of them and their economy is getting better, and with their advances in technology, they're going to bring down America.
all that over some choreography? I mean, it's impressive choreography, I guess, but still. Cartman tries to recruit his friends to help him stop China from taking over the world, but Kyle kinda speaks for all of us when he says,
I'm not doing this.
Kyle, you're supposed to tell Cartman he's being racist or something?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore, okay? I can't do this anymore.
Though actually, it wasn't Cartman's stupidity that caused Kyle to walk off. In reality, he's having trouble repressing a traumatic event. So traumatic, I can't say it on YouTube.
Our friend was Stan. He was and did nothing. There was nothing we could do, Kyle.
So, who was, discomforted? I guess that works. Thanks, YouTube. I'll tell you who. Indiana Jones. You heard me right. Apparently the boys saw Kingdom of the Crystal Skull as an act of assault on the character.
Why aliens? Aliens don't belong in an Indiana Jones movie. Come on, dude. There's nothing we can do. Why? Why? We can't help him now.
I thought it was pretty good.
Yeesh. Don't know how I feel about this one. Thankfully, Cartman manages to lighten the mood by recruiting Butters to his incredibly wholesome cause.
You and me. We're going to be the brave little boys who fought back, Butters. We are not letting them take over our country.
See? There was a rubber duck. Wholesome. Cartman and Butters head to P.F. Chang's to take the fight straight to China and disguise themselves to sneak in and learn their invasion plans.
Here, put these teeth in. And just say hello and please a lot. Oh, hello, please. Bing bong ching chong.
Bing bing. Hello, please.
Yeah, this episode's just freckin' rough in a whole lot of ways, man. They managed to get a table despite their tasteless outfits and begin to try and coerce the secret plans out of an unsuspecting Chinese family. Moving on. Stan tries to talk through the trauma with Jimmy, but realizes he still can't move on, remembering the atrocities that went down on the big screen in vivid detail.
Yeah. No. Get his pants down. Get his pants down. He ain't going nowhere.
Maybe a little too much detail, honestly. I think we got the joke without needing that. Cartman and Butters are nearly escorted out of P.F. Chang's, but are not willing to give up on their mission, so they take things to the next level.
Butters, hold this gun on them.
A gun?
They're taking over our country, Butters. This is life or death now. Help me.
Oh, jeez.
Everyone get up and get over to that wall. Do it. Move.
You know, this is the second time in this video where Cartman just randomly pulls that gun out. How does he get his hands on firearms so easily at this age? It's South Park. One of their hostages starts to try and flee, thinking this is all ridiculous, but little does he know, it's about to get even more ridiculous.
Ow! Ah!
Oh, dude, you shot him in the...
Never shoot a guy in the... It's against the rules of life, man! Elsewhere, the rest of the boys try setting up a case against Steven Spielberg and George Lucas for their crimes on Indiana Jones, but the lawyer wants nothing to do with it. Until he remembers how things went down that day in theaters. Oh no, they're gonna show more SA scenes, aren't they?
Well, well, Indiana Jones. You're looking nice.
Good, I get the point! I think we get the point! It's real graphic, stop! Back at P.F. Chang's, the police arrive to Cartman's relief as he thinks that they're gonna help end the Chinese invasion. But after seeing a Chinese cop on the force, Cartman realizes they've corrupted the system, and so he has Butters fire a warning shot.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
God damn it, Butters! What did I say about shooting guys in the...
How does he accidentally shoot guys in the twice? Maybe Butters isn't doing it by accident. The maniac.
What happened?
They tried to come in through the roof. They were gonna take the gun.
Good, did you...
Oh, it stings. Oh.
Okay, no, he's definitely aiming for the at this point. Finally, Cartman can't put up with the popping anymore. And so he gives up on his scheme and walks out of P.F. Chang's. Elsewhere, after another assault vision involving squealing like a pig,
Wheel. Whee!
the police get involved and head out to arrest Spielberg and Lucas, heading off to their mansion to take them into custody. When they arrive...
My God.
Hey, what the hell are you doing here? You got nothing on us? 700 million box office?
This is...
That's 4 of those scenes, by the way, if you're counting. I am. 4 in 22 minutes. The police at P.F. Chang's hear the news, and everyone, hostages and otherwise, rejoice that the directors have finally been put behind bars for their crimes, allowing Cartman and Butters to just walk away.
I'd rather us be Chinese than a nation of unethical... You think about it.
At least Cartman learned something. Though apparently he may have learned too much, as he was perfectly fine with letting Japan take over the US in Chimpokemon.
Your plane will fly autopilot to Pearl Harbor. When you arrive, you will drop many bombs.
Pearl Harbor 2 Electric Boogaloo. This one was banned in Japan for obvious reasons. Cartman's watching his new favorite series, Chimpokemon, an obvious Pokemon parody, when a commercial comes on and gives him his calling.
Now you can collect them all. Furry cat, donkey trunk, penguin, shoe, lamb toy. Collect them all and you can become Royal Crown Chimpoko Master.
Royal Crown Chimpoko Master.
Valid reaction, Cartman. I'd want to be a Chimpokemon Master too. Cartman's mom takes him to the toy store where it seems his favorite Chimpokemon is out of stock. Though while there, the kids are exposed to a little subliminal messaging.
All the Chimpokemon, and you will have happy feelings.
I have to become Royal Crown Chimpoko Master.
Must collect Chimpokemon.
I mean, hey, I want happy feelings. I don't blame the kids. Kyle's a little late to the Chimpoko party, but thankfully the others fill him in.
The primary main objective is to destroy the evil power. Well, what's the evil power? Oh my god! The identity of the evil power won't be revealed until all Chimpokemon are collected by Royal Crown Chimpoko Master.
Actually, I don't think that filled him in much at all. I'm honestly more confused now than I was before. Kyle's dad gives him some cash to go buy Ike and himself some toys to fit in, but after hours, the toy store clerk realizes something's fishy about these new Japanese imports.
Down with America. I love you. Let's be best friends and destroy the capitalist American government.
What the hell is going on here?
The next day, Kyle heads over to Cartman's to play with the boys, but unfortunately, he didn't bring his special Chimpokemon game controller. See, the Chimpokemon dolls are so last week, and now the video game is all the rage.
Try to bomb the harbor.
Dude, the video game gave Kenny a seizure. Dude, this game rude.
Nothing fishy here. What's weird about bombing a harbor? And of course, our doubts are only further put to rest after the toy store guy meets with Emperor Hirohito and the head of the Chimpokemon company.
We cannot achieve much with so small, but you, Americans, wow, so big.
Well, I guess it is a pretty good size.
See, he has a big... So there's nothing to worry about. Stan's parents start watching the Chimpokemon TV show to ensure it's giving their son good moral values, but realize that it's a bit of a tricky question when it comes to the show.
Roosters aren't like Choo-Choo Nezumis. They haven't the heart for such endeavor.
I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I think you could make an argument that the show teaches loyalty, but other than that, yeah, no, I'm clueless. The parents of South Park are all becoming a bit concerned at the growing Chimpoko fad, and things only escalate when they hear of the company's new business endeavor.
One more day till the Chimpokemon camp.
Chimpokemon camp! I have to buy a ticket! I have to buy a ticket! I got to buy.
Honestly, it's just a camp. How bad could it be?
What is the primary main objective?
To destroy the evil power. Power.
The evil power is the United States government.
See, I said how bad could it be, but I feel like every time anyone ever says that phrase, things only end up bad. And I'm right! Chimpokemon Camp starts completely changing the students of South Park Elementary to the point where they even learn Japanese.
6 times 3.
18desu ka?
18 da ne. No, goddammit, it's 18.
18 is 18, Garrison-san.
For the last time, my name is not Garrison-san, all right? And this is not Hat-san. And you all better start talking in a manner that I can understand.
Kinda impressive how quickly they picked up the new language. That's probably more knowledge from one camp than Mr. Garrison ever gave them in all of his classes. The town becomes swarmed in full-on outrage, but thankfully the mayor invited the emperor and head of the Chimpoko company to help cool the temperatures a bit.
What can we possibly do with such small? We cannot take over your city filled with men of such mastodonic.
Well, he's got a point there.
Well, I guess that settles that.
Well, I mean, at least the men seem content with that. The women of South Park decide to work on some new toys to try and get the kids interested in a new fad. But their toys just don't reach the Chimpoko standard, to say the least.
You can't ride it, wild wacky action bay.
The kids are effectively turned into a Japanese marching military, and after the leaders again use their based red herring.
Can't you see what's happening? They're just using that talk to distract you.
Misenasai.
Oh.
Oh no. He really does have a small... All hope is lost! Well, not really, as the adults finally figure out how to get their kids off the Chimpokemon bandwagon.
We love Chimpokemon too. It's super toy #1.
Come on, Eric. Let's try to battle your rooster with my Donkeytron.
Yep, when your parents are into something, you know it's not cool. And so the Japanese Emperor's plan to once again bomb Pearl Harbor is put to rest. Though Kyle's still needing some convincing to not follow the group mentality.
So now I should stop liking Chimpokemon because you all don't? Yeah. But if I stop now, I'd just be going with the group again. So to be an individual, I have to bomb Pearl Harbor. See ya. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'm confused too. I think we should just try not to bomb anyone. Personally, that's the message I'm taking away.
What the?
Oh, and to always send your friend to the doctor if they have a seizure. But, guys, enough beating around the bush, okay? You came here for controversial episodes, okay? I get it, all right? Get off my back. How about the most controversial episodes of them all right now? You want to see them? You want to know them? 200 and 201. Because when it comes to ban-worthy content, it's like every scene in this two-parter includes something that could take it off the airwaves. See what I mean? The boys are on a field trip learning some invaluable information.
Hey guys, check it out. Tom Cruise is a fudge packer.
What did you call me?
Oh boy! As you know now, South Park has already narrowly dodged some legal troubles with Tom Cruise. For them to be poking the bear again this early on is just a taste of what's to come. Anyway, despite man very clearly packing fudge, Tom Cruise keeps denying the boys' claims and eventually decides to sue the entire town. And he's not alone.
Shockingly, I've just been slandered once again in the town of South Park.
Oh,
sure, that town.
It seems every celebrity South Park has ever poked fun at is eager to get back at the town for their misdeeds.
That town thinks they can say whatever they want about people and get away with it.
If anybody has a gripe against that, it's me.
Even if their criticism was, kind of valid. Back at school, Stan is called to the principal's office where he learns that a guild of over 200 celebrities have put together a full-on class action lawsuit. All because he called out Tom Cruise on his actions.
Damn it, Marsh, why couldn't you have just kept your stupid, ugly kid in line? Hey, don't start blaming me for his looks.
Wait a minute, is Randy implying he's not Stan's biological father, or is he just dumb? I mean, it's Randy, so it could be both. With the entire town of South Park in jeopardy, Randy and Stan try to apologize to Mr. Cruise and see if they can't stop the lawsuit. While Cruise won't budge for a simple apology, he'd let things go if they can get one person to show up in town.
Sure, who is it? We can get anybody for you. Muhammad.
Ooh.
That's tricky.
And yeah, I'm with Stan. This is not going to end well. So yeah, the town has to get Muhammad to show up. Again! We all know how that went in Cartoon Wars. Though after a town hall meeting, the city-goers at least have an idea on how to find him, as Stan met Muhammad during his days as part of the Super Best Friends, and knows what he looks like.
Muhammad showed up and there was no violence at all.
Well, giant John Wilkes Booth shot Abraham Lincoln.
That's enough. Jesus. Can't learn to shut up, can you?
Father of the Year award goes to not Randy, and neither does Artist of the Year.
I've done a lot of research and I've completed a sketch. No, don't!
Though, honestly, it might be better that he sucks at drawing in this instance. Meanwhile, Tom Cruise reveals his master plan to the rest of his celebrity friends to harness Muhammad's power of being impervious to ridicule and use it on themselves.
Imagine it, Tim. Nobody could rip on you for all the rehash movies you've made lately. There'd never be a TV show that pointed out you haven't had an original thought since Beetlejuice, and you put Johnny Depp in the same crappy music in every film.
I mean, hey, I thought Corpse Bride was all right, but anyway, the cherry on top of this heinous sundae is the case managed to pull in one more celebrity accuser as well.
I didn't come for myself. I'm just an escort for another celebrity who wants to get in on your lawsuit.
Yep. Cartman's hand is Jennifer Lopez in the South Park universe. If you don't think about it, it makes perfect sense. Carl and Stan head to the Hall of the Super Best Friends to see if they can get Muhammad to visit South Park, but Joseph Smith, the founder of Mormonism, of course, tells them that they can't just have religious holy figures doing who knows what in public spaces.
Boys, you need to understand that people get very offended because he's a religious figure. Buddha, don't you in front of kids?
Moving along, the kids and the best friends eventually settle that Muhammad could at least travel to South Park in the back of a windowless van. All the while, the celebrities have created their device to drain Muhammad of his powers.
Rob Reiner has been telling me about the goo which is inside every person on Earth. Any goo can be harvested from a person's body and easily placed into another.
I sure hope he understands how that sounds out of context. On the bright side, the Prophet Muhammad has finally arrived in the humble town of South Park.
Thank you so much for coming, Muhammad.
Welcome. And in style. But the town realizes they'll need a way to transport Muhammad to Tom Cruise's limo without uncovering even a teensy bit of the guy. And after brainstorming, they've got it.
How about like a big mascot outfit? One that covered him completely, head to toe, not even showing his eyes.
Muhammad, would that be okay?
Okay.
It's genius! The deal is ready to go, bear suit and all. Though at the last minute, a threat is sent in, warning the town not to turn over Muhammad.
It's just a stupid threat. Come on, we don't want to piss off Tom Cruise again.
All right, we got him, Tom.
Turns out the threat is real, and the folks of South Park have to hand over the holy figure to an entirely different group or risk their town being obliterated. Who are these people, though?
Our time is near. Soon Ginger will be made fun of again.
Gingers! I should have known! Speaking of gingers, the ultimate ginger hater himself, Cartman, is having a fallout with Jennifer Lopez, who is in reality secretly a wanted criminal swindler named Mitch Connor. Again, don't question it. Connor wants to sell Muhammad to buyers to make off with tons of cash, but Cartman tells him,
Find yourself another partner, then I guess I won't tell you about your father. My father?
the deal to reveal his father's true identity is enough to drag Cartman back in, while elsewhere, the deal the boys had with Jesus is going down the drain.
We can't hand him over to the Gingers.
But our homes and lives are at stake.
We made a promise to Jesus.
Stan, Jesus doesn't matter when Muhammad is involved.
Yeah, that one ought to fly well with the Christian viewers. When Randy tells the celebrities that the Gingers' violence is forcing their hand, Tom Cruise realizes they need to resort to violence as well, but can't do it personally as it'll ruin all their careers. Luckily, they've got an ace up their sleeve.
There she is, Tom. Barbara Streisand.
May God have mercy on us all. Or I guess God's in this case. There's a lot of them here with the super best friends and all. Finally, everything comes to a head. Cartman heads to Mr. Garrison's to find the identity of his father. Mecha Streisand is ready to tear the city apart, and the Gingers are demanding to prove Muhammad is truly in the bear costume. Meaning, yeah, the undepictable has gotta be depicted. Yeah, so on to 201, and the stakes are as high as ever.
Buddha, will you lay off that stuff already? It's getting to be a problem. Oh, and you're one to talk with all your internet watching isn't like doing.
They're begging for mercy, dude. The Gingers finally get their wish as Randy unveils the man beneath the bear costume, and...
Okay, so, see? Muhammad.
Oh, yep, that sure is Muhammad. The boys switched out the prophet with Santa as they had to keep their deal with Jesus to keep him in the U-Haul, and so... That is never a sentence I thought I'd ever say in my life, by the way. And so it seems that nobody is happy. Especially Barbara Streisand, who starts wrecking everything in typical kaiju fashion.
My name is Pip. I would like to see if you wouldn't mind not smashing our little town to bits.
She even... Pip! You best! Actually, nobody really liked Pip. The boys rush out to find Kenny, who secretly had Muhammad safely stored away, and sure enough...
Kenny, dude, what the hell? You're supposed to be watching Muhammad.
Yep, the sensors wouldn't budge. What's new? Anywho, Mecha Streisand is still wreaking havoc, but a certain group of heroes arrive that gives new meaning to Mr. Slaves' iconic catchphrase, literal meaning.
Ooh, Jesus Christ.
That's enough, Barbara Streisand!
I mean, I know he's all-knowing and stuff, but what did Jesus expect there?
Look out! Barbara Streisand's using her toxic stink ray!
For goodness sake, low blow there, writing team. The boys take Muhammad to Dr. Mephisto to be cloned. That way, both the celebrities and the Gingers can have his power. But Cartman's already busy asking the mad scientist for the truth about his father.
Dude, nobody gives a crap about who your stupid father is. Muhammad is an important issue with actual ethical ramifications.
I guarantee you, people care way more about who my father is.
The boy's face says it all there. The Gingers eventually storm the lab and take everyone hostage before offering to share Muhammad with the celebrities. As for the others' fates, the head Ginger has something planned for them, especially Cartman. Who's the head Ginger, though? Do you need to ask?
Revenge is a dish best served chili. Ew.
Yeah, it's Scott Tenorman. You know, Scott Tenorman. The same Scott Tenorman that Cartman parents of and then tricked him into eating the form of chili. Yeah, that's Scott Tenorman. Meanwhile, the best friends finally find a way to calm down Barbara Streisand, a duet with Neil Diamond.
What do you say? Should we sing together again like the old times?
I mean, how could she resist? How could anyone resist?
Good night.
On second thought, I'll resist. The celebrities finally hook up Muhammad to their goo extraction machine, and Tom Cruise volunteers to be the first one to test the device. And dude, with that gag, it feels like the writers already knew they wouldn't be able to show off Muhammad, but they can get away with showing this.
Muhammad is our super best friend. Let him go.
They can't stop all of us. Get him!
Censors are weird, man. I bet you're wondering how the Scott Tenderman thing is going, by the way. Well, Scott and Eric have something in common. Their dads both played for the Denver Broncos. That's right.
You, your own father, fed him to your half-brother. Yeah!
Only Cartman could have such ironic punishments. All right, back to the Muhammad stuff. It's an all-out war between gingers, celebrities, and the town of South Park with the super best friends, including Seaman. Yep, I had to say his name.
I'll get you, Tom Cruise.
Hey, look, Tom Cruise has semen on his back.
I guess maybe Tom Cruise likes semen.
Also, of course Tom Cruise was made fun of despite Muhammad's goo powers. I hate saying goo. However, this raises the question, what's going on here if the goo isn't working?
Throughout this whole ordeal, we've all wanted to show things weren't allowed to show. It was because of the magical power threatening people with violence.
You know, it's not a very good message to send, but it's realistic.
If you don't want to be made fun of anymore, you need our guns and bombs.
That's right, friends. Instill fear and be willing to hurt people.
So this very clear criticism of networks giving into the demands of didn't quite make the airwaves and only recently got leaked, so congrats! You've just seen the most heavily banned scene in series history. Off the back of all that, the boys find Cartman crying over the heavy stuff that he just had revealed to him.
Don't you guys realize what that means? My dad was a ginger!
So Cartman learns that he his own dad, but that's what he's hung up on? This kid is insane. And that talking hand gimmick is only the tip of the iceberg, by the way. So to put this whole cluster flub of a disaster behind them for good, the boys help Tom Cruise find a place where nobody is around to bully him. Yeah, I mean, there's pretty much gonna never be like more than a couple of people there every decade, so mission accomplished. How about we take a 180 now and take a look at the most heartfelt episodes that might just make you cry. South Park is mostly known for putting riveting content like this onto the airwaves. However, that's not to say the show doesn't have genuine tearjerkers in its catalog as well. In fact, today I've gathered up each and every emotional South Park episode I could find to see if I can't get your heart to break. We'll start things off with one that legitimately made me cry when I first saw it, Raisins. The name is dumb, but the premise isn't.
Wendy breaks up.
What?
Wendy breaks up with you.
See what I mean? This one's gonna get heavy. One day while the boys play football, Bebe tells Stan that Wendy's breaking up with him. Oof, not even telling him herself. The boys assume that Stan's perfectly okay with it, but that's clearly not the case.
Like Stan gives a crap if Wendy breaks up.
With Stan embarking on an emotional, rainy montage that'll really hit you right in the feels. Even folks who've never had a breakup have got to feel bad for the kid. The next day, Stan gets called to ask Wendy why she broke up and gets a sorta non-answer.
Look, Stan is really nice. I've been wanting to break up for a while, but it's nothing against him. I just don't want to be boyfriend and girlfriend anymore.
Fair enough, but that's kind of the least satisfying answer ever. When Kyle's done being Stan's middleman, Stan replaces him with Jimmy, wanting him to tell her something poetic, and so he does.
Stan says you're a...
Well, tell Stan to
continuing source of inspiration to him.
Always gotta be careful with your stutters, folks. With Wendy not wanting to speak to him, Stan goes into full-on isolation mode. And when his friends come to check up on him, he's nowhere near getting over things.
What's the point of living when the only girl I'll ever love is gone?
God, what a dude, not now.
Cartman always has the worst things to say. To try and help cheer him up, the guys take Stan to Raisins, which is basically Hooters, except all the waitresses are the boys' age. Don't question.
Welcome to Raisins. 6 of you, right over here. So you guys having a good time today? How about some more fun fries, guys?
Ironically, Butters ends up getting the most enjoyment out of the restaurant as he feels he has a connection to one of the waitresses named Alexis.
Aw, well, when am I gonna get to see you again? When do you want to see me? As soon as possible. Here, we left you a tip already, but here's another $5. You're such a sweetie. Come here, you.
We all know how healthy relationships founded on the basis of money are. Meanwhile, the Raisins visit only made Stan further realize he can't live without Wendy. He goes over to her house and enacts his foolproof get-back-together plan. As amazing as the plan is, there's one issue. Tokens with Wendy now. Yeah, we're hitting all the beats of an awful breakup here. Back at Raisins, Butters is waiting after hours to talk to Alexis and give her a gift, and manages to do so despite security. In fact, Butters is so in love with this girl, he's ready to take things up a notch.
I was thinking that we should go do something sometime.
That would be great, honey, but I'm really busy this week. Tell you what, you come back to Raisins and then we'll be able to hang out all we want, okay?
You know, I'm happy he's happy. The next day at school, Stan's still feeling depressed over Wendy, and so commits a cardinal sin for any and all school kids, joining the Goths.
Life is pain. Life is only pain. There's only blackness. Dark, depressing loneliness that eats at your soul.
I'm cringing really hard at that kid's little monologue. He's like a slightly worse version of me as a child. Stan asks the Goths of what the point of living is if life's only pain, and realizes that it's to make life a living hell for the conformists of the world. To finally seal the deal, the Goths have a poetry night in, well...
Happiness dies in the dark sea.
Yeah, happiness dies. Yeah.
Stan! At least you know he's committed with that Edgar Allan Poe shirt, too. While that's going on, Butters decides to call up Lexus from home, as he's out of cash and can't go to Raisins anymore. He invites Lexus over to watch a movie, though she's insistent they should just meet at Raisins, so Butters promises he'll get more money, and even opens his heart up as well, albeit to an empty phone line.
Lexus, oh geez, maybe I shouldn't say it. I love you. Oh my gosh.
Now, as sweet as this situation is, I think we can all see where this is going. Butters asks his parents for an advance on his allowance, telling them about his girlfriend and inviting them to come along.
Oh, that is so cute.
Well, all right. Good for you, Butters.
When do we get to meet her?
Well, I was hoping to go see her right now. You can come along.
Naturally, they're proud of their little boy, but one parent's a bit more surprised than the other.
You see? I told you he wouldn't turn out gay.
All right, you win.
What a thing to place a bet on. I should ask my parents if they placed any bets on me. Meanwhile, Stan's at a diner with the goth kids when Kyle comes in to try and pull him out of depression one more time. But when Stan goes on some edgy tirade, Kyle decides he's through.
That's it. I give up. Have fun being miserable.
Conformist.
Yeah.
What is Kyle even conforming to? Happiness? Call me conformist too, I guess. So Butters and his family arrive at Raisins, and they all soon figure out what's going on.
You should be learning a skill so you can grow up to be a businesswoman or even a doctor. Who knows, you could cure cancer.
I could cure cancer? Oh my god, that would be so cool. I had a cancer sore on my lip once and it hurt so bad.
Never mind, I think Raisins might be the perfect place for you.
Cool!
I mean, to be fair, she's probably only in 5th grade or something. I'd probably have mixed up cancer and canker as well. Finally, Butters' parents come right out and say it. Alexis is only flirting with Butters for money. Butters doesn't really believe his parents, like, at all, and decides to move out on the spot. Though quickly, reality smacks him in the face.
What are you talking about, kid? We are not boyfriend and girlfriend.
What? Lexus, what are you saying? You don't want to be together anymore?
I'm sorry, sweetie.
Yeah, we all knew this was coming. It didn't make things any easier knowing that, and to make things even sadder, he was so happy. This scene tears me up, dude. The Goths offer Butters a place in their group, but Butters turns them down and makes a really great point.
Yeah, and I'm sad, but at the same time, I'm really happy that something can make me feel that sad. It makes me feel alive, you know? It makes me feel human. The only way I can feel this sad now is if I felt something really good before.
Even now, I always like to think about this line from Butters. It's really beautiful. So much so that Stan decides he likes enjoying life a lot more than hating it. The next day at school, Stan finally joins the boys in football and decides to get through this sadness in a much healthier way.
Hey, Wendy, you're a token? Right here, buddy.
I mean, sure, I guess that works. Though breakup's not the only form of loss this show's dealt with, as in the episode Kenny Dies, Kenny Die. And his death is treated as anything but a running gag.
Hey, dude, how's it going? We brought you a present. It's a gobo fighter. Don't tell him what it is, dude.
Sorry.
Oh, dude, he's hooked up to the tubes and everything, poor guy. The episode starts with a woman allowing the stem cells of her unwanted child to be loaded into a truck sent out to a research center. Though after a deer hops onto the road, the truck takes a deadly detour. And you'll never guess who comes along the crash site.
My baby takes the moon.
Cartman and fetus stem cells? What could possibly go wrong? Cartman invites the boys over to tell them the exciting news, though when he finally gives them the details, they realize how messed up the whole situation really is.
I saw it on 3-2-1 Contact. What I have in my backyard is an aborted treasure chest. With all the research that's going on, stem cells are worth 3 times their weight in gold.
He's got access to something that can cure cancer. And that's how he phrases it? Cartman starts getting to work on selling off his fetuses and finally manages to get a buyer. Though when he shows up to deliver his medical goods, the researchers have to turn him down. Turns out the government just passed a new law that bans stem cell research.
What the hell am I supposed to do with these things, huh? God!
Damn it!
Honestly, Cartman's reaction's pretty valid. I'd be pissed if I was stuck with a bunch of illegal fetuses. Back at home, Stan and Kyle are called to the principal's office, and the two think that they've been wrapped up in Cartman's fetus scheme. However, the real reason they were called in is much worse.
Children, Kenny has been diagnosed with a terminal disease.
The doctors are gonna make him better, right?
Play Chef said that is such a gut punch, man. The boys head to Cartman's place to tell him the news and decide to head to the hospital to give their friend company in his time of need. They show up and try to lighten the mood, though Stan can't stand to look at his friend like this and just rushes off, leading to another super heavy moment.
And what are we supposed to do, huh? Stand in that room and keep making small talk? Make believe like everything's okay? I can't do it. However hard you think it is for you, it's a lot harder for him. Just leave me alone. Stan, you can't leave. I'm not the one who's leaving. He is.
As hurtful as it seems, I totally understand where Stan's coming from. Everyone reacts to this type of thing differently, and some just need to run away. It's really tragic. Back in the hospital, Cartman admits to Kenny that he's always seen him as his best friend, before Kyle catches him on his way out. Kyle sees Cartman actually crying, and even consoles his former enemy.
I'm gonna find a cure, Kyle. I swear to God, I'm gonna find a cure. Sure you will.
It's really touching to see bitter rivals get along for our common good for once. Kenny would be proud. Wanting to find a cure for Kenny's muscular disease, Cartman heads over to the Stem Cell Research Center to ask some questions, and learns that stem cells can be used to replace missing or damaged cells, potentially curing things like the nervous system or heart diseases.
Look, you have trillions of cells in your body, but before a cell is designated as a toenail cell or a pancreas cell, it's what we call a stem cell, sort of like a blank cell, do you understand? Because these cells are blanks, they will often program themselves based on what cells you put around them. You see this rat? Earlier this year, we surgically removed the middle of her spine. Then we injected her with some stem cells and they became the missing part of the spine.
All you need to do is put them next to other cells and they try to copy them. And so Cartman gets an idea.
Looks like somebody's gonna have to try and change the government's mind. There's a pretty brave kid fighting for his life in the hospital right now, Doctor. I'm gonna go get him some bigger boxing gloves.
Never thought I'd see the day where Cartman does something selfless. Back at the hospital, Kenny still wants to see Stan, but instead gets a visit from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. They ask Kenny what he'd want if he could have anything in the world, and his response is pretty valid.
What did he say? He said his wish is not to die.
That silence says it all, does it not? I'd probably wish for the same thing. At the Capitol, Cartman gets his chance to convince folks to revoke the stem cell ban, saying that altogether it is a touchy subject, but if there's a chance that stem cells could be used to cure his best friend, he owes it to Kenny to try.
I realize that using the tissue from aborted fetuses for research is a touchy subject, but all I know is that if there's a chance that stem cell research could save my best friend's life, well, I guess I owe it to him to try and change your minds.
He realizes his words aren't doing justice to the cause, and so decides to try singing. But of course, the U.S. legislative branch is a very organized and formal group, so singing would never work on them.
It was the heat of the moment, telling me what your heart meant.
I stand corrected. Cool, the ban's overturned. Cartman heads back to the clinic to gather as many stem cell donors as possible, and it looks like finally everything is starting to cheer up. Stan even finally has the courage to talk to Kenny at the hospital. Maybe that'll be all he needs to push through this disease.
Oh no. He just stopped breathing and it was over.
Wow.
Did he say anything before he went? He just said, "Where's Stan?"
Soon after, the whole town is in attendance for Kenny's funeral, and Stan's still lamenting his handling of the situation, thinking he was Kenny's worst friend. Thankfully, Cartman busts into the cathedral, claiming there's been a miracle, and so the boys rush out to get a look.
I put the stem cells from all the fetuses I had next to Shakey's, and they are replicating a new Shakey's. It worked!
So Cartman used Kenny's illness to lift the ban on stem cells just so he could make his own pizza place. Stan was not Kenny's worst friend. If you're eager to see Cartman get some comeuppance after that last scheme, though, Cartman Land might not be the episode for you.
It's our grand opening. Cartman Land has over 100 fabulous rides, 6 roller coasters, and tons of great surprises. And the best part is, you can't come!
Would you believe me if I told you that this annoying commercial was at the center of a religious issue? After Eric's grandmother's funeral, the will is read out to the rest of the Cartman family. While Eric doesn't get the family mansion, he still was his grandmother's favorite, and so she leaves him something just as special.
For you, Eric, I leave the sum of $1 million to be transferred to you immediately.
Who's a gigawatt?
I don't know how Eric, of all people, could be any anyone's favorite anything, but hey, maybe Grandma was just as diabolical as him. Cartman transfers his funds from the bank, dead set on spending it on his dream, and eventually runs into Stan and Kyle, who can't believe their eyes, especially Kyle.
No, this isn't possible. Yeah, it's unbelievable. No, I mean, this isn't possible, Stan. Cartman is the biggest asshole in the world. How is it that God gives him $1 million?
Come on, we gotta see what Cartman is doing with his money.
Honestly, that's a valid question. We've all seen the things Cartman does. I don't think he deserves that $1 million. Soon after, Cartman's at the local amusement park looking to buy the thing for himself, though the owner warns Cartman that the place hasn't had any visitors lately and hasn't been making any money. For anyone else, this would be an issue. But this is Eric Cartman we're talking about.
Oh, but I'm not buying the park to get people to come.
You're not?
No. I'm buying it to keep people out.
Yeah, he's just tired of waiting in line at the amusement park and wants the whole place to himself. Let's go, dude. Later that night, Stan finds Kyle sitting alone in a synagogue with the other kids worried about where he's been all day. Turns out, Kyle's got a problem. A hemorrhoid problem, to be precise. Yep, while Cartman gets a whole theme park all to himself, Kyle got an infected blood vessel in his ass.
I'm always saying, I learned something today, and what does this so-called God give me in return? A hemorrhoid. It doesn't make sense. What is your logic? Ow.
This is the perfect example of how life just isn't fair sometimes. I mean, Cartman is crying literal tears of joy at his theme park, while Kyle is crying tears over a religious crisis. The boys try their best to ignore Cartman in his park by watching TV, but even on the airwaves, they can't escape his obnoxious behavior.
So come on down to Cartman Land now, but don't plan on getting past the parking lot, because remember, so much to do at Cartman Land, but you can't come, especially you, Stan and Kyle.
That may just be the most spiteful advertisement ever created. That night, Stan and Kyle head off to try and sneak into Cartman's theme park, though Kyle bursts a hemorrhoid on the fence on the way in and alerts Eric.
Oh God, I popped it! Oh, it hurt!
Cartman realizes he's got to get security, but also needs to pay the guy, and so makes the brutal decision to let 2 people in his park a day in order to afford a security guard. Meanwhile, Kyle's at the hospital as his hemorrhoid has become infected. Stan tries to get Kyle to cheer up, but it's clear that the poor kid is just not in the mood, to say the least.
Because I finally figured it out. If someone like Cartman can get $1 million in his own theme park, then there is no God.
Considering how proudly Jewish Kyle is, you already know how heavily this is affecting him. At the park, Cartman realizes he needs to hire a maintenance guy to repair broken rides, as well as food vendors to feed staff, and so is forced to let a few more people inside each day to cover their expenses. Though there's still one person he's not letting in, no matter what.
Let me in! I thought you said buying a theme park was stupid. It is stupid, Cartman. You made Kyle lose his faith in God, you fat asshole.
Move along, sir.
He's so petty that he'll let one of his best friends be pepper sprayed in the face. And if I were Stan, I'd move away, honestly. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near Cartman at all.
Well, now I can finally get back to riding my ride. Sweet! Yay!
Back at the hospital, Kyle's parents bring a Bible and read their son the book of Job, which tells the story of Job, a man who believed in God and was extremely righteous. Satan challenged God to take away all the things Job cherished to see if he'd still be godly, still be faithful, and so he did just that, killing his family and friends and giving him blisters, amongst many other things. Yet even still, Job believed.
God said to Satan, "See, I told you, Job still praises me."
And that's it? That's the end? That's the most horrible story I've ever heard. Why would God do such horrible things to a good person just to prove a point to Satan?
That's it, no reward. In the actual Bible, Job does get a reward, but I guess in South Park, that just doesn't... that never happened. I'm sure that lovely story is exactly what Kyle needed to hear.
I don't know.
Then I was right. Job has all his children killed. Michael Bay gets to keep making movies. There isn't a God.
See, now that I think about it, Kyle may be onto something here. Surely no God would ever allow those Transformers movies to exist. Meanwhile, Cartman's having to let more and more people into his park to afford staff, inadvertently creating a thriving business. So much so that his strategy is being employed by other businesses. All of which is the last thing Kyle needed to hear about. But, well...
Eric Cartman is surely the financial genius of our time.
Kyle? Get the doctor!
Kyle doesn't even want to fight the infection at this point. This really is just incredibly tragic the more you think about it. Meanwhile, Cartman's starting to really feel the effects of having a crowded theme park, finding the previous owner and selling it back for his $1 million. He's really passing up on a lucrative business just because he can't be the first in line for a log ride, huh?
Congratulations on your success.
Just give me my money back. I changed my mind. I don't want your stupid park.
But it's doing great.
You call this great? I call it hell. Trade me back, goddammit.
I'll go get your money right now.
However, as soon as he leaves, the IRS comes up and takes all his money, saying he hasn't been keeping track of his income, and he has also had a little boy die on one of the rides. Who was it? Well, who do you think? To finally give Kyle the courage to fight the infection, Stan decides to give Kyle a little faith in the world and show him what Cartman's now been reduced to. A man who had his dream and lost it.
It's not fair. I want to die. You are up there.
What a crazy way to have your faith restored. We go from lost faith in God to lost faith in humanity with The Hobbit.
I want a woman who takes care of herself, who's got perfect skin and no splotches on her legs and perfect everything.
This one gets so depressing towards the end. The episode starts by showing the cheerleading squad practicing with Lisa Berger, lacking a bit of confidence. Wendy gets the idea to have her ask her crush, Butters, out on a date to build confidence, and so she heads off to the cafeteria to pop the big question.
Baby, you would like to go to a movie this weekend.
Oh, like a date? Oh, no thanks, Lisa. I really appreciate the offer, but you're too fat for me.
The way he said that so politely with a smile. Only Butters can be polite while calling someone fat. Wendy storms over to Butters to scold him, but Butters explains that while he thinks Lisa is a nice girl, he just has a very particular beauty standard.
Do you have any idea how you made her feel? She's a really nice girl.
I think she's a nice girl, too. She's just too big for me.
She's a little overweight, but that's pretty normal for a girl in the 4th grade.
Well, Kim Kardashian is skinny and she just had a baby.
What?
I'm sorry, Wendy, but I have a different standard when it comes to my women.
Kim Kardashian. Wendy yell-splains to Butters that Kim Kardashian uses a ton of Photoshop to achieve unreal beauty, and says in reality she looks like a frackin' hobbit. Well, I mean, let's just see where this goes. Mr. Mackey calls the two to detention, but while you may think it's over Butters calling Lisa fat, in reality...
Apparently you called Butters' girlfriend a hobbit.
Are you serious?
You said Kim is short, fat, and hairy with big feet and she's a hobbit.
Oh yeah. It's totally Wendy who's in the wrong here. Mr. Mackey says he thinks Wendy is jelly and even invites a guest speaker to the school to explain why it isn't fair to call Kim K a hobbit. Who's the guest? Everyone's favorite gay fish, Kanye West.
Kim is heavier than most of her pictures show her to be. Yes, she gets her hair lasered off her body. Yes, she has a friend named Gandalf who happens to be a wizard.
Kinda sounds like Kim Kardashian might be a hobbit. After Kanye's presentation, Wendy decides to show Butters how easy it is to make yourself pretty with Photoshop, editing a picture of Lisa to prove Kim K is a faker. Butters gets the wrong idea though, dashing off to go ask Lisa out.
Are you saying that girl wants to go out with me?
What do you mean?
And I said no? Oh man, I gotta upload this and then go buy her some flowers and then go tell her I love her.
Butters!
Unfortunately for him though, Klein's already gotten together with her, and all the guys at school are super jealous. Wendy tries to explain to the guys that she made the picture of Lisa to prove a point, eventually cracking by saying,
She's not hot! That's supposed to be the point!
She looks pretty hot here.
Lisa Berger is not hot! She's fat and ugly!
What's your problem, Wendy?
That's not very nice, Wendy.
Worst possible timing. Mr. Mackey once again warns Wendy against being jelly, and Wendy promises to change. When the cheer team finally perform, everyone goes crazy for Lisa, and the rest of the team wants Wendy to edit their pictures too. Wendy refuses, and so the girls realize they've got to hit the gym.
Burn it off! You got this!
You want a boyfriend? You want an ice?
Hope they aren't paying too much for their membership. What kind of gym even does that? The guys have a full-on gawk fest over all the girls' pictures, and when Stan goes up to Wendy to try to have her post some updated ones, she snaps, saying that people should be okay with their imperfections, and then starts listing everyone's imperfections.
Bebe has acne, Lola's arms are too short, Nicole's eyes are puffy, Annie has thin hair, and Heidi Turner's butt is flat! Oh, god damn it.
I've said it once, I'll say it again. Worst possible timing. At cheer practice, Wendy's now the one with a lack of confidence, with the others calling her a hater and says that she needs to go to the gym. Obviously, that doesn't go over well.
Problem with having fake pictures of yourself is that you start to believe in your own bullshit. And if society won't fix it, I will.
Wendy heads to the news station to try and get any photoshopped images to be labeled as edited, but they also just end up seeing her as a jealous hater. Eventually, Wendy is visited at night by a special guest, trying to explain the Hobbit's reasoning for using Photoshop.
Once upon a time, there was a little hobbit who lived in the forest, and all the hobbit ever wanted was to be beautiful.
So you see, Kim Kardashian, the Hobbit, had their dreams come true through Photoshop, and Wendy really is a hater. Even if the Hobbit's dreams are incredibly shallow and pathetic, sure. So the next day at school, Wendy finally gives in to the pressure and photoshops her image with tears in her eyes. Yeah, really depressing to see someone lose a battle they should never have even had to fight in the first place. Though humanity isn't always as shallow as that, as shown in the city part of town.
Hi.
That moment is even sweeter when you know the full context. The episode begins with Jimmy Fallon making fun of the town of South Park, saying if Mr. Garrison came from there, the other people must be a bunch of worthless pumpkins as well. Keep in mind, Mr. Garrison was running for president and was essentially Trump in this season. The town has a meeting to try and figure out how to repair its image, and Randy has a phenomenal idea.
The truth is, there's something we're lacking as a community. What this town needs is a Whole Foods.
Really? A Whole Foods? You're a town that said, well, this happened, and that's what'll fix it in your mind? I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe Jimmy Fallon has a point. The town gets behind the idea, even planning on building a little area for artisan shops and cafes to obstruct the cruddier parts of town and attract Whole Foods there. Kenny's family takes the issue with the area going right around their house, but the town assures the McCormicks that they'll handle things with grace. Do they do that? No, definitely not. Meanwhile, the owner of City Walk is noticing that he's getting less customers, and when he hears of the opening of Sodo Sopa, the new urban center of town, he checks it out.
What the
Fair enough. Kenny's little sister wants to get ice cream, though the places at Sodo Sopa are too expensive for the family, meaning they've just gotta sit and watch while everyone else has fun cluttering their front yard. What's worse, they're building apartments around the place too.
State-of-the-art finishes and balconies with views of historic Kenny's house.
Poor guy. He looks so confused. Fed up, Kenny takes a walk and finds a help wanted sign outside of City Walk. He heads inside to see that Mr. Kim is setting up a whole child labor force.
Together, child labor force, we are going to bring the Soda Sopa to its knees.
I mean, he's already taken on the Mongolians single-handedly. Soda Sopa should be quick work for him, honestly. The next day, a Whole Foods representative comes to town and starts to see if South Park is up to their progressive standards. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim's getting City Walk all cleaned up to attract customers, with Kenny laboring away in the mix. Though, unfortunately, it's all for naught.
Wait! City Walk, take an order, please! Take an order, please!
That's not exactly the emotional moment of the episode, but I almost feel bad for the guy. If only he wasn't using child labor. Back at Soba Sopa, the Whole Foods rep likes what he sees, but needs a place to stay. And while they only have a Motel 6 for now, Randy shows the man their future plans for expanded housing.
Now you can relax in your state-of-the-art deck spa while taking in views of that mixed Soda Sopa culture.
You shut your mouth or I'll set.
Of course, it's right in front of Kenny's place, because who wouldn't want a front row seat to those arguments? Back at City Walk, Kenny's staying overtime to try and make some more money, and Mr. Kim takes notice.
I like you, Dennis. You work real hard. I wish I could give you more. You deserve more.
Honestly, this is a really touching conversation. Crazy how this show manages to make me feel for Mr. Kim of all characters. Mr. Kim worries he's gonna have to shut his restaurant down because of the competition, but Kenny gets an idea.
It's an all-new food and nightlife district. This is Shitty Pot Town.
Yeah, they made their own advertisement for the shitty part of town and pitched it as progressively Sobo Sopa. This can only end well. The staff gets ready to welcome all the new customers, but are instead met with a mob enraged that they're risking their chances with the Whole Foods rep. Unfortunately, the rep walks in right in front of the town-wide battle, and oh boy, here we go.
I've never seen a town put so much energy into displaying an exaggerated sense of social consciousness. Congratulations, you have your Whole Foods.
What? Even after... Actually, no. For Whole Foods, that kind of checks out. They're owned by Amazon, who are the kings of hiding awful practices with a happy mask, right next to McDonald's. Unfortunately, City Walk still has no customers, so Mr. Kim lets Kenny go and gives him his very small child labor check. Kenny heads home when we quickly find out what he's been working towards.
This is mine.
Oh, my heart just melted. Oh, Kenny put himself through literal illegal labor to make his sister happy. That's the kind of emotion only South Park could create, man. Though if you're tired of heartwarming, Stanley's Cup has got you covered in the heartbreaking department.
It's a pretty bad time for me, Coach. I'm only 5 and I'm dying.
Yep, now you understand what we're working with. The episode starts with Stan at his newspaper delivery job when his bike is towed by the county for having too many unpaid tickets. Stan heads over to the town government center to get his bike back, but the county official is...
Stan Marsh is a bright young man. Got a great family. A promising paper rep. Only problem is, his bike's been impounded.
Well, he's about as helpful as most local government employees. I'm looking at you, DMV lady. The official says he'll help Stan out if he coaches the town's Pee Wee hockey team, and one annoying trailer voiceover later, Stan's at the recreation center. With the kids' skill set, Stan's obviously got a tough job ahead of him, but it gets even tougher when he realizes that one of the kids is a little worse for wear than the others.
Nelson has leukemia. It's already spread to his bone marrow. I don't want to have cancer.
Oh man, that's awful. No kid should ever have to go through leukemia. As if the situation isn't sour enough, Park County's rival, the Adams County team, shows up to gloat in Stan's face. How could this get any worse?
Please don't let us lose to Adams County. My daddy will beat me again.
Oh, frick! Are each of these kids just little bundles of trauma? Stan gets home and tells his family about his new job, causing Randy to panic. Apparently, the last time Stan was involved with Pee Wee hockey, something horrible happened. Maybe they were talking about this?
I grabbed him! Mommy, I grabbed him!
Classic. Okay, but no, in that flashback, we get the real reason Randy doesn't want Stan to be involved with this hockey gig, and it's gotta be one of the most traumatic things I've ever seen. Oh yeah, I'd be scarred for life if I undershot a goal at the age of 4. At practice the next day, Nelson, the leukemia kid's parents, come up and I feel bad referring to him as the leukemia kid, but I didn't say his name earlier. Anyway, yeah, so their parents come up and just kind of take out their frustrations on Stan, ultimately asking if he could just go talk to their son about death. Why exactly should it be Stan doing this?
Nah, I'm just his father. You're his coach. You're like a father to him.
That's got to be one of the most idiotic sentences I've ever heard. I love it. Stan goes to the hospital to talk to Nelson and is asked all the big questions that have no answers. Why does a 5-year-old have cancer? Why did it have to be him? What happens after you die? Obviously, Stan can't answer any of those, but he can make a promise.
Make it so I don't have cancer.
Dude, I told you I can't do that.
Will you just win for me?
Okay.
Now Stan has to win this hockey game. He tries to get to the Adams County team to throw the game, but they aren't budging, so he tells his team the news in order to rile them up. Surely that'll work, right?
If we lose, we're gonna kill Nelson? Oh, Jesus, no! I don't want to be a murderer!
Of course it didn't. Honestly, I probably would have thought the same way when I was 5, but still. The game begins, and it's as riveting as you'd expect a Pee Wee game to be. It goes nowhere and only ends in a tie. But what does that mean for Nelson's cancer?
Well, he isn't worse, but he isn't getting better. It's almost as if his cancer were tied.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my cancer hurts.
So his health really is tied to the outcomes of these hockey games. That can't be a good sign. Also, my cancer hurts is funny in such a twisted way. I'm sorry. The good news is the team's been invited to play against Denver County. The bad news is that Denver County actually scored on Park County a ton the last time they played. What the team needs is an actual good hockey player. A Canadian. Man, Ike's got a bright future ahead of him with those hockey skills. Finally, the big day arrives. And after the big leagues reach halftime, it's time for the Little League intermission. However, the other Pee Wee team didn't show up, meaning Park County has nobody to play. What'll happen in Nelson? Thankfully, one of the big leagues offer Park County to play in their place against the Detroit Red Wings to give them a chance at winning and curing Nelson's cancer. How kind of them. I take it back, I take it back, I take it all back!
Hey, can they do that?
Good golly gooper, this is not kind at all, this is pure evil! It's okay, it's okay. I'm collected.
No hope, no hope.
Wow. Yeah, there's your heartbreak, folks. Stan's face, bro. Look, it's sad, okay? South Park episodes that make you cry, but it's so absurd that you kind of just have to laugh away the pain, no? My jaw dropped, brother. And the jaw-dropping train just keeps on rolling with the episode Cartman Sucks. Want proof?
I swear on my mother's life, I'm not going to stick anything yucky in your mouth.
Okay.
All right, you ready? All right, just, okay, open it. Good. Okay, here it comes.
Leave it to South Park to have a heartfelt message buried underneath that. So Cartman's been inviting Butters over to spend the night a lot recently, specifically to prank him every time he heads to sleep. And he always makes sure to photograph his handiwork too, no matter how awful the prank gets. That night he pulls off his greatest prank yet and runs to the bus stop to tell his friends all about it the next day.
And then I took a picture of his wiener in my mouth.
Dude, too.
I know, check it out. Look, I got his whole wiener in my mouth, see? Oh man, I got him good.
See, Cartman, you kinda got yourself good there. Cartman insists that putting Butters' wiener in his mouth makes Butters gay, but the boys tell him that in reality, he's the gay one. A real battle of wits there, folks. Kyle says to counteract the gayness, Cartman has to get Butters to put his wiener in his mouth, and naturally, Cartman rushes to Butters' place and gets to work, blindfold and all. This is so messed up on so many levels, dude.
Alright, just, okay, open it. Good. Okay, here it comes. Just sit really still, okay? Here we go.
Butters!
Whoa! Hey, Dad!
Butters, what are you doing?
And it just got a million times worse. That's why you should always knock before entering. Butters' dad tells him that he's just a little bi-curious and goes to church to get him some help. All the while, Butters still has no clue what's going on, because, you know, blindfold.
Is that true, son? Are you feeling confused?
Yeah, I'm pretty confused, all right.
See, I would be too if I were him. The priest tells Butters' dad to send Butters to a camp that cures boys of their bi-curiousness, saying it'll be a great way to fix him. Meanwhile, Cartman goes over to tell his friends that he's caught on to their scheme, saying the internet told him that the only way to reverse the gayness is...
All I have to do is throw away the picture, forget it ever happened, and nobody will ever know.
Except for us.
Right, except for you.
And all the people we tell.
See the problem here? How do you not tell the world about something as hilarious as that? Elsewhere, Butters shows up to the conversion camp and gets assigned an accountability buddy, someone to make sure he doesn't slip up while at camp.
Let's meet Ryan, your accountability buddy. Ryan thought he could never change, but now he's learning that with the power of Christ, he can have a whole new life.
Oh, yeah, they went there. These are the issues we're tackling here. Buckle up for some uncomfortableness. Back to the others, Cartman's picture of the deed is gone, and so he accuses Kyle of stealing it, with Kyle eventually just getting too fed up to deal with the kid.
Dan, you're a Jew, and Kitty, you're a Jew. You're all Jews. Ow!
He never gets any more tolerable, does he? Oh, and in case you were wondering if things were any better back at camp...
Right now, you're like a paperclip. And just like a paperclip, God needs to bend you and shape you and make you straight.
No. Cartman heads over to the police station to try and report the theft, but realizes he doesn't have time for the police to try and get a warrant to search Kyle's home, as show and tell is tomorrow.
It's a picture of me and, what appears to be a in my mouth.
And if Kyle really does have the photo, I think we all know what that means. Cartman does come up with a plan though, coming somewhat clean to his mother about the situation and asking if she can talk to Kyle's mother. Camp's still not running smoothly for Butters, as Bradley, his new accountability buddy, had a little bit of his contraband discovered.
Then do you mind telling us why we found this Sears men's underwear catalog in your room?
Well, at least it's only Sears. There's much worse magazines Bradley could have had. They're sent off to write scriptures as punishment, but Bradley starts to realize he may actually like Butters. Butters is still kind of clueless, though.
You like me?
Sure, I like you a lot.
Oh God, we're both unfixable. Don't you see we're lost causes? We're just evil and nothing can change us. There's no other way out, Butters. We have to kill ourselves.
Oh, this is getting bleak, man. It's awful. This kind of stuff just isn't limited to South Park. Back to Eric, Miss Cartman calls the Broflovsky residence and puts things bluntly.
Apparently, your son has a picture of Eric with another boy's in his mouth.
Yeah, I think I'd have the same exact reaction, honestly. Cartman's mom tells Eric that Miss Broflovsky ensured Kyle didn't have the picture, but Cartman knows it's all just a lie, and decides the only thing he can do now is beat Kyle to the punch of showing the picture and steal his satisfaction.
Then that's it, Kyle wins. But he won't win completely. I'm gonna print out another copy of that picture, show it to the class myself.
At camp, Butters is yelled at for losing his buddy, though eventually Bradley is found. Just not in a great place, to say the least. Butters tries to talk him off the ledge of the bridge, but when the counselors say he's too confused to help, he finally snaps.
I wasn't confused until other people started telling me I was. You know what I think? I think maybe you're the ones who are confused. Because if I'm bi-curious, and I'm somehow made from God, then I figure God must be a little bi-curious himself.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point. If God loves us all, he loves us all, bi-curious folks included. The speech is enough to get Bradley off the bridge, and even his dad has a change of heart to boot.
I like being bi-curious.
Well, you know something? So do I.
Wait, now I am confused.
You know, confusing as it may be, good on Butters' dad for figuring himself out. Oh yeah, Cartman's show and tell. It went about as well as you'd think. He got all dressed up, brought his slide deck, and set up his projector. Finally showed off his horrid picture to the rest of the class before Kyle could. One issue, though. Mr. Mackey got an urgent message from Cartman's mom a little too late.
Do not show picture. Kyle didn't have it after all. She said you know what that means.
Oh, that stings. Well, you know what they say about assumptions, Cartman.
Lame.
Agreed. Thankfully, nobody got hurt in that last one, but the same cannot be said for the episode The Return of Chef.
Damn it!
Bro, can I even show that clip? I don't know. The episode starts with a brief previously on South Park bit where we learn that Chef decided to move out of South Park to join the Super Adventure Club. Did this actually happen in a previous episode? No, not at all. See, Isaac Hayes, the voice actor for Chef, quit the show after the episode Trapped in the Closet aired, as it mocked his religion, Scientology. So now he's gone forever. Or is he?
Hello there, children.
He's back!
Yep, seems like Chef is back. Good old Chef is here to stay in South Park, and there's not a thing off about him at all.
Hey, Chef.
How's it going?
Good.
Well, how about I meet you boys after work and we can make love?
Excuse me?
Why? Why? This has to be just a one-off issue, right? Maybe a slip of the tongue.
I'm gonna make love to your asshole, children.
What?
You can't just say that! So after Chef's little moment there, a government agent asks the kids if Chef has ever touched them inappropriately. The boys know he hasn't and figure that something had to have happened to him to get him to act like this, heading over to the Super Adventure Club to get answers.
Hey, you guys, you know what they call Jewish women's boobs? Jubes.
Glad the boys have Carmen to give such insightful commentary on their journey. Jubes. The boys arrive at the club, and when they ask why Chef would all of a sudden act freaky around kids after joining them, the headmaster says that that's what the club is all about. Doing horrible things to kids across the globe. Lovely. He asks the boys if they'd like to join them, and when they say no, he's got a backup plan.
Dude, what are you doing?
Oh, well, it doesn't work on everybody.
Well, so long then.
Just what the hell is that thing?
What? What thing? I don't see anything.
The guy had the noises and everything. How did that not work? The boys figure out that the club hypnotized Chef to turn him into a weirdo, and per the recommendations of a therapist, take Chef to do his old favorite things. Naturally, they head to the strip club, and after a girl who's just Chef's type persuades him, he's finally got something to say.
I'm going up.
Come on, Chef. You can do it!
I'm gonna make love to you, woman. Gonna lay you down by the fire.
With a song like that, you already know the real Chef is back. Though maybe not for long, as the club returns and kidnaps him. Everyone returns to the clubhouse, and the boys aren't leaving without Chef, who's in the process of getting re-brainwashed. To try and convince the boys to let them keep Chef, the club decides to tell the boys their greatest secret: everlasting life.
He discovered that children have things called marlocks in their bodies, and when an adult has the child, the marlocks implode, feeding the adult's receptor cavity with energy that causes immortality, so saith the ruler of Bethos.
Are we talking about immortality or immorality here? Either way, this is ridiculous. Anywho, after some really awful security tries to take the boys out, they break Chef out of his cell and flee the clubhouse. Though right as they're about to make it out for good, the headmaster reminds Chef why he left South Park in the first place. He sought adventure and freedom from his boring Colorado life.
Stay with us and your life be grand and eternal!
Chef, we love you.
Oh, I hate hearing the little quiver in Stan's voice. You can tell how much Chef means to him. Chef starts to walk back towards the club, but lightning strikes the bridge, causing him to plummet to his death below, being impaled for good measure. And being torn apart by animals for even better measure. And for final measure.
Maybe he's still okay. No, really, they say the last thing you do before you die is crap your...
Yeah, that settles it. Chef is dead. A few days later, the town has a beautiful funeral for Chef, saying that they need to forget how he acted for his final days and remember who he really was before all the club shenanigans.
I'm gonna remember Chef as the jolly old guy who always broke into song. I'm gonna remember Chef as the guy who gave us advice to live by.
Yeah, nicely said. If you can't tell, Chef really did never come back to the show because of the Scientology dilemma, and even worse, Isaac Hayes died just a few years later, making this ending hit even harder. We go from loss of friends to a loss of happiness in general with the episodes You're Getting Old and Asperger's. I swear, despite the last one's title, these make me tear up. The turd flower makes sense, just trust me. The episode starts at Stan's birthday party in the middle of present time, and one of Stan's gifts ends up being a CD from a tween wave band, which his mom takes away, as she doesn't approve of it. Naturally. Carmen's got something awful to say about it.
Looks like somebody's on the rag, huh, man?
He never disappoints to disappoint us. Randy talks to Sharon the next day about the CD, where she explains that she doesn't want Stan listening to music that sounds like such crap. Randy points out that their parents said the exact same thing about their music when they were younger, and says that they shouldn't keep the cycle going. Sharon hands the CD to Randy, telling him to listen to it and try saying it doesn't sound like crap. I mean, it can't be that bad.
Oh, it literally sounds like crap. Music's getting real experimental these days, huh? Even still, Randy pretends to like the music to prove Sharon wrong and stay cool. The parents rally up the kids and tell them they aren't allowed to listen to the new crap, instead showing them some of the classics.
Now you compare this to tween pop and tell us which one you think is real music.
Yeah!
I mean, yeah, a lot of the classics do kind of sound like crap, I'll give it to the kids. That night, after Sharon puts Stan to bed, Stan grabs his secret iPod and starts listening to his tween wave, whatever the frick it is, wanting to get in a little musical goodness before he heads to bed. One issue. Talk about shitty music taste, huh? I had to. With all the music sounding like crap to Stan, he heads over to the doctor to see if he can't find the issue. The doc says it's very normal for people's taste to change when they grow up and offers to play some Bob Dylan to test the waters for Stan's new music tastes.
Bob Dylan.
Feel like
Can't say I'm a Bob Dylan fan after hearing that one. The doc finds Stan's distaste odd and gives him one more exam, spotting the difference between a turd in the microwave and a Kevin James movie. Spoiler alert, they're the same. Finally, the doctor gives Stan his diagnosis, and it's pretty bleak.
It's a condition called being a cynical asshole. Everything just seems shitty, and everyone starts to seem shitty, and everything they say just starts to...
You know, I swear I hear the exact same thing coming from people's mouths when I turn on the news every day. Guess I'm a cynical asshole too. After another convo where Sharon tries to get Randy out of this childish rebellious phase, Randy decides to be a rock star himself and takes a few of the things he learned from Teen Wave into his act.
I got a fever, but it's under control.
Hey, art is art. Art is art. Back to the boys, Stan tells his buddies about his cynicism diagnosis, and to cheer him up, they decide to go get some ice cream, though it looks like shit. Processed shit. Well, if that's not bad enough for you, try this on for size. Eventually, Randy gets another girl in on his act, and it's a really powerful duet.
Yeah.
Who the hell is that woman, Randy?
If I were Sharon, I don't think I'd have the brain power to even speak here. I'm in the trenches right now. So much crap in this one. The next day, Stan's forced to eat alone at the diner as his friends are sick. Though when he sees them outside, he knows something is up.
I'm sorry, but you're a bummer to be around. Everything is, that looks like shit, and this is shitty.
You guys don't want to be around me?
Yeesh, that's a really tough talk to go through. Imagine losing your friends and knowing it's pretty much your fault entirely, but don't know how to fix it. I don't think there's a way to fix that. I'm gonna be fracking real with you. Thankfully, Stan's offered one more chance to hang out and goes to see a movie with the guys. All he has to do is not bring the mood down. Hey, that's a Jack and Jill trailer.
Oh, come on, people. That's it, Stan. I'm not sitting through a whole movie with you. Dude, wait, I'm sorry. No, Kyle's right. You suck, dude. Me? Did you see that shit?
Okay, to be fair, that movie is literally one of the worst things Adam Sandler cursed us with. It's a damnation on mankind. The boys are just done hanging out with Stan, and even when Kyle tries to explain, he starts to sound and look like crap like everything else. Things are the same for Randy as well, with both himself and Sharon realizing they aren't a happy couple. They got too contrasting of lifestyles. In fact,
I can't fake it anymore. You just seem kind of shitty to me.
You kind of seem shitty to me, too.
Yeah, this is just really awful to watch. It's natural, I guess. Sometimes people grow apart almost more often than not these days, which is just sad, isn't it? To put the cherry on top of this literal shit Sunday, Sharon and Randy split up, and Stan, as lonely as ever, still sees everything as crap. I'll put this bluntly. Stan's got depression as a 10-year-old. The crap continues in the second part of the story with Asperger's. Is Stan still a cynic? Well, here's your answer. You know, I was kind of into that one, actually. Who am I kidding? No, I'm not. Stan's still reeling with his depression, all while the boys are in the middle of a debate about vaccines causing Asperger's, or Asperger's. I call it Asperger's anyway, like Cartman. Like, after a day of misery, the ridiculousness of the scenario and life in general finally causes Stan to explode.
I don't want burgers coming out of my butt. God, shut up! Everyone just shut the up!
Those types of outbursts are always hard to hear, because you can tell how much the person yelling is hurting inside. Stan's called to Mr. Mackey's office to see if he can't be lightened up a bit, but Stan only further comes to terms with his awful life.
When all the things that made you laugh just make you sick, how do you go on when nothing makes you happy?
Yeah, this one's getting really hard to not tear up over. I've seen friends and family have similar issues, and it's
Anyway, Mr. Mackey figures that Stan's only like this because he got the flu vaccine and contracted Asperger's. Dang it. Immersion broken. Sparking a bill to be signed by the president banning mandatory school vaccinations. Don't ask why he's a duck. With a new controversy on his mind, Cartman decides to get creative to skip school.
Why are there hamburgers in your underwear?
Are you serious? Oh my god! You're saying I have Asperger's?
I mean, if I was in the 4th grade and heard of this disease for the first time, yeah, I it's probably what I'd imagine too. Elsewhere, Wendy heads to Kyle to try and figure out a way to cheer Stan up, but Kyle, well...
No, I can't, Wendy. All his negativity is starting to make me depressed. I have to let him go, and whatever happens next, I'm going to embrace with a totally positive attitude.
Man, a bit harsh, but I guess I kind of get it. Some people just know their limits and can't be around that. It's really tragic. Speaking of tragedy, Kyle tries one of Cartman's homemade burgers and really likes it. Ugh! Later, Stan's brought to an Asperger's research center to try and help him out, but when his mom leaves him alone, things take a hell of a turn. Everyone starts gearing up, and the truth is revealed.
You've been told Asperger's is real. It isn't. It's just a front that we use to stay hidden.
Wait, it's not a real illness?
Of course not. If there was a social development disease, you wouldn't call it Asperger's. That's just mean.
The Asperger's Matrix conspiracy is something I never thought would be revealed to me, but here we are. Guess I took the red pill. Or the brown pill? I'll let myself out. The secret society of cynics does their best to explain why everything is crap in the modern world, saying something is sending out suppressive brainwaves to cheer people up, but they aren't exactly certain on whether it's aliens, robots, mutants, or something else that's sending the waves out. The society sees Stan as the key to solving this issue and give him a key to infiltrate the brainwashed world: alcohol.
Jill, you got a date with Al Pacino? I think Al Pacino wants to play Twister with your sister.
Adam Sandler, funny.
If it's making Adam Sandler funny, there is no doubt this stuff is the key. Stan finds Kyle and Cartman running Cartman Burger, with the secret ingredient still a secret, mind you, and tries to make amends by explaining the situation, though the cynicism mixed in with alcohol starts to take over.
You, Kyle, you're a piece of shit. Kyle, I love you. You're a piece of shit, though. F you.
If only I had $1 for every time I saw someone acting like that. The next day, Stan wakes up hungover and heads back over to the research center, where society boozes him up once more and sends him back out into the brainwashed world. Let me ask you one question before we continue. Do you think it's smart to fill a 10-year-old's body up with copious amounts of liquor and tell him he's the chosen one? I hope we all learned something today. The meeting Stan burst into was between a bunch of fast food overlords all struggling to compete with Cartman Burger's secret ingredient. And when Stan can't give them the deets, they up the ante.
Kyle, you gotta tell me the secret to Cartman Burger.
What are you doing?
How do you guys make them so yummy?
I don't know.
Better get him to tell you, or you're getting shot in the back of the head.
Name a worse way to go than being shot by a man in a chicken suit. I'll wait. Fair point. When their plan doesn't work, the food lords storm the burger stand before the society storms in and starts slinging lead. Eventually, Stan figures out the society is full of crap as well, and finally sets himself straight.
Want everything to go back to the way it was. I don't. You were right, Kyle. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to take a big left turn.
Honestly, a very valuable lesson to take here, as sad as it is. Sometimes it's best to let people get on with their lives, even if it means going a different direction than you. All that means is that you got more opportunities to make new friends and do new and exciting things in your own life. Might not certainly be entirely pleasant, but I guess that's just how life is sometimes.
Stan, get in the car, Stan. Your mom and I are moving back in together.
What?
We worked it out, pal. Surprise!
Oh, all right, never mind. Yeah, but sometimes in life you just need to stick with what you know. Apparently, things go back to how we'd expect them. Stan's back in his old home with his whole family. People figure out Cartman's rubbing the burgers on his butt, and Kevin James is still getting movies. Kevin James? Kevin James! In fact, the boys are just about to go see the Zookeeper sequel, and Stan's invited to come along with. Although he may need a little something to take the edge off the film. Fair enough. The real lesson here is, kids, life is complicated, and there isn't always going to be a right answer for how you handle the complicated things. Sad, but true. Let's keep things heartwarming and take a look at the worst things that has happened to the worst cartoon character to ever exist, Eric Cartman. Eric Cartman may be the least sympathetic guy on television. I mean, just look at the things he does.
I made you eat your parents.
Yeah, I'm still trying to scrub that one from my brain. Therapy bills, anyone? I'm a starving artist. But hey, even the greatest masterminds have their off days, and when things go south for Cartman, well, let's just say they tend to plummet straight into the abyss. In season 14, episode 6, Cartman's infamous culinary masterpiece, From Scott Tenorman Must Die, comes back to haunt him.
Revenge is a dish best served chili. Scott Tenorman?
In the flesh, and not exactly looking good, for obvious reasons. So the episode where this unholy reunion occurs is titled 201, and that's pretty much the least weird thing about this episode. It all kicks off with the story of a certain war veteran named Mitch Connor, who just so happens to be Cartman's puppet hand. Literally. After a mortgage filled with military service and PTSD, things pivot back to the present, where Cartman is in Mr. Garrison's office demanding an answer to his age-old question of who his father is.
That's right. Tell me the truth.
All I can tell you, Eric, is that we were all told to stick to the story.
Considering the usual insanity of South Park, sticking to the story feels like the least believable part here. The plot spirals further into weirdness where the camera pans outside and surprise, surprise, South Park is in trouble again. Turns out someone is once again ticked off at the gingers of the town who are now locked in a standoff with the rest of the townsfolk.
You said you wanted we got him for you.
We have no way of knowing if is really in there. It could be a trick.
Yeah, so the censored name is basically Prophet Muhammad, whose appearance is also censored throughout the episode for obvious reasons. I mean, there's the uncensored version, but I think it's best that we keep it this way. The showdown results in Mecha Streisand swooping in and laying waste to South Park because apparently the Legion of Doom is also interested in the Prophet as their leader, Tom Cruise, wants to clone his appearance so that no one would mock him anymore. And that, my friends, is Trey Parker at his unhinged best. Meanwhile, Cartman, armed with the lead from Mr. Garrison, sets out to Dr. Mephisto's lab to solve his paternity mystery. Of course, this all builds to the mother of all showdowns featuring Stan and Kyle, a captured prophet, and an army of radical gingers.
Oh crap, the gingers! Gingers, no!
Safe to say, it isn't Cartman's day so far. The gingers capture Stan and Kyle while Cartman is left to confront what is easily the biggest ghost from his infamous past, Scott Tenorman. And let's just say Scott isn't exactly alright in the head, so we get the whole twisted, chilly theme park that makes Has-Been Hotel look like a children's playground. Cartman is strapped to a chair with his mom forced to watch it all go down as Scott lays some truth bombs on him.
You killed your own father, and then you fed him to your half-brother.
And that, folks, is why you don't let secrets or psychopaths fester. So basically, Cartman's whole Scott Tenorman Must Die campaign turned out to be one huge bust. And when you consider that the gingers on Scott's side were actually radicalized by Cartman in Season 9, Episode 11, Ginger Kids, it's safe to say that everything that played out so far is of Cartman's own doing.
Now eat your chili!
Yep, luckily for Cartman, the super best friends bust into Dr. Mephisto's lab just in time to stop the gingers and the Legion of Doom. Chaos ensues, Scott flies away in a jetpack, and Jesus is confused. Never thought I'd say that sentence.
I'll be back, super best friends!
Who's the creepy ginger kid?
Cartman might make heaven after all. The dust settles with Kyle delivering a censored monologue on religious extremism as Santa and Jesus chime in like it's just another Tuesday. And just like that, the fighting is over and the city is free to start rebuilding again for the 39th time. Then there's Cartman, who's busy crying his eyes out, no thanks to what he's just learned. Stan, Kyle, and Kenny try to cheer him up the best way they can, only to discover that his grief is not about what they think it's about.
My dad was Scott Tenorman's dad. Don't you guys realize what that means? My dad was a ginger!
Honestly, if you didn't see that ending coming, then you haven't seen enough of the show. Speaking of shows, up next on the list of Cartman fails is none other than Season 12, Episode 9, Breast Cancer Show Ever.
I don't want an excuse. I'm going to beat out of you.
Cartman getting beat up? Sign me the hell up. The chaos starts like any other day at South Park Elementary. Cartman's obnoxious, the class spirals into mayhem, and Mr. Garrison probably wonders why he didn't just stick with accounting. But today, the bullseye is not on him. It's on Wendy, who's presenting a project on breast cancer.
Wendy, you need to calm down. You're gonna get your boobs all angry and they're gonna start killing everyone. Dude, I'm on fire today.
Pretty much what the marshmallow said. Rather than sensing the imminent burn, Cartman does what he does best, pushes his luck. When class is over and Wendy's hanging up breast cancer awareness posters, he doubles down on his antics. And shocker, Wendy snaps, because there's only so long one can stand Cartman's gremlin voice.
You'd better shut up or I'll make you shut up.
What are you gonna do about it, Wendy?
I'm gonna kick your ass. That's what I'm gonna do.
Oh boy. Now, we all know middle school threats are usually as empty as New Year's resolutions, but Wendy means business. And Cartman, instead of de-escalating like a rational person, which sadly he is not, he throws gasoline into the fire, solidifying the impending beatdown he's about to receive.
As soon as that bell rings, we do it outside. You got that?
Oh, it's on.
You're gonna die!
After that, we get Butters running around school like a town crier. The news spreads like wildfire, and the fight's pretty much set in stone. Now, up till this point, Cartman still hasn't taken things seriously as he expects Wendy to back off from the fight. However, it soon becomes obvious, thanks to her intense stare down at the cafeteria, that she fully intends to see this fight through. And
And that, my friends, is the face of someone who knows he's messed up. So Cartman's fate boils down to 3 possibilities. 1, beat Wendy and look like the world's biggest misogynist. 2, back out and become the official school coward. And 3, get absolutely obliterated by Wendy, and as Butters puts it,
If you got beat up by a girl, everyone would think you were...
which is basically 9/11 for Eric Cartman's ego. Faced with these oh-so-terrible options, Cartman finally decides to apologize to Wendy, except of course it's Cartman, so even his apology is half-assed.
I don't want to fight you after school. I'm sorry.
If you're really sorry, you can say it in front of everyone.
Might as well wait for pigs to fly. After several failed attempts to weasel out of the fight, including bribery, faking a muscular disorder, and eating his own underwear, which, trust me, do not visualize that, detention turns out to be the only way out for Cartman, which he earns by crapping on Mr. Garrison's desk. Because even in his most desperate of hours, Cartman is still a pain in the ass. So he gets detention, obviously, and it seems as though he's home and dry. But since a lot of people are eager to see the fight, Craig and the boys play Booker of the Year and move the fight to the next morning.
Tomorrow morning, you die tomorrow morning.
2 words, folks. Absolutely screwed. But his panicking doesn't last long because he's got one ace up his sleeve, his mom. And since he's basically front runner for Actor of the Year in South Park, he puts on a show that solidifies Wendy as the villain in his story.
I want to be your friend. I don't have that many friends at ski.
I mean, the collective IQ of the adults in the show is like 50, so it's no surprise that they fall for that. Next morning, Cartman struts into class in his usual gloating self and begins taunting Wendy. But just when she's one jibe away from popping a nerve, she gets called to the principal's office, and to her surprise, it's not a beration session, but a pep talk.
Cancer is pure evil. It is a fat little lump that needs to be destroyed. You have to fight it.
And you know what else starts with a C and fits that description? Safe to say Wendy got the memo. As she leaves the principal's office, heads straight to the playground and absolutely obliterates Cartman. Luckily for him, Mr. Mackey arrives in time before Wendy can finish the job. She walks away from the scene, leaving a bruised up Cartman to pick up the pieces of his shattered ego, and let's just say it was quite the sight to behold.
My school life is over because now all the guys don't think I'm cute. Dude, we never thought you were cool.
Which of course leads to Cartman forming the narrative in his head that they're all saying that because they like him and they don't want him to feel bad, and so he leaves the playground with a bloody smile and delusional as ever, only this time he can pin it on his CTE. But what he can't pin on any head injury is the mental gymnastics on display in Cartman Sucks.
Dude, how is putting Butters' wiener in your mouth getting him? Because that makes Butters gay now.
No, dude, that makes you gay.
What?
That's our guy, all right. And since there's a lot of hot dog activity in this episode, I'll do my best to keep things PG-ish. It all starts with Cartman proudly showing off his scrapbook of pranks he's pulled on Butters, basically his personal highlight reel of bad decisions, except this one has a little extra flesh. Not content with flashing his butt at a sleeping Butters, Cartman decides the next logical step forward is to put Butters' wiener in his mouth while snapping a picture. But before he can pitch this genius idea to Stan, Kyle, and Kenny, Butters walks in ready for their little sleepover. Kyle, being the voice of reason, tries to warn Butters about Cartman's master plan, which unsurprisingly ends poorly.
What do you mean? I mean that
What he means is that he's jealous that you've taken his place as my new best friend. But grow up, Kyle.
Yeah, grow up, Kyle.
A brain as smooth as butter. Really living up to that name, huh? So Kyle storms off without finishing his warning, which honestly would have saved everyone involved a whole lot of hassle, and me a lot of breath. And so Cartman's plan goes through. He takes the picture, arming him with an entry in his scrapbook to showcase to the boys.
I waited till he was totally asleep, right? And I pulled down his pants, and then I took a picture of his wiener in my mouth.
First off, sexual assault. Secondly, there's something that has to be said about Cartman's ability to be very crafty and very foolish at the same time. Stan and Kyle immediately point out the obvious flaw in Cartman's logic, and you can almost hear his brain short-circuiting as he realizes what he's just done. After a back and forth about Cartman's new supposed sexual orientation, Kyle decides to use the opportunity to mess with Cartman.
The only way you can cancel it out is to get Butters to put your wiener in his mouth.
Which apparently cancels out the gay polarity, which is as absurd as it sounds. And since absurdity is Cartman's bread and butter, he completely buys the theory and rushes to trick Butters into a position that even with context can only be interpreted one way.
Butters!
Whoa! Hey, Dad!
Butters, what are you doing?
I'm getting a surprise!
Him pointing out his mouth absolutely killed me, by the way. And also his dad, who immediately declares his son bi-curious and ships him off to Camp New Grace to pray away the gay. Cartman, on the other hand, finally decides to do his own research, at which point he discovers that there's no such thing as gay polarity. However, there's still the very real picture of him with Butters' wiener in his mouth, and since he was dumb enough to show Stan and the boys, you best believe they're not about to let him live it down.
You guys, please don't tell anybody.
We won't tell anybody as long as you're super nice to us every day from now on.
You might as well ask him to jump off a bridge. Knowing the obvious limits to his theatrics, and by that I mean saying anything nice about Kyle, Cartman decides to go with plan B, which involves photoshopping Kyle's face onto his own in the incriminating picture. And since Karma loves to dunk on Cartman, the photo mysteriously goes missing, and so naturally he blames Kyle.
What did you do with my picture? Knock it off. I don't have your stupid picture.
Convinced Kyle stole it, Cartman tries everything to get the picture back, including involving the police and his parents. Both plans flop as Kyle truly does not have it, and after his typical rant about Jews, Cartman settles for the nuclear option.
I'm gonna print out another copy of that picture and show it to the class myself.
The next morning, he heads to school and gives a presentation on his photography endeavors, which surprisingly includes some very nicely taken photos, and of course, the photo in question at the very last slide. Jaws drop to the floor. Cartman tries to spin it as a statement on the war on Iraq, and Mr. Mackey swoops in just in time to put the cherry on top.
We got an emergency message from your mother. Kyle didn't have it after all. Found it under your desk.
That is the absolute ultimate form of poetic justice, undoubtedly going down as one of the worst days of Cartman's life. Moving on, we turn our attention to Stunning and Brave, where we witness firsthand what a broken Cartman looks like.
Cartman? We can't beat him, you guys. PC Principal is too strong.
And the beatdowns have returned. They were not gone for long. So it all begins with an emergency all-school meeting where Mr. Mackey announced that thanks to a student referring to as a hot Cosby, creative but dark, Principal Victoria has been fired and replaced with a guy simply known as PC Principal. Cue the collective gasps, at which point PC Principal struts in like he's a 90s sports drink commercial. He snatches the mic from Mr. Mackey, and the rest is pretty much history.
I'm here because this place is lost in a time warp.
And by that, he means all the slurs, bigotry, and whatnot you'd normally encounter whilst roaming the halls of the school. From the jump, it becomes pretty obvious that he and Cartman are surely on a collision course, but before then, there's the matter of Kyle. The next day, Stan, Kyle, and Kenny are doing their usual hallway loitering when Butters rolls up and fills them in on Cartman, who, to no one's surprise, has earned himself 4 days of detention. Kyle, of course, is happy with the recent developments up until an announcement is made.
Will Kyle Broflovsky report to the principal's office immediately? Okay.
So he heads to the principal's office where he finds out, along with his dad who's been summoned, that he's earned himself 2 weeks of detention for words he said to another girl. And considering the Cartman only got 4 days for whatever crazy he's most definitely did, you'd expect Kyle's words to be something on the extreme side, but as it turns out, his cardinal sin is, well, it's saying this.
I don't think Caitlyn Jenner is a hero.
Yeah, not exactly what I'd call a chill guy, don't know about you. Kyle's dad tries to calm things down, at which point him and Kyle are chased out of the office by PC Principal. Later that day, Kyle and the boys finally run into Cartman, and while you'd expect him to be hatching a plan to get back at PC Principal, this time around it seems like he doesn't have an appetite for any type of uprising whatsoever.
Aren't you going to, go do something about this new principal?
I've already got 4 days of detention. I don't want any more. I'm gonna start following the ruse.
Unfortunately, Cartman's never been great at sticking to good decisions, and so after Stan and Kyle pump him up with Tom Brady's analogies because nothing inspires rebellion like a star quarterback, Cartman decides to take on PC Principal. So he sneaks into the faculty bathroom with Butters' underwear because, of course, waits for PC Principal to come in and use the urinal, at which point he sets him up for the perfect blackmail.
PC Principal, you have Butters' underwear and now... Oh my gosh, it's got your DNA all over it. This certainly doesn't look good for you.
Except it just so happens to not be that effective, because while normal people in the situation would be absolutely panicking, PC Principal isn't exactly who you'd call normal. So when Cartman uses the word spokesman during his shakedown, the result is, well, see for yourself.
Did you just say spokesman when women are just as capable of selling sandwiches as anyone?
I mean, who hasn't slammed kids across bathroom walls defending their ideology? Can we cut that? By the time the smoke clears, Cartman's a human pancake, and the boys come in to visit him later, at which point he advises them to all surrender to the principal and just accept the new order of things. But of course, the madness does not end there. PC Principal and his band of woke warriors, aka the PC Bros, decide to haze Kyle. They break into his room at night, totally normal behavior, tie him to a tree, and doodle wieners on his face. Word soon reaches Cartman that Kyle is being tormented, and I think we all know what happens next.
Kyle? My friend, Kyle?
Cue the battle music. From here, we basically enter into peak Cartman territory with a plan straight out of Mad Max. It features pregnant Mexican women, taco cannons, Syrian refugee children, Jared Fogle, and Chinese drivers. One unhinged Clash of Clans campaign later, and Kyle is forced to swoop in and save the day with 5 magic words.
Caitlyn Jenner
is a hero.
See, not so hard. Only maybe you should have said it earlier before Cartman was, destroyed. The episode ends with the entire town clapping for Kyle, including Cartman. PC Principal surprisingly still a free man, and Cartman still has a few broken bones that need healing. Still on the topic of Cartman's comeuppance, the next episode on our list is none other than Cartman Land.
I'm so happy.
Ah, sweet summer child. Enjoy it while it lasts. It all begins when Cartman's grandmother passes away. After attending the funeral, he and his mom attend his late grandma's will hearing, where he learns he's inherited $1 million. No thanks to the rest of her relatives, likely to blow it all on crack. Now, most parents would squirrel that cash away for their kid's future, college, or house, or therapy for being Cartman. But since Mrs. Cartman isn't exactly the bastion of sensible parenting, Cartman gets his grubby hands on the cash and buys a whole amusement park. But not for the reason you might think.
No. I'm buying it to keep people out. Forever it has been my dream to have my very own theme park, so that I could be alone in it all day, every day.
Considering I once waited 2 hours for a ride that lasted 90 seconds, I can't even fault him for this. While Cartman's living in his own introvert fantasy, Kyle's stuck in a personal hell. Not only is he suffering from a hemorrhoid that could probably star in its own medical drama, but now he has to watch Kyle win at life.
I have a hemorrhoid, and Cartman has his own theme park.
Well, when you put it like that, it does sound like you're the butt of a cosmic joke. Stan tries to cheer him up in the most effective way possible, watching Terrence and Philip fart their way through some cartoon nonsense. But as they say, one often meets their destiny on the road they take to avoid it, which just so happens to be the case when the commercials come on.
So come on down to Cartman Land now, but don't plan on getting past the parking lot. So much to do at Cartman Land, but you can't come, especially you, Stan Car.
I'm sorry, but composing a jingle just to rub it in their faces is absolutely nasty work. As expected, Stan and Kyle decide to crash out and break into Cartman Land, but breaking into a Fortress of Solitude is tricky, especially when one of you is suffering from an explosive medical condition. It's not funny.
Oh God, I popped it! Oh, it hurts!
What the hell are you doing?
Oh God, get me off of here!
Yeah, safe to say, it's not been a good week for Kyle. Thanks to Stan and Kyle sneaking into the park, Cartman quickly realizes that keeping people out isn't as simple as building fences, and so he hires a security guard to keep watch, but surprise, surprise, security guards don't work for free or for free park rides. So Cartman is forced to let 2 people into the park each day just to cover the guard's salary. While Cartman continues his introverted fantasy, Kyle is having the absolute worst time of his life. His hemorrhoid has gotten so bad that he's landed in the hospital. Stan attempts to cheer him up, but this time around it doesn't work, as Kyle's pretty much spiritually wrecked at this point.
You see, if someone like Cartman can get $1 million in his own theme park, then there is no God.
I have no words, man. With the universe having put Kyle through the ringer, it quickly turns its attention to Cartman, who's back at Cartman Land, and he's learning the harsh reality of park management, that's for sure. Broken rides need fixing, staff needs feeding. This means letting in more guests, and before you know it, his once exclusive sanctuary is starting to look a lot like every other amusement park in America. And what do amusement parks normally do? That's right, they make money, hopefully. Cartman's decision to let more people in turns into a huge success. The park's making so much money that local businesses start copying his strategy, basically turning Cartman into a modern-day amusement park Rockefeller, all while Kyle is stuck in bed overhearing it all.
Amazing. Eric Cartman is surely the financial genius of our time.
And I'm sure the mere thought of ending Kyle via his success would be enough to make Cartman dance, only he isn't aware of that fact. Plus, the very success of Cartman Land with the lines and crowded rides is everything Cartman hates. And so finally, in a fit of frustration, he decides to sell the park back to the original owner for his $1 million. And since the universe is done messing with Kyle and it has its eyes set on Cartman, the IRS swoops in just as he collects his money back.
I'm Frank Garrett with the IRS. You haven't kept records of your income or payout. Seize the assets.
Hey, that's my money!
Don't you just love corporate America? By the time they're done rolling out his bill, Cartman is left with basically nothing. And since he's already returned the park, he has no means of generating funds anymore. So basically, he was just better off leaving his money in a bank. Back at the hospital, Kyle is basically hanging by a thread, but then Stan bursts into the hospital and breaks the news to Kyle, and for good measure, rolls him down to the park just to watch Cartman crash out in real time.
It's not fair, I wanna die! You are up there.
You earned that, Kyle. You really did. Also, you earned that, Cartman. You really did. And if you thought Cartman got wrecked in the last episode, buckle up for Season 8, Episode 2's Awesome-O, because karma isn't just knocking on Cartman's door in this one, it's kicking it down and setting the place ablaze.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Get it up there good and deep.
I think it's safe to say that out of context, South Park clips really tend to look crazy. So we're treated to yet another Cartman scheme where he's disguised as a cardboard robot named Awesemo 4000. His plan? Infiltrate Butters' life, play the role of a robot bestie, and dig up his most embarrassing secrets. Why? Because Cartman can't function unless he's emotionally traumatizing someone, and Butters is basically his favorite chew toy. Butters, being the human golden retriever he is, falls for it immediately and brings Awesemo in. Wouldn't be surprised if he has some Greek blood in him if he's fallen for this obvious Trojan horse. But anyway, quickly the two of them begin their human-robot bonding time, which of course involves Cartman fishing for Butters' dirt while pretending to be beep boop like a sentient Roomba. And naturally, the conversation turns to, well, Cartman himself.
One time he made me think a meteor had hit the Earth and convinced me to stay down in a bomb shelter for 3 days.
That sucks.
Cartman's most evil schemes, coming full circle again. And just like the Scott Tenorman one, of course his doomsday prank comes back to bite him in the ass, because as it turns out, Butters has been hatching quite the revenge plot to get back at Cartman.
Yeah, and he's never gonna get me again. I know one of his secrets.
And not just any secret. It's a social nuke of a tape featuring Cartman dressed as Britney Spears, full drag and everything, locking lips with cardboard Justin Timberlake. At this point, the stakes couldn't be higher for Cartman. He's trapped in his own prank, sweating bullets inside that janky robot suit while trying to find the tape. And since he can't blow his cover until he finds the tape, you can already imagine this endless agony of his, as Butters pretty much uses him like the servant robot he disguised himself to be.
Hey, Awesemo, I'd also like some celery sticks chopped up 2 inches long with peanut butter and raisins on top.
Cartman's stuck working crazy shifts at the Stotts residence with no breaks, no alone time, and no escape. Oh, did I mention he's starving as well? Like, toothpaste is a snack now kind of starving. You know what they say, you live by the prank, you fall by the prank. And just when you think things couldn't get any worse for Cartman, he ends up following Butters on a family trip to LA. Butters' parents, thinking this is some kind of elaborate bonding game, are like, sure, bring the robot. And since Cartman can't afford to lose that tape, he's forced to fly 30,000 feet in the air, stuck in a moldy piece of cardboard. By the time they land in Hollywood, Cartman is this close to losing it, and things spiral from there. Butters takes him all around LA to show him off, at which point he becomes a tourist attraction who's predicting sports scores and making puns. Hollywood execs hear about the robot and decide to put it to work churning out terrible movie ideas, most of which star Adam Sandler doing. I don't even know, man, but at least they paid him for his efforts.
You should split that money with Awesemo.
All right, what are you gonna do with money, Awesemo? Buy some robot pants?
Cartman is seething, Butters is thriving, and honestly, it's the role reversal we didn't know we needed. But just as Cartman's about to hit rock bottom, the military shows up. Why? Well, because obviously Awesemo must be some advanced Japanese weapon. And what do you do to next-gen weapons made in Japan? Well, you chop them up to see how they work. So Cartman's stuck in a lab trying to explain that he's just a kid in a robot suit, but since the South Park universe features some of the most dumb adults in entertainment history, they're all convinced that Awesemo is just so advanced, he thinks he's human. Thankfully, Butters isn't about to let his best friend get disassembled without a fight. He storms in for a rescue mission, which somehow ends in guns drawn, scientists bleeding out, and Butters sobbing like it's the finale of Marley and Me.
Don't kill him! He's my best friend! He's my best friend in the whole world!
At least the military here still has a heart. And then, because poetic justice is alive and well, Cartman's robot act comes crashing down in the dumbest way possible. A fart. Yep, one rogue toot in Awesemo is no more. Cartman gets outed and the episode closes with a humiliation of biblical proportions, as the Britney Spears tape played in front of the entire town. Safe to say, Awesemo 4000 might just be Cartman's biggest fail. But not all of his misfortunes are a product of one of his schemes. Like in Cartman's Silly Hate Crime 2000, he manages to score himself an express ticket to juvie.
Eric Cartman, you have been found guilty of committing a hate crime. I hereby sentence you to the Alamosa Juvenile Hall until you turn 21.
No!
That judge is clearly not his biggest fan. It all kicks off with what should have been a simple boys versus girls sled race down Phil Collins' hill. Yes, that Phil Collins. The hill's named after his Oscar bait Tarzan song. Naturally, the boys are confident because they got Cartman, whose sheer gravitational pull doubles as a built-in turbo booster. But then Token makes the fatal error of doing what we all do, pointing out Cartman's structural advantage.
Yeah, and with Cartman's enormously fat ass, the boys are sure to win.
You call me fat one more time, I'm gonna smack you in the head with this rock. Fat ass, that.
Oh!
There goes the tension, just sliding towards Cartman. And just like that, Token's got a black eye, and Cartman's got a one-way ticket to Mr. Mackey's office where he earns himself 2 weeks of detention. But things go from bad to catastrophic when 2 FBI agents crash the party and declare that the rock-throwing incident is now officially a hate crime. In the blink of an eye, Cartman lands in federal court with the media quickly making him the poster child for racism, and knowing Cartman, he pretty much speedruns his way to a guilty verdict.
I hate hippies, and the way I always talk about protecting the earth and then wear those stupid bracelets, I hate them. I want to kick them in the nuts.
That's what happens when you leave Cartman unsupervised with a microphone. It'll either go to hippies, gingers, or Jews. The judge, clearly over it, sends Cartman on a trip to Alamosa Maximum Security Juvenile Hall until he's 21, because what better way to teach a 10-year-old boy a lesson than locking him up until he's old enough to rent a U-Haul? Cartman naturally tries to pull the oldest trick in the book, fleeing the country. His getaway vehicle? Kenny's Go-Go Action Bronco. It's battery-powered, maxes out at 2 miles an hour, and is somehow the most Cartman escape plan imaginable.
We're gonna make it, Kenny. We're gonna make it to Mexico. Oh, God damn it.
Universe 1, Cartman 0. With nowhere left to run, Cartman is dragged back to juvie where he meets Romper Stomper, a juvenile prison hustler who earned his name by quite literally stomping around in yellow pails. Meanwhile, back in South Park, the boys are struggling in Cartman's absence. They've replaced him with Clyde, but their sled won't budge because Clyde isn't fat enough. And so, out of desperation to not get owned by the girls, they try to spring Cartman out with a cake containing a file, because when you're in a cartoon, you do cartoon things. Unsurprisingly, that plan fails, and so Kyle and Stan take a different route, convincing Token to forgive Cartman. The only problem is, it's not in Token's hands, as only the governor can pardon Cartman. And I think we all know what comes next.
We should all be treated the same, with the same laws, for in that way, Cartman can be freed from prison and we'll have a chance to win the sledding race on Thursday.
You know, it's the poster child for dysfunction, but at least South Park has open government offices. That's sadly pretty rare. Back in juvie, Cartman's living out his Shawshank Redemption fantasies. He's smuggling contraband through unconventional means and begging Romper Stomper to help him break out. After one too many trips to the toilet, and by that I mean pooping out smuggled contrabands like a golden goose, Romper lays it squarely to Cartman. He's never getting out. Which of course causes Cartman to spiral into a full-blown weeping session about wanting his mom. Romper gets a change of heart and decides to help him break out anyway. But of course, there's only so long the two of them can outrun the police for. But luckily for Cartman, he's already been pardoned by the governor.
You'll never take us alive.
But you've been pardoned by the governor.
Sweet. Later, dudes.
And while you might have think that Juvie humbled Cartman, he quickly proves otherwise. Armed with Romper Stomper's yellow bucket shoes, he returns to the sledding race just in time to sabotage the girls' team. Their sled flies off a cliff, Lizzie gets carried away by a bear, and the boys claim victory. The episode ends with Cartman promising to never take his friends for granted again, but in true Cartman fashion, he breaks that promise immediately.
Let's all hear it for Cartman's big fat ass. Oh, do British people count as an ethnicity for hate crimes? Nah, sweet.
From Cartman's usual chaos to a full-blown domestic war zone, we land in Season 10, Episode 7, where Leanne finally decides to confront her dictator of a son.
Mom, are you deaf? Somebody's at the door.
Yes, I think it's the nanny, Poopsikins.
Yes, the classic Xbox player dissing his mom energy. Good times. The chaos kicks off with Mr. Mackey, who's at his wit's end, understandably. After one too many Eric Cartman specials, when Leanne's called in, her emotional breakdown is so dramatic, you half expect her to start auditioning for Days of Our Lives, at which point Mr. Mackey extends her a lifeline via the Nanny 911 show.
This 8-year-old son of a single parent just won't behave.
Wir müssen die Juden erschlagen.
You can kill the man, folks, but never the idea. Cartman really shows the worst of humanity at like all times. So Nanny Stella swoops in with the energy as someone who can tame actual lions, and she probably has. But as we know, it's men who sits at the top of the food chain, with Cartman pretty much heads and shoulders above everyone else. Stella tries the usual Nanny McPhee tactics, which as expected fails miserably. Within minutes of stepping foot into his territory, Cartman reduces her to a puddle of despair. He spits, he insults, he questions her life choices, and by the time he's done, the only thing left is to call 911.
Must be hard on you, knowing that the years are ticking away, and all the while your uterus slowly shriveling away, drying up, becoming totally worthless.
The fact that his mom is in the background like she's watching reruns of Frasier pretty much sums it all up for you. And just like that, Nanny Stella crashes out and is out the door. You can almost hear the production crew wondering if their insurance covers emotional trauma. But hey, don't worry, Super Nanny's here to save the day. Or so we thought. By the end of her stint, she's chewing on her own feces in a padded cell. Yeah, Cartman doesn't just break people, he shatters them into a million pieces and blowtorches the remains for good measure. Now, thanks to Cartman's track record of nuking people's minds, no nanny within a 10-kilometer radius wants to touch him with a 10-foot pole. Not like they could if they were using a 10-foot pole and he was 10 kilometers away. Anyway, Leanne is just about to give up completely, at which point the doctor at the psych ward presents her with one final option. And since desperate times call for the dog whisperer, Caesar Millen steps up as the next man to face Eric Cartman. Caesar's approach? Treat Cartman like the feral chihuahua he is. A leash, neck nips, long walks to burn energy. It's genius, it's absurd, and disturbingly effective. For the first time, Cartman isn't in control, and he hates it. So much so, he runs away from home, which turns out to be a bad idea because none of his friends want to take him in, so he ends up on the streets.
It's bullcrap. Mom will break soon.
I can outlast her.
No, he cannot. Homeless and humbled, well, sort of, Cartman slinks back only to find Caesar still holding court. And this is where Leanne finally grows a backbone, or at least borrows one from Caesar. She shuts Cartman down with a firm, dominating presence, and for the first time in, well, forever, Cartman finally submits.
See, this is the behavior we've been looking for. This is a relaxed, submissive state.
But let's not get too excited here, as this is Eric Cartman we're talking about, so of course his version of growth is plotting matricide. After all, being made to eat broccoli is as good as attempting to murder him as anything else is. He even tries recruiting the boys for Operation Matricide. Naturally, they decline, leaving Eric to handle it solo. That night, he sneaks into a room and the whole scene plays out like a fever dream, complete with black vomit that might be his repressed evil literally leaving his body.
Doesn't revolve around me.
Wow, maybe he was just possessed this entire time. By morning, Cartman's a changed man, eating balanced breakfast, saying please, and doing homework like a Stepford child. Leanne's over the moon, but just as you think Caesar's won the day, she blows it all by falling for Caesar.
But I thought we were becoming friends.
No, not really. You're just a client. Well, good luck to you. Gotta go.
Yep, desperate loneliness really rears its ugly head, and Leanne reverts to her spineless ways. With Caesar gone, it takes all of 2 seconds for Cartman to reclaim his throne. One Mega Ranger turns into 2. Before you know it, Cartman's back to his old self, sinister grin and all. It was fun while it lasted. The craziness continues in Season 10, Episode 6, where Man Bear Pig, or as some would call it, the single greatest threat to humanity, takes center stage.
Don't worry, it's not really Man Bear Pig. It's me, Al Gore.
Clearly, someone isn't thriving in retirement. The episode begins with Mr. Mackey gathering all the kids in the gymnasium to hear from none other than former Vice President Al Gore, who of course is now a cryptid crusader. So his crusade is in town to warn South Park Elementary about the mythical beast known as Man Bear Pig, and naturally, no one takes him seriously because it's Man Bear Pig.
Man Bear Pig is very real, and he most certainly exists. I'm cereal.
Half man, half bear, half pig. Basic biology just took a vacation. Al Gore continues to spiral into a parody, at which point he runs into Stan and the boys playing basketball. After one over-the-top pitch, followed by a guilt-ridden late-night sob fest, Stan's guilt gets the better of him, and he agrees to humor Gore and attend his emergency Man-Bear-Pig meeting. The rest of the boys, not so enthusiastic.
Dude, why are we going to hang out with this guy? Come on, you guys. Al Gore doesn't have any friends. We'll just make an appearance at his little meeting and then we'll go.
Like, fair enough, he is the former VP, but come on, stranger danger, anyone? So they head into Al Gore's control center, a seedy motel room that screams midlife crisis. Just as the boys are regretting their life choice, the Man Bear Pig warning signal goes off. Gore insists that they follow him to the Cave of the Winds, where the signal supposedly points to. At first they're reluctant, but the prospect of skipping school is enough to get everyone on board. By now, the red flags are flapping in gale force winds, and the boys choosing to ignore them proves to be costly. They arrive at the Cave of Winds, and it's at this point that things go from mildly unhinged to certifiably insane. Al Gore, armed with his trusty navigation system, mistakes the sound of literal wind for Man Bear Pig. He panics, whips out his gun, and enters a state of pure lunacy.
No! Leave them alone, you goddamn Man Bear Pig!
On a side note, one thing I just love about South Park is how each second is packed with so much craziness that it sometimes feels like you're no more watching the same episode you just were. So things go off the rails pretty quickly, leaving the boys firmly in survival mode. While the boys are trying to figure out how to escape, Cartman stumbles across a treasure chest, and as you'd expect, his first thought is to hoard it all for himself, so he goes all Smeagol and ends up storing his newfound treasure in the biggest chest he has on him, his stomach. Turns out logic left the building the second Al Gore entered it. While Cartman's off gorging himself, the rest of the boys are stuck trying to figure out how to escape before Al Gore's next harebrained idea puts them 6 feet under, because he's cooked up what is easily the worst idea to date, as his grand plan to kill Man Bear Pig now involves flooding the cave. Never mind the small detail that there are actual children down there, but hey, priorities, right? As the water rises, Cartman's plan literally weighs him down. Turns out eating an entire chest of fake treasure has some side effects. Cartman, now so bloated he looks like a human beanbag, has to be hauled out by Stan and Kyle, at which point their pulley system fails and Kyle is forced to drag Cartman's huge frame to safety.
Okay, you just have to save me. I need your help. No, you just have to save me.
Honestly, if you had to distill their entire friendship into one moment, this would be that moment. Finally, the boys surface, barely alive, and Al Gore, well, he's too busy patting himself on the back for defeating Man Bear Pig to notice the absolute carnage he's caused. At which point, Stan finally snaps and lays it out for Al Gore as plainly as he can.
I was nice to you because I felt sorry for you because you don't have any friends. You just used Man Bear Pig as a way to get attention for yourself because you're a loser.
And Gore's response to that, well, in his mind, he sees himself as the guy who stopped Man Bear Pig alone. He could hardly be a loser. Turns out Cartman has some stiff competition for the delusional nut job of the year. Speaking of Cartman, the episode ends with him crapping out every last piece of treasure he swallowed, and because irony has a twisted sense of humor, the loot's total value turns out to be a whopping $14. I guess you could call that a crappy investment. Of course, our list wouldn't be complete without the infamous iPad episode known as Human Centipede.
Go ahead, Mom. Me right here in the Best Buy. Go on, Mom. Me.
It'll all make sense as we continue. Or probably not. The episode starts with the great American iPad frenzy. Everyone's flaunting their shiny new tablets, except Cartman, who, instead of admitting he doesn't have one, tries to fake it by gluing a piece of glass to an iPad cover. Things are looking great, and Cartman is turning his nose up at the iPadless kids in school, up until Craig swoops in to burst his bubble. You get the classic Cartman denial/meltdown, followed by him dashing home to torment his mom.
You said I had to wait till my birthday so the one I rubbed in everyone's faces today isn't real, and tomorrow everyone's gonna call me a liar.
Sounds like a you problem, don't you think? Elsewhere, Kyle's about to nosedive straight into body horror territory. You know those pesky terms and conditions pop-ups we all ignore? Well, Kyle's sure why not attitude lands him in a nightmare that even Kafka would call a bit much. So he gets bagged by Apple reps and wakes up in a cell with two strangers, only to learn he's now part of an experimental product. The Human Centipede, and let's just say it involves a Japanese man, a Caucasian woman, and Kyle himself all stitched together into a literal human centipede.
I give you the Human Centipede!
Think different? More like think depraved. And if you think this is where the story peaks, you haven't seen nothing yet, partner. Back in South Park, Cartman's dragging his mom to Best Buy for an iPad, but when she offers him a cheaper alternative, he doesn't just whine, he goes on a full rant so explicit that it makes a 50 Shades of Grey dialogue seem subtle.
I need you to show me what you want to do to me.
One too many public rants about being you-know-whatted by his mom, and Cartman lands himself as a guest on Dr. Phil, where he plays the victim so well you think he's auditioning for an Oscar, but somehow the audience is on his side. Because this is Cartman's world, and logic doesn't need to apply.
You f your son and you won't even give him a kiss? If I was gonna f my son, I'd kiss him first.
Nothing brings out the worst in people like daytime television. By the time Cartman is done with his performance, Apple and Best Buy somehow get involved and decide to give Cartman a gift, which just so happens to be the first ever Human Centipede. And before I get comments, yes, I know it's Human Centipede, but I just think my way sounds better, okay? I always thought it. Anyway, meanwhile, back in South Park, Gerald, being the responsible dad he sometimes is, teams up with the Apple geniuses. Now, if you're expecting them to just void Kyle's contract like normal tech support, you clearly haven't been paying attention. Instead, we get rituals, because what is technology without a bit of mumbo jumbo sprinkled on top?
What the hell are they doing now?
The geniuses are performing the Torah and Ra. It's future stuff.
So I might have been a genius all along. Let's go. Anywho, so the geniuses come up with a solution to save Kyle. If Gerald joins Apple, he can create a family plan that automatically covers Kyle, his son, and voids all existing agreements. After a bit of reluctance, because you know how adults are with new tech, Gerald ends up joining Apple. And it is at this point that things come crashing down. Just as Cartman's about to bask in this tech-fueled glory, Gerald swoops in, Kyle gets rescued, and Cartman's grand prize gets snatched away in the blink of an eye.
Hey, what is this, some kind of sick prank? I get the greatest thing ever, just have it taken away?
And by that he means a device that handles all his digital needs and poops in Kyle's mouth. And since Cartman has such a potty mouth, you know he can't resist a few more F-bombs which he directs God's way. Only the big man upstairs isn't as spineless as Leanne.
How about a little courtesy lick next time you decide to me?
Between a Kyle prayer being answered and the big man himself tired of Cartman, I'm going 50-50. The episode ends with Cartman in a hospital bed, battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Leanne is casually flipping through a magazine by his bedside, clearly over the whole ordeal. So what do we learn here? Apple might own our souls, Cartman's self-pity knows no bounds, and never, ever skim the terms and conditions. If you're wondering why Cartman is the worst, then let's take a look at South Park's most racist episodes. When it comes to controversy, South Park wrote the book on it. Seriously, the term censored doesn't even apply to the creators when it comes to racism. Don't believe me?
So nice to see other Chinese people.
And that's nothing compared to the other racist examples I've found. Starting with this infamous and sadly relevant classic Chef Goes Nanners.
It's time to play Who's Got the Silliest Thing on Under Their Robe?
Aw, look at how happy they are. Not even a minute in and we're already trying to get this channel canceled. The episode starts with Chef being upset over the South Park flag, calling it racist and demanding that it be changed.
Mayor, as I've said before, I find that flag to be racist and insensitive.
Jimbo, on the other hand, argues that if they change the flag, they're rewriting South Park's cherished history.
Chef, I respect you very much. You have to understand that this has been the South Park flag since some of our ancestors, like my great-grandfather, founded this land.
Neither side can reach a compromise, and honestly, after hearing both arguments, I'm a little on the fence about this, so I'll let you guys decide.
You tell me what exactly you find racist about it.
You don't see anything wrong with that flag?
Yeah, on second thought, no, Chef's in the right there. Then again, it is history, so... Mr. Weiland, Mr. Garrison's first replacement teacher in the series for reasons we won't discuss for Cartman's sake, hears about the debate going on in the town and thinks this is a great assignment for the kids.
Some people think the South Park flag should be changed. Others believe that changing the flag is wrong. I think this is a perfect subject for your debate club.
Turns out the class has had several debates already, all of them against Cartman.
People against the clubbing of baby seals versus Cartman. Pro-gun control versus Cartman. Pro-choice versus Cartman. And apparently the winner of all your debates so far has been Cartman.
That's right. Cartman doesn't always win. He just gets pissed off and goes home, so we can't debate anymore.
Knowing Cartman's history, it's not hard to guess which side he'll be on. The kids break off into groups as they research the flag, with Stan, Kyle, and Kenny learning from Jimbo how important preserving the past is in order to maintain a stable future so that nothing is forgotten. Meanwhile, Chef's having no luck trying to get the support for his side.
Ooh, march? What are we marching for?
To bring down the South Park flag.
Ooh, I gotta go.
Marching's really not for me later. I don't like marching.
Maybe if you break out into one of your salty ball songs, you get more support, Chef. What am I saying? Stan and Kyle become assigned as the team that argues the flag shouldn't be changed, which angers Wendy.
Dad, how could you be so insensitive?
What, dude? I don't see anything wrong with that flag.
This is back when Stan and Wendy were still a thing, by the way. Wendy, of course, is on the team arguing the racist flag should be changed, and guess who volunteers to be Wendy's partner?
Okay, Wendy and Eric.
I don't know what you're complaining about, Wendy. Given Cartman's track record on debates, you guys might be able to end racism worldwide.
I'm just a better debater than you guys.
Chef, now Muslim and going by the name Abdul Muhammad Jabbar al-Karim Ali, continues to protest outside City Hall.
In the 1960s, there was a monk who set himself on fire to protest. You have left me no choice. I will now do the same thing.
I'm pretty sure Abdul Muhammad Jabbar al-Karim Ali just got away with murder in this peaceful protest. The news interviews several random townspeople who are also just all undecided.
Well, I think the flag is racist. Then again, it is part of our history.
Well, I guess the flag is part of history, but I can see how it is racist.
Starting to understand why Chef had a hard time recruiting people. No amount of salty balls is going to save this debate. I really need a filter. To no one's surprise, all this protesting attracts the attention of the KKK, who offer their support with Jimbo.
Hello, brother. We're here to support your noble cause.
Hey now, we don't want your support. This is about history. We're not racist.
Yeah.
Well, whether you want our support or not, we're on your side. White power! White power!
I mean, you had to see this one coming, Jimbo. Abdul Muhammad Jabbar al-Karim Ali can't take much more of this, demanding the police do something about this, but he can't since technically the KKK are acting on freedom of speech.
Well, Chef, it's freedom of speech. We don't like it, but we can't arrest them for talking.
And what do the wise people of South Park have to say about this?
Well, I, for one, believe in freedom of speech. But then again, I think they are racist.
I believe that they are racist, but I do believe in...
To hell with all of you indecisive bastards.
You tell them, Abdul Muhammad Jabbar frickin' how many more times? Jimbo and Ned realize that no one is going to be on their side if the KKK supports them, so they decide to infiltrate the KKK and convince them to vote for changing the flag.
Come on, we gotta put a stop. Nobody's gonna vote for our side if it's the side those KKK members are on. We have to accept the fact that most people in the world hate us, right?
Yeah.
So whatever side we're on is the side that's gonna lose, right? So why don't we all say that we want the flag changed? That way, most folks will vote to keep it the way it is.
That's a great idea, brother.
Cartman's gonna have a hard time trying to win this one now. Then again, knowing Cartman, maybe not.
Why don't we just talk about the swastika? I mean, Germany was united under swastika, right? But obviously history wasn't as important as changing the views after the war and stuff, so they changed it.
With everything getting out of hand, the mayor realizes she can't resolve this problem herself, but after hearing that the kids of South Park are already debating the flag, she decides to let the kids be the deciding factor on whether or not the flag should change. Great idea.
Let the children be responsible. Everybody loves children. Tell the press.
Yeah, just ask Mr. Garrison. The debate takes place, and it's revealed that neither side ever once saw the flag as racist
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You just missed the point entirely.
Which makes Abdul Muhammad Jabbar al-Karim Ali realize he had been the racist one all this time, as he had been the one accusing everyone else is racist.
Don't you see? All this time I thought these little crackers had turned racist, when actually they were so not racist, all they saw when they looked at that flag was 5 people. They didn't even make a separation of black and white to begin with.
Still, after the kids realize the flag is indeed racist, they all agree to change the flag to be more inclusive.
Hooray!
I have to admit it, that is a lot nicer.
See, there's people of all colors, and they added a black guy as one of the hangers too, so it's not racist.
Yeah, see guys, happy ending. And no one was around to drop the N-word. But this is South Park we're talking about, so naturally, with apologies to Jesse Jackson, Randy Marsh is the unlucky soul tasked with dropping as many N-words as he can in 20 minutes.
I'm a person. I'm a man. But no matter how I try, people just say, hey, there's that guy.
See, but this is okay. Randy's just expressing himself. This is hard. This is art, right? Through some unknown luck, Randy has made it onto Wheel of Fortune. He gets to the stage when he must guess the word, and being the genius Randy is, manages to get all the letters.
Okay, well, looks like you're gonna get a lot of help here.
Except for one. All he has to do is say the word.
Category is people who annoy you. Audience, keep quiet.
I mean, this is a pretty easy one, am I right? There really only is one answer that it could possibly be.
Huh?
Come on, Randy! Everyone knows naggers are the worst. You're married to one. I still need that filter. Randy tries to apologize to the ambassador of black people, Jesse Jackson, trying to assure Jackson that he isn't a racist.
Want to assure you that I am not a racist, Reverend Jackson.
Lo and behold, Jesse Jackson is understanding and is willing to forgive Randy for dropping the N-word on live television, and even wants to get a photo of Randy's generous atonement.
Very well. You want to apologize. I will accept. Kiss it. Huh? Apologize. Kiss it.
Hey, at least he didn't fart like when Cartman made Kyle kiss his black ass. Suffice to say, Randy did not get off easy. While attending a black comedian show as part of his atonement,
An African-American performer at the comedy club.
he is immediately recognized as the guy who said the N-word on live TV and gets branded his brand new nickname.
Everyone wave to the say, hi, yeah. Hi.
Can I even show this on YouTube? Randy tries to shake off the humiliation, but everywhere he goes, people call him by his new name.
Hey, look, Betty. It's that guy.
He's even refused service when he tries to buy something as simple as aspirin at a convenience store.
You aren't welcome in this store, guy.
Fine.
My man can't even get any headache relief from all the shame his new name has brought him. Despite everything Randy does to rid himself of the shame, even going so far as to create a scholarship foundation for African Americans.
And so it is my honor to announce today the Randy Marsh African American Scholarship Foundation.
It is still not enough. His luck gets even worse as he runs into some Confederate lowlife rednecks who don't take kindly to people making fun of African Americans because they're minorities.
Yeah, you like making fun of minorities? We don't take kindly to social ignorance.
You tell him, Skeeter. You tell him.
I am so confused right now. Luckily for Randy, he's saved by Kramer from Seinfeld and several other big names who are now infamous for saying the N-word in public.
What is this, a convention?
We aren't being pushed around anymore.
Come on, Skeeter. These guys ain't worth our trouble.
Turns out these guys have a plan to no longer be called N-word guys and want Randy to join their cause. Randy refuses, saying he's nothing like them, but after Kramer from Seinfeld gives Randy a pep talk, Morgan Freeman from Glory style, Randy agrees to join them.
Oh, they might see your racial slur was more accidental. They might even laugh about it. But at the end of the day, all you are to them is just another damn guy.
I mean, given how Michael Richards' career turned out after his incident, he's not wrong. Randy and the others take their case to the Supreme Court, pleading for the term N-word guy to be banned.
Guy? Two words which by themselves can be harmless, but which together form a verbal missile of hate. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, he's advocating to solve half the problem. That's more than what the U.S. has done in the last 250 years. For fear that any white guy can be called an N-word guy, because at the time that this episode aired, Washington wasn't diverse enough yet, the court unanimously agrees to have the term banned.
Motion is passed.
Just like that, Randy banned racism and racial slurs in America forever, but only for white people, of course. Speaking of banning, let's hop on our tractor and head on down to Integrity Farms as we unpack Banned in China, the episode that got the entire South Park series banned in China. Honestly, I'm more shocked it's taken them this long to ban South Park. This episode only came out a few years ago. The episode starts and Randy interrupts Stan trying to write music for his heavy metal band, going off about having another great idea. Can't imagine why Stan would need to express his feelings. And what on earth is this genius idea that no one has ever thought of before?
We could grow the family business by selling Tegrity to the Chinese.
Yeah, sounds great and all, but I'm pretty sure China has a strict ban on that there, marijuana, okay? Randy, being the dumb genius he is, doesn't know about China's ban, only seeing this as a business opportunity to sell more weed to one of the most populated countries in the world.
There's a lot of people in China. If we can get like 2% of that market to buy our weed, we'd make millions of dollars.
Apparently, this guy did research in order to figure this out, too. Too bad he didn't do enough research to find out China won't be too happy if he showed up with a giant suitcase full of weed, but who knows? I hear China's a very tolerant place. They still haven't canceled this channel yet. Anyway, Randy boards his plane where he brags to the only other English-speaking guy there is about his plan, only to discover he might not be the only one trying to pander to China. Soon, more and more Americans board the plane, from business executives, NBA players, and some suspicious-looking cosplayers.
It's okay. I'm sure there's plenty of Chinese people for all of us.
I don't know, man. It's only a matter of time before Disney owns South Park. I hear they're closing in on DC, too. The plane lands safely and Randy goes through customs, where airport security gets the surprise of their lives. Guy didn't even pack his toothbrush. They should have arrested him for that instead, with all the weed he's been smoking. As punishment, Randy is incarcerated in a Chinese prison where he witnesses firsthand the horrors of Chinese jurisdiction.
Hey, everything all right? What's going on? Hey, don't forget my suitcase.
Even catching an execution of a prisoner without a fair trial. In his overcrowded cell where prisoners poop in holes in the ground, Randy sees Winnie the Pooh and Piglet also locked up because someone said Winnie the Pooh looked just like the Chinese president, which actually happened, by the way.
Some people said Pooh looked like the Chinese president, so we're illegal in China now.
What kind of madhouse is this?
Not gonna say anything, but I'm pretty sure Piglet's small enough to fit through those bars and escape to get help, but you know, who am I to say anything? Eventually, Randy is brought before a Chinese court where he criticizes the Chinese government for the way it treats his prisoners.
I'm a little disappointed in all of you. What I've seen, you seem to treat your people like dirt. You don't believe in any individual freedoms.
Saying they could use more integrity, which is Randy's way of saying integrity while also promoting his weed business, which doesn't go over well, but not in the way you'd think.
Alright, who's the asshole?
Yeah, you know you messed up when you pissed off the rodent that kicked Nick Jonas's ass. Mickey Mouse is furious at Randy for criticizing the Chinese government because all that bad-mouthing is making Disney lose Chinese customers.
You're telling me that I'm losing Chinese customers because of some that's not even from my company!
Randy gives Mickey a speech reminding him of old-time values, mainly one in particular.
You already have business with the Chinese. You have all the connections money can buy. But there's one thing you don't have, and that's integrity.
Yeah, you can see where that business pitch is going. Man's been incarcerated in the worst prison on earth, and he's still determined to sell his weed. Must be some good kush. But here at the Scribble Channel, we do not promote drug use of any kind. Even drugs that'll save your life. Okay. Somehow Randy's speech works, and Mickey tries to persuade the Chinese government to let Randy sell his weed to them. Naturally, the Chinese are just as stubborn as ever and reject the offer, leaving Randy no other option than to get on the Chinese government's good side. That's right, my man just executed beloved childhood icon Winnie the Pooh, Anton Chigurh style, like it was nothing. Killing Winnie the Pooh works, and Randy ends up with millions of dollars from his new Chinese customers.
Dad, why are you covered in honey and blood? Dad, did you kill Winnie the Pooh?
Some things are better left off unanswered, Stan, and this is one of them. But Asia isn't quite off the table yet for this show. In City Sushi, we get to see one of South Park's funniest and most offensive characters, Twong Luke Kim, who really shows us his true colors.
And now say, wow, that is shitty walk owner. He wouldn't even harm a fry.
Norman Bates has entered the chat. The episode begins with Postman Butters going around town delivering some exciting news. A new restaurant is coming to town. And what kind of restaurant is this?
Oh no, a sushi place? How come every time a hard-working Chinese man open a business, some smelly Japanese dog had to come and try and invade him?
I mean, I said it in the title. It's not that much of a surprise. And where is this new sushi restaurant opening up, you might ask?
What the f?
I mean, that's on you. How did you not see or hear any of the loud construction going on right outside your restaurant, dude? Luke Kim demands the owner of City Sushi to relocate despite the language barrier of broken Asian English.
Why don't you please just speak English? Maybe I can understand you.
I am speaking English. Why don't you speak English? Sober eating.
But the City Sushi owner ain't budging, starting an Asian turf war. Man, they're just straight up brawling, skipping right past karate. Nope, that's racist. Butters is taken home and punished for apparently starting said Asian turf war. His parents are finally fed up with all the trouble Butters has gotten into, totally not their fault, and take him to a doctor who diagnoses Butter with having mental issues.
I'm afraid I have some bad news. Your son is suffering from multiple personality disorder.
I guess when people grow up, they forget what an imagination is. Then again, that's why we have technology that supplies ample amounts of brain rot, kind of like this. Meanwhile, because there's now 2 Asian restaurants right next to each other, South Park decides to name that little area of South Park Little Tokyo.
What the f?
Despite the fact that Tokyo is in Japan and not China.
Now everyone in town think of Chinese and the Japanese are the same thing.
To be fair, if you ask most Americans to name a country that started with the letter U, 99.9% of them wouldn't know. Hell, I wouldn't know. Uganda. Is Uganda a country? Can someone fact check me on that? After some more fighting, Luke Kim comes to the Japanese sushi owners wanting to make a truce and wants the both of them to come together and properly educate the people of South Park on the distinction between the 2 cultures.
What we need is to have a Tweety.
What is a Tweety?
No, we need a Tweety.
A Tweety?
No, not a Tweety, a Tweety.
Which also turns out to be Luke Kim's plan to get people to hate the Japanese.
The Japanese always trying to take over China.
What?
The Japanese better kill people in Nanking. The only thing Japanese love more than killing people is killing themselves.
I mean, hey, on the bright side, Luke Kim is raising suicide awareness. It's gotta count for something, right? The Japanese sushi owner is furious with Luke Kim, but Luke Kim is sorry for what he did, arguing the Japanese people are also known for being sneaky sometimes.
He was very sneaky, kind of like a Pearl Harbor. Okay, Pearl Harbor kind of sneaky. I think we can all be a little sneaky sometimes.
Thank dropping the Pearl Harbor card. My man does not fight fair. Luke Kim says they should put on an Asian diversity festival as a way of establishing their new truce between each other, and against the sushi owner's better judgment, he says yes.
But this time, you better not rub your hands together when you turn around to walk away.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
That Asian Diversity Day, you're gonna get a little surprise.
I guess some people never change. Or do they? Well, all this has been happening. Butters has been seeing a psychiatrist named Dr. Janice, hoping to cure Butters of his multiple personality disorder, but Dr. Janice ain't turning out to be what he seems.
Dr. Janice isn't going to be alive for long. I'm going to kill him.
Now, what are the things that make you happy, Butters?
That's right. The guy trying to cure Butters' multiple personality disorder also has multiple personalities. Who would have seen that coming? And also may or may not be abusing Butters in any way, shape, or form. I'm honestly more concerned with how Dr. Janice got into Butters' house without his parents knowing about it. They're clearly not in on the abuse. Butters tries to confront Dr. Janice about everything, but it only makes things worse for Butters as Dr. Janice cycles through his different personalities.
Oh, so you're on to me, huh, you little... What, Inspector Butters figured out I set him up?
Eventually, he finds himself getting chased throughout Dr. Janice's house, where Butters stumbles upon a shocking discovery that changed South Park forever.
You wanna take over my city walk?
Since the very first City Walk episode, the character Twong Luke Kim has always just been a multiple personality of the psychiatrist named Dr. Janice. Like I said, some people do change. Dr. Janice, now Luke Kim, hurries back to the festival to meet the Japanese sushi owner on top of the Tower of Peace after telling him earlier to meet up there. Not at all sounding suspicious, by the way. And as you'd expect, he tries to kill the Japanese sushi owner by making it look like a suicide.
I'm not trying to kill myself.
No, don't do it, please.
I mean, if the stats he showed before were true, he could have just waited a while. Maybe he'd have done it to himself. Is that racist? Anywho, thanks to Butters, the police arrive and expose Dr. Janice, causing him to cycle through his different personalities, making things worse for him.
Truth hurts, doesn't it, Janice?
Who are you people? You people crazy.
Listen to them, it's true.
Why are you all here?
The Japanese sushi owner can't believe he thought a white man was Chinese and handles the shame the only way he knows how.
No! This is racial stereotype!
I love how he didn't try aiming for City Walk or anywhere else to land. It's not like the show ever tries to censor graphic violence. Back at the police station, Butters is congratulated for uncovering the truth, but the police chief realizes that if they lock up Dr. Janice, then there won't be any more Chinese restaurants in South Park, so they decide to let Dr. Janice keep pretending to be Luke Kim.
Let's just let him keep believing he's a Chinese man.
Good.
All right.
Yeah, go, all right.
I guess this is the only way South Park creators could keep Luke Kim as a recurring character. Let's go all the way back to when South Park creators were still doing those weird intros before each episode and take a look at Starvin' Marvin, where the boys learn what it truly means to give thanks with the help of a visitor from a strange mythical land called Africa.
Maybe they took it literally when we said we wanted to adopt a kid. Whoa, that was cool. Yeah, how do you make those clicking sounds?
You know, if the show was just a bit more sensible, they could have called this kid Magic Marvin instead. While watching the Terrence and Phillip Thanksgiving special, a sponsored ad airs showing all the starving kids in Ethiopia.
Here in the heart of Africa, children are dying, not from disease or war, but from hunger. I'm Sally Struthers. These children are in desperate need, and only you can
who's
help.
that fat chick?
The boys are uninterested until Sally Struthers mentions that if they sponsor a child, they'll get a free sports watch.
Here in the middle of Africa, food is extremely scarce.
Doesn't look like she's having any trouble finding food. Yeah, she's fatter than Cartman. Yeah, hi!
This is back when Cartman wouldn't make you eat your own parents if you made fun of them. A few days later, their package arrives, and...
What the hell?
Yeah, instead of receiving their digital sports watch like they were promised, there was a mix-up and the kids ended up adopting a starving Ethiopian child.
Hey, Mom, we found an Ethiopian. Can we keep him?
Sure, hon.
Sweet.
I mean, he wouldn't be another mouth to feed anyways, am I right? The kids decide to keep the kid, calling him Marvin or Starvin' Marvin. Oh, how cute. That night, they take him to experience an all-you-can-eat buffet for only $6.99.
Except for Kenny's family, because to them, $6.99 is 2 years' income.
That joke really killed Kenny. I'll see myself out now. Starvin' Marvin can't believe how greedy everyone is as he watches them gorge themselves on all the food, especially Cartman. He keeps taking food away from Starvin' Marvin.
Cartman, you butt pipe. This is the time of year you're supposed to share. Oh, yeah, you're right. Are you going to eat all of your peach cobbler? No, you don't want all that. Why don't you share it with me, eh?
Honestly, Marvin, that might be for the better. For all we know, there could have been someone's dead parents in there. The next day, the kids bring Starvin' Marvin to show and tell, and disgusted by what he sees, Mr. Garrison makes the kids send Starvin' Marvin back to his country.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to call the Red Cross and have him returned.
The kids get a talking to by the principal, who tells them they aren't supposed to adopt kids from poor countries. They should always just be sent money.
Starvin' Marvin is our friend. Oh, well, back to the poor country with you. You better watch what you say, Cartman. You might be poor and hungry someday. Yeah, right.
Cartman's just begging for it. That night, the FBI shows up to take Marvin back to his country, but due to some clever misconception, Starvin' Marvin tricks the men into taking Cartman instead of him.
Get you in the net,
Here's your sports watch, son. Sorry for the mix-up.
Sweet.
While Starvin' Marvin lives his life as just Marvin, Cartman starves in Ethiopia as there's no food except for buzzing flies, nor any help from the Red Cross as they have run out of funding.
Sorry, dude, we just don't have any funds. Here, have a Takeo sports watch.
One might call this poetic irony. Desperate for food, Cartman prays to God, apologizing for making fun of poor people.
I'm sorry, God. I'm sorry I mocked poor people.
And God accepts Cartman's apology by helping Cartman find a Red Cross shack overflowing with food.
I wonder what's in here.
Inside, he also finds Sally Struthers gorging on all the food that was meant for her charity.
Sally Struthers?
Who the hell are you?
Give me that cake.
No, this is my cake.
Yes, Sally Struthers, give me that cake.
No.
Yeah, Sally Struthers is holding food from us.
Uh-oh.
That wouldn't be the last time the God spares Cartman. 70 times 7. Maybe he should have made an exception in this. The FBI and Red Cross come to take Cartman back to South Park, and Starvin' Marvin returns home with a gift for his people. Oh, yeah, there was a whole subplot about Chef uniting the town, William Wallace style, against a horde of angry, genetically mutated turkeys.
Today, you fight for your city. You fight for your honor.
It was supposed to be metaphorical with how Americans are trying to find new ways to make more food, making the problem worse at the same time, but that's not really important. Starvin' Marvin is declared a hero. Sally gets what she deserves. Kenny died. The end. Now, the divide between the rich and the poor has always been controversial, and it will never not be. And in Here Comes the Neighborhood, we learned that rich people are just as much people as poor people.
I found a girl who had an innie. Player haters try to diss me cause my rhymes are...
Sorry, Snoop Dogg, but Will Smith is on line 3 for you.
William, how are you, buddy?
Great, Snoop Dogg, and you?
Couldn't be better.
See, even the rich like to use their poor voice. I hope you guys like extended metaphors for racism. I'm not. The class is presenting their science projects to each other. Some are good, some are Cartman.
Yes, well, for my project, I made a pencil taped to a pen. In this way, we see the duality of writing devices that occur in nature.
You just put that thing together just now. I'm giving you a check minus.
Oh, God damn it, I hate check minus!
Sit down.
Token's presentation makes Cartman jealous, turning the whole class against him, arguing Token was only able to get a good grade because his parents are rich and able to buy him better things to help him make a better presentation.
Just see where Token's clothes come from, shall we? Ooh, Armani Exchange.
Armani Exchange?
All the rest of us have to buy our clothes at J-Mart. Have you ever even been inside a J-Mart, Token?
You know things are bad when the whole class sides with Cartman. I mean, if they don't, he just gives up and leaves, thereby also winning.
Well, screw you guys, I'm going home.
Token confronts his parents by telling them he doesn't want to be rich anymore, and despite their worries, they indulge him. They shop for clothes at J-Mart, and Token's parents are disgusted by the poor lifestyle, but Token don't care.
Hey, look, these pants are only $5 a piece. They must really suck. What do you think?
What brand are they?
It doesn't matter, Mom. They're poor people pants.
Pretty soon, everyone starts noticing them, pointing out how strange it is for rich people to be shopping in a place like this, and starts making things not at all creepy. Anyone else getting Get Out vibes? Token shows off his new clothes to his friends, but hardly anyone notices. When they try to watch the movie Token brought, they can't watch it because Stan doesn't have a DVD player. Keep in mind this episode came out in 2001. And the kids still make fun of Token for being too rich to own or know about a VHS player.
Oh, well, let me take this disc up to the Enterprise and see if Captain Kirk can decrypt it.
What's a VHS?
Oh, Jesus, dude.
Man, I miss the good old days when VHS was the thing. I miss you, Blockbuster. You always made me so mad. All this not fitting in for being too rich makes Token sing a sad song about how awful it is to not be able to fit in with the other kids, and you really feel bad for the guy.
Why can't I be like all the other kids? Broken trucks on their lawns. It's not my...
Not going to let it get to him, though. Token decides to send out ads for other rich people to come and live in South Park, and sure enough, it works.
Well, here it is, our home to be.
Oh, Will, it's beautiful.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you, young man. We're the Smiths.
Hey, as long as Chris Rock doesn't move to South Park, we should be good, right? While Will Smith tries to get more of his rich buddies to come live in South Park, Token hangs out with his new rich friends, although it turns out these new rich kids are more civilized and high class than Token.
This game is too confusing. How about we have a snowball fight?
A snowball fight? Yes, Token, if you want to play such savage games, I suggest you go live with lions.
I mean, everyone knows rich people hate dealing with the snow, am I right? What do I even mean? With all these new rich people moving to South Park, building their mansions and changing the neighborhood, they start to attract the attention of everyone else in South Park who don't take kindly to rich folk as it disrupts the purity of their non-richness.
I remember back in the day, rich folk weren't allowed in South Park. Now they're moving here in droves.
Excluding them from drinking in their non-rich bars and sitting in the back of their non-rich buses.
Yeah, how do you like that, Richard? Very nice, actually. Yeah, I'll bet it is. Very, very comfy. Uh-huh, looks like it.
They didn't even give them cup holders. How degrading is that? They even go so far as to put a giant lowercase t in front of one of their houses, which stands for time to leave, but all it does is infuriate them.
I think we scared them.
Yeah, next house we'll do a capital T to show them we really mean business.
Yeah!
I mean, I'd be mad if someone vandalized my lawn. Fed up with all the social class hate, all the new rich people peacefully march to City Hall demanding an end to all the hate. The Millionaire March.
Come on, brother.
I'm not rich. I'm just a school cafeteria chef. I don't make much money.
We'll give you $100.
Ooh, fudge the snow now.
Okay, now that's racist. I mean, classist. Not able to fit in anywhere, Token lives with the lions at the zoo, where he meets with Aslan.
Is this the boy who's been living in our realm?
Are you Aslan?
I am.
Straight out of the 1979 animated Chronicles of Narnia film, but after living with them for quite some time, Token realizes living with them sucks, and he'd rather live with his friends instead.
Jesus, lions suck.
I know, right? All they do is lounge around and reenact Shakespeare. Who would do that? With the rich people protesting down at City Hall, Mr. Garrison and the others realize there is only one thing that scares rich people away from a town. Realizing the town is haunted.
Everyone get some sheets from home. If we can't chase the Richards out, we'll spook them out.
And Mr. Garrison said that only Mr. Hat was a member of that certain secret society. I don't believe I gotta mention its name. Yeah. So everyone dresses up as ghosts and scare away all the rich people out of South Park, and not at all hinting at something else. Token reconnects with his friends, saying they rip each other all the time. It's the kind of bond they have. Although since Token got his feelings hurt, they're not going to make fun of him for being a wimp.
Yeah, so now you're... Come on, Nurse Token, we're gonna play football, you... Yeah, what a...
Well, at least he has friends. Oh, look, Kenny died. Mr. Garrison and the others are proud of themselves for saving South Park from the impure rich people, and Mr. Garrison gets the great idea to sell all the now abandoned mansions and live in them, which now contradicts everything they just did.
Yeah, you'd become what you hate. Well, yeah, but at least I got rid of all those damn
Moving back to China in the fittingly named episode of The China Problem, it's Cartman's turn to make fun of China, but he doesn't do it out of hate, he does it in the name of democracy.
Chinese hate Americans. That's why I've started the American Liberation Front, a group dedicated to freeing America from Chinese tyranny.
Cartman would make a great general, maybe even a great chancellor. The episode begins with Cartman having nightmares about the 2008 Beijing Olympics opening ceremony, convinced the Chinese are going to invade the US any day now. Cartman tries to warn everyone, but no one cares enough to listen, so Cartman turns to the only other person in South Park that has remained loyal to Cartman through anything.
Loo, I've got some splish splash. Loo, splish splashing more. Loo.
Jeez, Cartman, at least wait for the man to put some clothes on before you drag him into another crazy scheme that makes everyone think he's a homo again. Cartman convinces Butters to help him stop the Chinese from killing every American, and the two of them form the American Liberation Front to combat the Chinese from invading.
Well, sure. You and me, we're going to be the brave little boys who fought back, Butters. We are not letting them take over our country. The Chinese.
Yeah.
These two have a stronger relationship than Ross and Rachel. Cartman, being the masterful tactician he is, equips Butters with the necessary gear and disguises they will need in order to infiltrate their first location run by Chinese.
We have to be strong, taking down those goddamn Chinese right now.
Why disguises, you may ask? Well, because neither of them look Chinese, so to solve this hurdle, there's only one thing to do.
Oh, hello, priest! Bing bong ching chong!
Bing, bing. Hello.
This has got to be one of Cartman's most messed up schemes ever to date. Butters points out the obvious that every one of the PF Changs isn't Chinese, which frightens Cartman even more, convinced the invasion has already started.
White people in here working for the Chinese, selling out their own country.
You may want to say that a little louder there, bud. I don't think the Chinese heard you. Cartman and Butters play it cool, trying to figure out how to improvise their next step until they see a nice Chinese family casually eating nearby.
There's Chinese people right over there.
You know what I just realized? Wasn't City Walk the only Chinese restaurant in South Park? I digress. Cartman and Butters try to go over and casually try to get the Chinese family to spill the soybeans regarding the plan to invade America, and of course the family has no idea what they're talking about.
Bing bong, bing bong, ching chong, ching chong.
他们在干什么呀？
哎，我真的不知道。
I'm surprised Cartman didn't think about breaking into this place during closing hours and wiretapping every table. It would have made this a whole lot easier. I thought this guy was smarter than that. Naturally, the family is quick to realize Cartman and Butters aren't Chinese, which causes Cartman to panic.
These people won't leave us alone.
No, it's okay. We are Chinese people.
You aren't Chinese.
Pulling out a gun and taking everyone in the restaurant hostage. And when someone tries to leave, the unthinkable happens.
Ow! Ah! Ow!
Oh, dude, he shot him in the...
Every man watching this video just crossed their legs. Sometime later, the cops show up. Cartman's relieved, thinking the cops are here to save them from the Chinese. But after seeing a Chinese officer casually amongst them, he bursts into another panic. Cartman demands them to let them talk to the president because they have top secret information. The cops, of course, don't buy it, so they move in, prompting Cartman to make Butters fire a warning shot.
Ow! 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 Dude, what the are you doing?
You're the one who gave Butters the gun. You have no one to blame but yourself, buddy. Cartman finally gets to talk to the president when...
And I will stop at nothing. Do you understand that I...
Ow! Oh, it stings. Oh.
Come on, Butters. The gag is running its course now. Fed up with all the shooting, Cartman surrenders himself to the cops, no longer a member of the American Liberation Front.
That's it. Kill me. Do whatever. I can no longer conscionably be a part of the American Liberation Front.
But just when the cops are about to arrest Cartman, the cops get some news that changes everything.
Sir, it's over. They got... Got who? Spielberg and Lucas, they finally got him for what they did to Indiana Jones, sir.
Oh, yeah, there was a subplot about the kids avenging Indiana Jones after what Spielberg and Lucas did to him in Indiana Jones 4, but that's not important. Everyone bro hugs, and Cartman and Butters make their escape, and Cartman learns a valuable lesson.
I'd rather us be Chinese than a nation of unethical shooters. You think about it.
Dang, that's some pretty deep stuff.
Can't believe they put him in jail. I thought that movie was pretty good.
Frick you, Butters! Now, I wouldn't blame you if you said that South Park should mock America to make up for all their other racism, but I'd blame you for not being careful with your words. In Red Man's Greed, the people of South Park learn how to stand strong together from greedy Native Americans trying to force them off their land.
We'll never give up, you bastards!
Yeah, South Park is ours.
Yeah, you tell them, Alex. Wait, who's Alex? The kids and their families visit a casino run by some Indians.
They're called Native Americans, remember? Show some respect.
Sorry, my bad. Run by Native Americans. The boys hit the Native American Comedy Club since they're too young to gamble and learn that the Native Americans have a unique style of comedy.
And so Deer said to Bear, "Why the big paws?"
Oh, wow. Oh, my laugh box. Oh, it's laughing on the inside and crying on the inside. Elsewhere, Carl's dad turns out to have a horrible gambling addiction and somehow loses $26,000, including their house.
Thank you for playing at Three Feathers. May your life be filled with the Song of the Sparrow.
Oh, shove the Song of the Sparrow up your ass!
With nowhere else to go, Kyle's family faced the irony of losing their home to the Native Americans.
What? But don't the Native Americans know he has nowhere else to go?
They don't care.
Is it really poetic irony if it happens to a Jew? Haven't they gone through enough already? I mean, especially in South Park, there was that whole Cartman-led uprising that happened. Turns out the casino's owner, Chief Runs With Premise, is trying to bleed the white man dry of money.
Small-minded idiots pouring their life savings away.
Their cash flows out of them like diarrhea from the buffalo.
Ah, beautifully said. If by beautiful you mean racist. Oh, thank you. I know I'm very racist. Clever, I mean clever. However, the casino isn't enough, so he's planning on building an Indian superhighway that reaches the casino to Denver.
It is time for us to implement our plan. Superhighway, built from Denver right to our casino.
The only problem is the highway goes right through the city of South Park, so they solve this problem quickly by buying the land South Park is on so they can demolish it.
Ha 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 ha.
Is it wrong that I want that laugh as my ringtone now? It'll get annoying after the first ring. The people of South Park find out they no longer own their own property and are devastated that the Native Americans will try and force them off their land.
The town of South Park is going to be leveled in order to make way for a 12-lane superhighway.
They rally to fight back by rebuying their land from the Native Americans to let the South Park people own South Park.
How much do we have to raise, Mayor?
$300,000.
Oh, never mind.
300,000 divided by 4,388. You mean no one has $70 they can spare? Ask Token's parents. They're rich. Rich people always got straight cash. Heartbroken, they will be leaving South Park. The kids figure out a way to raise $300,000 by taking the $10,000 the town was somehow able to raise and gambling it on roulette with the most impossible odds and getting $350,000. Everyone realizes it's a long shot, but hey, it's the only shot they got, especially since the alternative was giving Kyle AIDS. What?
We can get Kyle infected with AIDS and then start a charity organization that we steal money from. Come on, let's go.
I mean, it seems only fair. His dad was the reason they got in this mess, more or less. They take the money and gamble it on the roulette wheel. The chance of them winning is like 2%. Tensions are high. The ball stops going around, and
31, black.
They did it! Holy crap, they did it. They got their town back. End of the episode. Done. They showed the...
But wait, $350,000. That means if we won again, it would be $12.25 million.
We could save the town and be super rich.
Wait, what?
Two, red, you lose.
I'm gonna be real, I got nothing right now. Now with nowhere to go this time, everyone gives up and must leave South Park. Stan and the others aren't ready to give up though, trying to rally everyone to keep fighting back against the Native Americans, saying this won't be the end for their manifest destiny.
It'll be okay, boys. We'll just move to the next town over.
Oh, sure, until the Native Americans decide they want that land too. What if the Native Americans just keep building their casinos and their highways until we have nowhere else to go?
Sure enough, when the bulldozers come to tear down the town, the adults finally grow a backbone.
We are strong, no one can tell us we're wrong.
Not gonna lie, this brought a tear to my eye the first time I saw it. One bloody tear. Chief runs the premise is furious the people of South Park are refusing to leave and is determined to force them out the only way he can by introducing disease to the white man.
Make sure you rub them all over. Get the SARS nice and deep in there.
I'm more concerned with where he acquired all those naked Chinese men and where he's been keeping them. They give the people of South Park the diseased blankets as a gesture of goodwill until they find a peaceful compromise. And sure enough, everyone gets sick with SARS.
Tuesday morning now, and the outbreak of SARS in South Park has reached epic proportions.
With everyone now having only a 98% chance to live, Stan is tasked with finding the cure for this very curable disease. Stan is able to, and the people of South Park make full recoveries.
Someone spoke to me and told me the middle-class white way to cure SARS. Campbell's chicken noodle soup, Dayquil, and Sprite.
Yes, of course.
Man, forget going to a hospital. Just find all your cures at your local gas station. Meanwhile, Chief Runs with Purpose finds out that his son, Premise Running Thin, accidentally got sick with the SARS. None of the Native American remedies are working, and Chief Runs with Premise blames the people of South Park for his son's disease.
This would not have happened if those town people would have just moved away.
Enraged, he charges down to South Park with his bulldozers ready to demolish the town once and for all, only to find a shocking discovery.
Your SARS, where did it go?
We have cured ourselves using the medicines of our culture.
Maybe instead of building more casinos, the Native Americans should have built more gas stations. I hear there's a market for oil. Wait, that's not how that works. Chief Runs with Premise asks for their help in curing his son, and in return, he agrees to give them back their town. Everyone rejoices, and everyone, including Alex, learned an important lesson.
Well, I guess we all learned that South Park is more than just a town. It's a community that nobody can split up.
Dude, who the hell are you?
Hey, I'll say it. He's a better character than Pip. Now, it's no secret how much the South Park creators love making fun of Canada.
They're not even a real country anyway.
And in Canada on Strike, South Park once again pokes fun at the very polite nation of Canada, while also parodying another strike that happened around the time the episode aired. During what is supposed to be a day of national pride for Canada on Canada Day, no one cares or acknowledges anything great about Canada.
What is it that makes Canada so important?
Nothing.
Poor Ike, dude. It's hard being the only pointless kid in school. Fed up with no one ever taking them seriously, Stephen Aboutman, the president of the Royal Canadian Bureau, or WGA, as he calls it, demands for the entire country to go on strike.
And I think it's time for Canada to show the world just how bad things would be without it.
Everyone's so Jolly Roger to join in, politely shoving their middle fingers at everyone else in the world.
It's Canada! It's Canada!
Hey, any strike that has a musical number as cheery as that, I'll give into any day. Aboutman demands from the other world leaders, on top of more respect, more money, and something about getting more internet money. I don't know, his demands weren't exactly clear. I'm not even sure he knew what he wanted, really, and was just trying to sound as tough as any Canadian could.
Give us internet money!
Mr. Aboutman, you seem to not understand how global economics works. I think
Don't give me that fat cat fancy lip wiggling!
And like most South Park plots, I can definitely see this ending well for Canada. Kyle worries about his brother Ike as he's the only one in South Park on strike and no one else cares about it. He tries to get his friends to help him, but of course,
we don't care.
It's only when their favorite show, Terrence and Phillip, keeps running reruns and not making any new episodes that they realize just how serious this all is. To be fair, they could just watch American comedy.
You think that's bad? Remember the time I sang La Cucaracha for Paul McCartney?
I mean, we all know how the South Park team feels about Family Guy. Back at the strike, some people are wanting to go home, but President Aboutman tells them they must stand together strong. It's the only way to win. Suddenly, they get a call from Kyle, mistaking him for a world leader.
A call came in from the United States. They want to talk to you about ending the strike.
Telling them to end the strike. Aboutman clearly isn't the best negotiator, but he reassures everyone this is how things are done.
Got him by the buzz.
I'm pretty sure this guy just politely doomed his entire country. The kids come up with a way to get more internet money by posting a viral music video on not YouTube, and things are looking promising. Meanwhile, things are getting bad in Canada as people are cold, tired, and hungry from all the striking. To make matters worse, Canadians are being replaced by people from Denmark and taking all their jobs they are refusing to do.
Nobody knows what Denmark is.
So when you think about it, we're the Canadians of Europe. How could you?
It's only a matter of time before Canadians start singing Blame Denmark. The kids go to collect their money for making a viral video along with all the other viral video stars from when this episode aired.
Chocolate red.
Man, I miss this era of the internet. Nowadays, creativity is punished. Never again will we see another Charlie the Unicorn. Damn you, TikTok! Anywho, President Bootman calls Kyle asking where the money is, as things are looking worse in Canada as there are people dying from the strike out here.
No matter what happens, I will never call off this strike, even if it means we all die.
Kyle assures him they're working as fast as they can. They ask for the chocolate rain guy to cut in front of them and accidentally start a war with all the other former YouTube stars, resulting in them all killing each other. Not gonna acknowledge the fact that Laughing Baby also died during that. No one cares if a baby was just murdered. Well, I guess it's not the worst thing South Park has ever done. He's lucky he wasn't on crack and forced to play baseball. As Canada is looking more miserable than the Chinese prison Randy was in earlier, Kyle and the others give the money they made from not YouTube to President Bootman.
Theoretical dollars? What am I supposed to do with that, you little time wasters?
Hey, we worked really hard to get this theoretical money.
Yeah, everyone thinks I'm a homo now.
Yeah, everyone thinks Butters is a homo now, not like they've never suspected that before. Poor Butters, man. But then again, he also thought Indiana Jones 4 was good, so frick you, Butters! Kyle pleads with the president to end this strike, but Bootman refuses to end it and admit this was all a bad idea.
Not gonna look like an idiot! If I f***ed up and led everyone astray, the last thing I'm gonna do is admit it!
The world leaders call the president, but instead of wanting to end the strike, they are all calling to see if, when they are all dead, if they can use the land for a theme park. Dude, even that's rough. I feel bad for this guy. Then again, he did just murder so many Canadians in the name of nationalism. Maybe I don't. Carl pleads the world leaders to give Canada something, no matter how small, so this can finally end. The leaders offer to give Canada a small consolation prize.
If they give you something small, will you end the strike?
Will they a lot so everyone thinks I did a good job?
What can I say? The guy is a great negotiator. President Bootman rallies his people together, declaring that they have won the strike. Everyone asks how much they got. And
we didn't get everything that we wanted. We got these coupons to Bennigan's. Free bubblegum for every Canadian.
Not gonna lie, I had to look up what a Bennigan's is. While President Bootman is trying to play this off as a victory, Terrence and Philip do some math and realize they lost so much more money doing the strike than if they had just not done that. Not to mention, wouldn't have lost so many Canadians. As punishment, they set the president and his assistants adrift on a floating iceberg.
What do you think you're doing?
We're setting you adrift, idiot.
Maybe you can go live with the Danish. You'll regret this day, friend.
And Kyle learns a valuable lesson about earning money from the internet. Also, Ike got his coupon in bubblegum. You see, kids, hard work does pay off. Look how happy he is. We're moving from the northest of North America to the centralist of Central America. In rainforest to Shemaine Forest, Cartman is faced with his greatest threat, a tree-loving hippie. And we all know how much Cartman hates hippies.
We've been down here for days.
And you're gonna be here a little longer, bro, right? Here's some joints and a guitar.
Not even being voiced by Jennifer Aniston is gonna save this hippie from Cartman's wrath. The episode begins with the kids being given a special presentation by a national choir tour called Getting Gay with Kids, tasked with raising awareness for deforestation.
I know that choir tours are totally stupid and lame, but please give her your full attention. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
No one in the class thinks they're cool, especially Stan, Kyle, and Cartman, and Kenny develops a crush for one of the choir kids.
And over 30% of the world's oxygen is made in the rainforest.
And are sent to Mr. Mackey's office. Turns out Mr. Mackey is on the board of directors, and as punishment, Mr. Mackey signs the boys up on the choir tour.
Please, Mr. Mackey, we'll be good. Don't send us to that old kid's choir. Have mercy, Mr. Mackey.
And you just know things are not good when you see Cartman groveling. The kids are forced onto the tour bus against their will and find out they'll be heading to Costa Rica. The nightmare becomes real when they finally arrive. Did they drive all the way to Costa Rica by bus? And when they finally see how horrible everything is.
Oh, this is so exciting. God, dude, look how dirty and crappy everything is.
Yeah. I don't know. Spray some Febreze on it. Might look decent. Cartman continues to point out how horrible Costa Rica is, and despite the choir instructor, Miss Stevens' best efforts to get Cartman to behave, Cartman continues to point out how horrible everything is.
You may think that making fun of third world countries is funny, but I
don't think it's funny. This place is overcrowded, smelly, and poor. That's not funny. That sucks.
She finally has to resort to buying him ice cream afterwards to get the little fat fricker to shut up. If only that solved every problem Cartman created.
Please just keep your mouth shut while we present ourselves to the Costa Rican president.
Why?
Because I'll buy you some ice cream afterwards if you do.
Later, the class learns that Mrs. Stevens, in all her preparedness, never bothered to learn Spanish and is unable to communicate why they are there to the Costa Rican president, whose desk is literally covered in bullet holes.
Oh dear, where's Mr. Mackey? He should have been here by now. Children, do any of you speak Spanish? Don't you dare!
Give Cartman a chance. I hear his Chinese is foolproof. Thankfully, Mr. Mackey shows up to explain everything, and to show their appreciation, Miss Stevens makes the kids perform a dress rehearsal of the show for him and anyone else happening on by.
Sad and wow, and full of rain.
Now it needs help because it is in pain.
But despite their best efforts to get the people involved, it's clear that the Costa Ricans don't care so much about trying to save the rainforest as they do. Hey, at least Miss Stevens is the only one who thinks it was good, except for whatever Kyle was doing.
I told you Jewish people don't have rhythm.
Cartman! No, dude, I think Cartman might actually be right. That's a stereotype. Dude, maybe you really don't have any rhythm.
I've never once heard that stereotype, but after Kyle's performances so far, we're 1 for 1. The kids and Miss Stevens are given a tour to see all the wonders of the rainforest and how important it is to take steps to preserve everything about them. The kids don't care, of course, but Miss Stevens is determined to make them realize how important it all is. Ironically, their tour guide is killed and digested by a coral snake.
This snake is more afraid of us than we are of it.
Oh!
Oh my God!
Yeah, that snake is really scared of us, all right.
Leaving them stranded and lost in the wondrous rainforest.
Oh no, God, no, don't panic, children.
There's a bad snake.
First rule of the jungle, the fat ones get eaten first. Unless you're the tour guides, they die first, so the plot can happen. After struggling to find a way out of the forest, the choir eventually stumbles upon a group of guerrilla rebels, and Miss Stevens tries to get them to help them get back to town. But their leader wants nothing to do with them.
You white Americans make me sick. You waste food, oil, and everything else because you're so rich, and then you tell the rest of the world to save the rainforest because you like its pretty flowers.
I mean, that first half is spot on, but we really like the rainforest because of the oxygen it produces and its pretty flowers. My golly goober, I've become a hippie. Suddenly, government troops show up and start shooting at everyone, and somehow Kenny doesn't get riddled with bullets when he does a get down, Mr. President, for the girl he likes.
Rapido, rapido!
Kenny's a real one, dude. Dude has like 127 lives. Yeah, I had to look up how many times that fricker's died. Once again lost, Miss Stevens only continues to lead the class farther and farther into the rainforest.
Oh, there's just no end to this place. I think maybe we're going in circles. I'm going to lose my job.
Oh! Take out this bullcrap. I am not following this stupid hippie around anymore.
Okay, seriously, he should have done that from the get-go. Yet amazingly, literally within seconds, Cartman finds civilization.
You know, me know. Here you go. I'm going here.
Good! You deserve to die, you little bastard! Eric, we have to stay together!
Goddamn stupid hippie activist. Yes, I knew it! I'm safe!
We can't let this wind get to his head. Eventually, the rest of the group runs into a native tribe who immediately become hostile, taking them all prisoner and tying up Miss Stevens and Darrow style. King Kong called. He wants his copyright back. This finally sends Miss Stevens over the edge, finally admitting the rainforest sucks and shouldn't be saved.
Damn stupid ass rainforest! I was wrong place! Sucks! The rainforest, I hate it!
Oh, now she figures it out.
Yeah, if only more people in the world listen to Cartman, especially when it comes to hippies. Speaking of Cartman and his new deforestation construction workers come bulldozing their way in and save everyone from the tribe in Costa Rica's heart of darkness.
Quick, everybody help the children! Come on, let's get you back to civilization.
Hey! How did you know where we were?
Your little friend helped me out.
Eric?
What'd you expect, Merv Griffin?
Yeah, it turns out Cartman does care about everyone. Except for Kyle. After Kenny almost dies due to a random lightning strike, thanks to his new girlfriend resuscitating him, the kids finally perform in front of the whole town, but this time the lyrics to their song encourage the destruction of the rainforest.
That was so inspiring.
What a wonderful message!
It's just so uplifting, it really makes you want to go kick a tree in the nuts.
Well, that was fun. Might as well follow that one up with South Park's most sexist episodes. We're going over every time South Park...
Who here has never had with Mrs. Cartman?
Well, every time it was sexist. Why start anywhere else but with the start of the series and the true start of perhaps one of the longest running and most demeaning jokes South Park has to offer. Cartman's mom is a dirty. Season 1, episode 13.
What do you mean?
She is dough who cannot keep legs together. Your mom's a...
The episode starts with the boys at the bus stop and they're missing Cartman as he has apparently been absent for 3 days. So the three decide to skip school and track Cartman down. The guys show up at Eric's house where they find Cartman in his backyard, giving himself some reassurance.
Eric is the best! Hooray for Eric! Eric kicks ass!
See, kids, back in the day, you couldn't just get an AI chatbot to feel good about yourself and tell you comfortable lies. You had to work for the lies, dang it. Worried about Cartman, the guys go to Mr. Mackey's to try and figure out what's up with Eric. And Mr. Mackey suggests the boys spy on and record Eric so Mr. Mackey can study him and find out what's wrong. And hey, That's a little more 2025 for my liking. At dinner that night, Cartman confronts his mom about something that's clearly been bothering him for a while. Cartman wants to know who his daddy is, or as Cartman so eloquently puts it,
So who put his hoo-hoo dilly in your cha-cha?
and they just had to make everything sound like a dance move in the 90s. Cartman's mom goes on to tell the story of how she met Eric's dad, Chief Running Water. Although Cartman doesn't think it's the most romantic story, he's determined to track down his dad anyway.
My name isn't Eric Cartman, it's Eric Running Water. Now, can I borrow your bike, or do I have to kick you in the nuts and steer it?
Making it to the native reservation, Cartman is excited to finally meet his dad when Chief Running Water, goes on to explain that Eric's mom actually hooked up with Chief that night, meaning that Eric is actually African American. So naturally, he pulls up to the bus station the next day dressed up like MC Hammer.
I was just down in the SPC, kicking it with some G's on the west side.
I just know Cartman with that chain and fade was an all-time internet forum profile pic back in the day. Embracing his African heritage, Cartman goes over to Chief's house, and Chief, funnily enough, being the closest thing Cartman has to a father figure, explains that he and Mrs. Cartman didn't hook up, that he saw her last with Mr. Garrison, which grosses Cartman out to the extreme, as it should. Eric confronts Garrison, who very gently and softly tells Eric,
I might have made love to your mother at the drunken barn dance, but who here didn't?
and sadly, no one at the bar comes to Eric's defense because, well, no one at the bar hasn't slept with Eric's mom. But in classic South Park fashion, some wacky sci-fi hijinks saves the day as Dr. Mephisto invites Eric to do a DNA test to figure out who his real dad is.
I mean, that much testing will cost a pretty penny, but $3,000 should cover it.
I don't have $3,000.
Oh, never mind.
Dejected from Dr. Mephisto's bullcrap prices, Eric very plainly tells the guys at the bus stop his sad, messed up mystery dad situation, which they genuinely sympathize with and offer to give Eric $3,000 if they win his TV Stupidest Home Videos contest. Cartman is delighted until he finds out what the video is.
Boy, looks like this kid needs some therapy.
We're sure to win, Cartman.
Cartman gets the money and the test, but that's not enough from stopping a cliffhanger, as Cartman's dad was not revealed until, well, there's about 3 decades of lore there, and we've still never really got an answer. The only thing this episode really answers is the question of whether Eric's mom is a slutty stereotype, and the answer is obviously yes. And the woman hating doesn't end there. In Season 3, Episode 3's Succubus, we kick off with Cartman still being the angry, fatherless frick he is.
How's my little piggy today?
Hey, don't call me little piggy!
Honestly, with as easy as it gets to get Cartman going, it's a miracle he still goes outside at all. At the eye doctors, it's confirmed that Cartman has some bunk peepers, and he's gonna need some glasses. Later at lunch, Cartman is sure his bad vision is acting up when he notices Chef has been replaced.
Knives are seriously screwed up. Chef looks like a skinny little white guy.
Chef's raffle so random replacement does nothing for the guys, who immediately go to Chef's house after school to figure out why he left. And like all guy friendship breakups, there's a girl to blame. But this time, Chef loves her for her mind.
She told me all about the power of the goddess and how men had been oppressing women for years and viewing them as sexual objects.
And Chef's new girlfriend, Veronica, well, she can do it all. But none of it impresses the boys who just desperately want Chef back.
Is it possible that we're just jealous because Chef is our friend and now he's paying attention to somebody new?
If more people could realize this, we'd have world peace. But sadly, the boys are determined to break her and Chef up, and the gang, including Goofy Glasses Cartman, raid Chef's new professional place of work, but Chef actually likes the office space lifestyle and what Veronica has done for him.
Meaningless is fun for 20 or 30 years, but after that, it starts to get old.
Chef still's got a hard spot for the boys, though, telling Cartman to get laser eye surgery and offering to meet them after work to play ball. But he never shows up. Confronting Chef later in the day, the boys are told some pretty big news. Chef and Veronica are getting married. Without, well, Chef to help them figure themselves out, the boys are forced to go to Mr. Garrison, who actually helps them piece together what's going on. Mr. Garrison explains that Chef has fallen victim to a succubus, and it's as bad as it sounds.
A succubus is a woman sent from hell to suck the life out of a man.
So yeah, somehow, some way, in some timeline, this is commentary on relationships, I think. All I know is this episode does not paint matrimony in a good light at all. But we do get an all-time iconic South Park moment with Chef's parents.
And I yelled, I said, "What do you want from us, monster?" And the monster bent down and said, "I need about $3.50.
For anyone confused, in $2,025, that's like $20, so you can see why asking for it's monster behavior for sure. But the boys are stuck on a different monster who doesn't really act like a monster at all, as the succubus shows up to Cartman's house after his botched LASIK surgery. She explains to the boys Chef wants a life with her because she makes him happy, and that has nothing to do with her being a—
I'm going to marry Chef tomorrow.
And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it.
Oh, well, never mind, burn her alive. The episode just gets more and more absurd with the boys casting away the succubus with song during her and Jeff's wedding, which is funny because most of the time guys learn music to attract girls, not to cast them away. And with the succubus casted away to heck, Jeff comes to his senses.
Just play it cool and don't be a fool.
And never let Poontang come between you and your friends.
So a very general message ends with a very middle of the road episode, with the succubus never returning to South Park ever again. But that don't mean the girls are safe. And perhaps no woman was targeted quite as directly as Jennifer Lopez was in Season 7, Episode 5's Fat Butt and Pancake Head.
Yo, driver! Stupid driver! Take me to South Park, Colorado! I'm gonna kill that!
The episode starts with the boys delivering statements on Latino culture at a school culture fair for a prize endowment, with Cartman bringing a special guest to talk about Latinos in the arts.
Miss Lopez, come on out here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Going off about tacos, and burritos, Cartman impresses the judges and wins the endowment. The money, the power, pissing off Kyle because he studied harder for the contest, all of it gets to Cartman and his hand's head. And pretty soon the kid is recording a full-on music video for his Jenny. Cartman. There's so many other actually awful things to make fun of for J-Lo for other than tacos. You're lucky the song is catchy and the video is sweet. And I'm not the only one who thinks that, as the video store guy sends the tape off to a major record label where taco-flavored kisses gets Cartman's J-Lo signed to a deal.
You want to sign Miss Lopez?
Oh my God, it's happening for me!
We get a dream sequence where it's clear Mrs. Lopez and Cartman have their own aspirations before we see the real J-Lo, who, is it wrong to say the animation style in Cartman's hand more favors than her?
Yo, make it quick. I got a video shoot at 2 and a script reading at 5.
I feel like just drawing her like that could be considered a gender-based crime. The record label suits tell Jenny that she's dropped from the label because they signed a spicier, younger singer with the same name as her, which sets J-Lo off. And just like that, the next thing you know, 2002 and 2022's favorite power couple, J-Lo and Ben Affleck, pull right up to South Park Elementary, where J-Lo sniffs out and verbally berates the new her. It seems like she's finally gotten Cartman to back off when...
We should be getting back to the...
It's a love that transcends time and space. After recording their first hit, Ben Affleck shows up to Cartman's house and takes Jenny out for a ride in his hot car, because that's all someone with his talent can do. But luckily, Jenny has talent, and she uses it.
I love you, Ben. You almost make me forget about tacos.
And Jenny clearly means what she says. The next scene we get to see J-Lo and Ben make out, and he's really into it. It also escalates pretty fast, and I'm not sure if this scene is supposed to be commentary, but it's low-key just kind of gross. Cartman's hand pays the price as the real Jenny finds her and beats her with a bat.
I told you this would happen.
Oh, hello, guys. Cartman, you need to stop this stupid little game you're playing.
Eventually, the nights alone with Ben Affleck and the constant time in the studio gets to Cartman, and he comes to stand in Kyle for help getting rid of her. Kyle isn't falling for it, but he changes his tune as the real Jenny comes equipped with a chainsaw to deal with fake Jenny. It all comes up to a dramatic standoff when Cartman breaks down and gives his truth.
I am not Jennifer Lopez. I am...
Mitch Connor.
As conman Mitch Connor, Cartman apologizes to everyone for the terror he causes Jenny. Mitch succumbs to the cyanide pill he took to poison himself, and while it ended up all just being another Kyle vs. Cartman chess game, the brutality and ribbing they got on J-Lo, deserved or undeserved for as snobby and uptight as she's always been, sticks out as particularly mean. South Park isn't always known for being nice, now is it? And Season 8 Episode 2's Up the Down Steroid is a prime example of that.
Stay away from me, you stupid...
Dang, what incel subreddits have gotten into Timmy? Let's find out. The episode starts with Jimmy and Timmy excitedly inviting the guys to the Special Olympics as they're competing and want their friends to be there to cheer them on.
Special Olympics? What's so special about them?
They're Olympic Games for handicapped people.
What?
With the exception of Cartman, who assumes the Special Olympics are for his amusement, the guys are excited to watch Timmy and Jimmy, who head to the gym to hit the good grind.
So, I see you train pretty hard.
I'm training really hard, but I'm not improving fast enough, and the Special Olympics are a week away.
Smelling out Jimmy's desperation, Nathan offers Jimmy some Hulk Hogan snack sticks, some Lance Armstrong apples, and anabolic steroids. And Jimmy, while hesitant, eats them right up.
Maybe I'll just use them a little bit.
you know, as a performance enhancer.
Jimmy, you gotta be mindful of slippery slopes. Those crutches can only do so much, and steroids, they're slippery, pal. Much like Jimmy, Cartman has also convinced himself cheating at the Special Olympics would be a good thing, as he informs Kyle he intends to compete, beat all the handicapped kids, and win the $10,000 grand prize.
All I have to do is make people think I'm handicapped and I get $1,000. It won't be easy, but nothing worth having ever is.
See, kids, before DoorDash, streaming, and podcasts, this is how Gross Boys made money. We get a montage of Cartman handicapifying himself before we see Jimmy doing whatever it takes to be the best by injecting steroids. Eventually, Jimmy's juicing is interrupted by his dad and his girlfriend who's there to help him study for school.
I didn't know you had a girlfriend, Jim.
Yeah, Dad, we've been going out since we met in free period last week.
Some of you single guys could stand to have Riz like Jim for real. And I know I do. At the gym, Jimmy and Timmy are packing up for the day when Timmy spills Jimmy's gym bag. Try saying that 5 times fast. I could barely say it once. And all the steroids in it, leading to a big blow up between the friends.
Look, it's my body, and it's my choice what I put in it.
People say stuff like this and then shoot the hardest of hard drugs. But to Jimmy's credit, he's bigger, stronger, harder, better, faster than he's ever been, and is poised to crush it at the Special Olympics, unless one special individual gets in his way.
Great, what's his name? Eric
Cartman! Yeah!
Man, I know the context of the episode. He's being a jerk, he's being offensive, but I still... it gets me every time. And I feel bad for it, but like not as bad as I feel for laughing at this next scene. We get to see Jimmy in his room and he's wearing a wife beater now, so you know he means business. And it serves as a bit of foreshadowing for what comes next.
You're not the boy I fell in love with last week during free period. I'm leaving you.
You're not leaving me. You try to leave me, and I'll kill you.
Yeah, Matt and Trey really dive the whole angry roid rage point home as we get to see Jimmy violently beat and berate his poor free period girlfriend. Yeah, although the point is to make you so uncomfortable you laugh, and yes, it is just goofy because it's a handicapped 4th grader with roid rage, the sheer realism and violence displayed towards the girls here make it one of South Park's most offensive outings towards women. But at the same time, it's the roids that propelled Jimmy to win the Special Olympics, so...
Yeah! Yeah!
Yeah, was it worth it? With Timmy coming in first place and Cartman coming in last, the two have a heart-to-heart about the merits of sportsmanship. They roast some early 2000s steroids abusers for good measure, but there's no mention or regret of what Jimmy did to those people, which feels like it should be a bigger part of the spiel at the end, but South Park has never prioritized a woman's point of view, except for when they do. And the woman in question is actually not in the right, and Season 10's Miss Teacher Bangs a Boy features a woman who is certainly way past being in the wrong.
You make me feel things I've never felt before.
Yeah, buckle up because this one's a doozy. Things get rolling in a way that must be menacing to everyone in South Park Elementary as Cartman is given a hall monitor authority.
It is important that you take the job seriously and that you don't abuse the power.
Me?
Asking Cartman to not abuse powers like asking a clock to stop ticking. It'll only do it when it's broken. So naturally, he immediately lets the power go to his head, dressing up like Dog the Bounty Hunter. I'll give you kids a sec to Google that one. Kicking people and assaulting students. While on a mission, Cartman picks up a note belonging to one Ike Broflovsky.
Apparently your student Ike has a crush on you. You got a crush on your teacher, brah? Keep it out of my hallway. Go with Christ.
And while this may seem like a simple throwaway joke, if the title does not give it away, it quickly becomes clear that this episode is going to be about teacher-student hookups. And of course, South Park does it in a way that's goofy, with Ike's weird Canadian physiology just being too funny to not laugh at. It's still a weird topic to cover in such depth, but...
You are so smart and gifted, so mature for your age.
I don't like medicine.
And his voice, bro. The show can really take the grossest, most messed up things about society and just make it funny somehow. We get a montage that's also hilarious of the two lovebirds doing lovebird things without anyone seeming to mind, you know, the age difference. But someone eventually does, as Kyle crashes his teacher in the middle of an afternoon delight, I guess we'll say, and attempts to drag Ike back home, but Ike ain't having it.
Is it so hard to believe that true love exists?
This is nuts.
Kyle, being the protector he is, tries to get the news of the affair to Ike's parents without much effect, and in an act of desperation, goes to the South Park PD to bring an end to it. At first, the cops are eager to bust the creeper teacher, but once they get the news of who it really is, they sing a different tune.
Some young boys having with Miss Stevenson?
Yes.
Nice. Nice.
What?
And this may be one of the realest parts of the episode, as this is how some guys act when this stuff actually happens, as awful as it is. Yet again, South Park is right on the money with predicting how terrible people will act. So it should come as no surprise that the cops are of no help, forcing Kyle to find help in Cartman.
Get down on the floor.
We're going back inside.
You like Bear Mace, Icehead? You're going with Christ.
Yeah, this is the one time that Cartman's abuse of power has led to a moral good. Working with the principal and the South Park police, Cartman brings the would-be hall pass infringer brought to justice.
Wow. I think I owe you one, Cartman. You don't owe me anything. My hallways are clean.
And while her arrest causes a media circus, it's not because they care about Ike, it's because she's hot, which somehow makes it nice. In a desperation move, Miss Stevenson tearfully blames her actions on the alcohol.
Well, that explains it. Do we still press charges? Who are we gonna convict, Johnny Walker?
Either convict him or Jack Daniels. Getting out of the situation by faking rehab like she had planned, Miss Stevenson returns to her beloved Ike, inserting her female dream vacation to Milan onto Ike, whose disappearance stuns Kyle.
This is serious!
Yeah, boy is going to Milan with a beautiful older woman. Quick, call the FBI.
However, there's some authority that isn't persuaded that easily, and he's assembled an entire crew to take down the hall pass defiling weirdo teacher. Cartman completely raids out the hotel in Milan and quickly gets to Ike and Mrs. Stevenson. And in a final act of her love for Ike.
Are you ready, my love? Here we go.
Now that's cold. But she was a creep, so earned. In the end, Cartman brought peace to the halls. Ike was freed from his captor. Everyone won. Except for Mrs. Stevenson. But let's be real, she's not a girl who really deserved it. But sometimes girls do deserve and even get some comeuppance. And in Season 12, Episode 9's Breast Cancer Show Ever, it comes. And it comes well deserved.
I'm just trying to engage Wendy in a constructive dialogue about breast cancer awareness, Mr. Garrison.
Constructive criticism about breast cancer awareness. Yeah, I think you can see where this is going, but anyway. It's a normal day at South Park Elementary when Wendy shares a very important message she has for her class, the importance of breast cancer awareness. The kids all respond maturely and, well, normal, but not Cartman, who begins chuckling like crazy, which really gets to Wendy.
This is a serious issue, Eric. What you're doing is very offensive.
You're the one talking about killer.
Knowing Eric, I wouldn't be surprised if he made a movie with that title. Cartman doesn't let up making the jokes, cracking quips, and really just being offensive to anything related to girls and their killing themselves or others, which this is why we actually need awareness for this. Unless I'm wrong, that's not how the cancer works. Wendy wastes zero time putting up with Cartman and immediately challenges him to a fight after school.
Oh, it's on.
You're gonna die!
This is how we should solve all gender conflicts. Sanctioned child brawling. And the hype is captivating everyone at South Park Elementary, with Cartman acting like he isn't worried and Wendy acting like a cold, poised assassin. But deep down, Cartman's worried he might lose. And as Butters puts it,
if you got beat up by a girl, everyone would think you were a
yeah, Cartman, take Butters' words on that. He's a bit of an expert in this field. Cartman, realizing what's at stake, very quietly tries to make peace with Wendy, who isn't having it. And Cartman's ego can't handle admitting he was wrong about attacking breast cancer or Wendy.
I don't want an excuse. I'm going to beat the out of you.
Ha ha.
Wendy, being the reasonable, responsible person she is, sees through Cartman's bullcrap, and with the fight becoming more and more anticipated, Cartman's antics to get out of it just get more and more desperate.
Dan, you've got to put a stop to this fight. Wendy's stuck and she needs you. There's nothing I can do about it. God, you're such a...
But as is usually the case, Cartman is projecting and can't focus in school, knowing Wendy is there waiting to layeth the smackdown.
As soon as the bell rings, we gotta get out there and find a good place to watch the fight.
In a final desperation attempt to save his reputation, Cartman craps on Garrison's desk, which gives him detention, forcing him to miss the fight. All is well, and the good Eric Cartman name is saved. Except the students at South Park Elementary are smart and see right through Cartman's showboating, rescheduling the fight for the very next morning.
Tomorrow morning, you die tomorrow morning.
With only a few hours to live until the girl in the pink beret kills him, Cartman calls a last resort, his mommy, who plays the My Little Sweet Boy defense in front of Wendy's family.
I know I'm just a nerdy little weakling to you, but I don't have that many friends at school.
Cartman just knows exactly what to say to always look pathetic, and Wendy's parents buy it, forbidding her from fighting. With everyone waiting for the fight though, Wendy ducks out, taking the L and letting Cartman win. That is, until the principal gets real with her, explaining very carefully something like cancer can't be reasoned with. It has to be destroyed.
It doesn't matter if you beat it or not. You refuse to let that fat little lump make you feel powerless.
And just to clarify, yes, she's talking about both Cartman and cancer here. After getting the moral get-out-of-jail-free card from her principal, Wendy, well, she's ready to let out a lot of pent-up angry chick energy. And if you were a woman that ever felt offended by some stuff Cartman said, this next scene might be for you, as Cartman violently gets murked by Wendy, in what must be catharsis by proxy. Hating Cartman, something even Butters can enjoy. And although Cartman doesn't really accept the reality of his reputation, anyone who's ever been offended by his women-hating ways can rest easy knowing Wendy took him down, without much effort as well. Despite all the dehumanizing remarks to Wendy and women as a whole, Cartman got what he deserved in the end. But Wendy's war is far from over. In Season 13, Episode 13's Dances with Smurfs proves Cartman never really learns and annoying Wendy never gets old. The episode begins with a case of mistaken identity as the boy reading the morning announcements gets mixed up with,
Gordon Saltsky, right? Truck driver from Chicago?
No, I'm Gordon Stoltzky, third grader who reads the morning announcements.
The hostage situation does not end well, with the legendary Gordon Stoltzky being placed out of commission, leaving South Park Elementary without a morning announcements person. Cartman, sensing the opportunity, applies to be the morning announcements kid, and despite some stiff competition, Cartman wins out in the end.
What's a moronic bag?
What on earth are you asking me that for?
That's what that Casey kid said about your hairpiece?
As if you couldn't already tell, Cartman sees the morning announcements position as a way to give himself more power, influence, whatever else he can have over elementary schoolers, and immediately begins using the announcements to push his agenda.
Ever since Wendy was elected student body president, this school has started a rapid decline towards some socialist regime.
And yeah, that agenda is more or less just finding creative ways to bring Wendy down. For what reason? It's Cartman. He's doing it because he can, because no one's going to stop him.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Not the one Wendy Testerberger would have, a socialist dunghole. A socialist dunghole.
Cartman ends up becoming such a sensation, he begins shooting the morning announcements on TV, where he carefully explains what he believes to be the true motives behind Wendy's actions. She wants to kill Smurfs.
KILLSMURFS. Our school president wants to kill Smurfs.
And these accusations get all the second and third graders in a frenzy as they really believe in what Cartman is saying, believing Wendy to be some kind of dictator or monster when in reality, she is a literal little girl. But that's exactly what Cartman was after, and suddenly there's a demand for anti-Wendy literature that Cartman, of course, meets.
I looked through your stupid book. It's 540 pages of ripping on Wendy and calling her a...
Cartman could write a book as long as the Bible that's full of women's slander, I swear. Becoming a sensation at school, Mr. Mackey and the principal tells Eric he needs to stop, which just gets him going even more. And the next day on the morning announcements, Cartman announces he spent some time living with Smurfs.
I fell in love with Smurfette. We're from two different worlds.
These are the morning announcements.
And while Kyle is quick to see through Cartman's attempt at manipulating his pre-K audience, the rest of the school isn't, and Wendy quickly becomes even more hated as Cartman shows footage of Wendy very violently destroying the entirety of Smurfland for their Smurfberries. Yeah, weren't these announcements supposed to be like South Park Elementary? Like, how did Cartman transform it into him cross-dressing as Wendy and killing Smurfs? Girl hate is a powerful drug, and the students, especially Butters, can't get enough of it.
It is time for that Smurf killing to get what's coming to her.
I gotta admit, hearing it come out of that smooth summertime voice is kinda convincing me. In a final act of desperation, Wendy appears on Cartman's show, and what Wendy does on her appearance is what saves her, as
The Smurfberries were our school government's only option.
Wait, whoa, what?
What was I supposed to do?
in a masterful move, Wendy turns Cartman's sexist nonsense rumors on himself, implying Cartman was an undercover operative sent in to kill the Smurfs for the school. Entirely derobed, Cartman flips out, losing the entire Wendy-hating coalition he worked so hard to build alongside his job. Now, Eric is the new scapegoat of South Park Elementary. Is he really a scapegoat, though? I feel like he's like the source of the most problems at the school. In Season 13's Eat, Pray, Queef has us spending time with some of TV's finest women.
Canada Channel presents the Queef Sisters, two Toronto girls who love shooting air out their...
These Canadian TV shows really have one gag to fall back on, don't they? Everyone knows Terrence and Phillip, but what about their female counterparts? The entirety of South Park Elementary is hyped for a brand new Terrence and Phillip special.
Terrence and Phillip, Blood Rage, will not be seen tonight.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what exactly a queef sister is, don't worry, because the guys at South Park Studios do a visceral job of getting you introduced to the two girls.
Now I'm going to check for cysts. Now stop it!
Yeah, I'm genuinely just as concerned as all of them are right now. Canadian guys farting? That's comedy gold. But girls doing it, ugh, comes off as unsanitary. And the kids aren't the only ones who feel that way, as Terrence and Phillip themselves protest the show.
You think farts are funny? Why not quaffs?
Because babies come from that.
Oh, Terrence and Phillip, always working to defend women. The executive explains being pro-woman is all the rage, and that T&P are getting stale. The boys complain about the graphic and disgusting content the Queef sisters create, which causes a bit of a stir at South Park Elementary, with the girls deciding to go on the attack.
We have a little surprise for you. What?
This kamikaze serves as a declaration of gender war in South Park, with Butters' estate causing a ripple effect. An emergency all-parent meeting is held at the school over the attack, which the men think is an existential crime, and the girls, well, they just see it as getting even.
Whoa, wait a minute. Are you saying we're all here just because a girl queefed on a boy?
Just?
So yeah, unless you're blind as a mole rat, I think you see the point they're driving home. Men get away with doing stuff that if girls even thought about trying, would cause an all-out crisis, which is a very fair point, but it could have been made without the queefs. And even worse than all this, the whole thing costs Terrence and Phillips their job as queefing becomes the hot trend of the week.
It's money, goddammit, and this channel needs it. I'm sorry, Terrence and Phillip. Your show is done.
Meaning, instead of the good old TNP, we can see a graphic scene of Martha Stewart decorating her queef factory, I guess we'll call it. And to say the men of South Park are freaked out by it would be a vast understatement, as every female feels empowered to let some pent-up air out.
Kind of funny how much it bothers you.
Oh, yeah, that's really funny.
Stop it, Mom.
Back in Canada, things are escalating even quicker as Terrence and Phillips track the Queef sisters down and threaten to kill them for taking their show away. But thinking on their heels, the girls do the one thing that'll stop any guy in his tracks: stroke their ego.
Well, I suppose if we're going to die, we should die by the hands of our idols.
Your idols?
The pair quickly begin falling for each other. Aw, red-hot Canadian romance. While in America, Butters and the rest of Colorado's men are suffering from the effects of the queef revolution. And while things start off cordial, they quickly divulge into a gross, smelly fart queef off. And in a similar smelly vein, things break down between the power couples after a disagreement about the appropriate time to air things out.
What the hell am I going to do, Philip? Catherine just won't stop queefing, but I don't know if I can live without her.
And if those famous farting Canadians can make peace, so can the world, as Canada moves to ban queefing. But in classic South Park fashion, right before the episode ends, we get a monologue from Sharon about how it wasn't about queefing, it was about girls having a little bit of freedom from the patriarchal control of men. And feeling guilty, Randy handles it the only way he can, with song.
You're a woman now, and you are free to queef.
Again, just when I think they're being genuine with the issues of women, they go and make a joke out of it. Are they saying defending feminism is like defending the right to queef? You know what? I think I'm reading too much into it. They're never direct with what they're really trying to say. Maybe they aren't trying to say anything, except when they are. And yeah, Season 8, Episode 12, Stupid Spoiled playlist had a very real and very, very well-respected female role model tossed under the bus in a very, very direct way. Who, you might ask?
A woman all you young ones can look up to, Miss Paris Hilton.
Yeah, in case you were wondering who the owner of the titular Stupid Spoiled playlist is, it's Paris Hilton, and we don't have to wait long to get our first W-bomb drop.
But what does she do? She's totally spoiled and snobby. What does she do?
She's a...
And while that may be true, it's in a self-acclaimed way, as Paris is in South Park for the grand opening of her Stupid Spoiled store, a store filled with scantily clad clothes and accessories for all of South Park's Stupid Spoiled, which upsets Wendy. I mean, just see for yourself.
But the idea that we'll be harsh for money is belittling to our gender.
But before you can even ponder the moral questions regarding femininity, we get a gag with that as well.
Let's make a videotape of us having with boys. I just got the Stupid Spoiled video playset.
This gag seems like the kind of thing that suggesting in the real world would get you put on a watch list. Even if the point they're attempting to make is rooted in some genuine concern for the cardboard paper-cut women of the world, the vulgarity just overthrows the whole thing in a mean-spirited territory. Everything else about Paris' outfit and look sucks, but the hard brow's cool. Looking for a new dog after her old dog passes untimely, Paris stumbles perhaps upon the loneliest little puppers of all, Butters Stotch.
I'm gonna feed you and take care of you and call you Mr. Biggles.
My name's Butters.
Wendy rants in her little girl boss way that doesn't really gel with her parents until she threatens to buy a thong, which jolts them up and into the Stupid Spoiled store where Mr. Wendy's dad comes face to face with the issue at hand.
Sure, if a man wants to be a it's normal, but if a woman wants to be one, it's wrong.
Eventually, however, Wendy's dad is convinced by some SSWs, if you can figure that one out, and promises to make Wendy the biggest ever. And he does just that, with Wendy showing up to school the next day in a crop top and makeup, famously all it takes to be a stupid, spoiled.
You don't want to go to this party, Wendy. We're going to play spin the bottle and 2 minutes in the closet and do ketamine. That's okay. Oh, please, do you even know what ketamine is?
Wait, did we jump ahead to 2025? Why are these girls talking about ketamine? Well, we'll never know, because Wendy doesn't get an invite to Bebe's big ho-off party. Wendy, desperate to get into the Stupid Spoiled party, in her hour of need, goes to the stupidest she knows, Mr. Slave.
Mr. Slave, you're the most perverted, lewd, depraved I know.
Thank you, sweetie.
Coming from a South Park resident, that means something. And the two have a nice talk about what exactly makes a... As Mr. Slave explains.
I've partied a lot, okay? And I'm telling you, there's more to life.
And a statement like that is like a call to arms for a girl like Paris, and accordingly, the two have a off, which is as gross as it sounds, and it ends with Mr. Slave engulfing Paris and her ideology. Literally. But just because Paris is out of the picture doesn't mean we're done with torturing poor little Butters. And season 13, episode 9's Butters' Bottom sees Butters getting abused from every direction.
I'm a dork and I deserve what's coming to me. No!
When the 4th grade class hears Butters has never kissed a girl before, they hoist him up and let him hear it, until they hear that a girl is selling kisses for $5 and everyone decides to help Butters out for once.
She hangs out behind the temp building during afternoon recess. She'll kiss any boy that pays her.
Excited, Butters puts on his best little bow tie and slicks back his little hairs and gets all ready for smooching. And while Butters is proud to have finally become a man, he took something else away from his little pay to smooch. A financial opportunity.
Geez, Butters, thanks for bringing me yet another customer. Here's your $2 cut again. This sure is great.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't wise to the streets, Butters is pimping his girls out, which is illegal in most places and just morally questionable in all others. And while his intentions are as pure as his hair is yellow, Butters is still prostituting girls here.
Any girl that sells more than 20 kisses gets a little sunshine.
Sure, it's illegal, but it's never looked so dang wholesome. But it isn't long before Butters' little kissing ring gets the attention of South Park PD, who go undercover to bust it.
Hey, baby, you looking for a party?
How much are you charging?
20 for oral, 50 for half and half.
Yeah, by undercover, maybe I should have said under the covers. No, but really, this cop is disgusting and does disgusting things. But he does end up busting every guy he's after in a few different ways. Back to school, the Butters kissing operation has got the attention of the main gang who berate Butters for being a pimp, which sends Butters right to Urban Dictionary where he puts a word to his hustle.
The person managing all the women is known as the pimp.
Butters embraces his new lifestyle by attending a pimp conference, and just look at him. He's got his name tag on and everything. It's like he's playing a little CEO. Butters knows exactly what the pimps are saying. Man, he really is the cutest at whatever he does. It quickly takes out the pimp lifestyle. So the little boy is acting as a pimp, and the cop is acting as a prostitute. Most normal rural American city.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I'm ready when you are. That's great. Yeah, you like it?
I guess tax dollars are being wasted here, but there's one guy who keeps getting away.
You should be doing kisses on the playground. You can make $50 a day. I'll treat you right. Shut up!
Butters just gets more and more enveloped in the pimp lifestyle, paying for protection, getting freebies from his... The kid's a monster. Meanwhile, the cop is also going insane with power, I guess we'll say, as he busts an entire frat house worth of would-be creeps.
Nothing is more important than keeping prostitution out of our community. Oh, hold on, that's my daddy.
Luckily for South Park PD, Butters is making himself an incredibly easy target by being the one pimp that respects his employees. Butters gets so many employees, he applies for corporate benefits, which attracts law enforcement, but not for the reason you may think.
You see, I just left my pimp recently, and I'm looking for a new one.
We operate on a 60-40 split here.
Sadly for Butters, he doesn't get a brand new bottom, as the sheriff's former pimp shows up to reclaim his bottom. Butters realizes the meaning of true love, and that pimping, while easy, just can't measure up to genuine attraction. I just wish the sheriff could have figured that out before the wedding, for the pimp's sake. These were some pretty wild episodes, but now we're going to talk about the episode that only aired for 3 hours.
The creators of South Park are being threatened with possible assassination.
South Park's spoof of the Prophet Muhammad is drawing death threats.
Whoa, we're not advocating violence. What do you mean?
Right.
Are you afraid that if the network allows you to unveil the Prophet Muhammad, that you will be bombed?
The year is 2010. When you say TikTok, people only think about the hit song from Kesha, and when you turn on the TV, South Park is causing international catastrophe. And I do mean that, literally, with no exaggeration, because it's all due to this South Park episode that only aired a single time. For 3 hours, what was supposed to be a celebration of South Park's 200th episode turned into its biggest controversy yet. The episode 200 starts innocently enough, with Mr. Garrison's class taking a trip to the fudge packing factory. Okay, maybe innocent wasn't the right word. I mean, they actually are packaging fudge at this factory, but you know what I mean.
And here's where all the fudge is put into boxes to be shipped all over the world.
Kinda like Carbon's dad shipped out on him.
I have a dad, butthole. My mom is my dad. Guys, stop! All you're doing is rehashing a bunch of old stuff.
Ooh, you know when South Park breaks the fourth wall, it's about to go down. Although, to be fair, the guys are usually pretty reserved with getting on Cartman for a lack of a dad. I know I wouldn't be. Also, yeah, in case you didn't know, Cartman's mom is supposedly also his dad. Don't ask questions, I don't have answers. At the fudge packing factory, the boys run into Tom Cruise, who is adamantly packing fudge.
Hey guys, check it out. Tom Cruise is a fudge packer.
What did you call me?
I mean, he's in full fudge packer's costume, out in the open doing it. Yet quickly gets defensive with the children, who keeps calling him, well, a fudge packer.
Dude, you are in a fudge factory packing fudge.
Oh, that does it. I will sue you.
Not even 2 minutes in, and already we've spent most of it being all meta. And yeah, if you couldn't tell by now, the episode really heavily relies on calling back to moments in South Park's past. I mean, it's the 200th episode after all. Of course they're going to do that. And what better way to celebrate than to revisit all the controversies that almost got this show taken off the air? Cut to the next scene, and Tom Cruise is hosting a party for just about every celeb in South Park has lampooned on up to that point.
Shockingly, I've just been slandered once again in the town of South Park. I know you all can relate to. Oh, sure can. Now that down.
Feels like South Park's flexing its muscles on all the people it's ticked off over the years.
All of us together can put a stop to slander coming from that town once and for all. No longer will they make snide remarks about whoever they want.
Yeah! Go ahead. Now, it's okay to pause and Google the celebs you don't recognize. I know I did. South Park is what keeps them relevant. That said, despite some of them being more recognizable than the others, all of them have the same common enemy.
That town thinks they can say whatever they want about people and get away with it.
If anybody has a gripe against that, it's me.
Thank the heavens there isn't a religion based around Paris Hilton yet, or else they would have been fuming at that classless depiction of their god. The John Travolta cultists are used to it. They know how to handle it. The celebs announced their plan to class action lawsuit South Park out of existence, with all the blame falling on Stan for instigating the whole Tom Cruise fudge packing thing. Desperate to save the town of South Park, Randy takes Stan to the fudge factory to apologize. Tom tells him there's only one way for him to pull his lawsuit. He wants to meet someone. Who, you may ask?
Sure, who is it? We can get anybody for you. Muhammad, prophet of the Muslim faith.
Oh boy, alright, that's gonna be an issue. For anyone who may need a quick history lesson, Season 10's Cartoon Wars 2-parter was exclusively about Muhammad and censorship, so Tom asking for him here is a bit like asking Randy to pull a Jackosaurus from a hat.
Mr. Cruz, if there's anybody else we could try to bring to town, we could— No! Just him! Get Muhammad to appear in South Park, or your little town is done!
And if you thought the meta was done, oh, no, you're in for a treat. Randy goes to South Park Town Hall, where a fierce debate begins as to whether or not it's been long enough to where it may be okay to depict Muhammad, and the risks of doing so. Is this a representation of the writer's room? Conversations with Comedy Central? Discussions between the entire world? Yes.
Maybe enough time has passed that now it's okay to show Muhammad.
Can't believe we are dealing with this Muhammad thing again.
For a small town in Colorado, they do deal with the prophet of the Muslim faith a lot more than you'd think. Maybe Muhammad just likes that fresh alpine mountain air. I know I don't. And as it turns out, Muhammad has shown up in South Park before in all of his uncensored glory way back in Season 5, Super Best Friends, which we gleefully recapped here. Stan recounts to the town hall Stan did in fact see Muhammad, and as such, may be aware of his whereabouts.
Oh, and what? And he was just out in the open where everyone could see him and nobody got bombed?
Dude, it was totally fine.
2001 was a simpler time, Mr. Garrison. It was famously very peaceful. But really, Garrison's point of it suddenly being bad to show Muhammad when it was fine for years is the core point Matt and Trey are trying to drive home here. And as this episode goes on, it just gets more and more apparent.
I've done a lot of research and I've completed a sketch of what Muhammad could look like today. No, don't! Is that okay to show?
I don't know. Guess we'll see.
Randy's Muhammad ducked the censors. I guess Comedy Central thought his art stylings were respectful. I mean, hey, Randy Marsh is a man of taste. That's gotta be why. Back in Tom Cruise's scenic mountain mansion, we get to figure out exactly why the celebs want Muhammad. No, it isn't to cause controversy so YouTubers like me can talk about it decades later. It's because Muhammad is immune from being made fun of.
By taking what Muhammad has, we would all be safe from ridicule. Like Tim Burton here.
Yeah, I'm cutting the clip there. We don't need to disrespect any mall goths or emo girls from 2005. They're my protected class, and I'm afraid of what they might do to me. But Tom's point of utilizing Muhammad for his apparent invincibility to criticism, again, is Matt and Trey speaking through the fudge packer, cockpit specialist, Tom Cruise. Yeah, Matt and Trey are trying to say it's ridiculous to give Muhammad that type of power. That immunity is not inherent to being a religious deity. It's inherent to nothing, because nothing is above being made fun of. That's Matt and Trey's whole philosophy, at least. Bickering amongst themselves and trying to figure out how exactly to handle the South Park situation, the celebs get a visit from the one person who may know how to truly get under South Park's skin.
It's one of the kids from South Park that slandered me.
I didn't come for myself. I'm just an escort for another celebrity who wants to get in on your lawsuit.
Who?
And Unluckily for us, this time Ben Affleck is nowhere to be seen all episode. Yep, it's the return of Jennifer Lopez, because of course Cartman had to get involved on the side of evil while also not really technically getting involved. Also, yeah, don't question it, Cartman's hand is Jennifer Lopez in the world of South Park.
Yes, I am Jennifer Lopez, and I like tacos and burritos.
Or at least it seems that way. See, actually, the hand is a master con artist named Mitch Connor who wants to scam the world for all it's got. Make sense? No? Good. After a quick commercial break, we get a throwback intro for the Super Best Friends, which means...
To right that which is wrong, and to serve all mankind.
We get the first look at Muhammad, who is a black censor bar.
Muhammad!
And to clarify, yes, Matt and Trey, not South Park, did this one. Keep that in mind for later. And like anything that's behind a censor bar, people are going to be inclined to want to see it. Visiting the Super Best Friends, Kyle and Stan are told a lot has changed since the last time they all linked up, and that showing the prophet of the Muslim faith is a total cultural no-no now.
Muhammad cannot make public appearances. We simply cannot risk any violence from the Muslim people.
Oh, not you guys too. Jesus Christ.
Even the Super Best Friends succumb to online trolls when prophets are at risk and people may be offended. The 2000s are weird. Cable channels still had stuff to lose. After brainstorming ways to get him into South Park without being seen, the greatest philosophical minds of all time, Stan and Kyle, agree to bring Muhammad into town on a U-Haul, which gets the stamp of approval from giant ChatGPT Moses.
I guess that would be okay.
Back with the celebs, Tom Cruise announces plans to harvest Muhammad's goo. And yes, that's exactly what they say, his goo, to make themselves impervious to criticism. It was never about the money. It was always about the goo.
Muhammad is the only person in the world that can't get whipped on. Those celebrities want his goo.
In context, this makes perfect sense, but if someone heard you say it, they'd probably suggest you get your head checked. That's actually the case with most of what Mitch Connor says, anyway. Pulling up in the U-Haul to South Park, Muhammad is still unwilling to show himself and get out of the U-Haul, that is, until Randy, being the innovator he is, suggests putting him in a sports mascot costume as the celebs prepare to head to South Park to meet Muhammad.
All right, the limo's here. Muhammad, thanks again for doing this.
No, it's fine. I just didn't expect Muhammad to be so college dropout Kanye core. Everything is going fine with the celebrities, ready to pick Muhammad up, but in typical South Park fashion, peace never comes easy. Out of nowhere, Mr. Garrison receives a bomb threat, which quickly turns into...
All right, we got him, Tom.
Phil Collins and only Phil Collins will be missed. But who are the extremists making and executing these threats? Is this going to be some political or social commentary from Matt and Trey? A religious or political group, perhaps? The answer?
Our time is near. Soon, gingers will never be made fun of again.
Gingers. Because it's South Park. They, mostly Cartman, make fun of gingers all the time. Of course they had to try and get in on all the immunity. During all this madness, Cartman is on the street with Mitch Connor attempting to track Muhammad down for the celebs until Mitch strikes possibly Cartman's only nerve.
Screw this, Connor. Find yourself another partner. Guess I won't tell you about your father. My father? Thought that might get your attention.
What's scarier, that Mitch is Cartman's intrusive thoughts or his inner psyche? Either way, that's where his mind goes, and that's just sad. Also really funny. With a tough decision to make, South Park decides in a threat of violence to hand Muhammad over to the gingers. This, of course, does not sit well with the celebrities.
You're gonna give Muhammad to gingers instead of us just because they are threatening you with violence? Well, yeah.
If this episode has taught us anything, is that Randy missed his calling as a cable network executive. Desperate to secure Muhammad's powers, the celebrities resort to another classic South Park callback, Mecha Streisand.
There she is, Tom. Barbara Streisand. My God, she's even more terrifying than I remembered.
The most dangerous celebrity of them all, we get a lengthy awakening sequence parodying anime openings and a cinematic Mr. Hat appearance as Cartman interrogates him over revealing who his father is.
Hello, kids. It's me, Mr. Hat.
Good to see you, Hat. Hell of an ad, isn't it?
I don't believe I know you.
All alongside a standoff with the bomb-wielding gingers, setting things up perfectly for part 2. But before we get into that, we need to backtrack a little because of what happened in between the broadcasts of these 2 episodes. To put it lightly, South Park became the center of attention because of the episode you just saw. Immediately after airing 200, South Park received death threats from an online website known as Revolution Muslim. The site posted the legitimate addresses of Matt and Trey's house, alongside suggesting they may end up like Theo Van Gogh, a Dutch filmmaker who was murdered after making a film critical of Islam. But why wasn't this a big deal when Muhammad was shown uncensored back in Super Best Friends, as we previously mentioned?
Muhammad, the Muslim prophet with the powers of flame.
Well, it just wasn't a big deal. So what caused Comedy Central and Viacom to panic? The answer is actually quite simple there. Threats! In 2005, 4 years after the initial broadcast of Super Best Friends, a Dutch newspaper posted some cartoons depicting Muhammad. This upset Muslims worldwide and led to several riots, also worldwide. But did anything happen to the Danish newspaper company that published the cartoons? Nah, they just had threats made against them, that's pretty much it. So yeah, nothing ever actually transpired. Regardless, it was around this time Super Best Friends was removed from the South Park website and broadcast. It was a major international issue, so much so that it inspired Matt and Trey to make the Cartoon Wars two-parter. The entire episode is built around why Muhammad shouldn't be censored and how you can't give in to terrorism.
People can get hurt. That's how it works. You're allowing to work.
But when the time finally came for the uncensored scene of Muhammad to be broadcast, Comedy Central caved in and blacked it out anyway. Still worried about threats being made to the studio. Even still, the episodes aired again and again afterwards, so what changed? Why are all of these episodes absent from streaming and television now? Well, following 200, Matt and Trey did not respond to the threats. After coming under fire, Revolution Muslim insisted they weren't threatening, just warning Matt and Trey about what could possibly happen to them. So, you know, empty internet threats. What did Comedy Central do? Well, I know you're on the edge of your seats, so let's get into 201, and then we'll talk about what Comedy Central did. To start things off, we get a pretty hilarious Vietnam War parody.
I tried to sit it out as much as I could.
What's the matter, Connor? Don't like a little blood?
No, I don't like a little blood. Blood ain't the stuff for 18-year-old boys from Sheboygan.
An 18-year-old boy from Sheboygan who also had to walk uphill both ways in the snow to Saigon, and his Janis Joplin vinyl got scratched. What a tragedy for a sentient double-crossing hand. All the horrors of Nam and all the horrors of not having a dad put Cartman and Mitch in the same place. Interrogating Mr. Garrison over who exactly Cartman's real dad is, who tells them that they stuck to a story to protect someone.
I can't say more. I won't. I'll tell you who has the answer.
And speaking of protecting someone, the people of South Park are preparing to very carefully and respectfully hand Muhammad over to the Gingers.
Look, Gingers, you said you wanted we got him for you.
We have no way of knowing if is really in there.
No, they aren't saying terrible things, and no, your ears aren't finally going out from AirPod overexposure. Comedy Central broadcasted this episode with every direct mention of Muhammad's name fully censored. Seemingly proving Matt and Trey's point made earlier in 200, Comedy Central gave in to the violent demands and censored the episodes. We'll talk more about why and what this led to, of course, like I said. But for now, just know, the censorship was not Matt and Trey approved. But back in South Park, and not the real world, although South Park influences the real world now, so who's to say, it's revealed that it was never Muhammad in the bear costume, but Santa Claus instead. Is that a sin for people whose religion is the holiday season? Probably not. With destruction imminent, the people of South Park call on.
We've got a distress signal coming in. On the Super Best screen. Super Best fans, you've got to help us. The Casa Bonita is under attack.
Casa Bonita, the only thing in Colorado worth saving from Mecha Streisand destruction. At Dr. Mephisto's office, we get a glimpse of Cartman doing whatever he can to uncover the truth behind his father's identity, and attempting to break into Dr. Mephisto's place leads to some interesting tactics.
Why, it's an African-American man, Kevin. What do you want?
Yo, man, sorry to bother you, but there's been an accident down the street, man.
Yeah, maybe this episode wouldn't have made it long on streaming, even without the Muhammad drama.
Okay, I see. I guess I understand. You just don't want to let a black man in your house.
Please, it isn't that at all.
Thought things had changed, though. Thought when we got a black president, things would be different.
Blackface, I mean Black Hand, is totally unacceptable. Back in town, Mecha Streisand is wreaking havoc, killing forgotten one-offs like Pip and destroying South Park staples like raisins and Country Kitchen Buffet.
Holy crap!
With the celebrities demanding to see Muhammad, it's revealed he is MIA. That is, until we get to see what Kenny has been up to the whole time, which has been, get this, babysitting Muhammad. Big responsibilities there.
Oh, thank God. Hey, really sorry about all this, dude.
A Jew thanking the prophet of the Muslim faith. The real world really could learn from South Park if they just listen. Hatching up a plan to appease everyone and keep Muhammad safe, Kyle sneaks the prophet away as the super best friends show up to counter Mecha Streisand. All of this is going on at the exact same time Cartman's about to pry the truth about his dad from Dr. Mephisto when...
Come on, the door's open. Dr. Mephisto, we need your help.
Oh, for crying out loud. Now everybody's letting themselves in.
Mephisto, you invite a lot of chaos in. You can't blame the door for this one. With a name like Mephisto, come on, you're asking the universe for it, dude. Kyle pleads with Mephisto to clone Muhammad, who agrees. Of course, this pisses Cartman off, who's only concerned with finding out who his dad is. But come on, Cartman, the fate of the world takes priority over who's your daddy.
No. He's not doing anything except explaining who my father is. Dude, nobody gives a crap about who your stupid father is. It's all that matters. Dude, that doesn't matter to people right now. Muhammad is an important issue with actual ethical ramifications.
I guarantee you, people care way more about who my father is.
With only time for Mephisto to handle one of the many complicated and important things going on in his lab, the Gingers take advantage and find a way in.
Oh crap, the Gingers! Gingers, no!
The only thing that can bring out fear in Mr. Eric Cartman. With Muhammad, Kyle, and Stan in their possession, the Gingers begin making demands. They want access to the goo machine and are willing to share Muhammad with the celebrities to get it. Under orders of their boss, which if you know anything about South Park Gingers, you might have seen this one coming.
Revenge is a dish best served chili. Scott Tenorman? Ew.
Oh, golly gooper, Scott Tenorman. You know, Scott Tenorman. Scott Eric Cartman killed my parents and tricked me into eating them via a bowl of chili Tenorman. Yeah, we aren't messing around here. And that carnival background to mimic the chili con that Cartman set up, this is just downright Joker levels of derangement.
Eric Cartman, I've waited a long time for this.
But to be fair, Cartman started it. Sitting aside Mecca Streisand with some sleight of hand 70s soft house music antics, the super best friends turn their sights to the celebrities who are busy activating Muhammad's invulnerability to being made fun of.
Yes! I can feel it! I can feel the power to not be ridiculed flowing through my veins!
Man, if celebrities could actually do this, maybe that's what they think Scientology will give them. I mean, now we're talking about Tom Cruise here. Back with Cartman, Scott reveals he knows the name of Eric's dad and that everyone in town has been hiding it from him to protect the Denver Broncos.
There was a right tackle who had an illegitimate child with your of a mom. Everyone here covered it up to protect the Bronco name.
And that's where the realistic stuff ends, as it's revealed very chillingly, very harrowingly who Eric's dad is, and you might want to sit down for this one, because it's revealed that Eric's dad was Scott's dad, Jack Tenorman.
It's true. Jack Tenorman was your father.
So yeah, Eric killed his own dad and fed him to his half-brother. And to be fair, Cartman is torn up about it, but that doesn't change the fact that that's some messed up stuff. Plus, I think it's a pretty good way to tie up the decades-old question of who Cartman's dad is with some finality and comedic karma. It's just a shame it's lost in an episode that'll never be aired again.
Now eat your chili! The super best friends? Oh no!
The implication that Scott Tenorman knows who the super best friends are is great. Whoever this Jack Tenorman dude is, he has some super villain genes in him. With the celebrities, Gingers, super best friends, and seemingly everyone else that's ever visited South Park in one place, a giant battle assumes until Stan makes an off-color joke about Tom Cruise and the super best friend's semen.
I'll get you, Tom Cruise!
Hey, look, Tom Cruise has semen on his back.
What did you say?
Which, to Tom's shock, takes away his censor bar.
Reiner, you said the goo machine would work, but I got made fun of!
That's because there is no goo, Mr. Cruz. You see, I learned something today.
Nope, your ears are fine, and no, this isn't Matt and Trey going overboard with a meta-censorship gag. This entire final monologue by Kyle, Jesus, and Santa Claus was only ever released censored. The uncut version has never been officially released, not on broadcast, not even on the DVD box sets. The episode did a great job making all these great callbacks to the series' past, answered a question fans have been asking for years, and was hilarious as all hell, but that ending, if you've spent all this time tracking down this episode just for the final message to be blurred out, well, like anything else, being told not to do or see something is just gonna make you want to see it more. And in 2014, 4 years after the initial broadcast of 201, the uncut version of the speech was leaked on 4chan.
If there's anything we've all learned, it's that people works.
That's right, friends. All you need to do is instill fear and be willing to hurt people.
If you don't want to be made fun of anymore, all you need are guns and bombs to get people to stop.
And yeah, the uncut clip says it all really well. It really makes Comedy Central look bad. Obviously, violence is not the answer, and making physical threats to get what you want is never the right way to live your life and go about anything, much less comedy. Giving into violence just empowers that attitude even more. By bending the knee and allowing these threats to work, they're just giving more people more of a reason to resort to terrorism to get what they want. So seeing Jesus, Santa Claus, and Kyle Broflovsky, 3 iconic pillars of cultural morality, give violence and a resounding okay is Matt and Trey's way of saying, well, I guess this is the message Comedy Central wants us to send. So skibbity-doo-dah, here it is, the cherry on top, and a heavy drizzling of sarcasm to boot. And it still ended up getting censored. The irony can be everything but lost. Anywho, the episode ends with Cartman letting out years of complicated feelings that just got even worse.
My dad was Scott Tenorman's dad. Don't you guys realize what that means? Yeah, dude, we know what it means. My dad was a ginger.
Half soulless. I feel like that's actually more soul than you'd expect from Cartman. With South Park repaired and Cartman finally at some peace with his dad situation, there's just one very important fudge packer who still hasn't gotten what he wants. A place to live out his life free of mean humans mocking him. And luckily for him, Stan and Kyle, they know just the place.
Oh, please, can you show me where?
We'll do better than that. We'll help you get there.
I mean, if you want to escape humiliation, you might as well escape oxygen as well. Following the broadcast of 201, a true media firestorm erupted with free speech critics, media professionals, and artists all disagreeing with Comedy Central's decision to give in to threats. Matt and Trey spoke through South Park Studios following 201, saying they stand by everything they've ever done on South Park and that Comedy Central altered the episode against their wishes. But other than that, they've never really addressed the controversy. I mean, why would they? They said all they had to then. They have their beliefs and they've stuck with them. And today, they're worth more money than ever. So clearly the censorship controversy didn't hurt their end. And outside of a bomb threat near a Viacom office in Times Square a few months after that, which the police didn't even attribute to South Park, no direct threats were ever made against Comedy Central or Matt and Trey. Yet to this day, the episode is unavailable to watch, and in the years following, both Cartoon War episodes were taken off streaming. Heck, if it wasn't for some leaders on 4chan, we still wouldn't have the audio of Kyle's uncensored speech. In 2020, when South Park moved to Paramount, HBO Max refused to add all the Muhammad episodes, Super Best Friends, both Cartoon Wars episodes, and 200 and 201. South Park hasn't really returned to the issue in the years since then, so is the story over? Will this episode ever get officially uncensored? Who knows? South Park always hits us with the unexpected, so these episodes may come back, or they may just stay lost forever. I know I made a big deal about Cartman being terrible, but how about the multiple times Kyle was even worse than Cartman? For over 2 decades, South Park has served us a front row seat to the twisted, hilarious, and slightly terrifying mind of Eric Theodore Cartman.
Piss out your ass right onto Kyle's mom's fat Jew face!
Well, here come the YouTube censors speeding down the highway. Ooh,
yeah, I can see them. Ah, no! Get away from me! We're talking about a kid who has pretty much gotten away with murder, literally, if you count that one time when he and Scott Tenorman... You know what, never mind, let's skip that part. There are moments when Cartman takes his schemes to a whole new level of evil, leaving us questioning what's really going on underneath that beanie of his. Like in Up the Down Steroid, where he reminds us once again that his moral compass isn't just broken, it's been thrown into a blender, pureed, and served as a side dish in hell.
You're an asshole, Cartman. What'd I do?
Like we haven't all heard that one before. So it all starts when Jimmy and Timmy prep for the Special Olympics. They're pretty excited about the event, so naturally they share the details with the boys.
Timmy and I were wondering if maybe you would come and cheer for us. We're both competing in the Special Olympics down in Denver.
Sadly, Jimmy commits the blunder of handing the event brochure to Cartman, and I think we can already tell how that's going to play out.
Timmy and I are competing in a variety of events.
After that, they head to the gym to continue preparations, at which point we're treated to some good old-fashioned blood, sweat, and tears that end with, you guessed it, steroids.
7.
Inject this directly into your bloodstream.
So Jimmy's about to go from being unable to bench 7 reps to being built like a frackin' truck. But before we dive into that, we have to pivot back to Cartman. After being handed the brochure, Cartman gives it a good look and sees the $1,000 cash prize for the winner of the event.
At the end, a grand champion special athlete is crowned and given a cash prize of $1,000.
Which of course lights up a very evil bulb over his head.
If somebody just pretended, they could easily win the competition and get the $1,000.
Brilliant, in the same way a dumpster fire is illuminating. Stan and Kyle, broken records of morality that they are, tell him that this is a terrible idea.
Cartman, no. I'll act like I have a disability, and when the time comes to compete, I'll kick ass against all the handicapped.
But as we know, Cartman isn't one to bail on his ideas, especially the bad ones.
That's really terrible, dude. Terrible? Whatever, you guys' brains just can't compute complex plans like mine can.
So he ignores their advice and commits to his preparations, if you can call them that. Yeah, that is indeed a handicap walk analysis. Basically what you'd expect from someone prepping for an Oscar in the worst human ever category. He reads books on how to act special, sits on the short bus taking notes, and even gives himself a janky haircut to squeeze into his deformed bike helmet. By the time Cartman is done with his little transformation, the only thing missing is a poorly crafted note from Arkham Asylum.
Hey guys, what's going on? God damn you.
While Cartman is busy relishing in his sadly passable gimmick, Kyle points out to him that he needs a legal guardian to sign him up.
You have to have a parent with you to sign up for the Special Olympics. What?
Which pretty much points to Cartman's mom, who Kyle is convinced wouldn't play ball. But here's the thing, there's playing ball, and then there's being manipulated by Cartman, who puts on his best gaslighting mask and serenades her home.
If I could just spend one day in their shoes, if I could just see the challenges they face every day, maybe I wouldn't be so cold.
Yeah, let's just cut this short. We'll skip to the part where she falls for it, because we all know that she's going to. too.
All right, sweetie, I'll take you tomorrow.
And so it falls to Kyle once again to try and speak some sense into Cartman, only his attempt was the equivalent of a drunk with a loaded shotgun. It's just a sad sight to watch.
This time, I think you really need to reconsider. I believe you will go to hell.
Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. Of course, we get to Cartman bringing up the Passion of Christ and all the Jews going to, you know where.
Hell is reserved for the Jews and all those who don't accept Christ. That being the case, it is actually me who is worried about your soul.
Came here to talk about you.
Yes, and instead you had a breakthrough yourself. This is really the beginning of a whole new chapter of your life, Kyle.
While the two of them are busy debating the fine details of Satan's abode, there's a storm brewing elsewhere.
You seem different. You're not the boy I fell in love with last week during free period. I'm leaving you.
You see, back in Steroidville, Population 1, Jimmy's transformation has gone from normal gym rat to full-on Hulk Hogan, which of course comes with a bit of roid rage now and then.
Stay away from me, you stupid...
I mean, is it even an authentic roid rage if Samuel Barber's Adagio for strings isn't playing in the background? So back to Cartman, because of course it always comes back to Cartman.
Yeah! Yeah!
Hello there. I would like to sign my son up, please.
Yeah!
Fast forward to the event, and he struts in like he's about to dominate.
Take your mark! Yeah! Yeah!
Only surprise, surprise, there's a huge difference between being handicapped and being a walking jello tank. And so, once the gunshot sounds, it's pretty obvious where Cartman's going to end up.
What the hell?
Watching him come in dead last in every event, pure catharsis. The Olympics end with Jimmy coming in first and winning the $1,000 prize.
The 2004 special athlete is Jimmy Vollmer.
Yeah!
Cartman, on the other hand, gets a $50 gift card to Shakey's Pizza because the universe somehow always has a soft spot for chunky little sociopaths.
But we all know that the Special Olympics isn't just about winning. We will now give out the Spirit Award to the handicapped person who came in very last, Eric Cartman.
But just as he's accepting his consolation prize, Jimmy, who's basically roided to the gills, recognizes Cartman and is about to take him to Suplex City.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Eric? Faked being handicapped to win? I should kick your ass right here, you lousy no-good cheater!
At which point, Timmy pulls up to point out Jimmy's obvious hypocrisy because, again, the universe really has a soft spot for our plus-sized miscreant.
Timmy! What? Timmy. Oh my god, you're right, Timmy.
The episode ends with Jimmy giving a heartfelt speech about how cheating is very wrong. The crowd eats it up, Jimmy's redeemed, and Cartman, well, he shamelessly spins the entire fiasco as a master plan to teach Jimmy about the dangers of steroids, because no matter how low you think Cartman has sunk, he's always got a shovel.
I guess now you see what I was up to all along. I dressed up like a handicapped person and lost the Special Olympics on purpose so that Jimmy could learn his lesson about steroids.
A shovel he used to dig himself into quite the hole in Season 7, Episode 11, Casa Bonita.
You're not going to find it. Not until after Saturday when I finally go to Casa Bonita.
So Kyle arrives at Stan's house to announce that for his birthday, his mom is taking him and 3 friends to Casa Bonita. It's pretty much the Disneyland of Mexican restaurants, so naturally Kyle's birthday is now Cartman's.
Wow, Casa Bonita! Woo-hoo!
However, just as Cartman's doing the salsa, Kyle pretty much stops him dead in his tracks.
Who said I'm inviting you?
Your mom said you could take 3 friends.
3 friends. You're not my friend.
To be fair, Kyle, Cartman is a unique kind of friend. The kind whose love language is casual anti-Semitism and ruining lives. Hard to put that on the Hallmark card.
Yeah, well, you're a stupid Jew. Good job, Jew. Shut your goddamn Jew mouth. Jew. Jew. Dude is Jewish. Jew. Jew. Shut up, Jew. You're Jewish. Jew. 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 I told you Jewish people don't have rhythm.
Anyway, Kyle decides to invite Butters instead because Butters invited Kyle over for his own birthday.
I'm gonna take Butters. He invited me to his birthday party last month, so I owe him one.
Naturally, Cartman doesn't take the rejection well, and by doesn't take it well, I mean he spirals into a full-blown psychotic episode in his bedroom.
You, Kyle! I hope you die!
I'm not inviting you, Cartman.
After one too many hallucinations about Casa Bonita, Cartman decides to go and try and be nice to Kyle to change his mind. Emphasis on try, because, I mean, just look.
Take that, Timmy! Don't you ever talk bad about Kyle again! And if you say you had with his mom one more time, I'm gonna really let you have it!
You really think that beating up a handicapped kid is being nice?
I mean, it's Cartman, so it kinda checks out. Undeterred, he pivots to plan B, reverse psychology.
How are you going to try to get invited to Casa Bonita?
I'm not, Kyle. I know you already told Butters he could go.
He tells Kyle that he totally doesn't care about Casa Bonita and apologizes, sort of.
I'm still not inviting you to Casa Bonita.
I know, Kyle. I see you later.
Kyle, feeling generous, offers him a deal. If Butters can't make it, Cartman can go. And if there's one thing Cartman excels at, it's turning if into when, and also making Butters' life a living hell.
For the past 5 days, I've been looking out into space for a school project. This morning, I caught first sight of something terrible.
Cartman quickly goes to work tricking Butters, who, bless his heart, is as naive as a road deer, into thinking that a meteorite the size of Wyoming is heading towards South Park.
Nope, I don't see it. Oh my god! I see it! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
On second thought, maybe he's just dumber than a bag of hammers. With Butters already reeled in, Cartman rolls out the old doomsday narrative and shoves Butters into a bomb shelter to ride out the apocalypse.
Here we go! Bomb shelter's down here!
Oh god! Oh Jesus!
We should be safe in here. Dried food and water to last us for weeks.
Butters is safely out of the picture, and Cartman is next in line for Casa Bonita. The only problem is, there's only so long a child can go missing before, the whole town becomes one big search party.
All right, folks, this is the little boy we're looking for.
Which so happens to be the very next evening, just as Cartman thinks he's hit the home run.
Dude, we should check over at Stark's Pond. Butters always hangs out over there.
I'll drive you boys.
Oh, god damn it!
With his plans crumbling all around him, Cartman dashes to where he stashed Butters for some more doomsday world building, complete with a societal collapse, radioactive cannibals, and a mission to quote-unquote rebuild society.
There was mass confusion. People were crawling all over each other in the streets. It was awful. Millions were evaporated instantly. The rest of us walking around in a cloud of toxic radiation.
By the time the search effort extends to bomb shelters, because apparently no one bothered to look down all those large metal hatches where a kid could, fall in, Cartman is forced to lead Butters out of the shelter and into a garage where he chucks him into, and I kid you not, a broken fridge.
Don't open this door for anybody, Butters. Stay inside for 4 days.
Eric, you're the best friend in the whole world.
Honestly, you gotta admire the dedication. From this point on, it looks as if Cartman is finally home and dry. He's on his way to Casa Bonita, and Butters is tucked away safely, but the universe loves a good plot twist, so the fridge ends up being hauled off to a dump. Butters pops out and begins rebuilding the Earth, at which point he runs into another survivor.
You're at the garbage dump. Town is right over there. Everybody is fine. They've been looking for you for over a week.
Back in the real world, Kyle starts to suspect Cartman's sudden nice guy act is about as real as Man Bear Pig.
I should have known better. You never cared about my birthday at all.
The jig is officially up when Butters returns home and spills the beans about Cartman's scheme. But instead of accepting defeat, Cartman goes on a rampage throughout Casa Bonita like a crackhead at Costco.
It's too late, fat ass. They'll be here in less than a minute.
Yeah! Less than a minute! Less than a minute!
Cramming every last attraction into a minute-long sprint before the police end up catching him.
You made an entire town panic. Now you're going to juvenile hall for a week. Was it worth it?
Totally.
And you know what else is totally not worth it? That time Cartman dragged the boys to Somalia for some high-seas adventure.
This is your pirate boat? Dude, what kind of pirates are you? Dude,
Can already tell this is going to be a very long episode. This one kicks off the way most South Park disasters do, with Cartman barging in uninvited, big ideas spilling from his even bigger mouth. He crashes lunch with the boys, pitching his latest fever dream about them all running away to Somalia and becoming pirates.
We can finally leave this crappy town and live the life we've all dreamed of! What are you talking about, dude? Haven't you assholes been watching the news? Pirating is back, my friends. Swashbuckling adventure on the high seas. The stuff we've all dreamed about, and it's all happening right here. Somalia.
As expected, Butters and a few others are drawn to the idea, and surprisingly also Kyle, who, let's just say, is a bit too supportive of Cartman's new escapade.
That is an awesome idea. You should totally go to Somalia.
Right, and wait a minute.
A shot at getting rid of Cartman? Alrighty! That's not gonna work. Cartman almost starts to piece the obvious danger puzzle together, at which point Kyle pulls one from Cartman's own playbook.
And why don't you want to go?
Cause, dude, I'm Jewish, and Jews can't be pirates.
So Cartman takes the bait and begins setting up a pirate recruitment drive.
And now for a special announcement. Hello there, mateys! Do you have a thirst for adventure on the high seas of life? Then join Captain Cartman's perfect pirate club. Arg!
By the time he's done making his rounds, his motley crew consists of Butters, no surprise there.
Congratulations on leaving your meaningless lives to become pirates.
Kevin, Clyde, and Gordon, though Gordon gets yeeted almost instantly because, well, Cartman hates gingers. And to round out the crew, because Kyle just had to tempt fate, his junior brother Ike comes aboard the adventure. The five of them make it to the airport, and like clockwork, they start sweating bullets, at which point Cartman rallies the troops with some grade A manipulation.
Do you really want to just go back to school, where people just make fun of you?
You mean you?
Yes! Do you really want to go back to that?
No, I'm sick of it.
The boys jet off to Somalia, no thanks to the brainless airport officials who somehow cleared 5 frackin' children to travel alone.
We be heading to Somalia, by way of Miami to Cairo. And take care you put us in an exit row, you landlubber.
I see.
So off to Somalia they go, only to step off the plane and find... Well, not the tropical paradise Cartman promised.
This is Somalia?
Where's all the waterfalls and shipwreck lagoons?
You might want to consult a geography textbook next time, but then again, Americans. Dab me up! We got Google for that. Anyway, despite the setback, and I may be understating that, Cartman stays delusional and leads the crew to the local pirate bar, ignoring warnings because when has he ever listened to anything, ever?
Thank you.
They barge into the pirate den and one language barriered conversation later are taken as hostages by the pirates. Shocker. But as they say, one man's kidnapping is another kid's recruitment.
Yes, very nice.
I don't know, it's Cartman. To him, the pirates are now his new crew members.
All right, me hearties, keep your eyes open for boats to plunder.
The first ship on the horizon turns out to be a French vessel. The pirates approach it to ransom the kids, and a few minutes later, they're 5,000 euros richer. Cartman and the crew, on the other hand, are now safe on the French ship, and if you're quite familiar with Cartman's delusions, you know the story is far from over.
Quiet, you sons of biscuit eaters! Boat is now pirate property! That's it, get in there, you swarmy dogs!
Scoundrel, vous le paierez cher!
That's good, now bring her around topside! Now that's a pirate ship.
Meanwhile, back in South Park, Kyle's having a blissful Cartman-free week until his parents discover Ike's disappearance. One read of Ike's goodbye note and Kyle's problem-solved moment quickly turns into a what have I done?
I'm going to Somalia to be a pirate? Oh,
So he laces up his boots and heads to Mogadishu to save his brother, where Captain Cartman, thanks to his recent antics and some fairly convenient translation issues, is now the Pirate King of Somalia.
Somalian pirates be.
Tricky laddie-doo, we'll shoot you in the face with glee.
Luffy should have hit him up. Apparently it's not so hard. So of course we get a sea shanty, because why not?
We left our homes and we left our mothers. We'll cut off your ears and make you drink our pee.
Catchy, horrifying, and 100% on brand. Kyle arrives moments later. And if you guess that Cartman makes him walk the plank, then you might be pirate material after all. Or you just know this character.
Walk the plank, you scurvy dog! Cartman, knock it off! Captain Cartman, you Jew swaggo!
Luckily for Kyle, Ike and Butters were having some sense talked into them by one of the pirates who made them see just how blessed their lives in America were.
My father was killed trying to find food for us. I don't want to be a pirate. I don't see how anybody would.
And so they come rushing down to put a stop to Cartman's madness, only he's not exactly keen on giving up power.
Is there any question who's in charge?
Before any of them can even breathe, all the pirates drop to the floor thanks to good old Uncle Sam. Can't say we didn't see that one coming. But what I definitely didn't see coming was the entirety of Crack Baby Athletic Association. To call this episode unhinged would be putting it mildly. I mean, just look at this.
Donald's French fries and KFC gravy. The French call this poutine.
Yep, just him and Kyle chilling in a gravy hot tub. But you're wondering how it came to this, and where you can get your hands on one of them. Well, luckily, today's video is sponsored by Gravy Hot Tub. So Stan and Kyle are enjoying a Cartman-free day in front of the TV, watching their favorite show, Terrence and Phillip. A few fart-heavy scenes later, and the episode pauses for the mid-show commercials. Only it's not some sleazy salesman trying to sell them stuff, but a Sarah McLachlan speech about crack babies.
It's that super sad Sarah McLachlan commercial. Dude, this is the saddest commercial ever. Don't watch.
And yet, Kyle watches, because we all do. And like clockwork, he's guilt-tripped into volunteering at the local hospital, and it is there he meets the star of today's video, Eric Theodore Cartman.
What are you doing here? I'm volunteering my time, Cal.
Has been here every day for the past 2 weeks, bless his heart.
We all know the only things Cartman has ever blessed are his wallet and stomach. Kyle decides to investigate further, and after following Cartman out of the hospital and into a shady building, stumbles upon his little operation consisting of him, Butters, Clyde, and Craig, with the biggest shock of all being the nature of the operation itself.
All right, what is it? Crack baby basketball.
Dude, and it gets even worse when you hear the details, because it involves taking crack-addicted babies, giving them a ball stuffed with crack, and live streaming their games for profit. If there was ever a time for Kyle to be singing like a canary, this was definitely it. However, he begins to have different ideas when he hears the numbers involved.
We made $1,000 in 11 days. You what?
After all the depraved, insane ideas this fricker has had, this is the one you choose to co-sign, Kyle? But hey, who can say no to some sweet, sweet pocket money? Certainly not them. We get a Wall Street-esque montage with the loud music, endless bacon, and Cartman trying to sell Kyle the idea.
Started with 2 crack babies and a camera. We've built up to 1,000 hits a day.
His pitch works. Kyle becomes the company's accountant because we all have to live one stereotype, right?
Somebody's got to eat all that bacon, Cal. Might as well be us. Welcome to the firm.
And so, for the first time in, well, forever, all the pieces of Cartman's scheme has fallen into place, along with all the people around him. Except for Stan, of course, who pretty much just leaves them all to whatever madness they're up to. And normally, that's well and fine for Cartman. But not for Kyle, who, let's just say, cares very much for what Stan thinks.
We're not the ones that made them crack babies. That's their mom's goddamn fault.
I'm sure that's what Cartman would say, too.
I do not sound like Cartman, goddammit!
And that, my friends, is why you do not stare into the abyss for too long. After several failed attempts at reconciling the obvious moral vacuum in their operation, Kyle begins to pitch several ideas on how to fix that, including using some of the profits to build an orphanage for the crack babies. How considerate.
I've designed it to be the best place for them to live. A place where they can have care and happiness. And if you think it's a bad idea, I really don't care.
And to his own surprise, Cartman agrees, because where Kyle sees goodwill, Cartman sees PR and a whole factory for crack babies. But their entire plan, including the orphanage, still rests on them bagging the EA deal. The deal with EA Sports goes through, but in true corporate fashion, they completely screw over the kids.
We were gonna build an orphanage so the crack babies have somewhere to go.
Well, welcome, and you too. I'm pissing your faces.
And just like that, the Crack Baby Association is dead in the water. But then, in a bizarre twist, the orphanage actually gets built thanks to Slash of Guns N' Roses.
No way.
Very long story, so let's just leave it at that, but at least we learned one thing here. Cartman's schemes may be evil, but at least they're never dull. Still riding the wave of child exploitation, we gear up for what might actually be Cartman's most depraved venture to date.
You're gonna love these fetuses, Larry. They're top notch.
Believe me, that's even worse with the context. In Kenny Dies, Cartman's twisted climb to financial freedom starts with an overturned truck carrying stem cells harvested from unwanted fetuses.
This is to go to Alder's labs for stem cell research?
Not exactly what you hear every day, I know. So he stumbles upon this biological gold mine, and his first thought, of course, is to stash it away in his backyard. Naturally, he invites the boys over, hyping it up like he's about to announce the next tech startup.
Guess what I have sitting in my backyard? Better. A boat? Better. A trampoline? Better. Well, what, Cartman? 33 aborted fetuses.
But when he unveils his stash of fetuses and pitches his plan to flip them for profit, you can literally hear the tumbleweeds rolling around. Oh, look, I think there's one now. Now, keep in mind that at this point, they've pretty much seen it all with Cartman, but with the bar now seemingly finding new circles of hell, the boys as expected pretty much bail.
I don't need you assholes. I can sell these fetuses all on my own.
With the potential cure for cancer in his grubby little hands, Cartman goes to work cold calling research centers like he's pitching used cars.
I'm currently in possession of some aborted fetuses I'm looking to unload. How much do you pay? Come on, I got a guy in Cleveland who's gonna give me $80 a pound right now.
He actually lands a buyer because of course he does.
All right, we got a deal. Damn, I'm good.
But just as he's about to cash in, he's blindsided by a new law banning stem cell research.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but we can't buy those from you now.
What? We made a deal, Gary. I brought them all the way down here, I-80.
Congress 1, Cartman 0. Meanwhile, Stan and Kenny are at school like, regular kids, at which point they're pulled into the principal's office, like regular kids.
Stan and Kyle, principal needs to see you in her office.
Principal, oh, come on.
And naturally, they imagine it has to do with Cartman's latest escapade, but instead, they're just hit with devastating news.
Your little friend Kenny went to the hospital last night. He's pretty sick.
Yeah, this bombshell kicks off a roller coaster of grief for Stan and Kyle as they head over to Cartman's house to fill him in. Cartman, meanwhile, now has a whole bunch of unsold merchandise, shall we call them that.
God damn it!
In between trying to hold a flash sale for them and Kenny's news, you can tell which one hit him harder.
They told us he has a muscular disease. He might die. Die? Don't you say that. Kenny's not gonna die.
Okay, so we got Cartman's fetus business, Kenny's terminal disease, and Stan's denial. There's a lot going on in this episode. So the three boys visit Kenny in the hospital where they finally confirm for themselves the bitter truth.
Hey, look who has some visitors. Ooh, what a lucky little man.
At this point, Stan runs out of the room, causing Kyle to chase after him, leaving Cartman alone with Kenny. And in a rare moment of vulnerability, he tells Kenny that he's always considered him his best friend.
I don't know if I ever told you this, Kenny, but I kind of always thought you were my best friend.
Probably because Stan and Kyle are a package deal, and promises to find a cure. They then bolt out of the room to cry, at which point a returning Kyle spots him.
Cartman? Oh, Kyle. Hey, what's going down, Jew boy?
Cartman's still Cartman, alright. Inspired to save Kenny, Cartman dives into stem cell science. Turns out those magic cells can replicate and repair damaged tissue. Exactly what Kenny needs.
If a little boy was dying from a muscular disease, stem cells could become new muscle tissue.
That's the theory.
Fueled by what might be his first ever noble intention, Cartman spearheads a campaign to lift the stem cell ban. But Congress? Yeah, no, they're not exactly known for being moved by heartfelt pleas, so Cartman ups the ante.
Do you remember when we used to dance? And incidents arose from circumstance. It was the heat of the moment. What your heart meant.
And you come all this way, and you really just start to think to yourself, man, it's really admirable how far that he goes for Kenny here. When the ban is finally lifted, Cartman wastes no time getting back to work, which in his world includes harassing pregnant women into donating. Old habits die hard.
Now that the ban on stem cell research has been lifted, we can sell your fetus to companies like Alder Lab.
Unfortunately, it's too little too late. Kenny actually passes away, leaving the town to mourn at his funeral.
Oh no.
And as the service is going on, Cartman bursts in with news of a miracle. The boys rush outside thinking it has to do with Kenny, only to find...
What, Cartman? What's happened? I put the stem cells from all the fetuses I had next to Shaggy's, replicating a new Shaggy's.
So all that running around and rallying for Kenny was all for his very own pizza place. Evil? Certainly. Cartman? Definitely. And if you thought his profiting off of Kenny's death was a one-time thing, then I raise you none other than best friends forever.
We'll see about this, you freaking Jew. I'm gonna get that feeding tube removed if I have to go all the way to the Supreme Court.
Translation, it's time for Kenny to go. So the saga begins with Cartman kicking down his mom's door at the crack of dawn. Why? The PSP is dropping and Cartman needs to get it first for bragging rights.
Sony PSP game machine goes on sale at 7 a.m. today. I have to be the first to get one.
After dragging his half-conscious mom to Luav's toys, he's greeted by the worst-case scenario.
What the hell?
See, that's why I switched to PC. So Cartman spots Kenny in front, and like a good friend or a leech, he wiggles his way to Kenny's side, hoping to cut in line.
I just sort of game.
And if you have any experience lining up like that, you know it lasted about 2 seconds before he was booted to the back of the line.
Hey, Paul, what do you think you're doing?
There's no saving places. Get to the back or we'll beat your face in.
And as if Cartman's day couldn't get any worse, the PSPs sell out before his turn. Kenny, on the other hand, has one, along with a game called Heaven vs. Hell, which is somehow addictive enough to make Kenny ignore 2 very large distractions walking by. Let's go! Gamers! But of course, there's only so long you can go without paying attention to your surroundings, and just as Kenny is mid-emote celebrating reaching level 60, the Ice Cream Man comes out to play.
Woohoo! I did it!
Level 4, sweet!
So Kenny dies again, and he's whisked off to heaven, where, check this out, God is a gamer himself and was behind the whole PSP thing.
To determine who on Earth had the best skills to defeat the armies of Satan. The Sony PSP was built by God.
And as it turns out, heaven needed a new head gamer to lead their army against hell, and Kenny's been handpicked for the job. So of course he had to be run over by a truck, because how else is a boy supposed to die painlessly? Sarcasm, by the way. Back in the land of the living, Stan, Kyle, and a green with envy Cartman are summoned to Kenny's attorney's office, where Kenny's death is announced. Cue the collective indifference, because again, this isn't Kenny's first rodeo with death. Only this time he's left them with a little something.
In the highly likely event of my death, I wish to leave all my belongings to my good friends Stan and Kyle.
As for Cartman, well, he finally gets what he's been envious about throughout the whole episode, that being Kenny's new PSP.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah, baby!
Out of pity, I might add. Of course, he becomes the most animated person in the room, but just before his devious sausage fingers can get a hold of the PSP, someone comes in with a special announcement.
He's alive! Kenny McCormick! He's alive at the hospital!
Oh my god!
Yeah. Cartman joins Stan and Kyle at the hospital where they discover that Kenny is in a vegetative state. Kenny's father is conflicted over whether Kenny would prefer to remain hooked to the machine or not, and since the will from earlier is missing the last page that outlines all that,
I don't know if it's right to keep Kenny alive on that machine.
No one can say for sure what Kenny would want, except for Cartman, of course.
Oh, I just remembered. Kenny told me this one time that he wouldn't want to be kept alive by a feeding tube.
Yet no one's buying that! Least of all Stan and Kyle, who push back against Cartman's lies. And so he decides to move on to phase 2 of his plan. He digs up a totally legitimate BFF medallion, claiming it makes him Kenny's ultimate decision maker.
Kenny and I have been BFF since first grade. Here, look. Kenny has the other half of this BFF necklace. I believe you all know what that means.
And since this is the same Supreme Court that gave the green light to nuke Imagination Land, Cartman got his victory. Feeding tube out. PSP back in his grubby little hands, all in a day's work.
afraid I've been given a court order to remove Kenny's feeding tube.
Meanwhile, the rest of the town, Stan, Kyle, Kenny's parents, and a hodgepodge of protesters are busy waging a full-on media war to save Kenny, and at the same time,
Don't kill Kenny! You bastard! Don't kill Kenny! You bastard!
Cartman's rallying his own army. Not of angels, but of best friends forever truthers.
We all have BFFs. BFF is the highest legal authority.
That's right. Respect our authority.
The chaos climaxes the live TV showdown at Kenny's bedside, but just as the crowd's about to riot, Kenny's lawyer shows up with the missing page of his will.
If I should ever be in a vegetative state, please don't ever show me in that condition on national television.
Yep. Alrighty. Awkward silence ensues, and for the first time in the episode, everyone, even Cartman, just freaking backs off. Kenny finally dies again, heads back to heaven, and saves the day. Cartman gets his PSP, Stan and Kyle are scarred for life, and the world just keeps on spinning. Now, not all of Kyle's evil schemes revolve around material possessions, as we see in Season 8, Episode 3, The Passion of the Jew. I think it's better we don't translate that one, but let's just say it doesn't bode too well for Kyle here. So it's another day in South Park, and the boys are doing what boys do, role-playing in Cartman's mom's shiny new minivan. Naturally, Cartman self-appoints himself captain of chaos and immediately sets his sights on Kyle, labeling him a Vulcan Jew.
Shut up about Jews, fat ass. You don't know anything.
Kyle and Cartman, as you'd expect, quickly get into a war of words, at which point Cartman references his latest obsession, The Passion of the Christ, a movie which he's apparently seen 34 times. Yes, 34.
I saw Mel Gibson's movie The Passion. Says in the movie, Jews are the devil. I've seen The Passion 34 times now, Kyle.
And has convinced them once and for all that Jews are the root of all evil. So they continue to argue, at which point Stan and Kenny decide that they've had enough and bail. But before Kyle can join them, Cartman drops a challenge.
If you're not scared of The Passion, then go see it. Go see it and tell me I'm wrong.
And because Kyle's not one to back down, he does. He goes to see the movie, hoping to shut Cartman up. But instead of finding enlightenment, Kyle's hit with, well, 2 hours of blood, screams, and more blood. Kyle leaves the theater a broken shell of himself, questioning his entire existence.
How? How could the Jews do that to Jesus?
And the most un-Kyle-like thing imaginable, he shows up at Cartman's house and utters the 3 words no one should ever say to Eric Cartman.
You were right.
Cartman, now drunk off of validation, cranks his God complex up to 11. He prays to a photo of Mel Gibson, dons a Nazi uniform, and rallies a group of equally clueless Passion fans in his backyard. And by clueless, I mean these people think Cartman's broken German is Aramaic from the movie.
Wir müssen die Juden ausrotten!
What does that mean, dear?
Oh, I think it's Aramaic. You know, like in the movie.
Meanwhile, Kyle's guilt spirals out of control. He's haunted by nightmares of crucifying Jesus. So he seeks advice from Father Maxie, who suggests atonement. And what does Kyle do with this advice? Well, he proposes the Jewish community apologize for killing Jesus.
The Jewish community needs to apologize for the death of Jesus.
What?
Back in Cartman's corner with his little army, they march down to the local synagogue right as the Jewish community is in mid-meltdown, essentially. A few PTSDs later, and the entire synagogue is marching straight down to the local theater. In the meantime, Stan and Kenny, who decided to watch the movie and hated it, decide to travel all the way to Malibu to get a refund from Mel Gibson himself. And since we're in the realm of cartoon-level lunacy, our favorite director is missing a few screws.
This means war!
I don't have a comment for this one. Back in South Park, Cartman's parade of delusion collides headfirst with the Jewish community's counter-march. It's a mess of bad translations, misplaced morality, and awkward showdowns.
That's right!
Just when things are about to boil over, Stan and Kenny burst onto the scene with Mel Gibson literally chasing them all the way back to town. And since Gibson clearly belongs in a straitjacket here, he ends up driving like he's already in one, crashing his gas truck into the theater. Honestly, at this point, just throw in Optimus Prime and call it a day. He is Jewish, after all.
Optimus Prime? He's Jewish?
In the end, Stan delivers a mic drop moment, reminding everyone that Christianity is about following Jesus' teachings, understanding the impact of why he died.
You should follow what Jesus taught instead of how he got killed.
This truth bomb pops Cartman's fascist fantasy bubble and snaps Kyle out of his guilt trip. Cartman, defeated but still as delusional as ever, tries to salvage his plan, only to be humiliated one last time by Mel Gibson. Don't you just love a happy ending? So move on from one hate-filled crusade to another hate-filled crusade, brought to you once again by Eric Theodore Cartman. And now he's a ginger. So Cartman's transformation in Ginger Kids kicks off with him standing in front of the class, giving what he thinks is a groundbreaking TED Talk.
My speech is entitled Ginger Kids, children with red hair, light skin, and freckles.
Only instead of inspiring innovation, he's busy spewing some of the most unhinged nonsense South Park Elementary has ever heard.
This disease is called gingivitis, and it occurs because ginger kids have no souls.
So Ginger Kids, according to Cartman, are creepy, soulless creatures cursed with a disease, and just to really sell it, he throws in comparisons to vampires complete with visuals that make a flat earther blush. And surprise, surprise, the whole classroom buys it, except for Kyle, of course.
That's not true, fat ass. I have red hair, and I don't have to avoid the sun. I was getting to that if you'll let me.
And by that he means making Kyle the face of daywalkers. So it's left to Kyle to once again wrestle the school from Cartman's maniacal grip, and so he promises to come to school the next day with a complete counter presentation, and it turns out to be a solid effort.
A child's red hair is not determined by the lack of a soul, but by the melanins which control the pigment in all of our skin.
But let's just say that Cartman at this point had the whole class in a chokehold.
Ginger kids are evil. Do you know who was Ginger? Judas. And what did Judas do? Oh, he just got Jesus killed, that's all.
I mean, with a delivery like that, you might as well just start sharpening the pitchforks. And so it doesn't take long for the school to go all apartheid as Token, Craig, and the gang start shoving a ginger kid into the hallway to eat his lunch alone.
Can't eat in the cafeteria.
How come? Ginger kids eat in the hallway.
Seeing how Cartman's speech has now become the gospel truth, Kyle decides to go on an obscure route to teach him a lesson. That night, the boys break into Cartman's house, knock him out cold.
Dude, okay, he's out. Kyle, that's good.
And yeah, maybe a bit too overzealous there, but once he's out, they give him the makeover of his nightmares. When he wakes up the next morning, it's Ginger Cartman staring back at him in the mirror. Red hair, pale skin, freckles, the whole cursed package.
So I'm gonna stay like this forever?
I'm sorry, son.
For a moment, you think, maybe this'll humble him, as the kids at school all begin to shun him.
You're not supposed to be in the cafeteria. You know the rule. No ginger kids in the cafeteria.
At which point, Cartman's brain does what it does best, pivots from victim to villain. He decides that if society hates gingers, the problem isn't him, it's society. And what do you do in the face of such oppression? Well, you start a ginger separatist movement.
A rapidly growing organization called the Ginger Separatist Movement is furious that the lead role of Annie is being played by a girl who isn't actually red-haired and freckled.
And they make the local news. By the way, their concern is pretty valid. Only they decide to go about making their voices heard the Cartman way by jumping the girl in question. It doesn't take long for Cartman to roll out his usual Nazi rhetoric and begin preaching the gingers are the chosen race.
Gingers are the chosen people, and we must view the rest of the world dark-skinned rats that they are.
Thank goodness he wasn't born in 1933. After that, Cartman orders his ginger army to kidnap South Park's non-ginger kids and plans a mass sacrifice in a Hilton banquet hall with a lava pit centerpiece. Sounds like a mouthful. It is a mouthful, and honestly, the plan is very much Eric Cartman. Kyle, Stan, and Kenny, meanwhile, are planning to flip the script on Cartman one more time, just for laughs, by removing all the dye and makeup while he's asleep. But just as they step out into the streets that night, they're abducted and tied up alongside the other kids who now await Cartman's fiery judgment.
My fellow gingers, the day of reckoning is finally upon us! Cartman? Oh, Jesus, I should have known.
With the preparations all set, Cartman decides that the first person to be thrown into the pit is none other than the Daywalker, because the only thing worse than a non-ginger is a half-ginger. But we all know he means something else. Just as Kyle is about to be tossed into the lava, he asks for one last audience with Cartman in private, at which point he drops the ultimate truth bomb. Cartman is not actually ginger. Which of course causes him to do a sleek 180 with a new epiphany about peace and unity.
Oh my God, you guys, I just realized something. If we go and exterminate everyone who isn't ginger, we're no better than they were for thinking less of us.
He convinces the gingers to let everyone go, breaking into a Kumbaya-style song just to seal the deal. And while everyone's singing hands in hand, Kyle whispers what we're all thinking.
You are such a manipulative asshole, Cartman. Yes, but I'm not going to die.
And that's all that matters. Now, of course, most of Cartman's schemes hover around the citywide threat level, but there are times when our boy decided to take it global.
And if you team up with the most evil thing in the universe, then clearly you are the bad guy. No, because it's for the greater good, like when Superman teamed up with Lex Luthor.
In Coon vs. Coon and Friends, Cartman takes his brand of chaotic evil to the next level by teaming up with the literal cosmic horror Cthulhu to reshape the world in his own twisted image. It all kicks off with Coon and friends hanging out in their super secret base, also known as Cartman's Garage.
Dude, I'm sorry, but we still aren't getting it. Half man and half berry? Right!
This superhero squad includes almost every kid from South Park Elementary, minus Cartman, who got kicked out for being too much of a dictator.
So, what's going on? Go away, Cartman. We kicked you out of Coon and Friends, remember?
I mean, from the name of the group, you could have already guessed that. So naturally, the Coon decides to exact revenge, and what's a petty, power-hungry, raccoon-suited maniac to do? Join forces with the group's ultimate nemesis, Cthulhu.
The Coon teamed up with Cthulhu. Even Cthulhu knows what evil assholes Kyle and Stan and those guys are. Uncaring, phasing.
So he pulls up on the group during their meeting and convinces them to step outside so they can see a double rainbow. Basically, nature's equivalent of a clickbait thumbnail. But when the gang steps out, they're faced with Cthulhu itself.
What are you doing? He's going to help me get rid of you guys. Together we can make the world a better place.
Cartman, never the egomaniac in a raccoon suit, has Cthulhu banish his former allies into another dimension. Leaving the ancient god to do what ancient gods do best, unleash chaos. South Park has become ground zero for Cthulhu's rampage, but Cartman has a very specific hit list. Hippie festivals, Whole Foods markets, and his arch nemesis Justin Bieber.
Hippies, call you. So long, Justin Bieber, you little...
Meanwhile, in the dark dimension, Kenny, aka Mysterion, does what he does best, dies.
Ow, that hurts. Ugh.
And he respawns at his home and hits up Henrietta, the female goth's house, to find out more about Cthulhu.
The only thing that can destroy an immortal is another immortal.
There he learns from them, via their copy of a book called the Necronomicon, that Cthulhu is an old god from outer space and an immortal who can only be killed by another immortal. And so normally that means that only Mysterion can defeat Cthulhu. He challenges Cthulhu and the Coon alongside Mintberry Crunch, who by the way is a part of the Coon and Friends but bailed when Cthulhu first appeared. But hey, better late than never.
You are the bad guy, fat boy. I'm going around making the world a better place. You're making it a better place for you. Right, that's what superheroes do.
I mean, he does have a point.
After that, Mysterion and Cthulhu clash, only it's not your typical Superman versus Doomsday, as this Superman actually has a death wish. Mysterion, ever the emo superhero, tries to convince Cthulhu to kill him and end his immortality curse, but not before getting the rest of the gang released. And just when you think things couldn't get any weirder, Lamal from Kaja Gugu pops up out of nowhere, claiming Mintberry Crunch is the chosen one.
Use your power, son. Save Earth. Dabla-goo.
Look guys, this is superhero stuff, you have no right to be confused about it. Mintberry Crunch flies in to save the day with the power of minty berries. Apparently cosmic horrors are no match for low-calorie superhero snacks. The episode wraps up with Cartman locked up with Butters, aka Professor Chaos, Mintberry Crunch soaring off into the sunset, and Mysterion respawning yet again, because what's life if not one big cosmic joke when Cartman's involved? So remember earlier when I mentioned Scott Tenorman and said I didn't want to touch that mess? Well, I have no choice now, because our next episode, Scott Tenorman Must Die, is the episode that pretty much inspired this whole list.
That does it. I'm going to get Scott Tenorman once and for all.
Captain to viewers, this is your last chance to get off of Flight 112, because from here we're heading to the abyss. We're going straight in! It begins with Cartman in all of his delusional glory, strutting around bragging about hitting puberty because he's got pubes, which he purchased from a 9th grader called Scott Tenorman for $10.
What the hell are you so happy about, fat ass? Oh, nothing. No big deal, really. It seems that I am the first one of us to reach manhood.
When Stan and Kyle drop the truth bomb that growing your own is kind of the point, Cartman's brain starts to piece together the scam.
You're telling me these pubes are worth nothing? Yeah, I'm gonna get that son of a...
So off he goes to Scott's house, demanding a refund, where he finds Scott and his friends laughing about the whole matter.
I've come to return these pubes that I purchased.
I don't take returns.
I didn't realize when I bought these pubes from you that you were full of I can go tell my mom on you.
After being clowned on and physically outmatched, Cartman slinks away, stewing in humiliation. The next day he tries again. This time Cartman channels his inner IRS agent to intimidate Scott.
My name is Chris Christopherson. I'm with the IRS.
You're not from the IRS. You glued my pubes onto your face.
Tax evasion is a very serious offense, sir.
But Scott, being a 9th grade Machiavelli, turns the tables with an impromptu math lesson.
Give me the $6, and then I'll give you the 20.
Okay.
Now, give me the pubes, and then give me the 20, And I'll give you the pubes.
Sweet. Ah, god damn it!
And that, kids, is why you pay attention in math class, or at least don't skip basic grifting 101. With his money lost now up to $16.12, Cartman is out for blood. From there, it's just a masterclass in failure. First, Cartman's sent on a wild goose chase to Fort Collins for a fake pube fair, again dumb as bricks.
Give me back my pubes.
Why do you want them back so much?
The pube fair in Fort Collins. They're paying $5 a hair for pubes.
$5 a hair? That's like $1 million.
Here, take your money.
I'm going to Fort Collins myself.
No!
Haha, sure you are, Scott. Haha, what a stupid asshole. $1 million. Can you tell me where the pube fair is?
There's no such thing, you little smartass.
No such thing.
Oh, I think this is for you.
Then he humiliates himself further by begging Scott for his money in the rain.
I'm a little piggy, here's my snack. Oink, oink, oink.
Did Cartman really think this was going to get him anywhere? Scott responds by burning the money right in front of him.
No. Why?
If Cartman had an ounce of humanity left, it was vaporized in that fire. What follows is a spiral into vengeance so twisted, even soap opera villains are taking notes. Cartman's revenge starts small by his standards, with a plan to train a pony to bite off Scott's manhood.
If we find a pony, we can train it to bite off Scott Tenorman's wiener.
But it fails miserably as the horse prefers to lick the carrots.
Now bite it off! Bite off the wiener! Get Pony! Oh no, Pony, he'll like that!
Undeterred, Cartman switches to plan B, exploiting Scott's love for Radiohead.
Scott Tenorman is totally not cool.
Wow, that really sucks for you, Scott.
And if you guess that Scott is on stage playing his own tape, then it's safe to say you know what tape he's about to play. Turns out Oink Oink Cartman is such a hit the whole town begins dying of laughter.
Oh my god, he killed Kenny!
This, of course, pretty much sends Cartman into malfunction mode, and if you thought regular Cartman was a menace, ho ho ho, wait until you see this new version.
Yes, it is the most genius plan ever. Scott Tenorman is going to wish he never met me!
And now we dance with the devil. With Radiohead supposedly coming to town because Scott has cancer in his ass.
Scott is 15, and I'm afraid he has cancer in his ass.
The stage is set for the ultimate showdown. Cartman pulls together a chili cook-off, naming Scott as the guest of honor.
Hey.
Hello, Scott. I was just stopping by to invite you to my ChiliCon carnival.
Naturally, Scott's not showing up empty-handed. He's cooking up his own masterstroke, literally. His plan? Lace Cartman's chili with the pubic hair from every kid in town. Because clearly, Scott has a unique fixation on pubes.
You bring the goods? There's pubes from just about every kid in town in here.
But before the big day, Stan and Kyle, staunch members of the Anti-Cartman League, drop a dime to Scott. They warn him of Cartman's latest harebrained scheme to train a pony to chow down on his tender bits.
Eric Cartman, the fourth grader, into getting your wiener bitten off by a pony that lives at Denkin's Ranch.
So Scott, taking this as a cue, convinces his parents to whisk the poor pony off to an animal shelter, effectively neutering Cartman's plan. Pun intended.
Your mom and I can go get the pony and have it taken to an animal shelter.
Fast forward to the cook-off, Scott arrives ready to serve up humiliation, but Cart ambushes him, insisting that he be a tasting judge, and the two kids go to the judging table.
All right, I guess we should taste each other's chili, huh?
Oh, this chili looks pretty good. Here's mine.
And so it looks like once again, Cartman has played himself into a corner, only this time around, he's one step ahead of Scott.
Ah, this is really good, Scott.
Now that you're almost finished, I have something to tell you.
You mean about how you put pubes in your chili?
What?
At which point, Cartman reveals these planned things all along, right from knowing that Kyle and Stan would snitch on him. And so he'd switch Scott's chili for a regular chili from Chef.
Yes, I'm afraid this isn't your chili, Scott. I switched it with Chef.
Which just begs the question at this point, what has Scott been wolfing down?
I assumed that they would tell you that I had trained Denkin's pony to bite off your wiener. Denkins is a crazy redneck who shoots trespassers on sight.
So the rest of the plan is too intricate to explain in one go, so let's just cut to the big reveal.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I made you eat your parents. Nya, 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 nya.
Cartman had Scott Tenorman's family killed, made into chili, only for him to eat it over $16. And just to sprinkle some extra salt in this already gaping, unrecoverable wound, Radiohead finally shows up, only to call Scott a loser and send him into a fresh wave of tears.
Come on, guys, let's go. This kid is totally not cool.
Little crybaby.
He cries even further, and Cartman drinks it all up, leaving us with one final lesson at the end of the episode.
I think it might be best for us to never piss Cartman off again. Good call.
So it's safe to say that no matter where you stand with Cartman, there's a chance that his evil schemes are more than any of us could ever handle. Nobody does it like South Park. In fact, here's what happened to every show that tried to copy South Park. There are 4 shows that have been accused of ripping off South Park. Sometimes these shows took little things like character designs and animation style.
Fix your part elephant. I heard it was a no wiper.
While others just straight up stole the whole thing. Today, we'll be comparing these shows to South Park and seeing where they are today. Starting with the most blatant copycat, Block 13, which follows the lives of Hamoud, Azuz, Salum, Honey, and Abud as they go off on wacky and wild misadventures. Now, okay, right off the bat, I think it's pretty obvious just how similar the animation style is to South Park's. From the oversized eyes to the head bobbing when characters talk, it's almost an exact replica of how South Park's characters move and act. Speaking of the characters, you might have noticed by now that the main cast of Block 13 is pretty much a one-to-one palette by South Park's infamous quartet. Eric Cartman is Abud, Hamoud is Stan, Azuz is Kyle, and as for Kenny... yeah, they couldn't have made that one any more obvious. But it's not just the main group of boys that got copied over. Mr. Sully is a dead ringer for Mr. Garrison, and he prominently features in the series' first episode, The Cheat Sheet. All we need now is an Arabic and Mr. Hat. The episode revolves around the boys trying to do well on their exams by any means necessary, and it's here where we see the one key difference that separates this show from South Park: the writing. Whereas the latter prides itself on shocking audiences with its depictions of crude humor, Block 13 doesn't get much crazier than outbursts like this. As it turns out, this is entirely intentional on the creator's part. After South Park was banned in Kuwait for poking fun at Islam, the series creator, Nawaf Salim Al-Shamari, created Block 13 as a fun, family-friendly alternative for all ages to enjoy. I know that family-friendly and South Park normally don't go in the same sentence, but that's what they accomplished with Block 13. So what happened with the series? Well, as the first animated TV series to be produced in the Arab states of the Persian Gulf, it had a decent runtime of 3 seasons and 46 episodes before it was finally canceled. But then in 2020, Kuwait Television re-aired the series for Ramadan. And ever since then, the show's been getting a rerun every Ramadan. In fact, the show was so successful that it inspired its own spin-off, titled Katoda and Kalub, released during the Ramadan of 2003. There was even a full-on reboot of the series called 13th Street in 2022. That's still airing today on VO and Dubai TV. Although, if it's all the same to everyone here, I think I'll just stick to the original, personally. Not bad for a blatant South Park ripoff, though. The same can't be said for this next copycat, Fairview, a series by R.J. Freed that tried to satirize national political issues and their effects on small-town America. Tried is the key word here, because oh boy, is it garbo!
Glenn's rolling around. This must be good.
Like, really garbo. The animation style is similar to that of South Park's in terms of the way the characters bobbing up and down when moving, but the creators made the bizarre decision to give them weirdly over-stylized faces compared to the rest of their bodies. Seriously, it looks like a Snapchat Bitmoji got slapped onto the body of a Nintendo Mii character, and I hate it.
And I would like you to politely eat my ass.
But that's just my opinion. If you like terrible designs, that's on you.
While there's no obvious one-to-one knockoffs of South Park characters like there was in Block 13, Fairview definitely drew some inspiration to make their own main cast of 4 awful characters like Glenn Michaels, a loudmouth finance bro who probably sniffs his own farts.
What the f are you talking about?
Kind of like everyone's favorite Eric Cartman, minus the finance stuff. Or Kelly Sampson, the town mayor who sometimes tries to be the straight woman to her idiotic cohorts.
I'll just politely tell him to tell everyone that the party is off.
Which is exactly the sort of role that Stan Marsh plays for his crew. Fairview tries its hardest to match South Park and the writing department in terms of the crudeness and their humor, which we can see in their pilot episode, COVID Party, that revolves around Mayor Kelly and the gang throwing a massive Super Bowl party despite the COVID-19 pandemic.
Let's party.
But while South Park's early seasons were actually clever in the way they sprinkled their humor throughout each episode, most of the time, Fairview's attempts at humor are literally just the writers preaching to the audience about how morally righteous they are. Like this, for example.
Corporation has more contempt for human life. The manager counts blinking as unpaid vacation time.
Haha, big corporation, bad. Hilarious and original. Between the bad animation and unlikable cast of characters, also the painfully cringeworthy writing, it's really no surprise the Fairview aired for all of 8 episodes on Comedy Central and never even came close to getting the green light for a second season.
Thought you learned your lesson about his advice after you treated your bronchitis by filleting a horse.
Peak comedy, ladies and gents. Critics universally panned the series as a tasteless mockery of small-town America and an example of a show where the showrunners are already kind of burned out and grabbing ideas from whatever's on the news. And considering their COVID episode aired in 2022, literal years after the actual pandemic, that's a generous critique at best.
50 COVID patients, and I've started treating them in the refrigerated.
Like, at least when South Park tackles topical subjects, they do it in clever ways and, are actually kind of funny. Oh, and speaking of cringy humor that's painfully dated, we get even more of that with this next show, A Little Bush, which takes place in an alternate reality where George Bush Sr. still is the United States president and George W. Bush is a kid attending elementary school with other kid versions of his real-life former staff. I'm not kidding. So if you can give it one thing for a rip-off, the animation style here strays a bit further away from the South Park aesthetic, but you can still recognize the same sort of scrunched-up, rounded figures that are used for the main casts in both shows. One thing you can't miss, though, is the fact that this show also has a main cast of 4 that share a lot of similarities with their South Park counterparts. Little George, for example, is the leader of his gang and is often the shot caller who makes decisions for the group without really considering the consequences.
Gang, let's Iraq and roll.
Which sounds an awful lot like Cartman. Man, this really didn't age well, huh? And then there's little Cheney, who kind of just growls incoherently instead of actually speaking. Which is almost a bang-on copy of Kenny, except for the ripping his shirt off part. That's just a Cheney thing. But I mean, hey, he's even wearing orange there. Like, they didn't even try to hide the Kenny resemblance. Why would they, really? And in case these clips don't make it obvious, Little Bush didn't shy away from the sort of nasty humor that South Park prided itself on, like their first episode, Iraq First Kiss, in which Little George takes his gang to Iraq to find the perfect Father's Day gift. We know what they say, you can't spell George Bush without gore. Where's Al when you need him? But it's safe to say that the show pretty much copied South Park's homework on how to put all sorts of trashy, crude humor on the screen. Man, they did Cheney dirty in this series. Dang it! Under the direction of showrunner Donna Carey, the series did a slightly better job at replicating South Park compared to the dumpster fire that was Fairview, which is how they ended up with a runtime of 2 seasons consisting of 17 episodes on Comedy Central. Yeah, you can see how low the bar was back then. Reviews were pretty mixed, with some claiming the show came far too late in Bush's presidency to be relevant. But others cited the series as a less bloody South Park, which proves just how good Carey was at replicating South Park's more popular brand of humor.
Never visit the First Lady parts anymore.
Oh, frick, where's the bleach? Ah! Found it! And just in time to review this 4th and final series, Legends of Chamberlain Heights, which focuses on 3 teenagers. See, it's different. Jamal, Milk, and Grover, and their quest to become legends of their high school.
Damn, man. This is boringer than a mother.
But unfortunately, they're the bench warmers of their basketball team. Relatable. And they got a few ways to go before actually becoming legends in their own right. Much like Little Bush, the animation style here is pretty distinct from South Park's, but if there's one thing in common, it's the frame rate. South Park's episodes are animated at 24 frames a second, and it doesn't take long to see that this series took a page from that as well.
Your team got stretch marks and Harry Bush.
Oh, frick, I'm gonna run out of bleach at this rate, man. I need to cut out my eye. Now, of course, copying frame rates isn't like, oh, how dare you? Oh, they're a blatant ripoff of South Park. Give me a second to clean out the bleach. Unlike the other shows we've covered so far, Legends of Chamberlain Heights only features a main group of 3, but it doesn't take a genius to draw some more similarities between them and their counterparts in South Park. I just said counterparts. Frick, man, I've had a long day. Take Milk, for example.
Shit, that's what I'm talking about, my...
The white boy who walks, talks, and acts black, which sounds almost exactly like Cartman. The dude literally had blackface in his own show, okay? Then there's Jamal, whose whole shtick is being overweight and talking in an obnoxious, high-pitched voice. I already took that. So if anything, he's copying me.
I'm gonna be like, take it, busy. Take it, boo. Let me get up in there.
Which, now that I think about it, also sounds a lot like Cartman. They must really like him in the series, huh? And then there's Grover, who's about as close to a Stan Marsh type of straight man that we get in this unholy trio.
Should we be taking a shower, Mike? I don't know.
Admittedly, the bar isn't very high. But as I'm sure you've guessed by now, this show spared no expense in copying all the crudeness of South Park's writing, although with maybe a fraction of the subtlety at best. We can see this right out of the gate in their first episode, Jamalies, where the guys try to concoct a drug in order to get access to the biggest party of the year.
Drugs.
Drugs, my dudes. I'm so hip with the kids. Look, guys, I can talk about banging.
And in case you still don't believe me that legend tackles South Park's brand of humor with the subtlety of a speeding freight train.
And I'ma call you Beyonce, because you finer than both them combined.
It's just so bad. It's just so fracking bad, man. No subtlety with these celebrity gags at all, even. Just like Little Bush, this series barely managed to squeeze out 2 seasons and 20 episodes worth of content on Comedy Central. You know, I'm starting to see a trend here between the quality of these shows and them being hosted on Comedy Central. But I can't quite put my finger on it.
Hey, my dude, I just busted 3 nuts in under a minute.
Surely it has nothing to do with the absolute garbage quality of all these knockoffs. In fact, the only time this show gained actual mainstream attention was for all of the wrong reasons. So for a bit of context, back in January of 2020, Kobe Bryant was tragically in a helicopter crash alongside his daughter and 7 other people. And in a wildly unfortunate coincidence.
Ooh! It's Kobe Bryant!
No shot. Yeah, no shocker. Also, the creators took the episode down right afterwards. If you stuck around long enough, then you've seen South Park make fun of a few celebrities so far. But what about the time they took on the President of the United States and had people asking if Donald Trump could sue South Park? This is Donald Trump in the newest South Park episode.
Why is my so small?
That's the size it is in the photo.
I'm gonna sue you!
And this is Deepfake Donald from the same episode.
Donald J. Trump. No matter how hot it gets, he's not afraid to fight for America.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I endorse this message.
Holy crap, somebody's getting sued. In fact, I'm going to go through the entire episode and count every lawsuit-worthy moment South Park cooked up here. And together, we're going to find out if Trump can actually sue them, starting naturally from the beginning of the episode. The episode kicks off with Cartman walking up and telling Alexa to switch on his favorite radio show, NPR. But what's this? The show isn't there anymore. It's been taken off the air.
Mom, something's wrong with my favorite show. It's NPR, National Public Radio, where all the liberals whine about stuff.
President canceled NPR.
What do you mean the president canceled NPR? That was like the funniest ever.
It's barely been a minute and you can already tell how topical this one's gonna be. So Cartman spends the rest of the morning upset and complaining that everything is worse now, and somehow that doesn't make him happy.
I don't know about you, but I'm worried about what this country's coming to. Seems like everybody's changing and suddenly woke stuff is off limits. Now everyone rips on the Jews and it's totally fine, huh, Cal? See? What's wrong with Cal? Everybody's given up.
Cartman doesn't feel like a special little menace if everybody's doing it, but he's still got some hope. There's one person in that school that never succumbed. PC Principal. And he just called an assembly to discuss the state of the country.
There's some bullcrap going on in this country.
Oh, here we go.
Now, I don't know about you, but I'm sick and tired of the way people are treated and mocked for being compassionate. There's only one thing that can bring some normalcy, and that is our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
What?
Well, that was a twist. PC Principal decides to start calling himself Power Christian Principal, or PC Principal for short. He isn't just there to discuss his life choices, though. No, he's got a special guest with him.
I'd like you all to put your hands together in welcoming Christ our Lord.
Hello, my children. I am the light.
Fellas, what the is going on?
So PC Principal brought Jesus into the school, both metaphorically and literally. No, seriously, he just kind of stands around in the hallway and stuff. Turns out it's not just there either. All around the country, Christianity is being put in the schools. As you can imagine, the parents of South Park aren't exactly jazzed about the new direction.
What the hell is this president doing? He doesn't even act like a Christian.
Told you this was all gonna be bad. A lot of you here voted for him.
Voted for him to get rid of all the woke stuff. Just putting money in his own pockets. I voted for him, but all I've seen him do is arrest and sue people.
We just gonna sit here and let him break every rule of freedom?
Come on, let's go get that son of a...
They start protesting and breaking into Mr. Garrison's house, ready to introduce him to the business end of the pitchfork. That's where we learn that Garrison isn't the president anymore. Nope, there's a different person in the White House now.
Why are you placing these new tariffs on Canada? What are you, some kind of dictator?
A dictator from the Middle East? I'm I'm just your average Joe. Take a rest.
And we've got our first potential lawsuit. This right here is South Park heavily, and I do mean heavily, implying that Donald Trump is a dictator. And I'm not talking about the line from the Canadian Prime Minister either. Trump is animated exactly like a fan-favorite South Park character, Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, man, I'm getting so hot. Let's...
The only thing that matters to you.
I love you.
I want to believe that.
So what do you say we shut off that light and get close, huh?
Believe me, the comparison's only going to get more explicit from here, and by that I mean, yes, it's going to get worse. Right now, in fact, because this is the next scene.
Hey, what the is this, better?
This is the painting you asked for.
Why is my so small?
That's the size it is in the photo.
I'm gonna sue you.
I know you can't see it because I like staying monetized, but that right there is a painting of Trump with the smallest pecker imaginable. So, yep, that's another lawsuit. And they do not let up on the Wang jokes, by the way. We get another one of this next homage to the South Park movie I showed earlier.
Hey, relax. I've been working hard all day.
You haven't been working, you've been doing your stupid memes.
Ah, come on, Satan. You know you can't resist.
I can't even see anything.
Hey, I'll sue you.
Trump is in bed with Satan. Yeah, the Saddam Hussein reference couldn't be any less subtle. That's another potential lawsuit. All three of these clips pretty much portray Trump as a dictator with a small member who loves Satan. Trump could claim each one of these scenes by itself as defamation if he wanted to. And we haven't even reached the halfway point of the episode. There's more to come. Back in South Park, things are getting worse. Accepting Jesus is becoming less and less of a choice, and nobody's happy about it.
Mr. Marsh, if you don't accept Christ, then I'm gonna have to expel you.
Okay, I'm pretty sure you can't do that.
This is 2025, okay?
I accept Christ into my heart.
And into your school.
And in my school.
This might be the most literal, in-your-face metaphor I've ever seen on the show. Anyway, the parents continue to protest, and it eventually gets the attention of the White House.
Yeah, hi, what do you think you're doing?
All this protesting makes me look bad. Just take a rest.
People here in South Park want some goddamn answers.
Then I'm gonna sue your whole town. $5 billion.
I know what you're thinking. A relatively normal scene with Trump in it? Well, except the whole $5 billion lawsuit thing, which we'll get back to, don't you worry. The reason this scene is another potential lawsuit, by the way, is the paintings in the back. YouTube probably won't let me show you the whole thing, but we've got 3 paintings of Trump, well, putting his wee-wee inside of things. First is a model plane, next is a fracking sheep, and the last one's a glory hole. Incredible. If you thought that scene was tame, though, well, get ready for some whiplash.
Hey, Satan.
I'm not in the mood. Another random commented on my Instagram that you're on the Epstein list.
Are we still talking about that?
Whenever it comes up, you just tell everyone to relax.
Not telling everyone to relax. Relax.
I need counseling. You remind me more and more of this other guy I used to date. Like you guys are exactly alike.
Not only did they double down on everything else that could get them sued, they actually brought up the list. Sure, it was heavily implied, but that's not going to stop a defamation lawsuit. Speaking of which, Trump actually sued South Park in the show, and it does not end well for them.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We'll be happy to pay that, sir. Yes, sir. I will relax. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We settled. I got the president down to $3.5 million.
That's not so bad. That's really fair.
We'll just have to cut some funding for our schools and hospitals.
On top of having to pay $3.5 million, the settlement stipulates that they have to do pro-Trump messaging, so they decide to do the most South Park pro-Trump message imaginable.
Donald J. Trump. No matter how hot it gets, he's not afraid to fight for America with conviction, discipline, and trust in God.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I endorse this message.
Trump, his is teeny tiny, but his love for us is large.
Forget the rest of the episode. This right here, this is the thing that's probably going to get the boys at South Park sued. And yeah, the episode pretty much ends there, with 6 potential lawsuits packed into one episode. Remember when I said I'd get back to that $5 billion lawsuit I mentioned earlier? Well, that might turn out to be a prediction. Here's the thing. This episode was a lot more than just bashing Trump. It also throws shade at their distributor, Paramount, and is basically baiting Trump to sue South Park and Paramount. Confusing? Let me explain. In October 2024, then former President Donald Trump filed a lawsuit against CBS and Paramount Global because 60 Minutes ran an interview with Kamala Harris, which he claimed was deceptively edited to influence the 2024 presidential election. Trump asked for a $20 billion payout, by the way. So yeah, South Park was actually being a bit conservative with that $5 billion. Of course, Paramount chose to fight it, but that came with some consequences. See, they were in the middle of a merger with the company Skydance. However, due to the suit, the FCC refused to approve the merger, which was worth approximately $8 billion. This also delayed Paramount's deal with South Park creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone. A deal to stream and extend the show by at least 50 more episodes worth approximately $1.5 billion. By the way, the head of the FCC was a Trump appointee named Brendan Carr, so things seemed a little sus, but that was in 2024. Things were about to get a lot more sus. By 2025, Paramount caved and settled out of court, paying Trump $16 million. And just like that, the merger was approved. Critics like Elizabeth Warren considered it a bribe to get the merger approved, while the boys at South Park considered it cowardly. And you know they had to put it in the episode. This is 60 minutes coverage of the anti-Trump protests in the episode.
This is 60 Minutes. Oh boy.
Oh God. South Park, Colorado is protesting against the president. Townspeople claim that the president, who is a great man, we know he's probably watching. We are just reporting on this town being sued by the president and they are fighting back.
We don't agree with them.
We think these protesters are total
Hilarious, but there's another side to this. Like I mentioned earlier, South Park is baiting Trump to sue, but there's a real possibility that this might be the suit that ends South Park for good. Paramount recently had to cancel The Late Show with Stephen Colbert just a few days after its host criticized Paramount for settling with Trump, calling it a big fat bribe. The South Park writers blamed Trump and Paramount for bending to his whims, and of course you know they had to put it in the episode. Turns out Jesus was also sued by Trump, that's why he's showing up in schools and he's here to warn the protesters.
You guys saw what happened to CBS? You guys gotta stop being stupid.
Can't understand you.
Just shut up, you idiots.
Even South Park is aware that this could be their end. Well, if it is, they're gonna drag Paramount down with them. If Trump sues like they want him to and Paramount cancels the show, that's a $1.5 billion deal down the frackin' drain. The most hilarious part about all this is that the writers straight up admit to it in the episode. Cartman, who's being used as a surrogate for the show itself, is suffering an existential crisis, wondering his worth in this new political landscape.
I'm not special anymore. So what's the point in me even existing? I'm saying that it's the end, Butters. I'm gonna kill myself. And you. Wait, me? It's just best we end it now.
If you couldn't tell already, Butters is Paramount in the situation, just frackin' brilliant. To really drive the point home, the episode ends with Cartman and Butters in a garage waiting for the sweet release of death via carbon monoxide poisoning.
Oh, I think I might be going. Yep, sweet death is about to come. I love you, man.
Except Cartman forgot to turn the car on, but it doesn't defeat the metaphor, I promise. As you can imagine, the episode has already ruffled some feathers. White House spokesperson Taylor Rogers made a statement saying, "The left's hypocrisy truly has no end. For years, they have come after South Park for what they labeled as offensive content, but suddenly they are praising the show. Just like the creators of South Park, the left has no authentic original content, which is why their popularity continues to hit record lows." Trey and Matt have already made a follow-up statement. At the San Diego Comic-Con, they were asked about the episode.
Did you anticipate the reaction today? Have you been following it? We're terribly sorry. Fair enough.
I don't know, guys. They don't seem that sorry. They even reposted the deepfake on YouTube 2 days later, getting 1 million views in the first 10 minutes before it was age restricted. But who knows? They might have something else to say if Trump actually sues. Speaking of which, I counted 6 potential lawsuits in that episode, so how much money would Trump sue them for? Well, first off, realistically, the 6 suits will be combined into one, and considering how he sued Paramount for $20 billion for an interview he wasn't even in, I'd say he'd ask for $40 billion this time, but even more realistically, the suit might get thrown out altogether, or at least take way too long to resolve until somebody caves. And given the US rights to satire, it'd be looking dang good for the South Park boys. Since we asked questions with the last one, we might as well ask another one. What really happened to Chef after all?
Oh, Kathy Lee, how I'd love to lay you down.
This is Chef in his prime, and this is his absolutely grisly death. But how did we go from chocolate salty Riz to being actually impaled? Well, stick around and find out. Chef appears in the very first episode, Cartman Gets an Probe. It starts with Cartman sharing his weird dream about being visited by aliens, but after running into Chef, they realize it might have actually happened.
Say, did any of you children see the alien spaceship last night?
Yeah, Fat Boy saw it.
Kyle probes further, excuse the pun, to which Chef explains about aliens and the weird things they like to do.
What's a probe?
That's when they put this big metal hoopajou up your butt.
Yeah, I don't think there's an entry for a hoopajou in any medical journal. Chef warns the children that Cartman may be under the aliens' mind control. They decide to keep an eye on him, but as the school bus drives away, Kyle sees 2 of the aliens kidnapping Ike. Cartman's having troubles of his own, however, as his farts are shooting literal fire, and I don't think it's because of a breakfast burrito. The boys turn to the one man they know can help them, although I don't think he understands the situation.
Chef, have you ever had something happen to you, but nobody believed you?
Children, that's a problem we've all had to face at some time or another. I'm gonna make love to you, woman. Gonna lay you down by the fire.
Yeah, that's not gonna help, dude. Once Chef discovers Ike's been captured, he tells the boys to go find him. But that's when they discover what the visitors from outer space did to Cartman.
It's some kind of symbiotic metamorphosis device. Visitors want to communicate with us.
Yep, it turns out Chef knows a lot more than just cooking and women. Chef helps the gang escape and use the probe to call the aliens back. With the visitors distracted by a group of cows, Kyle manages to get his little brother to jump off the ship before they can take off with him. But poor Cartman ain't so lucky. After the aliens take off again, Chef's left disappointed that he didn't get to learn about them. But it didn't last long.
Wait! Where are you going, alien visitors?
Well, Chef, where's this amazing thing you're gonna show us?
It's in the bedroom, ladies. Come on in.
There's a real irony that Chef is fascinated with aliens, as the voice actor Isaac Hayes was also a believer in real life. In fact, that's partially the reason why he walked away from the role, but we'll get to that later. Fans of the smooth-talking Chef didn't have to wait long before his next appearance. In the third episode, Weight Gain 4000, he returns to share his worldly knowledge with the South Park boys. The episode starts with Cartman winning a contest for writing a paper about protecting the planet. Surely there's been a mix-up, right? Everyone's getting excited about the presentation of his prize, including Chef.
The mayor just called and asked me to sing at the ceremony.
Well, that's an interesting choice of entertainment. But maybe all the other musicians in South Park were busy that day. As the award will be given by Kathy Lee Gifford, the mayor suggests that Cartman get in shape for the award since he'll be on TV.
Listen, I have a nice body, and I want to show it off. You got that?
You've got to weigh 90 pounds.
I'm up to 94. Thank you very much.
That's exactly how I act after I've had my first salad in weeks. Cartman starts taking the weight gain formula, which he thinks will instantly make him stronger, but what he doesn't realize is that to bulk up, you have to actually exercise. The day of the ceremony soon comes around. Cartman looks like the size of a fracking house, and Chef is ready to perform for Lee Gifford and the rest of the crowd.
How I'd love to lay you down and lick every inch of your body with my tongue. Kathy Lee, you're my fantasy.
What? And this is why you have rehearsals first. But something tells me Chef isn't too upset, as his song actually works.
How about a little more of that good lovin'?
Damn, woman. I just gave you sweet lovin' 5 minutes ago. Were you trying to kill me?
Ah, now I see why he only sings seductive songs. It's his superpower. Up until this point, Chef was nothing more than a helpful guide and an nymphomaniac, but by episode 7 of the first season, fans got to see how helpful he is in a crisis. The first Halloween episode of South Park came with Pink Eye, which sees 2 Russian astronauts crashing their satellite onto South Park, right on top of Kenny. It should have been a classic "they killed Kenny" moment, but things take a strange turn from there.
So then the necrophiliac says, if this ain't a cadaver, then Ah! Hey!
I think Kenny did us all a favor by interrupting that joke. The next day, zombie Kenny turns up at the bus stop, but he's looking far worse for wear. Shortly after, the virus begins spreading further, but everyone thinks it's just Pink Eye, but Chef isn't so convinced.
Symptoms include a complete loss of heart functions, blood pressure, lung activity, and sticky, puffy eyes.
Peek out my ass. I've seen this kind of thing before.
First aliens, now zombies. I want to see him in an X-Files spin-off. The Chef Files has a ring to it. Later that night, the kids get ready to go trick-or-treating, including Kenny, who smells as bad as he looks. But Chef is too busy trying to convince the town that the sickness isn't Pink Eye.
Who was the first person to come in here with the sickness?
It was the mortician and his assistant at the morgue.
Chef rushes to the mayor's office to try and get help, but after they laugh him out of the office, he decides it's time to take things into his own hands.
Triggers!
Get off my property, you zombie bastard!
Hey, Chef! No!
So yeah, Chef realizes the boys are zombies, and he explains how the infestation works. They beg their mentor to help them, and they head to the morgue to find out what the hell's going on. But they have company, and things don't end well for Chef.
Chef!
I'm gonna make love, even when I'm dead. My body might get cold, but it's always hot in my bed.
Well, that's an original take. A zombie outbreak that turns you into MJ. The boys find out that if they kill the first zombie, then all the other ones will turn back to normal, which means poor Kenny gets killed for the second time in one episode. Oh, make that 3 times. As we've seen, Chef is the go-to guy when it comes to fighting the supernatural, and when a group of mutant turkeys turns up, he's ready to help the boys once again. The episode Starvin' Marvin starts with the boys watching the new Terrence and Phillip Thanksgiving episode when it's interrupted by a commercial for starving children in Africa. The kids aren't interested in donating at first, but once they discover they get a free sports watch, they can't call fast enough. While the kids at South Park Elementary argue about helping the poor, something unexpected happens.
Second. What the hell is going on?
I guess the turkeys have finally decided to fight back. It's the episode where turkeys go back in time to the first Thanksgiving to get turkeys off the menu. Shoutouts to anyone who got that reference. So it turns out that the crazy genetic scientists tried to create turkeys for Thanksgiving, but something went wrong and now they're rampaging around town. The gang isn't too bothered as their watch finally arrives, along with a surprising guest.
That was cool! Yeah, how do you make those clicking sounds? What's your name, dude? He said his name is Marvin. Marvin.
Oh man, they won't get away with this today! Maybe any other day, but not today! Meanwhile, the mutant turkeys are wreaking havoc, and Chef's called in to help.
Now tell me what you see.
Well, I'm no biologist. I'd say it looks like turkey DNA.
Precisely.
Turns out the turkeys are growing way too quickly, and soon they'll take over the entire town. It seems too late as they attack, but Chef makes a call to arms to get everyone to fight back.
Today, you fight for your city. You fight for your honor. Turkeys will continue to push until they have taken everything from us.
An epic battle between bird and human kicks off, and with their fearless leader kicking butt and most likely thinking up a recipe for turkey casserole, the battle ends.
We saved Thanksgiving.
But all those poor turkeys are all dead.
Every turkey died. Not every turkey truly lived.
Wise words, Chef, wise words. And the icing on the cake, Starvin' Marvin has a huge pile of giant turkeys to take back home. And it's not just supernatural or mutated creatures Chef has to help fight. Sometimes it's power-crazed celebrities in giant robot forms. In Mecha Streisand, Kyle finds a strange artifact with the students of South Park Elementary search for ancient arrowheads. Long story. Actually, that is the story. But it's soon revealed that the item is actually called the Triangle of Zinthar, and Barbara Streisand is hunting it down. In order to save the world from some unknown evil, a movie critic named Leonard Maltin turns up asking for Chef's help.
Chef, it is of the utmost importance that you tell me where those little boys from the news report on TV are.
Why do you care?
Yeah, going into a school asking where the little boys are isn't a good look, dude. It's not long before Streisand turns up looking for the item, which she plans to pair with the other one she already has. With no time to spare, Chef and Malton rush to track the boys down and hide the triangle, with Malton explaining why it's so important to stop her.
If Babs gets a hold of that other triangle, she will fulfill her prophecy and become the most threatening thing ever known to mankind. Mecha Streisand.
Mega Streisand?
What happens when both triangles come together? She becomes Mecha Streisand, a Godzilla-type robot with a super unflattering nose. They first try to find Streisand's mansion, but once they fail and realize she already has the boys, they rush back to South Park, but it's too late.
The Diamond of Pantheos is complete!
And so, just weeks after the attack of mutant genetic creatures, zombies, and Thanksgiving turkeys, South Park has managed to rebuild itself. Oh, god damn it, not again!
Yeah, that's pretty unlucky. When Chef and Martin return, they find Mecha Streisand wreaking havoc, so they have no choice but to face her head on.
That thing just beat the crap out of Leonard Maltin and Sidney Poitier.
I can't let Barbara Streisand do this to the entire world.
After some epic, albeit weird robot fighting, Streisand is sent flying into space and South Park is saved. So, for a while, Chef's antics in the bed sheets weren't a focus while he was busy saving the town. But in the season 1 finale, Cartman's mom is a dirty. We get to see that Chef has always been a ladies' man. Unfortunately for Cartman. In the episode, Cartman starts acting a little strange.
Would you like some tea, Cloud Frog? Yes, please, Eric. Why are you so cool? I don't know, Cloud Frog. I just am.
Hey, maybe he just likes playing Tea Party with the stuffed friends? It turns out he's just acting weird because he wants to know who his father is. At first, his mom tells him it's Chief Running Water, but it's later revealed that she also went with, you guessed it, Chef.
I'm gonna open up my own restaurant here.
How exciting! Would you care to put your tongue in my mouth?
Baby, you cut right to the chase, don't you?
I'm plastered.
Well, I think he's met his match. After that, Cartman thinks he's an African American, but Chef bursts his bubble when he reveals that his mom also went with someone else at the barn dance. Or does this count as toe?
Garrison, what the hell are you doing?
You're drunk, Mr. Hat.
The parties in South Park are wild. I hope he washed that puppet afterwards. It turns out that Miss Cartman has slept with pretty much everyone in town, including the entire Denver Broncos team. It must suck for any kid who doesn't know who their father is. I would know. And probably even worse when their mother doesn't know either. I wouldn't. In the episode Summer Sucks, the people of South Park are getting into the 4th of July spirit by lighting the largest snake firework ever. The problem is they didn't think it through, and the huge fire begins churning out smoke and ash.
Kenny, watch out!
That was lucky.
Oh my god, they killed Kenny! You bastards!
Never mind. The snake continues to blaze, with it expected to burn out in a year. The entire town tries to put the fire out, but it's no use. While all this is going on, however, Chef is blissfully unaware as he's enjoying his vacation in Aruba.
You and me and her, simultaneous you and you, simultaneous loving, baby.
Well, that brings a new meaning to an all-inclusive holiday. The boys manage to call him, but he refuses to help them, to put it more nicely than he did. The snake continues to spread and burn everything it touches, but after Jimbo and Ned arrive with some supercharged fireworks, things kind of just sort themselves out.
Hey, look! We blew up the snake!
Well, that was lucky. Maybe this is what they mean by fighting fire with fire. The people of South Park try to make the most of the situation by pretending the ash is snow. Really dirty snow. Eventually, Chef returns after his relaxing break, but gets shocked when he sees this.
Hey, Chef, how's it going?
Howdy, Chef. How was your summer vacation?
Okay, everybody get in a line so I can whoop all your ass.
I've got a feeling he's gonna need another vacation after seeing this. Chef's Chocolate Salty Balls begins with Robert Redford deciding to move the Sundance Film Festival to a new small town. And of course it ends up being in South Park. Do these people not read the newspaper? This place is cursed! The first day of the festival kicks off and the place is filled with stuck-up Hollywood directors blocking traffic and disrupting the town. Fortunately for Chef, he sees an opportunity to open up his own food stand. He has plenty of fudge-related sweet treats, like Go Fudge Yourself, and of course...
I just went and fudged your mama.
Come on, Chef, too soon. I mean, Cartman's right there. Later that night, Kyle is surprised by the wails of Hanky the Christmas Pooh coming from the toilet. The next day, he hears Hanky again coming from the sewer, but the rest of the gang are more interested in Chef's latest creation.
Suck on my chocolate salty ball. Put them in your mouth and suck them and suck them.
Yeah, I can't see Hershey picking that one up. After Kyle convinces the boys that Hanky's in danger, they head down into the sewer and find their old friend who tells them that he's sick.
There's no folks in town eat nothing but couscous tofu, and it's destroying my environment.
See? Nobody cares for the magical poops anymore. At this rate, they'll become extinct. Hanky tells the boys to get rid of the visitors, but after telling the directors they think it's a pitch for a new movie, the town continues to be overrun, and everyone finally realizes that they sold out their own town. With no other choice, Kyle brings Mr. Hanky to the surface to prove he exists, but he dries up and is put on life support. Things are looking bleak, and I'm not just talking about a poop lying in a bed. But Chef then gives him one of his chocolate balls, reviving Hanky. He tries to talk the Hollywood crowd into leaving, but after Robert Redford splats him up a wall and Chef revives him again, Hanky decides to pull out his secret weapon.
Let's get out of this town!
That's right, he unleashes a Poonami! Chef has saved South Park many times, but in Chef Aid, it's he who needs saving. After a song called Stinky Britches becomes popular, Chef realizes that it's a song he wrote 20 years ago and that a record label must have stolen it. Chef and the boys head to the record producer, but it does not go well.
Mr. Chef, I'm afraid you leave me no alternative. We're going to sue you.
You stole one of my songs, and you're gonna sue me?
Yes.
The sad thing is, this probably happens all the time in real life. Stan's dad becomes Chef's lawyer, but with Johnny Cochran, the lawyer who got OJ off, in the record producer's corner, they don't stand a chance.
Mr. Chef, you've been found guilty of harassing a major record label. $2 million will be handed over within 24 hours.
Chef's given 24 hours to go get the money, or he'll go to jail. The producer starts taking everything from Chef's house, but with nowhere close to $2 million, Chef is very depressed. Turns out that Chef was big in the rock scene back in the day, and after the producer tries to take away his prized photo album, he's had enough.
That does it. I'm gonna raise that $2 million, but I'm not gonna use it to pay you back. Hire Johnny Cochran myself and sue you.
You wouldn't.
Watch me.
A lawyer convincing people of one thing, then convincing them of the complete opposite is just wild. The boys visit Chef's old rock star buddies who remember him and buy candy bars to raise the funds. Meanwhile, Chef becomes the gigolo of South Park to avoid jail time.
Like this very special device. I call it Chef's Pleasure Bag. Put this paper bag over your head, and it increases your pleasure.
Well, hell, let's give it a shot.
Yeah, I don't think a paper bag is gonna make that any more tolerable. Unfortunately, time's up for Chef, and he gets locked up, but Elton John turns up with his friends to put on a charity gig.
I thought he said, bite the head off a bat. So I did. Oh, it's just history.
Ozzy Osbourne bit Kenny's head off. You bastard!
Man, Ozzy must get really hungry on stage. Sadly, the music producer sabotages the gig, and they once again fall short of the amount they need. But that's when Johnny Cochran decides to take on the case anyway, on account of how good the music was, earning Chef his freedom. At this point, Chef had established himself as the lovable voice of reason, whose love for women was only matched by his love for singing. But from season 3, he starts having his own issues, and the happy-go-lucky Chef begins to change. In The Succubus, Cartman is being terrorized by his doctors. The boys go to Chef for some advice. Problem is, Chef quit his job. They rush to find him and ask what's going on.
Children, 3 nights ago, I was checking out some books on Kama Sutra when I met the most amazing woman. She knew so much about so many things.
Yeah, I don't think that's a story for his future kids. It turns out this woman convinces Chef that relationships are all about talking and poetry. The guys get jealous that their friend is spending time with his new girlfriend, and worst of all, he's no longer the same man he used to be.
Meaningless is fun for 20 or 30 years, but after that, it starts to get old.
Wow, Chef settling down is probably the weirdest thing to happen in South Park, and that is saying something. Chef promises the gang that he'll play ball with him after school, but he bails on them. And to make matters worse, Chef and Veronica announce they're getting married. Worried about their friend, the boys turn to Mr. Garrison for advice.
What's a succubus?
A succubus is a woman sent from hell to suck the life out of a man. Yeah, there's not much you can do about a succubus.
After finding out the bad news, they head to Chef's house, but the succubus is keeping him away. Later that day, Veronica makes a surprise visit to the boys, who tell her that Chef is a grown man who needs a life of his own. Pretty normal response, right? Well, not after this happens.
I'm going to marry Chef tomorrow.
And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it.
Toodaloo.
Oh, that's disturbing. The boys crash the rehearsal dinner and try to convince Chef that Veronica is actually a monster, but he gets angry and tells them to get lost. With no other choice, they hit the books and find out that the only way to stop a succubus is to sing her favorite song backwards.
Morning, I'll be two got theirs. Whoa, save that.
And with that, Chef is free from the spell and everything goes back to normal. Well, as normal as it can be. In the episode Chef Goes Nanners, the mentor is once again angry, but this time it's pretty understandable. Things start out with Chef and Jimbo talking to the mayor about the South Park flag. Jimbo wants to keep it, but Chef thinks it's racist and wants it taken down.
I'll have my assistants hold up the flag, and you tell me what exactly you find racist about it.
Oh, man. The boys wanting to learn more go to Jimbo and Ned, who say that it's part of South Park's history. Chef, on the other hand, tries to get supporters, but nobody cares about helping him. Understandably, Chef's upset, which is only made worse when Kyle and Stan tell him they think the flag should stay.
I never thought I'd live to see this many of the people I considered friends turn against me.
I mean, he's done so much for those kids. A protest breaks out and things get wild, including those infamous racist dudes in robes. The mayor tries to fix things by drawing a smiley face on the guy getting hanged, but surprisingly, Chef is still upset. Yeah, big shocker. After Jimbo and Ned decide that they don't want anything to do with the hooded freaks, they dress up and head out to their meeting to convince them to switch sides. While the plan works, there's a slight misunderstanding.
Oh, Jesus, the robe, Chef. This isn't what it looks like. You gotta listen to it.
This whole cracker-ass town can kiss my ass.
Chef was so upset he didn't notice the alien lurking by the tree. The next day, a big debate for the flag's future kicks off. It turns out that Stan and Kyle didn't realize it was racist and that it was just a dude killing another dude.
That is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. Don't you see? All this time I thought these little crackers had turned racist. They were so not racist, they didn't even make a separation of black and white to begin with.
Now, knowing that the kids saw everyone the same, the town agrees the flag should be changed, bringing them together, even if the flag is still kind of racist. The next time Chef plays a major role in South Park is after Kenny's death, where his soul is trapped in Cartman's body after drinking his ashes. It turns out that having two souls is killing him, however, so Stan and Kyle turn to the only man they know to help.
It must be his time. I think it's running out.
The only people I know now who might be able to help Eric are my parents. We'll have to take the next flight to Scotland.
Cartman's running low on time, so they decide to go on an 8-hour flight. Makes sense. In Scotland, Chef and the gang waste no time in getting Cartman some help. Chef's mom and dad begin the ritual to get Kenny's soul to leave. Unfortunately, things hit a snag when Chef's dad asks where the victim child is. You know, a body for Kenny to take over. Of course, that's the one little detail Chef and Mrs. Cartman overlooked.
We're here!
Don't let it get in the rose!
Oh, well.
I'm sure Kenny can live a full and fulfilling life as a pot roast. Chef's mom wraps up the pot roast and sends it home with him, but the problem is they forget to pick it up from the airport's baggage claim. They rush back to find him, but Rob Schneider got to him first.
He came across a pot roast, and his life changed forever. Now he's sharing his body with an 8-year-old boy. He's about to find out that being 8 ain't so great. Rob Schneider is Kenny.
At least Kenny's back. Kinda. You Got F'd in the A is a pivotal moment for Chef, as it's the last time he helps the boys out, and fittingly, one of his toughest challenges yet. The boys are playing with their remote control cars when a group of kids walks up on them and challenges them to a dance-off. After the new kids throw down some moves, the gang goes to Chef to shed some light on what just happened.
It was just these kids we never saw before showed up and they were like really good dancers and...
Okay, relax, children. It's all over now. Just try to calm down and sit tight.
Wow, I did not think dancing was such a big deal. I'll be careful at the next party I go to now. When Stan's dad, Randy, finds out that he's been served, he begins training him in the art of dancing. The next day, the boys bump into the dancing crew, who once again throw down some serious moves, but Stan's prepared.
Yeah! Go, Stan!
Oh, no! No, stop, Stan!
Chef explains that by dancing back, it leads to the new kids challenging them to a competition, and that's something the boys are not prepared for. Randy tries to call the whole thing off, but the coach of the dancing gang pulls off some killer moves, sending Randy to the hospital. Stan goes around South Park looking for kids that can dance, so the crew of misfits, it's Chef's job to whip them into shape.
Now, nobody's getting served if I can help it. Dig deep and pray that maybe the other team comes down with cancer.
Fingers crossed, I guess. Stan discovers that Butters is once a tap dancing pro and tries to convince him to join the troupe. Turns out that Butters accidentally got several people killed after his dance shoe knocked the stage lighting down. Unfortunate. The dance competition soon comes around, but the duck teammate twists its ankle. Looks like curtains for them, but that's when Butters turns up to save the day. Looks like it could be anyone's win, until this happens.
Jesus, not again! Ah! Get out of here!
Can somebody please tie this kid's laces? So as you've seen, the voice actor for Chef, Isaac Hayes, went along with some pretty crazy and even offensive storylines during his time on South Park. But there was one episode that really crossed the line for him. In fact, it upset him so much that it resulted in him walking away from the show, and Chef's good guy reputation was destroyed forever. The first episode that spelled the end for Chef was Trapped in the Closet, when Stan is invited to a free personality test. Unfortunately, it turns out to be a ploy to recruit people into Scientology.
Scientology is more of an alternative to psychology than a religion.
That sign says Church of Scientology.
I think he's lying. Turns out that Stan has abnormally high thetan levels, making everyone else in the church believe their founder, L. Ron Hubbard, has been resurrected. Eventually, Tom Cruise turns up to meet the prophet, but he doesn't like Stan's opinion of him.
You're not Gene Hackman or that guy that played Napoleon Dynamite, but you're okay.
I'm nothing. I'm a failure in the eyes of the prophet. Ah!
Hey! Dude, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Go away!
Yep, Tom Cruise is in the closet. Literally. Everyone tries to get Tom to come out, but no one can convince him. Eventually, Stan tells the Scientologists that their religion is baloney, prompting Tom Cruise and a couple of his Hollywood friends to come out of the closet.
You made me look stupid. I'm gonna sue you too.
Well, fine, go ahead and sue me.
You are so sued, kid.
Well, go on then, sue me!
So you may have noticed that Chef doesn't make an appearance in this episode, and it was for good reason too. Isaac Hayes was actually a member of Scientology in real life, and it was rumored that Hayes didn't like that South Park was making a mockery of his religion, but there might have been more to the story there. Before we get into the real reason why Hayes left, we need to take a look at the last time Chef went on down to South Park, and how Trey and Matt responded to their falling out by turning Chef's love for the boys really dark. The return of Chef begins by explaining how Chef leaves South Park after getting bored with his life, so he joined something called the Super Adventure Club. At this point, Hayes had already left after the Trapped in the Closet episode, so the team used old audio clips to voice him. Well, except for this.
Goodbye, Chef. Have a great time with the Super Adventure Club.
Goodbye.
Oh man, they did him dirty. With Chef gone, life in South Park goes back to normal, but that's when Chef turns up at the door. Problem is, there's something odd about Chef, and I'm not just talking about the one-word audio files they use to voice him.
Well, how about I meet you boys after work and we can make love?
Excuse me?
Come on, children. You're my fantasy. Let's all make sweet love.
That's right. In response to the falling out, Matt and Trey decided to make Chef a complete weirdo. A detective turns up telling them that Chef was always a pervert, but the boys don't believe it, even with the strange things he's saying. Kyle plans on discovering why their friend is acting weird, so they head to the Super Adventure Club and they get their answer. They are all like it. They believe that Chef is just brainwashed and try to fix him.
Oh, Chef has always been super cool.
I'm gonna make love to the children.
He's pretty brainwashed, all right. Worst case I've ever seen.
Well, that's not how the song goes. The boys take Chef to a strip club and manage to break the spell, but at that moment, Chef and the boys get captured by the evil club. Thanks to Kyle's baseball bat, they manage to escape, but that's when Chef makes a decision that changes everything.
I'm sorry, children.
No, Chef, they filled your head with lies. Can't you see that?
Oh!
And if that wasn't bad enough, he gets impaled, shot, and ripped apart by a mountain lion and a bear. Not the greatest end to an iconic character, I must admit. By the end of the episode, the people of South Park say their goodbyes. In fact, Kyle makes a speech about feeling hurt that Chef betrayed them, and I quote, "are mad that the fruity little club scrambled his brains." This is obviously Matt and Trey addressing the Scientology fallout with Hayes in the most South Park way possible, but it's not so cut and dry. In 2006, Hayes had a stroke, and his son claimed that the people on his team, some of whom were Scientologists, made the decision for him to leave the show. I mean, sure, Hayes wasn't happy with how South Park made a mockery of his religion, but he also said that he understood what Matt and Trey were doing. Sadly, Isaac Hayes passed away just 2 years later, meaning Chef will probably never come back as he was, although a version of him still survives in the show.
Hello there, children. How would you like some Salisbury steak? And for dessert, to suck on my chocolate salty balls.
You mean like a chocolate candy?
No, I mean my balls.
Yes!
Talk about turning to the dark side.